Chapter 43. The Authentic Quest for Knowledge Goodness. Have you been watching too many horror films? Fat Wei exclaimed, delivering a sharp blow to Yang Wumao's head. Do any of us resemble a ghost? Your imagination runs wild, and you can't even count properly. Let me enlighten you today. Do you see this fellow beside me? After Fat Wei gestured toward the ghost blade, he continued, my companion possesses skills that defy comprehension. He enters without a ticket and remains unnoticed by all. Whether they be orcs or any other beings, even the most divine cannot catch a glimpse of him. Should you dare to speak ill of our affairs, you may find yourself without a head by nightfall. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Yang Wumao hastily covered his head, casting fearful glances at Ghost Blade while nodding fervently. Just then, Chen Zhi approached and gently patted his shoulder. Dr. Yang, do not overthink it. There is plenty of time ahead. As you spend more time with us, you will become accustomed to such matters. Professor Liao mentioned that she is getting on in years and is no longer able to travel extensively. In the future, I will require your assistance with external affairs. The world is filled with vast differences. There is no need to be overly astonished by the unfamiliar. Rest assured, we shall guarantee your safety. Your focus should solely be on the technical aspects. You need not worry about anything else. And do not fret. Your compensation will be substantial. Very well, I understand. I comprehend. Yang Wumao nodded vigorously, akin to a bobblehead, and promptly opened his toolbox. Although the toolbox appeared small, upon opening it, a dazzling array of bottles and various tools was revealed. Mr. Chen, let us commence our work. This is no trivial endeavor. Restoring the original painting is the most arduous task. It will require significant revisions at the Research Institute, likely taking at least half a month. Our time is limited. I must work diligently. I kindly ask for your assistance in providing light. After gathering his tools, Yang Wumao began to delicately tap the surface of the mural. All right. Chen Zhi nodded, then waved his hand to Fat Wei and the others. The three of them switched on their flashlights, adjusting them to the highest brightness, casting a beam onto the mural to illuminate Yang Wumao's work. For the following hours, Yang Wumao immersed himself in the intricate restoration process of the murals. Professor Liao was indeed correct. Her prodigy had surpassed her expectations. Yang Wumao did not forcibly strip away the top layer of color, as that could potentially damage the underlying mural. Instead, he employed a corrosive chemical to gradually erode the pigments of the surface. Once the stone beneath dried, the original colors would naturally resurface. As the underlying mural began to take shape, he meticulously brushed away the newly applied colors with a fine brush. In the end, the murals that had once been concealed slowly began to emerge, revealing their former glory. As the true visage of the 6 murals depicting the journey to the west gradually unveiled itself, Chen Zhi's heart tightened with anxiety. To be candid, the scene before him was entirely unexpected. In antiquity, the realm of India was an almost unattainable land. The journey westward was fraught with arduous challenges. Chen Zhi had anticipated the perils of the journey, but he never envisioned it to be so brutally harsh. Presently, he could only feel grateful that he had instructed the young guide to lead Dan Xuan away from this place, sparing him the profound shock of witnessing such a reality. These murals constituted a genuine chronicle of the journey to the west. From the moment Xuanzang departed from Guazhou to the time he returned with the sacred scriptures, each segment was meticulously depicted, brimming with detailed inscriptions, a veritable poetic mural of historical record. However, the figure of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, who had guided Xuanzang along his path, gradually revealed its true form after layers of paint had peeled away. It was not the Bodhisattva seated upon a lotus throne, but rather an elderly man clad in white robes. His portrayal was starkly simplistic, devoid of intricate facial features. The painting's style exuded a chilling detachment, lacking any semblance of human emotion. In the mural, the white-robed elder bore an expression of profound tranquility, reminiscent of a long-deceased corpse. With flowing silver hair and beard, he held a white whisk and pointed one hand towards a monkey-like figure resembling Sun Wukong. With the other hand, he extended a metallic ring to Xuanzang, a ring that shone brilliantly, strikingly similar to the legendary tightening spell. However, unlike the golden hue of the tightening spell, this metallic ring gleamed with a silver reminiscent of the controlling stone. Throughout the ensuing journey, the monkey character donned this metallic ring, initially exhibiting a feral demeanor, baring its teeth with a gaze filled with ferocity and malice. Had it not been for the ring's influence, it likely would have devoured Xuanzang and his steed. Yet, As the journey progressed, the monkey displayed marked transformation. No longer wild and unruly like a beast, it became composed, even devout, walking with hands clasped in prayer, adorned with a string of wooden prayer beads. The arduous path of the journey to the west was far more grueling and terrifying than the legend suggested. The gruesome imagery depicted in these murals, if revealed to the world, would likely be too much for humanity to bear. The bloodshed and cruelty authentically attested to a grim reality, that darkness prevails in this world, often shielded from sight by the very lives of those who bravely protect others. Amidst these scenes, Chen Zhi beheld a small frontier kingdom, gilded in gold paint. This oasis within the desert was lush with vegetation, breathtakingly beautiful, and held immense significance during their journey. In the heart of the city stood a crown-wearing king, his countenance heavy with sorrow, tightly grasping the monkey's hand, as though bidding farewell. It was from that moment onward that a multitude of horses appeared behind Xuanzang, laden with burdens and provisions. From that moment onward, the figure of the monkey man underwent a remarkable transformation. He was no longer clad in the garb of a savage, but adorned in the robes of a monk, draped in a cassock. Most notably, the connection point of his cassock bore a remarkably distinctive fastening, crafted from gold, glimmering resplendently, with intricate designs depicting ancient Kutcha script. Chen Zhi reached into his bosom and felt around. The fastening illustrated in the mural matched perfectly with the one he possessed. Chapter 44. The guiding one. The murals conveyed an immense wealth of information, their value extending far beyond mere artistic merit. They represented a vivid reenactment of the mysterious journey from the western regions to the land of India. The 6 murals flowed seamlessly together, filled with intricate details that narrated the sights and experiences encountered across various nations, depicting both scenes of brutal violence and legendary mysteries. Yet, most of these small states of the western regions had long since been swallowed by the sands of time. The designs also contained numerous minute inscriptions, resembling descriptive text, which must have held great significance. However, the characters were peculiar, their structure convoluted and challenging to decipher. When viewed as a whole, the mural resembled an endless tapestry of historical poetry, concealing countless stories, revealing new discoveries with each gaze. Yang Wumao was rendered speechless by the gruesome scenes depicted, his face pale and mouth agape in shock. Fat Wei and Ghost Blade scrutinized the figures in the mural with their flashlights, noting that the most frequently depicted individuals were Xuanzang and the monkey man. The latter's later appearance was one of humility, the fastening on his cassock shimmering brilliantly. "This is undoubtedly it," Fat Wei exclaimed, pointing to the fastening in the mural. "This monkey acquired it after emerging from the kingdom of Kutcha. It is identical to the one in your hand. It seems we were indeed correct. This monkey must have forged a pact with the king of Kutcha. He was likely the one who became sworn brothers with the king. By the heavens, today has truly opened my eyes." Fat Wei continued. "This history is far more thrilling than any novel. It turns out that the belly of Princess Gaoyang was truly enlarged by this monkey. However, upon further reflection, he found it rather peculiar. How could the legendary son Wukong, renowned for his formidable abilities and the power to transform into 72 different forms, be so easily subdued and executed in public? Was this not rather pathetic?" After speaking, Fat Wei examined the monkey man in the mural again, shaking his head in confusion. Perhaps it was guilt, or perhaps he had simply grown weary. Chen Zhi withdrew the gleaming fastening from his bosom and compared it to the mural. Indeed, it was an exact match, both in design and size. "This is the power of Buddhism," Chen Zhi remarked softly. "We often assess strength through might. Yet the power of Buddhism represents an entirely different concept: tolerance, patience, refraining from argument, and bearing one's own sins. This is a grand force, one that conquers not the flesh, but the spirit." Patriarch, the ghostly blade, standing ahead, suddenly tapped the stone wall with a flashlight, pointing to the image of an elderly man in white on the mural, saying, "This figure bears a slight resemblance to him." Indeed, Chen Zhi had long noted this detail. In fact, it is the most significant detail. Once the superficial layer of paint was removed, the position originally occupied by the Bodhisattva Guanyin transformed into that of a white-clad elder. This may very well be the reason this mural has remained undisclosed, and it is a matter Chen Zhi has long harbored genuine doubts about. What was the true reason behind Xuanzang's perilous journey to the West in search of scriptures over 13 centuries ago? Historical records confirm that Xuanzang was indeed a person brimming with boundless enthusiasm for Buddhism. He rose to fame at a young age, and during his studies abroad in the country, he discovered that many scriptures were poorly translated, rendering their true meanings inscrutable, with some even presenting contradictory interpretations. Just as Xuanzang was engulfed in confusion and despair, an elderly monk from India informed him of the existence of Nalanda Monastery in distant India, a sanctuary of eminent monks and vast scriptures, urging Xuanzang to journey westward to acquire the true teachings of Buddhism and return to enlighten the world. Thus, at the age of 27, Xuanzang made a remarkable decision, defying the court's opposition to clandestinely traverse to western India in pursuit of the scriptures. This chapter of history is inscribed in various Buddhist texts, and throughout the ages, generations of Buddhists have recounted this tale with unwavering certainty. However, this narrative does not withstand scrutiny. An elderly monk from India guided Xuanzang, suggesting he travel to India for the scriptures, a notion so simplistic, yet in reality, how could it be so effortless? One must acknowledge the immense distance that separated China from India at that time. It was not merely a casual undertaking. If Xuanzang's westward crossing to India is deemed a monumental feat, then surely the eminent monks journeying from India to here deserve even greater reverence. How could they not have left their names behind? Chen Zhi perused numerous ancient historical records, finding no accounts of Indian monks during the Tang dynasty. Even those who claimed to be high monks from India were mostly impostors from the western regions, already discovered at that time. Therefore, the identity of the elder monk who directed Xuanzang to journey westward is highly questionable, or perhaps this individual never existed at all. Furthermore, during the Tang dynasty, the state imposed strict controls. Any individual who ventured abroad without authorization would be arrested for treason, with some even facing execution by border guards. The stigma of harboring traitors was an unbearable burden for all border officials. Even if Xuanzang possessed an indomitable spirit in his quest for enlightenment, he was merely an ordinary mortal without the ability to soar through the heavens or traverse the earth. How, then, did he navigate these barriers and journey into the western regions? According to the accounts in the records of the western regions, Xuanzang's passage was facilitated by the fact that the officials guarding the Tang borders were devout Buddhists. They held Xuanzang in high esteem and, swayed by personal sentiments, allowed him to pass through. In truth, Buddhism had not fully flourished in the Tang dynasty at that time. Indigenous myths remained deeply entrenched, and there were not as many court officials who adhered to the Buddhist faith. Would those prominent local officials truly wager their esteemed positions and lives merely to indulge personal favors and allow Xuanzang to depart? While this notion may sound idyllic, it is, in fact, rather naive. Thus, the reality of the situation was that there must have been a figure hidden in the shadows, akin to Avalokiteshvara, guiding Xuanzang. This mentor may have never revealed themselves. Perhaps Xuanzang never beheld their true visage throughout his life. Yet, this guide, much like the Bodhisattva in the painting, bestowed upon Xuanzang the courage to embark on his journey to the west, illuminating his path and foreseeing his destiny. Eventually, it may have been this inescapable fate that transformed the monkey into another traveler of the West. He accompanied Xuanzang on his arduous journey, enduring countless trials, ultimately reaching Nalanda to acquire the sacred texts. Thus, Buddhism traversed vast distances to enter the Tang dynasty, taking root and flourishing across the land of China, resonating with the hearts of its people, enduring to this day. Chapter 45. A startling revelation. The depiction of the journey for scriptures before us is undoubtedly classified. Even if its content is utterly shocking, it must not be unveiled to the world. Otherwise, with the advancement of the news industry, should the media expose it, the entire realm of Buddhist studies would erupt in chaos. This is a scenario that none wish to witness. Therefore, let those elements buried by history remain obscured. Yang Wumao informed everyone that in 2 hours, the oil paint overlay on the mural would gradually dissipate, rendering the surface indistinguishable from its original state. At that time, Chen Zhi could perform a restorative spell, and the journey for scriptures would once again appear as it once did, uncontroversial on the surface. However, the current reality must be preserved for meticulous study upon their return. Capturing photographs at this moment is the optimal choice. Chen Zhi instructed Pang Wei to retrieve a high-resolution camera lens, ensuring every detail of the mural was documented, including the barely discernible text and intricate patterns within the smallest areas. Those designs were extraordinarily intricate, likely revealing their true essence only under magnification. Yet, the indoor lighting was exceedingly dim, making it challenging for the high-definition camera to function effectively, resulting in several unsatisfactory attempts. Just then, Guazhou suddenly tapped Chen Zhi on the shoulder. This swift action was executed with such familiarity among them all. Chen Zhi's reflexes were remarkably quick. He sensed that danger was imminent. In the subsequent 0.001 seconds, Guazhou vanished like a shadow. This startled young Wumao, who stood beside him. Where did he go? Where is he? Oh my, he truly is a ghost. You, my friend, are indeed a specter. A ghost is here, run. Young Wumao screamed, turning to flee. But when he beheld the scene behind him, he was rendered speechless in terror. He was thoroughly terrified this time, his complexion ashen, his teeth seemingly frozen in place, rendering him utterly speechless. Before him lay the impenetrable darkness of the grotto, within which stood rows of stone Buddha statues. In that obscurity, the faces of these statues appeared somber and sinister, emanating an eerie horror. Among them, an aged visage emerged, silently observing them. This countenance was grotesque, marked by an array of spots and deep wrinkles that evoked discomfort. Its eyes glowed an unsettling green, the corners bloodshot, and its pallor akin to that of a corpse, exuding an extreme aura of terror. Young Wumao was indeed petrified, standing there at a loss for words, only able to draw shallow breaths. Chen Zhi, however, stepped forward, gazing at the shadowy figures ahead, and softly uttered, "Who are you? Come down. You must be the guardians of this place, I presume? My surname is Chen. Pleased to meet you." After speaking, Chen Zhi illuminated the path ahead with his flashlight, extending a greeting. As he called out, another aged face emerged from the darkness. Adorned with disheveled white hair, a sharp visage, and fierce eyes. Indeed, it was the gatekeeper. The expressions of these two elderly figures were grotesquely distorted, their brows inexplicably elongated like tufts of fur, trembling in a fit of extreme rage, emitting hissing sounds. The guardians did not respond to Chen Zhi's inquiry. Instead, they produced a sound reminiscent of flickering tongues. It was clear they comprehended Chen Zhi's words, yet exhibited overt hostility, gradually revealing their forms in the light. Chen Zhi observed that their bodies had softened, resembling geckos clinging to the wall, their mouths agape, revealing sharp fangs. Their tongues had elongated, flicking about like those of lizards. "No," young Wumao unexpectedly exclaimed at that moment, seemingly driven to the brink of madness by fear, yet propelled by a primal instinct to survive. He blurted out, "Don't eat me. I have an elderly mother to care for, and I'm not yet married. Please, don't. Dr. Yang, do not be afraid." Chen Zhi felt a flicker of amusement, gently patting young Wumao's shoulder from behind. He then pointed towards the two aged shadows, reassuring young Wumao, "Rest assured, they will not consume you. Do you not see? They are practitioners of the monastic life." Upon hearing this, everyone noticed that although the two old figures clung to the wall, they bore prayer beads upon their claws. Chen Zhi advanced a step, calmly inquiring, "From where do you hail, beast folk? Are you locals?" In response to Chen Zhi's question, the two elders once again fell silent. The old woman's eyes began to redden, seemingly consumed by intense fury. "Answer me." Chen Zhi's patience was wearing thin. He endeavored to maintain politeness, yet his tone had grown stern. The orc ahead appeared utterly indifferent to Chen Zhi's pleas, lying there with a fierce expression, its eyes constantly changing colors. Eventually, their pupils transformed entirely into an olive shape, their irises a deep green, and their faces elongated, resembling a living lizard. "Oh heavens, what to do, what to do? Help!" Young Wumao was practically shouting for his life, his body darting left and right in a frenzy. Yet, inexplicably, the more he attempted to hide, the more intensely those two old lizards fixated on him. In a moment of desperation, young Wumao grasped Chen Zhi's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, you promised to protect me. Please, save me." "Enough. Stop yelling. Can you keep it down a bit?" Fat Wei interjected impatiently. "Let me tell you, in the animal kingdom, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. With all your shouting, do you think they won't notice you?" Hearing Fat Wei's words, young Wumao gradually quieted down, huddling in place, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, Chen Zhi's patience had worn thin. He swiftly stepped forward, extending his left hand to reveal the Jiang family's double dragon seal on his palm, directing it towards the two aged faces. "I shall ask you one last time. Where do you orcs hail from? Speak quickly, lest you suffer." The old woman, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, seemed utterly incensed. With a swift glance, she locked onto Yang Wumao and leapt up, scaling the wall, launching herself towards him with her gaping maw wide open. The speed of her movement was astonishing, akin to that of a gigantic lizard. Yang Wumao was struck with terror, letting out a hoarse scream. Ah! At that moment, a sudden crack echoed, and the scene took a dramatic turn. The flying old lizard woman was seized by the foot and yanked down, crashing heavily onto the ground. Upon seeing their matron captured, the male lizard immediately reacted, attempting to evade, only to realize too late that he had already been caught. In the blink of an eye, the pair of lizards was seized by their necks and pinned to the ground. The one who subdued them was none other than Ghostblade. His arrival was silent, leaving no trace of where he had come from. After hitting the ground, the pair of lizards paused for half a second, then began to struggle desperately. Their strength was formidable, their bodies thrashing about like the tail of a large lizard, smashing the rocks beneath them into fragments, scattering debris everywhere. Yet, Ghostblade's grip was akin to iron nails, holding them firmly against the ground, rendering them immobile. Ghost! Ah! Yang Wumao shouted in utter despair, finally reaching his breaking point. With a resounding crack, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness, entirely unaware of his surroundings. Oh my! Beside him, Pang Wei was nearly beside himself with rage. I exclaimed, "How dare you so brazenly slander my friend? He is undeniably human. On what grounds do you persist in labeling him a demon? This constitutes defamation. And what is with your dizziness? Are you too indolent to walk? Who will carry you later?" Pang Wei remained here to tend to Yang Wumao, while Chen Zhi shook the flashlight in his hand, directing its beam towards the elderly couple subdued before them. Their forms had undergone a grotesque transformation. Their eyes glowed green. Their skin was covered in a dense layer of scales, and their teeth were sharp, typical characteristics of beastmen. Chen Zhi approached, crouching slightly to scrutinize their fearsome visages. "Surely you can understand human speech. Did you not hear my earlier inquiries? Why do you remain silent? Do you not know who I am?" "Indeed, we do." A shrill voice suddenly erupted from the old woman. "We are beastmen of the border, beyond the control of your Huaxiajiang clan. We are individuals who have undergone transformation, tasked with guarding the Holy Buddha transformation wall. Our status is esteemed, unlike that of ordinary beastmen, and we shall not heed your commands. You descendants of the old gods, intrude upon our sacred temple without cause. In the name of my deity, I am entitled to execute you without justification." The Holy Buddha transformation wall, Chen Zhi mused, lowering his gaze upon the two aged lizards. "Is this not the journey to the west?" "Haha, that is merely the human designation." The old lizard woman retorted with a haughty demeanor, her tone dripping with disdain. "Huaxia has indeed fallen from grace. It appears the current head of the Jiang clan fancies himself human. How pitiable and laughable. Do you not realize that the figure depicted in that mural embodies the bloodline of our local beastmen? Though he is a beast man, he was enlightened by the divine and, upon his return from pilgrimage, achieved enlightenment, being enshrined as the victorious fighting Buddha. How could you, the ignorant progeny of the old gods, ever compare? Our ancestors, though of a lesser branch, are nonetheless noble. I am a descendant of the divine and owe you no obeisance." Chen Zhi regarded the old lizard woman with a frigid stare, contemplating momentarily before continuing his inquiry. "You refer to this mural as the Holy Buddha transformation wall. Do you know the identity of its creator?" "Humph." The old lizard's expression instantly swelled with pride upon hearing this question. Her disheveled head held high. "The Holy Buddha transformation wall was originally painted by my ancestors. That Xuanzang is merely a monk of your kind. The journey to the west is a human term. But how could you comprehend the true essence of that painting? For over a millennium, its superficial illusions have deceived your kind. The truth of my holy Buddha is not for mere mortals to comprehend." "Ah, I see," Chen Zhi mused, his eyes still fixed on the lizard woman's face. "So you are so audacious because you are a descendant of the victorious fighting Buddha. It seems you no longer regard yourself as a beast man. Tell me, from where does your victorious fighting Buddha hail, and what is his true name? As you claim to be his bloodline descendant, what proof do you possess?" The old woman clenched her teeth fiercely but found herself at a loss for words. After a brief moment, she clumsily repeated, "I am a descendant of the battle Buddha. My lineage far more esteemed than that of the divine offspring. Even the ancient gods bow before me. I shall not yield to your Jiang clan, nor will I answer your inquiries." Chen Zhi nodded lightly, his gaze icy as he responded, "Then from whence do you hail?" Surely, you can divulge that. What is your name? The old woman's mouth seemed sealed, unable to provide an answer. In a show of defiance, she stuck out her tongue and bared her teeth at Chen Zhi, initially struggling violently to free herself from the grip of the ghost blade. Yet, the strength of the ghost blade's hold was beyond her capacity to escape, rendering her utterly immobilized. Chen Zhi chose not to press further, as he had come to understand. This was characteristic of orcs, primal and simplistic. Orcs are a hybrid species, situated between humans and beasts, and throughout history, their status has been exceedingly low. The hierarchy is clear: divine offspring, demigods, humans, and finally orcs, who find themselves at the bottom. Nevertheless, some orcs possess remarkable talents and immense strength, excelling in martial prowess. Yet, their lack of status is attributed to their simplistic minds and primitive perspectives, making them easily manipulable. By nature, most orcs lack proper names. Some are designated by their masters. They have no concept of marriage or societal norms, and their morality is scant. In ancient times, they were enslaved like beasts. In the present day, within the city of Shiqi, many orcs still endure grueling labor. The oxen who drove Chen Zhi was one such example. At this moment, Chen Zhi had no desire to engage in further debate with the old lizard woman. He shifted his attention to the male lizard, though the elder had remained silent. His expression revealed a discernible shrewdness. Thus, Chen Zhi raised his right hand, silently reciting a few incantations. In an instant, the wind and thunder spell crackled to life in his palm. He placed his electrified hand upon the elder's crown and softly inquired, "I believe you are more astute than she. I shall pose a few questions, and you must answer truthfully. Do not hesitate, nor attempt to deceive. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to ashes." The wind and thunder spell is an exceedingly ferocious incantation, the intense current imparting an immense sense of pressure, raising the hairs on one's body with the sound of electricity. The blue sparks emanating from Chen Zhi's hand cast a chilling deep blue hue upon his visage. Chen Zhi's keen observation did not fail him. The elder clearly recognized the gravity of the situation and flinched at the sight of the spell. Indeed, he had shown signs of fear the moment he had glimpsed the tattoo on Chen Zhi's palm. Trembling, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down from his forehead. "I report to the patriarch of the Jiang clan," he stammered. "What do you call him? What was this old wretch afraid of?" The elderly woman beside him, upon witnessing the scene, was instantly filled with rage. "We are followers of the Buddha, blessed by the divine. Why should we fear him? Why should we refer to an ancient deity as our patriarch? Even if he is a descendant of the Jiang clan, what does it matter? We are the progeny of the victorious Buddha, superior to all divine beings. Even before the throne of the Western Shi, I would dare to utter such words. We are the descendants of the divine. Even the ancient gods should kneel before us." However, before she could finish her impassioned words, the ghostly blade pressed her face into the earth, filling her mouth with dirt, rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, the old man, acutely aware of the situation, immediately prostrated himself on the ground, respectfully responding to Chen Zhi. "I humbly report to the patriarch of the Jiang clan. My wife and I are indeed humble beast folk. We were born in this land, yet we do not know our names. After our birth, we were assigned by our elders, and regarding our Buddhist beads, we were instructed to guard the sacred Buddha's transcendence wall. In truth, we are merely of the local beast folk lineage, a mere offshoot, and we do not even know who our ancestors are. Having listened to the Buddha's teachings for so long, we foolishly presumed a distant connection to the victorious Buddha. It was merely a figment of our imagination, a source of self-contentment. However, my foolish wife, after residing in the Buddha's cave for so long, has developed a mad delusion, truly believing herself to be a descendant of the victorious Buddha, stubborn and self-righteous. Today, she has spoken arrogantly, tainting the sacred ears of the patriarch. I beg for your forgiveness. We beast folk are well aware that since ancient times, when the divine Jiangxia ruled the heavenly realm, we have been the servants of the Jiang clan, and we, the servants, dare not forget our place." Chen Zhi nodded in satisfaction, retracting the spell in his hand. "You are quite perceptive. Very well. What you implied is that you are unaware of the true identity of the victorious Buddha. Is that correct? And what of this long scroll? Do you know its origins? Who created it?" The old man responded humbly, "I possess limited knowledge. My wife and I were told by our elders when we were sent here. At that time, after the victorious Buddha returned, he bestowed great honors upon his kin. leading many among the beast folk to awaken their minds and embrace the teachings of Buddhism, among them, our ancestors. After diligent practice, their minds were enlightened, and they meditated in this cave, creating the sacred Buddha's transcendence wall. The inscriptions are all written in ancient Sanskrit, depicting every detail of the journey to the West. It is truly a marvel of the world. However, with the passage of time, we can no longer decipher these murals. It is lamentable that the cultivation of our ancestors has not been passed down to us. We are but foolish beings, knowing nothing beyond this. Is that so? Chen Zhi gazed at the old man, nodding gently. He then inquired, "Do you know where the original lineage of the victorious Buddha resides? Is there any bloodline remaining? Where do they currently dwell?" "Forgive me, Patriarch. I am humble and know nothing," the old man replied respectfully. "I have merely heard that the victorious Buddha was meant to return to continue guiding his kin and that he has unfinished business in the western regions. Yet, for reasons unknown, he never returned to his homeland thereafter. Since that time, the local orcs remained wild, yet they held an unending nostalgia for the victorious Buddha of battle. In the eyes of our kind, it was not Xuanzang who journeyed to the west in search of scriptures, but rather our ancestors, the Orcish Buddha of battle. That scroll of the Buddha's salvation represents our humble aspirations. As for the bloodline of the Buddha of battle, it is likely long extinguished. Is that so?" Chen Zhi rose gently, glancing at the nearby female lizard, before turning back to say, "You old crone, though somewhat dim-witted, you have indeed spoken a truth. Here, saints have once emerged, and all living beings are equal. Even orcs can comprehend the celestial mysteries and transcend mortals and deities. Do not belittle yourselves. One should learn more of the profound principles of Buddhism. It would be best to awaken the mind as your ancestors did." After speaking, Chen Zhi nodded at Ghostblade, who subsequently released the old woman. Yet she remained obstinate, baring her teeth and preparing to utter further insolence. Observing this, the elder struck her neck with all his might, nearly breaking it, revealing his sharp fangs in a display of intimidation that finally silenced her. The old woman retreated, chastened into silence. Once she had been sufficiently intimidated, the elder humbly approached Chen Zhi, adhering to Orcish customs, kneeling and prostrating himself in reverence. "I just witnessed the chieftain attempting to capture this scroll with human machinery, but the lack of light presented many inconveniences. I shall illuminate this place immediately to facilitate your endeavors." "Excellent." Chen Zhi nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Go ahead." The elder obediently exited the cave. After the elderly couple left, the cave soon illuminated brightly, revealing the full clarity of the grand scroll before them. In the following moments, Fat Wei employed a high-definition camera to capture every detail of the mural. Having been a professional tomb raider for many years, he was well-versed in the art of documenting such wall paintings to later negotiate their worth. In no time, the entirety of the scroll of the Buddha's salvation was stored in his phone. "All right, let us depart," Chen Zhi declared, having completed his task. He glanced at young Wumao lying unconscious on the ground, clearly alarmed. "Do not call him, simply carry him back. Fatty, you shall bear him," he instructed, pointing at Fat Wei. "Hey, that's truly unscrupulous." Fat Wei immediately protested. "Why don't you carry him? Since becoming chieftain, you've begun to act high and mighty. Haven to you? Truly despicable. I see now that you two do nothing but flaunt yourselves. All the dirty work falls to me. Do you discriminate against the plump?" Fat Wei lamented, yet he still hoisted young Wumao onto his back, gathering his belongings in preparation to leave. At that moment, Chen Zhi cast one final glance at the enigmatic scroll of the Buddha's salvation. It was likely that by dawn, this miraculous scroll would vanish once more, never to resurface again. Chen Zhi gently caressed the image of the monkey man one last time, whispering to himself, "Who exactly are you?" The peacock of the burning sky remarked that only one chapter could be presented today, which left a rather disgruntled demeanor. Chapter 48, Treasures by now. It was already past 5 in the morning. Upon stepping outside, they discovered that the world beyond was awash in light. The Gobi Desert remained desolate and uninhabited, the pervasive yellow sand evoking a sense of confinement, as if they had been cast into a distant void. These two beastmen had lived in solitude here. The elderly woman had long been secluded, her existence confined to the guise of a human assisting with ticketing, while the remainder of her life seemed to dwell in a delirious reverie, likely having succumbed to madness. There was little to discuss with her. However, the old man was still capable of communication. He respectfully escorted Chen Zhi out, bowing deeply at the door, prostrating himself in reverence as he bade farewell to Chen Zhi and his companions. The journey from the 1,000 Buddha caves required traversing more than half an hour through the desert to reach the town. This route had been previously traversed by Xiaomi, and Fat Wei had already committed it to memory. Within 20 minutes, he successfully navigated the expanse of sand. When he dialed Xiaomi's number, the response on the other end was filled with excitement. It turned out that the young tour guide had spent the night restless, fearing that Chen Zhi and the others might encounter trouble in the vast desert, leaving him unable to account for their safety. He had planned to search for them at dawn, and upon seeing their safe return, he was immediately elated, declaring that he would take them back to the city for delightful food and fresh experiences. However, Chen Zhi declined the offer, requesting that Xiaomi find a quiet guest house within Guazhou, ideally in a secluded location, and book it entirely. They needed a space for research, where tranquility reigned supreme. Other arrangements could be postponed. Although perplexed, Xiaomi did not voice any objections. For Xiaomi, this assignment was indeed a boon, as Chen Zhi had already paid a substantial sum, alleviating the need for tourism or explanations, thus saving him considerable fuel costs. Consequently, he swiftly located an old guest house in the heart of Guazhou. Despite the term old guest house, it merely referred to the age of the building. The interior was quite modern in its decor. The earthen structure, built generations ago, stood 2 stories tall and featured a courtyard, with clear influences from the living habits of the Uyghur people. Xiaomi mentioned that the owner seldom resided there, leasing it through an agency. Due to its remote location, few tourists frequented it, and the furnishings were remarkably new. After a thorough cleaning, the place appeared even more pristine. Thus, Chen Zhi and his companions took up residence, pleasantly surprised by the cleanliness of the establishment. Despite being situated in Guazhou, the decorations bore a striking resemblance to contemporary aesthetics, albeit with an abundance of tapestries reflecting the customs of ethnic minorities. To their delight, the interior was equipped with several computers in excellent working condition and a robust internet connection, allowing them to work seamlessly from this location. Given the ample number of rooms in the house and Xiaomi's warm hospitality, Chen Zhi felt no urgency to send the young tour guide away. They brought along 2 researchers who, having little to occupy their time, allowed the young guide to reside here and lead them in exploring the surrounding landscapes. Over the following days, they meticulously integrated the set of the sacred Buddha's transformative mural stored in Fat Wei's phone into their computer for detailed enlargement and analysis. Indeed, the 2 elderly orcs had spoken the truth. This grand mural, known as the sacred Buddha's transformative mural, concealed boundless treasures within its depths, offering an infinite collection of wonders. If the record of the Great Tang's Western regions by Xuanzang serves as a textual compendium, this mural presents a visual feast, adorned with myriad scenes from ancient times in the Western regions, replete with the extraordinary. Each discovery would astound the modern world. Moreover, compared to the record of the Great Tang's Western regions, this mural appears even more authentic. The Orcish realm requires no overthinking. This mural was crafted without the constraints of human thought, devoid of political or moral considerations. Furthermore, the mural contains numerous intricate details that, when magnified, evoke awe. The depicted content is rich and captivating, with meticulous descriptions of every region encountered along the journey westward, including local customs, climate, and even the crops and flora thriving in the area. Regrettably, the most crucial inscriptions within remain indecipherable. This ancient script, due to its limited circulation and having long since vanished from human linguistic records beyond the frontier, remains beyond the reach of even expert interpretation. Among the entirety of this mural, the most significant segment pertains to the kingdom of Gaochang. Upon close examination, one can discern the distinct anxiety etched upon the face of the Gaochang king. Both his visage and gestures convey a profound inner turmoil. The artistic style is peculiar, eschewing detailed facial features or realism, yet offering an accurate portrayal of emotion. The appearance of the Gaochang king remains elusive within this artwork, revealing only that he dons a traditional headpiece, common among the ancient peoples of the Western regions, adorned with gemstones and feathers. However, through the lens of a magnifying glass, one can observe his subjects and concubines, along with the architecture and greenery of Gaochang in the backdrop, depicted with great finesse. These illustrations suggest that Gaochang was a remarkably beautiful locale, likely a rare oasis along the Silk Road, thriving with lush trees, crystal-clear springs, and abundant fresh fruits. where the populace lived in contentment. Yet, the king's brow furrows deeply, his expression steeped in sorrow. One hand clutches tightly at the monkey man's hand, seemingly bidding farewell while reluctant to let him depart. In contrast, his other hand is clenched tightly, as if grasping something precious that glimmers in his palm. While the blank space in the mural is filled with a multitude of inscriptions detailing this poignant scene, it is evident that a significant event transpired at that moment, one of great relevance to the Gaochang king and the esteemed Xuanzang and his disciples. This occurrence must have held immense importance, warranting its deliberate documentation. If these Sogdian characters could be translated, it is likely that the hidden secrets would be unveiled. How I wish I could comprehend the meaning of these ancient Sogdian words. Chen Zhi gazed at the intricate inscriptions and murmured, "What promises did this simian figure make to the king of Gaochang over 13 centuries ago? There must be matters concealed from our knowledge." Chapter 49. The Treasure, Part 2. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi instructed young Wu Mao to meticulously restore the wall paintings, reassembling fragments and employing technology to delineate details, striving to uncover any elusive clues within these images. Yet, ultimately, images remain mere images, lacking the directness of text. Chen Zhi diligently examined the inscriptions, hypothesizing their meanings, and recorded several phrases to send to trustworthy experts for identification. The conclusion was that these were undoubtedly ancient languages of the Western regions, but due to prolonged obscurity and their obsolescence prior to communication with the Central Plains, they could not be deciphered. To unravel these enigmatic characters, a specialized team dedicated to researching the ancient Sogdian culture of the Western regions would be required, slowly deciphering the script through cultural connections. This endeavor would demand at least 5 or 6 years, with no guarantee of success. Chen Zhi also shared some findings with his father, Xuanzang, who informed him that the origins of scripts are inherently complex. Some cultures derive from pictographs, some from customs, and others even from mythological tales. Deciphering such obscure writings is not a task that can be accomplished in a short span of time. Even if Xuanzang were to dedicate himself entirely to studying the history of the ancient Sogdian people and decoding these characters, it would still take 1 to 2 years. Subsequently, Chen Zhi found himself at an impasse, meticulously transcribing all the inscriptions and repeatedly contemplating the images they corresponded with, hoping that the synthesis of text and imagery would yield revelations. Among the extensive wall paintings, the section depicting the elderly figure in white imparting wisdom to the travelers and the king of Gaochang contained the most inscriptions. Strangely, when observed through a magnifying glass, the elderly figure also appeared in the depiction of the king of Gaochang, and his physical proportions were evidently larger than those of the other subjects. It was apparent that the elderly figure was present during the signing of the contract, playing a significant role in its establishment. As Chen Zhi perused these incomprehensible characters, he soon discerned that nearly all the inscriptions referenced 2 specific characters. Their structure was peculiar, resembling drawn symbols, yet their combination appeared ornate. Subsequently, they were mentioned in nearly every subsequent illustration. In the narrative detailing the farewell between the kingdom of Gaochang and the simian figure, these 2 characters were reiterated multiple times. Chen Zhi transcribed these characters onto a blank sheet of paper, scrutinizing them under the light, deconstructing their structure in hopes of discerning their meanings through this breakdown. However, after several days, no progress had been made. As I reflect on the days that have passed since their arrival in Guazhou, it has been over a week unbeknownst to them. During this time, Baoping has not sought out Chen Zhi, and the organization has remained relatively tranquil. According to Pang Wei, ever since their last visit to the Fengdu underworld, Baoping has undergone a profound transformation. He seldom engages in conversation, and it is a rarity to witness a smile gracing his lips. The operatives within the organization regard him with trepidation, including the warriors who fear him greatly. With no pressing matters from the organization and little activity from the Tianfa Temple, they have chosen to temporarily reside in Guazhou, dedicating their energies to the study of the lengthy scroll. Duan Xian has experienced a period of tranquility. Chen Zhi shared with him the events that transpired within the Thousand Buddha Cave and presented to him the sacred Buddha's Eastern Journey Scroll. Upon observing the figure of the monkey within the scroll, Duan Xian exhibited an unusual calmness. He compared the Buddhist beads in his hand with those held by the monkey in the mural, sighed a Buddhist chant, and closed his eyes. During the course of their research, Duan Xian has spent most of his time in the Buddha Cave. For reasons unknown, He appears to have developed a profound fondness for Guazhou, particularly for the Thousand Buddha Cave. The cave is sparsely adorned, with many areas already in disrepair. Given his esteemed position within the Buddhist community and his substantial control over charitable funds, Dan Xuan possesses the authority to invest in meaningful Buddhist architecture. He expressed his intention to send funds upon his return to restore the Eastern Thousand Buddha Cave, aspiring to elevate its grandeur to that of the Mogao Caves through his influence. For the past few days, he has embarked on solitary walks of over half an hour through the Gobi Desert to engage in meditation within the cave. The aging beast man informed Chen Zhi that since Master Dan Xuan's arrival, the cave has been imbued with a newfound brilliance, the atmosphere transformed, as if the light of Buddha had descended upon it. Even his lizard-like wife seems to have undergone a transformation, her demeanor softened, as she reverently carries Buddhist beads and follows Dan Xuan, chanting scriptures. On this particular day, as was his custom, Chen Zhi prepared a cup of coffee, seated himself at his desk, and scrolled through the materials on his computer. He casually discarded a sheet of paper inscribed with symbols onto the table when Xiaomi came bounding up the stairs, exuberantly addressing Chen Zhi and Peng Wei. "Gentlemen, I bring delightful news. Today, a friend of mine is inaugurating a local specialty store, selling all manner of regional delicacies. Since both of you are my friends, why not accompany me to take a look? Perhaps you might find something splendid to send back to your relatives and friends in your hometown. Rest assured, I shall ensure you receive a discount." Upon hearing Xiaomi's words, Peng Wei rolled his eyes. In recent days, Xiaomi had approached them several times with similar propositions. Whether it was a friend opening a restaurant or a friend launching a bathing establishment, he incessantly urged them to indulge in dining and entertainment, leading to considerable expenditures, which seemed merely a means for him to profit. "I must inquire, why do you persist in wanting us to spend our money?" Peng Wei's voice rose an octave. "How is it that you, being a member of a minority group, lack a sense of practicality? Are you not of the ancient Gusa people? How can it be more refined than our Beijing dialect? Of course, I am a descendant of the Sogdian people." The mere mention of this term fills Xiaomi with pride. "However, we Sogdians must also make a living. Rest assured, our words are truly reliable. This establishment is genuinely commendable. Come, let us go take a look." Just as Xiaomi was saying this, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a piece of paper on the table, where she spotted two symbols that made her burst into laughter. "Oh, you two bosses are impressive. You managed to find Sogdian script. These two characters are quite well written." "What?" Chen Zhi's neural impulses immediately stirred. He lifted his face to scrutinize the inconspicuous little tour guide. "Do you know this is Sogdian? Are you familiar with these two characters?" "Of course I am," Xiaomi replied nonchalantly. "These two characters mean pearl, signifying a precious treasure. Every year during our family's ancestral worship, the box used for offerings bears these two characters. I have seen them since childhood." Chapter 50. Unexpected fortune. Upon hearing Xiaomi's words, Chen Zhi displayed no particular emotions. He merely glanced at Peng Wei and then turned his attention back to Xiaomi. "I understand your situation. Purchasing local specialties is a common practice. We will visit your friend's shop when we have the opportunity. You may go about your business now." "All right." Xiaomi, entirely oblivious to the change in atmosphere, turned and left. After watching her dash down the stairs, Chen Zhi finally looked at Peng Wei, his expression turning exceedingly serious, his voice lowered. "Do you think what he said is true? Could there be other factors at play? For instance, could he have overheard what we are doing, attempting to deceive us for personal gain?" "Highly unlikely," Peng Wei replied earnestly. "I believe he is not lying. Before he arrived, we left this paper casually lying around. He had no prior knowledge. Furthermore, we generally keep our lips sealed. Aside from the three of us, no one else knows about this. How could an ordinary person recognize this obscure Sogdian script, unless he is familiar with it? If he did not recognize it, how could he so confidently articulate it? Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. This time, we might have truly stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. I never expected this fellow to be genuine. He is indeed a descendant of the Sogdian." "Wait a moment." Peng Wei shook his head at this thought. "I recall you mentioning that the Sogdian people were long ago annihilated by the Mongols. Even if a few survived, they would have been assimilated into Han culture, long since forgotten their ancestral language. A nation, especially a royal lineage, is not so easily extinguished," Chen Zhi murmured softly. "The desire for survival among humans is profound. They will conceal their identities and go to great lengths to preserve their existence. In ancient times, there were Han nobles who, in order to survive, masqueraded as descendants of Mongols, performing the most menial tasks and marrying the lowest of Mongols, only to realize upon the fall of the Yuan dynasty that their ancestors were of royal blood. However, I am currently concerned that the Sogdian language, having been passed down over the years without an accompanying linguistic environment, may not be sufficiently known, even if he is aware of it to some extent. If we were to divulge this information to him, and he fails to grasp it adequately, he might misrepresent these matters, leading us into considerable trouble. Is it truly feasible to divulge everything to him? With a grin, Fat Wei remarked to Chen Zhi, I have noticed that this lad has been boasting rather extravagantly along the way. He is quite the braggart, lacking in guile and easily swayed. Moreover, his familial background appears credible. He claims to be of authentic Sogdian descent, stating that his parents have long since passed, leaving only a great-grandmother who suffers from dementia and has long ceased to care for him. When I suggested he was exaggerating, he even took umbrage. He asserted that no one is currently overseeing him. Otherwise, during his parents' lifetime, he would never have dared to speak of his identity so freely. As a child, uttering such nonsense would have earned him a beating upon returning home. It seems there is some truth to his claims. Chen Zhi listened attentively, nodding slightly. If this were indeed the case, we might have stumbled upon something fortuitous, yet we must not place our complete trust in him. Of course not, Fat Wei interjected. In my opinion, we should select a couple of inconsequential passages from the text for him to translate. If it turns out to be genuine, we could address a significant issue. Even if it is not, how much could he possibly ascertain from just 2 passages? As Fat Wei spoke, he turned back to glance at the courtyard below, where the window offered a splendid view of everything within. There, he observed Xiaomi engaged in conversation with the 2 technicians, animatedly discussing the legends of Guazhou. Upon mentioning the Sogdian people, Xiaomi's face lit up with pride. Fat Wei, watching him, couldn't help but smirk. That lad is quite the schemer. If he truly recognizes a few Sogdian characters, we might as well let him take a look. Once he completes the translation, we can silence him to prevent any further mischief, ensuring he doesn't devise ways to swindle us. After making this statement, Fat Wei looked at Chen Zhi with a sense of pride. What do you think? My discourse is increasingly infused with an organized darkness, is it not? There are many ways to erase a person's memory. Shi-Chi never resorts to indiscriminate violence. Chen Zhi rose as well, casting his gaze towards Xiaomi below. Let us call him up to see what he knows. Even a morsel of knowledge could greatly aid us in deciphering ancient Sogdian script. However, we must phrase it gently, lest we frighten him. Understood, Fat Wei responded, then waved his hand toward the window, calling out loudly, Hey, Director Me, come up here for a moment. We have something exciting to discuss. Upon hearing Fat Wei's voice, Xiaomi immediately craned his neck to look up, inquiring, What is it? Do you wish to accompany me to purchase local specialties? Indeed, Fat Wei replied with a smile from above. We just discussed it and realized we need to bring back a considerable haul of local delicacies. But we are quite busy and cannot visit the store you mentioned. We would appreciate your assistance in procuring them for us. Come, let us ascend and converse in detail. The price is quite negotiable. Upon hearing the prospect of profit, Xiaomi's face lit up with joy, and he swiftly made his way upstairs, his footsteps echoing in a lively rhythm. Indeed, these gentlemen are of esteemed standing. Such individuals naturally attract many acquaintances. How could one visit Guazhou without bringing back some local specialties? That would be quite laughable, wouldn't it? What would you like to procure? The local specialties include honeydew melons, wheat, grapes, licorice, lokyang, and sistanch, all freshly harvested and sun-dried, each of the finest quality, surely a respectable gift to take home. If you assist me in making these purchases, I can offer you a discount. You decide. I trust your judgment. Chen Zhi replied, handing Xiaomi a slip of paper inscribed with a fragment of Sogdian script, which he had just transcribed. I have a small favor to ask of you. I have a mild interest in archaeology. It is a personal hobby of mine, and I have long wished to compose an academic paper on ancient Western regions. I have acquired these ancient Sogdian texts, which I find rather intriguing, yet I am unable to decipher their meaning. I noticed earlier that you seem to possess some understanding. Could you assist me in interpreting them? As Chen Zhi conversed with Xiaomi, he endeavored to maintain a tone of casual indifference, while Pang Wei appeared unfazed, engrossed in his newspaper. Both maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Xiaomi, seemingly unperturbed, accepted Chen Zhi's note, scrutinizing it closely before breaking into an embarrassed smile. My apologies, esteemed sir. I must confess, I was indeed showing off a bit. In my youth, My family compelled me to learn some Sogdian, but my playful nature led me to abandon it before mastering even a few characters. The only reason I recognize those 2 letters earlier is that I often see them during ancestral rituals, so they have lingered in my memory. As for the rest, I am completely unfamiliar. Is that so? Chen Zhi acknowledged with a slight nod, remaining calm, as if merely inquiring out of idle curiosity. Do you know anyone else who understands this Sogdian script, even just a few characters? Well, Xiaomi scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled, to be honest. This ancient script has likely fallen into disuse long ago. My father cherished it while he was alive. Your inquiry reminded me that he insisted I learn it, claiming I must not forget our ancestors. I found it rather tedious. He warned that if I did not carry it on, it might eventually vanish, but I thought, what value does this antiquated language hold? It cannot be exchanged for money, so let it fade away. What is there to lament? If you were to inquire who else is familiar with this language, it would likely be only my great-grandmother. However, she is afflicted with dementia, and I cannot ascertain how much she truly remembers. As Xiaomi spoke, she spread her hands and chuckled lightly. In my opinion, dear sirs, it would be prudent to refrain from fiddling with these antiquated relics. What relevance do the past matters hold for us modern individuals? Instead, let us venture to that specialty shop where genuine treasures await us. We shall undoubtedly purchase some local delicacies. At this moment, Chen Zhi set down his cup and regarded Xiaomi with a serious expression. However, I must express my discontent. My interests lie elsewhere. I previously mentioned my fascination with archaeology, and I am currently captivated by the history of Guazhou. I intend to compose a specialized paper on the ancient culture of Guazhou. This will necessitate a discussion of these languages, and if you could facilitate a translation from your great-grandmother, I would be willing to compensate you for her services. As Chen Zhi contemplated the amount, he wished to keep it modest to avoid arousing the little guide's suspicions, yet sufficiently generous to pique his interest. If she is able to provide a translation, I am prepared to offer you 8,000 yuan. Naturally, should the work be executed splendidly, I am open to providing additional compensation. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's eyes brightened immediately. You are truly gracious, though it may seem a mere trifle. Few possess the knowledge of such ancient symbols. I am not boasting. Apart from my great-grandmother, there is scarcely anyone else who comprehends them. Here's the deal. I will take you back, and I will speak with her thoroughly to see if she can assist with the translation. However, we must establish terms beforehand. I am engaged in work throughout the day, and there are expenses such as labor and fuel to consider, for my home is quite distant. Regardless of whether the translation materializes, you must compensate me for this errand. Ah, fret not. Fat Wei set down his newspaper, feigning indifference as he addressed the little guide. With that eager expression of yours, you and I are certainly kindred spirits. Even if the translation does not pan out, I shall still offer you 3,000. Should it succeed, I will provide additional remuneration. Does that suffice? To be frank, had it not been for my buddy's idle curiosity regarding these antiquated matters, I would have no desire to involve myself in such trivialities. As you remarked, why delve into these obsolete pursuits? It is merely a matter of being overly indulgent. All right. The little guide nodded vigorously. You are a cultured individual, and your endeavors are indeed significant. It is our collective responsibility to promote the ethnic culture of Guazhou. After all, you gentlemen should enjoy your meal, and in the afternoon, I shall escort you there. Xiaomi then cheerfully departed, while Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exchanged glances, feeling a weight lift from their hearts. Happiness often arrives so unexpectedly. Later that afternoon, Xiaomi returned to inform them that she had just made a phone call, and her great-grandmother was in particularly good spirits today. Not only did she recognize her, but she could also recall memories from her childhood. They anticipated an unexpected fortune from their visit. Thus, in the afternoon, they climbed into Xiaomi's van and set off for her hometown, Heilun Town, on the outskirts of Guazhou City. Xiaomi was indeed not exaggerating. This little town was both remote and impoverished. By the time they made their final turn, Chen Zhi and his companions were thoroughly bewildered. Pang Wei even harbored doubts, suspecting that this fellow might have accepted illicit money and was intent on selling them out. Ultimately, after traversing 2 nearly deserted dirt paths, they finally arrived at Heilun Town. Although it bore the title of a town, Heilun was more akin to a village, exuding an aura of destitution, lacking even a proper road. The villagers who wandered about had dark complexions, dusty clothing, and hair that exhibited a notable curl, their eyes reflecting the traits of those from western regions. This village was so isolated that automobiles, rarely seen, were spotted following their entry, with children trailing behind in playful pursuit. Inside the vehicle, Xiaomi waved enthusiastically, engaging in animated chatter with the villagers along the roadside, appearing quite radiant. After numerous twists and turns, they finally reached their home. It was evident that Xiaomi was regarded as a promising young person within this village. Their family was relatively affluent compared to many dilapidated houses surrounding them. Their residence, while not a two-story building, boasted a spacious courtyard and freshly renovated walls. At the entrance, an extremely elderly woman could be seen from afar, leaning on a cane, her face so heavily lined with wrinkles that her eyes were nearly obscured. She stood at the threshold, welcoming them. Chapter 52. The old woman of Su Te. To be candid, had it not been for a special circumstance, Chen Zhi would likely never have conversed with such an elderly figure. This woman appeared even more intimidating than a witch, her entire body a tapestry of wrinkles, bunched together like the folds of a dumpling. However, the most striking aspect was not her age, but rather her frightful attire, which seemed to reflect some peculiar preference of the western regions. She was clad in a thick, oil-stained gown, with lumps of grease protruding a full 2 centimeters. Her hair, although white and sparse due to her age, was nevertheless thickly braided into numerous strands, adorned with an array of flowers and unidentifiable trinkets, vibrant and chaotic as though she were performing a shamanistic dance. The situation was further exacerbated by the flora interwoven in her braids, which appeared to have been there for ages, teeming with fleas and maggots, seemingly untouched by soap for a lifetime. A foul odor wafted through the air, inducing a sense of nausea from a distance. Great-grandmother, Xiaomi exclaimed with palpable joy upon spotting her great-grandmother, rushing forward to envelop the elderly woman in a warm embrace. The old woman evidently suffered from significant dementia and severe cataracts. Her hands trembled as she struggled to recognize her great-grandson, taking an eternity before finally identifying him, exclaiming with delight, calling him treasure and son repeatedly. Chen Zhi and the others approached politely to greet her, presenting the gifts they had brought. However, it appeared that the elderly woman had lost track of social niceties. Upon seeing the pastries that Chen Zhi was holding, she instinctively reached out to grab them, only to be gently restrained by Xiaomi. Xiaomi exclaimed loudly to the elderly lady, "Great-grandmother, these esteemed gentlemen are my friends, scholars of great renown. We have come specifically to see you." After speaking, Xiaomi gestured for Chen Zhi and Fat Wei to enter. Guazhou, however, remained at the entrance of the courtyard, vigilant to the movements outside. Throughout the journey, Fat Wei sweet-talked incessantly, addressing her as great-grandmother and elderly lady in hopes of gaining her favor for future endeavors. Yet, the old lady appeared oblivious to his flattery, her gaze fixated on the pastries in their hands. Eventually, they entered her dwelling, traversing several rooms before reaching her quarters. It was uncertain if this was a custom among the Sogdian people, but within the innermost room lay a carpeted platform, shrouded in darkness and infused with an array of peculiar scents. At the center of the platform rested several cotton cushions, which, it seemed, had not been washed in ages, exuding an unpleasant odor. Upon seeing this, the elderly lady eagerly climbed onto the cushions, lying down and breathing heavily. At that moment, Chen Zhi observed that the old lady likely spent her days confined within these walls, and the lingering scent of excrement suggested a lack of proper hygiene. The cushions were littered with remnants of food. Once inside, Xiaomi presented the fruits he had brought. The elderly lady, appearing fond of sweets, immediately began to stuff her mouth with the fruits, crumbs flying in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. Sighing helplessly, Xiaomi expressed a hint of sadness. Great-grandmother is quite advanced in age, her memory fading, lost in her own thoughts. After all, she is already 107. Chen Zhi politely acknowledged this, glancing at her, only to realize that her bones had mostly curled up, revealing signs of aging, though her joints still retained a degree of flexibility. It seemed that despite her dementia, her health was remarkably robust, and she could likely continue for a few more years. In the ensuing moments, Chen Zhi refrained from hastily posing questions, instead indulging in casual pleasantries. According to Han customs, this elderly lady was Xiaomi's great-great-grandmother, the grandmother of Xiaomi's grandfather. The state had policies favoring ethnic minorities, resulting in a more relaxed marriage system, with most adhering to early marriage and childbearing. In her generation, it was common for girls to bear children at 14 or 15, become grandmothers by their late 20s, and many became great-grandmothers in their 40s. However, Her status was indeed unique. It was said that in her youth, she held considerable influence in the region, often called upon during famines to perform rituals akin to a local shaman. Yet, the specifics remained vague. As too much time had passed, despite being over a century old, her health was remarkably well preserved, and it was rumored that during her younger years, she had engaged in acts of kindness, thus enjoying the blessings of generations living together. Now, only he and his great-grandmother remain at home. For the sake of convenience, Xiaomi has always referred to her as great-grandma. Xiaomi mentioned that when it comes to the ancient Sogdian language, neither his deceased father nor grandfather truly grasped its essence. The one who comprehended it fully was indeed this great-grandmother. The Sogdian language could only be learned at home, never to be spoken outside. It is said that both Xiaomi's father and grandfather were taught directly by her. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Zhi feigned hunger and asked Xiaomi to prepare some simple home-cooked dishes, suggesting that if there were any local grapes or fruits, she should bring them along for them to taste. The two of them would stay behind to converse with great-grandma, and regarding the matter of writing, they would see how much she could recall based on her condition. An elderly lady left unattended here posed no concern for Xiaomi, who, not overthinking it, agreed and stepped out. Subsequently, only Chen Zhi, Peng Wei, and great-grandma remained in the room. The elderly woman, suffering from cataracts and dementia, was oblivious to the departure of her great-grandson. Faced with two strangers, she paid them no mind, merely stuffing her mouth with fruit, her hands and face smeared with grease. Once Xiaomi had walked away, Chen Zhi quickly rose and approached her, placing his hand gently on her eyelids to examine the depths of her eyes. He then turned to Peng Wei and whispered, "Her cataracts are quite severe. Everything must appear blurred to her. The changes in her mind due to dementia are not recent developments. In a moment, I shall employ a spell to cleanse her cataracts, allowing her to regain lucidity for a brief period. However, this spell has a stimulating effect and may induce mild convulsions. If the elderly lady goes into shock, you must administer artificial respiration immediately, or we could face dire consequences." Chapter 53. Upon awakening what? Peng Wei was alarmed by Chen Zhi's words, his hair standing on end, his entire being stiffening. "What did you say? You want me to give her artificial respiration? Why not just send me to my demise? I would rather kiss a Xuanzang than her. Let me tell you, Big Orange, stop finding ways to torment me. If your pathetic spell can work, then fine. But if it cannot, don't drag me into this. I, Peng Wei, have my dignity. Who do you think you are? I'm leaving." After saying this, Peng Wei genuinely turned to flee, but Chen Zhi waved at him, and the door immediately slammed shut, refusing to budge. "Stop messing around and come back," Chen Zhi urged hastily. "At this moment, even if it were a ghost, you must attend to this. Hurry back." Having said this, Chen Zhi swiftly formed a spell in the air and murmured a few incantations. His fingers took on a claw-like shape and sank deeply into the elderly woman's hair. In that instant, it felt as though he had connected with another realm. His eyes rolled back, his lips began to tremble, and he silently recited the incantation. This collection of incantations belongs to the realm of healing. It is said that in ancient times, certain shamans utilized these spells to treat those on the brink of death, primarily nobles or individuals of considerable wealth. This form of sorcery could temporarily restore their vitality, sharpening their minds and allowing them to clarify any unfinished business before their demise. However, the effects of this magic are fleeting, lasting less than half an hour, after which the patient would revert to their former state, either dazed or comatose. As Chen Zhi's lips moved rhythmically, a stream of flickering spiritual light emanated from his body, coursing through his arms and through his fingers, flowing continuously into the elderly woman's head. In an instant, she trembled violently as though electrified. Her eyes, which were once clouded and filled with cataracts, began to clear gradually, revealing bright, amber irises. Soon, her gaze sharpened. She sat upright, observing Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and the mess surrounding her with newfound clarity. At this moment, Chen Zhi withdrew his hand and scrutinized the elderly woman's eyes, tentatively inquiring, "Elder, can you understand Mandarin? Can you hear me now?" The elderly woman began to breathe heavily, reminiscent of one awakening from a profound slumber. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, her brows furrowed, and her lips quivering as she surveyed her surroundings. She carefully examined Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, taking in her environment with brightened eyes, having regained a normal state of cognition. After a brief moment of composure, she softly remarked, "Ah, the river of life has no end, yet every life must, in time, conclude. I never imagined that at the end of my journey, I would find myself in such a state. Tears streamed down her wrinkled cheeks as she trembled, raising her gnarled hand to wipe them away. Before looking up at Chen Zhi and saying, "Young man, you have employed the spells of the Central Plains, have you not? I have had no dealings with the people of the Central Plains, neither enmity nor gratitude. As I approach the end of my days, what could you possibly want from me? You have shown me kindness by restoring my clarity before my passing. If there is anything I can do for you, please let it be known." "Elder, to be candid, I do indeed have a request," Chen Zhi replied swiftly, producing 2 sheets of paper from his pocket. "Time is of the essence, so I shall speak plainly. I possess a document inscribed in ancient Sogdian script, the contents of which are of utmost importance to me. Although this author likely belongs to the Sogdian people of the western regions and has no connection to us Han, the subject matter described bears relevance to our Chinese secrets. Presently, you are one of the few capable of deciphering this ancient language. As my elder, I implore you to assist me in translating these texts. The spell cast by the younger generation does not last long. I implore you to swiftly translate the truth for me, ensuring that no detail is overlooked. For the matter at hand is of utmost importance and must not be altered in any way. Rest assured, we shall reward your great-grandson handsomely, guaranteeing his comfort and well-being. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." After speaking, Chen Zhi respectfully presented 4 sheets of paper with both hands to the elderly lady. Surprisingly, she did not seem astonished. Her hands trembled as she accepted the papers from Chen Zhi. "Ah, are you seeking those treasures buried in the sand once again? Your curiosity as Han people is truly remarkable. In my youth, I assisted tomb raiders among your kind in locating ancient relics, yet in the end, the treasures concealed beneath the sand remained hidden, while those who sought them met their demise. Alas, your obsession with wealth is indeed steadfast," the elderly lady muttered, her aged eyes drooping as she swiftly scanned the papers. At that moment, her expression froze, conveying an indescribable feeling, as if she had encountered something entirely unexpected. Chen Zhi was certain that she comprehended the Sogdian script perfectly and understood its contents thoroughly, yet her reaction was exceedingly peculiar. "I seem to have forgotten." The elderly lady suddenly bit her parched lips and softly uttered, "Forgive me, young man, I am quite old and my memory is not what it used to be. Allow me a moment to ponder." After speaking, she opened a small wooden box beside her, revealing some clothing and accessories. The elderly lady pulled out a pure wool cloak and solemnly draped it over her head. The cloak was splendid, adorned with pure silver jewelry that jingled melodically. Within the box lay several pieces of culturally rich silver adornments, and the elderly lady appeared anxious, hastily donning each piece before reaching for a handful of grains and stuffing them into her mouth. Finally, she closed her eyes, gripping the documents tightly, and fell silent. Chen Zhi exchanged glances with Fat Wei, and in the next instant, Chen Zhi sprang into action, grabbing the elderly lady by the shoulders and inserting his fingers into her mouth, shouting to Fat Wei, "Come quickly, she is about to bite her tongue." Despite his corpulent appearance, he sprang forth like a rocket, swiftly pressing down on the elderly woman's head. In that moment, he disregarded the grime and oil that smeared her face, gripping her chin and exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, dear lady, please do not frighten me. You mustn't faint. Do not torment yourself or me. Let us converse calmly." Chen Zhi and the corpulent Wei intervened with remarkable speed, thus thwarting the elderly woman's attempt at self-harm. Her resolve was formidable, yet Chen Zhi could distinctly sense the waning strength in her jaws. After all, given her advanced age, her teeth had deteriorated, making it impossible for her to sever her tongue. She merely wished to bite down on it, allowing the grains to obstruct her throat and lead to suffocation. Suicide is an agonizing process requiring immense self-control, underscoring her unwavering determination. She would rather perish than utter a single word. Once he had subdued the elderly woman, Chen Zhi did not hastily attempt to intimidate her. Instead, he leaned closer and spoke clearly in Mandarin. "Elderly lady, please do not become agitated. Your reaction suggests you have comprehended the text. As I mentioned, these words pertain to a significant secret of our Huanxia. This is a matter that concerns all of us. You are merely a translator, and it bears no direct relevance to you. Why subject yourself to such anguish? I cannot fathom your reasons for resorting to such extremes. But I can assure you that I possess various incantations. If I wish to discern your thoughts, even in death, I can penetrate your cerebral cortex with a heart-invading spell. revealing the truth with utmost clarity. Yet, you still have a lifespan ahead of you. At your age, is this truly how you wish to depart? Of course. Should I fail to achieve my aim, I will not hesitate to resort to drastic measures, and your family will inevitably suffer the consequences. Consider your great-grandson. Do you genuinely wish to force me into such a predicament? Upon hearing this torrent of words, the elderly woman's gaze visibly dulled, her earlier fervor and fixation dissipating. The grip of her teeth on Chen Zhi's fingers gradually loosened. Ultimately, she leaned weakly against the edge of the bed, beginning to breathe heavily. Her voice tinged with sorrow. Where did you acquire this artifact? It is sacred, not meant for mere mortals to handle. In my youth, many tomb robbers solicited my assistance to plunder the graves of the ancient Sogdian nobility, offering me substantial sums, yet I never wavered. I never anticipated that today I would commit such a grave transgression. If I translate these words for you, my ancestors will surely hold me accountable after my demise. That will not happen, Chen Zhi quickly reassured her. I understand your current thoughts. You do not wish to divulge your ancestors' secrets, correct? However, if you have already glimpsed those words, you must recognize that a sage once hailed from your homeland, though his name remains unknown. And even the identity of this individual is shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the text is inscribed in Sogdian, a language that has long since vanished. You are likely the last person in this world capable of comprehending this script. Are you truly intent on carrying this secret to the grave? As you have expressed concern, there are indeed matters that are best left undisclosed. Yet, there is no need to reveal it to the entire world. Simply confide in me, and I assure you, I shall safeguard this secret with utmost diligence. When Chen Zhi uttered these words, he glanced swiftly at his watch before directing his gaze back to the elderly woman. Madam, time is truly of the essence. As I mentioned earlier, I possess the means to ascertain what thoughts dwell within your mind. However, given your advanced age, your frail intellect may be overstimulated by the incantations, potentially leading to further decline or even paralysis. Do you truly wish to compel me to proceed in this manner? The elderly woman let out a heavy sigh, slowly rising from her perch. There is no need for that. I understand. You are not a tomb raider. Nor do you seek wealth. Perhaps you are an individual of significance from some distant place. I am merely an ordinary old woman, familiar with a bit of Sogdian script. Yet I have led a life of poverty and have never dared to commit wrongdoing. I believe in karma and retribution. It is astonishing that, just before my demise, the river of fate has brought me here. Hence, I shall fulfill the responsibilities that lie before me. With trembling hands, the elderly woman accepted the meticulously arranged documents from Chen Zhi. He had taken care to format each page, reducing the murals to a smaller scale while integrating the accompanying text. The enlarged characters were clearly displayed below, each one easily discernible. However, the volume of text was substantial. Translating it would require an extensive amount of time, far beyond mere hours. This is a pact. The elderly woman first indicated the image of the sorrowful king of Guazhou, who held the monkey man, her voice quivering as she spoke. This is a promise made by 3 individuals, a joint vow, anchored in faith, unbreakable. 3 individuals? Is there a third? Chen Zhi inquired softly. No. The elderly woman shook her head with great difficulty. This is a promise made by 3 hands, each wielding different powers. One hand belongs to humanity, grasping sovereignty. The second hand belongs to the beast folk, wielding strength. The third hand, however, comes from the divine, holding fate and the destinies of all humankind. This being has united the first and second hands, guaranteeing their mutual benefit, alleviating suffering, and pledging in the name of divine blood. This oath, even if it endures for millennia, through shifting mountains and rivers, or withering seas and stones, must be honored. Otherwise, Chapter 55. The threefold promise. As the elderly woman reached this point, her aged eyes flickered with terror as they darted toward the text. This is the most malevolent curse within our Sogdian script. It signifies, this oath is unbreakable, regardless of the reasons, it must not be forsaken. Otherwise, both gods and men shall forsake you, and heaven and earth will deliver their wrath, leading to an irrevocable demise. The implication is that even in death, your body is unwelcome to return to your homeland. Understanding this, Chen Zhi fell into silence for a minute, meticulously reflecting on the words of the elderly woman. He considered every branch of thought before looking back at her. Elder, you mentioned that this oath was established by 3 entities, a king, a monkey, and a deity. Do you know who this deity refers to? It is him. The old woman furrowed her brow tightly. Her fear palpable, yet her pointing finger unwaveringly directed towards the first mural. In that image, Xuanzang was seen leading a horse, his hands clasped in prayer, draped in a cassock. In contrast, the monkey, untamed and irreverent, leapt defiantly ahead. Where one would expect to find the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, instead loomed the figure of an elderly man clad in white. With white hair and beard, dressed in a long robe, his features remained obscured. He gestured towards the distant kingdom of Gaochang, bestowing upon Xuanzang a shimmering metal headband to control the monkey. In the subsequent mural depicting Gaochang, this white-clad elder appeared slightly diminished, positioned between the monkey and the king of Gaochang, arms outstretched as if officiating a ceremony. Without close inspection, he could easily be overlooked. It is he. He is the deity. The old woman trembled as she pointed at the elder. He orchestrated all of this. He designed the fates of all involved. He commanded the monkey to assist the monk from the central plains, guiding him to the western land of India to obtain the true scriptures. The monk held no prestigious identity, journeying alone through thousands of miles, destitute and unsupported. Thus, this deity offered treasures to the king of Gaochang in exchange for his patronage and bound the king and the monkey in brotherhood with an unbreakable promise. The monkey vowed to return to Gaochang, regardless of his status, transformed into a warrior to rescue the kingdom from peril. What did you just say? A flash of realization ignited in Chen Zhi's mind as he seized upon a crucial piece of information. You said this deity gifted a treasure to the king and made the monkey promise to return as a warrior to protect this land. A beast transformed into a god. Do you know what this treasure is? I do not, the old woman responded, shaking her head. I can only convey the essence of these words. In our Sogdian script, anything deemed precious and unattainable is referred to as a treasure. This is something that cannot be bought with money, nor acquired through power. It is the realm of the divine, the most exquisite gift. Is it something only a deity can possess? Suddenly, a concept dawned upon Chen Zhi, something only the gods could own, yet it had the power to transform a lowly monkey-like beast into a warrior. Could this treasure be? Do you have any further questions? The old woman abruptly clasped her hands over her head, her eyes beginning to glaze over. It is evident that time is drawing near. She will soon revert to the state of a senile old woman, devoid of all memories. The cataracts in her eyes are accumulating, and her vision is on the verge of vanishing. Can you assist me in ascertaining the identity of this deity? Moreover, what fate has he bestowed upon these two individuals? Why has he chosen to act in such a manner? Pressed for time, Chen Zhi hastily posed a series of inquiries. Meanwhile, the elderly woman found herself unable to endure any longer. I do not know who he is, she lamented, clutching her convulsing head, her voice filled with sorrow. Child, the extensive text behind is too much. There is no time left. Allow me to read this first large passage for you. It details the origin of this deity and the purpose of this grand journey to the west. Your answers may lie within. After uttering these words, the elderly woman collapsed onto the first document, covered in text, her trembling hand brushing over the intricate characters as she struggled to read aloud. A deity burdened with grave sins, awaiting judgment in the realm of mortals. The world has long suffered from war, with humanity engaged in mutual slaughter. This deity perceives it as his transgression, plagued by guilt day and night. However, in the land of Huaxia, the ancient gods have perished, necessitating the emergence of a new divine doctrine to cultivate humility and benevolence among the populace. With the establishment of a new empire, peace is finally attained. Yet the new emperor ascended the throne through the fratricidal usurpation known as the Xuanwu Gate Incident. This deity assumed the guise of a national advisor, ever present by the emperor's side, aiming to reform his character, to forgive mankind, to treat his subjects with kindness, and to preserve the hard-won era of peace and prosperity. Yet the emperor proclaimed, parental love, fraternal affection, and brotherly respect are mere illusions. I no longer believe in them. Now, with all the ancient gods of Huaxia extinguished, he himself has committed fratricide and parricide, incurring unimaginable sins. Do not speak of karmic retribution, for I do not believe in it. The deity responded. The heavenly principles of reincarnation dictate that all things receive their due recompense. One cannot afford to disbelieve, yet the emperor disregarded his words. One day, the emperor was seized by a nightmare, awakening in terror. He wept before the deity, exclaiming, "National advisor, save me." This is indeed the consequence of past deeds. I yearn for goodness and wish to atone for my sins. Please guide me. The deity replied, in the past, the ancient gods of Huaxiao reveled in slaughter and took pride in their might, never understanding the virtues of forgiveness. It matters not if you disbelieve. Yet in the West lies an ancient kingdom called Tianzhu, from which a sacred scripture known as Buddhism has emerged. Its power is formless, yet capable of transforming humanity. Henceforth, Your Majesty may exalt Buddhism, teaching gratitude and the belief in karma, thereby alleviating the world's hostility, and your sins may be somewhat diminished. The emperor, half convinced, replied, You may depart. National advisor, should you return with the scripture, I shall undoubtedly uphold it. Thereafter, the deity encountered a monk named Xuanzang, known as the 1,000-mile steed, whose character was upright and who was resolutely on a quest for the scriptures. The deity transformed into an old monk to enlighten him and pave the way for his journey. In Guazhou, he inspired the monkey king, urging him to take Xuanzang as his master, accompanying him on the pilgrimage to Tianzhu in search of the Buddhist texts. Thus, Buddhism was introduced to the vast land of Huaxia, with countless followers, passed down through generations, shaping destinies anew. When the elderly woman reached this point, it was clear she was utterly exhausted. Child, this is the origin of this deity. I have done my utmost. Throughout my life, I have endured poverty and have never dared to engage in a single nefarious act, for I have always believed in the law of cause and effect. This sacred artifact is not meant for a mere mortal like me, yet it unexpectedly graced my sight just before my demise. Such is the hand of fate. As the divine beings stated in their concluding words, destiny has long orchestrated everything. Chapter 56. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, is none other than Jiangxia. This revelation instantaneously registered in Chen Zhi's mind. So, it is thus that Xuanlin's divination compelled my involvement in this matter, naturally leading me here. Everything aligns so seamlessly. It turns out this affair is intrinsically linked to me. The Tang dynasty predates the Song dynasty by several centuries. Jiangxia likely lived during that era, disguising himself under various identities, playing pivotal roles throughout the annals of Chinese history. He was not merely a spectator of the journey to the West, but indeed the very architect behind the entire Eastern migration of Buddhism. As Chen Zhi pondered this, he heard Fat Wei babbling nonsensically nearby. Auntie, no, not auntie, grandmother. Please hold on, you must endure. Upon hearing this outcry, Chen Zhi realized that the elderly matron was on the verge of succumbing. The potency of the incantation was gradually waning. The cataracts in her eyes were once again merging, resembling a stone slowly encased in ice. Before long, her pupils became indistinct, her head twitching and shaking incessantly. Ultimately, the old woman reverted to her previous dazed state, reaching for the fruit beside her and continuing to stuff it into her mouth. Just then, he heard footsteps outside. Xiaomi rushed in, carrying fruits and edibles, a proud expression adorning her face. These are the freshest fruits from our area. The neighbors hold my family in high regard, and they gifted these to me. After saying this, Xiaomi glanced at her great-grandmother. You're still chatting. How's it going? Isn't my great-grandmother delightful? Chen Zhi sighed softly, turning to regard the elderly woman who was incessantly feeding herself. She had already reverted to her original state, vacant and oblivious, her eyes clouded, her hair disheveled as she slumped against the edge of the bed. The headscarf and jewelry she had donned earlier lay haphazardly discarded beside her. How curious. How did these items come to be out? Xiaomi approached with intrigue, carefully gathering the jewelry from beside the old woman, arranging them meticulously before returning them to the chest. She seldom touched these items, for it is said that they belong to the customs of our Sogdian noble women. This chest contains their dowries prior to marriage and serves as their lifelong adornment. They must carry this dowry throughout their lives, and in their final moments, don this attire to depart with dignity, a fitting end to their earthly journey. As my great-grandmother aged and became aware of her fading memory, she kept this chest close at hand. Do not be deceived by her current state. I have heard tales of her beauty in her youth, revered by all in this region, known as the mountain flower. In times of great poverty, when food was scarce, my great-grandmother endured countless hardships, yet she never committed a wrongful act and performed many benevolent deeds. Those around her often remarked that her virtues surpassed even the purity of the most pristine flowers, asserting that her presence ensured the well-being of the place. Over the past few years, I have labored tirelessly to accumulate wealth, with the intention of hiring someone to care for her once I have saved enough. Indeed, she is a person of righteous heart, as you have said, remarkably pure. Chen Zhi rose to his feet, surveying the small, dirt-laden elderly woman before turning back to Xiaomi. That kind lady has rendered us significant assistance. As a token of gratitude, I shall provide you with a sum of money to hire someone to look after her, ensuring she lives her remaining days with dignity. After speaking, Chen Zhi inscribed a series of numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to Xiaomi. You remember Uncle Jean, with whom you were in contact? Simply collect the funds from him. What? The sudden influx of happiness left Xiaomi momentarily speechless. He accepted Chen Zhi's note and glanced at the Arabic numerals. Nearly gasping in disbelief, he repeatedly read the zeros trailing the figures, seemingly stunned. How can this be? This is far too much. I cannot accept it. Enough of this hesitation. Fat Wei chuckled, patting Xiaomi on the shoulder. Your great-grandmother just stated that fate has already orchestrated everything. You, my friend, are destined to become a wealthy heir. All right, quickly prepare some delicious food for us. We are positively famished. Finally coming to his senses, Xiaomi eagerly tucked away the note, rushing to the kitchen to prepare a meal for them. Subsequently, they relished a sumptuous feast infused with frontier flavors at Xiaomi's abode. Throughout the meal, Xiaomi's mind raced with the realization of his newfound fortune. The sequence of Arabic numbers bestowed upon him by Chen Zhi had the power to transform his life, heralding a significant change for both him and his great-grandmother. Later that evening, Chen Zhi and the others returned to their villa in Guazhou. The brief narrative recounted by the elderly woman had etched itself indelibly into Chen Zhi's mind. This information differed somewhat from his previous conjectures, leading him to discern that matters were far more intricate than they initially appeared. Perhaps, from the very beginning, that individual, the ancestor clad in white, had meticulously arranged everything. Time is a vast roulette wheel. Upon careful observation of the grains of sand upon it, one may uncover the secrets of the past. Chen Zhi's first endeavor was to peruse the historical notes of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. The Sogdian woman had articulated quite clearly that this revered figure, the white-clad elder, had once been a companion to Emperor Taizong, who referred to him as his national teacher. Furthermore, the infamous coup at Xuanwu Gate, through which Emperor Taizong ascended to the throne by patricide and fratricide, is well known. This dynasty emerged from acts of slaughter, a horrific genesis that ultimately transformed into the flourishing era of the Tang. This transition undoubtedly involved a profound alteration in the character of the sovereign. From youth to middle age, Emperor Taizong must have undergone a significant transformation that reshaped his worldview and approach to governance. In his youth, Emperor Taizong of Tang exhibited a remarkable lack of fear towards the supernatural. He was indifferent to the concept of cause and effect, which enabled him to commit the heinous acts of murdering his own brother and imprisoning his father to death, deeds beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. Yet, unexpectedly, he underwent a transformation, becoming consumed by dread and apprehension regarding the repercussions of his actions and the ultimate fate that awaited him. This profound change was precipitated by a haunting nightmare. Yet, what could that nightmare possibly entail? I would like to recommend 2 books. The first is I Am Not a Rich Second Generation by the author Huanyu. This narrative, penned by a member of the affluent class, critically examines the life of the privileged, leaving one at a loss for words. The prose is commendable, the plot engaging, and the overall composition exceptional. However, a lingering sense of pretentiousness pervades the work, making it somewhat irksome. The second recommendation is Master, Save Me by the talented writer Tang Hongdou, affectionately known as Seududu. The book is substantial, and many have shown their support for it. Do you remember the legendary Squanderer? Or the formidable Hongdali? Indeed, this represents Seududu's hallmark work, characterized by its distinctive style and masterly flair. Missing out on it would be a disservice. Here is a brief synopsis. Ever since he became bound to the red-eye disease system, Xiao Shuai's life has taken flight. The system announces, "Congratulations, host. Your eyes have been opened, granting you the expression pack eye function." Xiao Shuai, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "This is splendid. What else can be awakened?" The system replies, "Everything in the universe is subject to awakening, from hair to the most intimate parts." Xiao Shuai, "Even that can be awakened? For the ultimate dream of man, I shall strive." In Chapter 57, The Dharma of the East, Chen Zhi originally intended to return and have people search for materials in obscure records, presuming that the secret history of such an emperor would be inscribed in rare texts. not easily accessible. However, to his astonishment, a simple online search revealed that this extraordinary tale had long been a topic of conversation among the populace. Although lacking substantial evidence, this narrative has endured for over a millennium, evolving into a legendary story that persists to this day. Remarkably, even in the earliest version of Journey to the West, there exists an account detailing the tale of Emperor Taizong's death and resurrection. The story unfolds as a dragon and a fortune-teller engage in a wager, inadvertently violating celestial laws and facing execution. The executioner, a minister under Emperor Taizong, is tasked with carrying out the sentence. The dragon beseeches Taizong for mercy to halt the execution. Although Taizong consents to spare the dragon's life, the creature is nonetheless slain, leading to its vengeful spirit haunting the emperor, ultimately resulting in Taizong's demise and his arrival in the underworld. Upon reaching the netherworld, Emperor Taizong encounters the King of Hell, where he is met with harrowing threats. His first encounter is with his deceased father, Li Yuan, along with his elder brother, Li Jiansheng, and younger brother, Li Yuanji. Upon seeing Taizong, these long-departed souls rush towards him, grasping his face and exclaiming, "Shimen has arrived. Shimen has come. We are now able to exact our revenge." It turns out that Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji were the biological brothers of the Emperor Taizong, both of whom were killed during the Xuanwu Gate incident. Furthermore, Taizong's father, Li Yuan, was also imprisoned by Taizong during the same tumultuous event, ultimately suffering a painful demise. Upon encountering Taizong, these individuals aggressively sought vengeance, exhibiting extreme ferocity. Taizong, caught off guard, was seized by them, but fortunately, a judge summoned a fearsome, ghostly figure to disperse the attackers, allowing Taizong to escape. Subsequently, the 10 kings of hell commenced a trial against Emperor Taizong, enumerating numerous transgressions, including his propensity for bloodshed, betrayal, and the massacre of innocents. The gravest of these offenses was the murder of his own kin and usurpation of the throne, acts deemed heinous enough to warrant eternal damnation in the infernal realms. Stricken with terror, Taizong desperately pleaded for mercy, only to find that earthly power held no sway in this realm. He was taken by the spectral enforcers and escorted to the underworld. Upon arriving at the 18 layers of hell, he was enveloped by the cacophony of lamentations and the sight of tormented souls, including usurpers from various dynasties, all bound to iron pillars. Red-haired and black-faced demons wielded long spears and short swords, while the ox-headed and horse-faced fiends brandished iron tablets and bronze hammers, mercilessly beating the condemned, who cried out in agony. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, Taizong was filled with dread, his regal demeanor stripped away as he knelt in abject terror, pleading for his life. Suddenly, a ghostly enforcer called Taizong back, stating that the King of Hell had yet to conclude his verdict. Upon returning to the hall, he heard the king declare, "Taizong, your name is inscribed for 33 years, with 20 years of life remaining. This revelation clarifies your case. You may return to the mortal realm." Thus, the ghostly enforcer facilitated Taizong's resurrection, allowing him to re-enter the world of the living. Upon his return, Taizong's character underwent a profound transformation. He became compassionate and humble, dedicating himself to benevolence and ruling with virtue. After Xuanzang's pilgrimage to obtain the sacred texts, Taizong received him with the dignity befitting a sovereign, honoring him with state gifts. He promoted Buddhism throughout the land, constructing temples and statues, disseminating the teachings of compassion and the law of karma, encouraging the populace to engage in virtuous deeds. At that time, Taizong's most trusted advisor was Yuan Tiangang. Upon encountering the name Yuan Tiangang, Chen Zhi experienced a profound sense of familiarity. This historical figure is regarded as a legendary character, akin to Qiu Chuji in later generations, revered for his extraordinary abilities. According to legend, Yuan Tiangang was an immortal who lived for centuries, possessing deep insights into celestial and human affairs, as well as the capacity to predict both fortunes and national events. The renowned prophetic text Tue Bei Tu is attributed to him. It is said that he could discern fortunes merely by the sound and direction of the wind. With an impeccable track record, and he was also skilled in physiognomy, the 6 lines, and the 5 elements, garnering significant respect in his locality. Upon hearing of his esteemed reputation, Emperor Taizong summoned him to court, appointing him as a sage advisor and bestowing upon him the title of National Master. According to the New Book of Tang, Yuan Tiangang spent his life examining countless faces, never once misjudging a fate, with his most renowned prediction being that of Wu Zetian. At the time, Wu Zetian was but an infant, and as Yuan Tiangang happened to pass her home, he encountered her mother, Lady Yang. Upon learning of Yuan Tiangang's prophetic abilities, Lady Yang implored him to divine the future and destiny of the infant Wu Zetian. Initially intending to decline, Yuan Tiangang ultimately acquiesced to her persistent requests. Upon beholding Wu Zetian, he was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, with dragon-like pupils and a phoenix neck, "Such a rare beauty should be revered as an empress." At the time, people considered Yuan Tiangang's prophecy utterly absurd. However, decades later, this prediction was vindicated. The circumstances surrounding Yuan Tiangang's demise remained shrouded in mystery, as if he had vanished from the world without a trace. He left no heirs, nor any remnants of his existence. To this day, no one has uncovered records regarding his burial site, only that he returned to his homeland to pass away. The reasons unknown. Following the events involving Qiu Chuji, Chen Zhi had begun to discern a certain thread concerning the figure of Jiang Ziya. The intentions of Jiang Ziya remain nebulous. He may have indeed lived for an extended period, yet under different names, or perhaps his physical form had perished long ago, surviving in an alternative manifestation. One possibility is that his name during the Tang dynasty could very well have been Yuan Tiangang. Such ancient matters, devoid of evidence, are now exceedingly difficult to ascertain. Since the sutra refers to him as a deity, let us temporarily designate this overseer as the white-clad deity. Clearly, this white-clad divine being orchestrated the entire affair, guiding the introduction of Buddhism into the Central Plains. A meticulous examination of the historical evolution of religion reveals that it indeed commenced from that juncture, as the religious beliefs across this land underwent a radical transformation. The prior beliefs had rendered individuals excessively utilitarian, overly indulgent in their desires, and fixated on tangible power, leading the world into chaos and strife. However, with the advent of Buddhism into the eastern lands, the populace began to embrace patience. The concept of retribution for good and evil instilled a sense of caution amongst those who would commit malevolent acts, much like the flourishing blossoms of the Grand Tang dynasty. From that moment forth, humility and obedience were cultivated, and people began to believe in cause and effect, understanding that their actions would incur consequences. The ethos of the entire Huaxiao was transformed. This marked a replacement of national beliefs and the process of a core religion being supplanted. As the tale unfolds, Chapter 58, Inquiry. Although the accounts pertaining to Emperor Taizong of Tang may seem somewhat farcical and are not to be taken at face value, the events that transpired are now quite clear. Regarding Emperor Taizong's journey to the underworld, it was likely a deliberate act. For one who possesses fundamental knowledge of such practices, executing such a feat would not pose significant difficulty. Chen Zhi, at present, could invoke a nightmare upon anyone through illusionary spells or intangible incantations, leading them to envision themselves ensnared in the agonies of the netherworld, provided that the individual harbors their own fears. If this white-clad deity is indeed Yuan Tiangang, he was the prevailing force of that era. His method of utilizing higher echelons to supplant mainstream religions was, without a doubt, masterfully executed. On that very night, Chen Zhi summoned Wu Jia. Wu Jia had been basking in glory lately, parading the banner of the Jiang clan and attracting numerous demigods. Originally of lowly status, a descendant of beastmen and new deities, he had long been marginalized by the divine progeny. Yet now, under Chen Zhi's command, he was regarded with newfound respect, as it was reported that many lesser demigods outside had begun to address him as divine sovereign. Wu Jia now donned resplendent attire, adorned with a crown of red gold entwined with white silk, resembling the celestial warriors depicted on television. Upon encountering Chen Zhi, he immediately knelt in reverence and respectfully inquired, "Master, what summons you to call upon your servant?" Chen Zhi, bowing his head, commanded, "Go to the eastern Xianfu cave and bring back an orc. I have matters to discuss with him." Upon hearing the term orc, Wu Jia hesitated noticeably. "Master, given your esteemed status, why must you personally meet with such a lowly creature? It is well known that orcs are beneath you and may tarnish your noble gaze. If there are matters to address, allow your servant to convey them. That wretched being is unworthy of beholding your divine countenance." Chen Zhi frowned at this and, placing his hands together to steady himself, gazed into Wu Jia's eyes. "Wu Jia, remember this. The disparities between beings should never escape your lips. When you fetch that orc, do not utter such words, nor intimidate him. Do you understand? Your subordinate obeys. Wu Jia immediately knelt in submission, accepting Chen Zhi's command, and with a swift turn, vanished amidst a swirl of smoke. Before long, the smoke re-emerged from the ground, and Wu Jia resurfaced, dragging forth an individual, the elderly gatekeeper of the Qianfu cave. The old man, clearly startled by Wu Jia, fell to the ground upon seeing Chen Zhi, humbly bowing. Great Patriarch Jiang, I, a lowly orc, pay my respects to the divine. Please inform me of your wishes, and I shall attend to them immediately. I wish to inquire about certain matters. There is no need for anxiety. Please have a seat. Chen Zhi gestured casually towards a nearby chair, inviting him to sit. However, the old man appeared exceedingly apprehensive, glancing at the chair and then at Wu Jia, who had wide eyes and a reddened gaze, clearly conveying, "Old fool, you are not worthy of that seat." Consequently, the orc elder knelt again, repeatedly bowing before Chen Zhi. Patriarch, do not take my life. With my humble status, I dare not aspire to your favor. Since this esteemed being beside you has no seat, even with the boldness of 1,000 hearts, I would not presume to sit. Please have mercy on my insignificant life, and allow me to remain kneeling. Very well, Chen Zhi relented, waving his hand dismissively. You are aged. There is no need to kneel. Stand while we converse. I have questions to ask, and you shall answer as much as you know. If you do not know, simply say so. Do not fabricate answers, nor mislead me. Understood? I would not dare. The orc replied respectfully, bowing his head. Whatever you, the patriarch, inquire, I shall answer truthfully. What I do not know, I shall admit. Good, Chen Zhi nodded slightly. I have already investigated. It appears that a lineage of orc blood has emerged in Guazhou over a period of time, and this lineage is not of trivial significance. However, your kind is not known for meticulous record-keeping, lacking in marital propriety, and seldom maintaining connections among kin. I inquired, in Guazhou, aside from you and your spouse, are there any other beastmen active in this region? When was the last time you encountered one of your kin? The elderly figure tilted his head, attentively absorbing every word spoken by Chen Zhi. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully replied, in response to the clan leader, my spouse and I were sent here at a tender age. Being of a collateral lineage, we hold little significance among our kin, and since that time, we have not encountered another of our kind. However, over a century ago, amidst the turmoil of war, one of my elders came to Qianfu cave to seek me out, stating that the world was fraught with peril and they intended to return to the desert. They urged us to diligently guard the sacred Buddha's enlightenment scroll wall and to live cautiously henceforth. I implored my elder not to abandon us. Yet they remarked that the beastmen were dwindling in number, and the harshness of the desert posed a grave threat. Even if we returned, survival was not guaranteed. Our lineage originates from the desert, where our ancestors reside, and even in death, we must return. This is what it means to return to one's roots. Since then, I have received no word from them. I fear they have perished. As the old beastman recounted this, his tone was imbued with a profound melancholy, clearly reflecting his longing for his kin. Thus, Chen Zhi mused, having employed his magic to search far and wide and gathered ample information about the surrounding Gobi Desert. He found no traces of the beastmen. He then turned once more to the elder beastman. You mentioned your lineage originally hails from the desert. Do you know which region of the desert it is? The elder pondered once again, and after a while, it seemed he recalled something, stating, I remember hearing from my elders that our lineage originated from the eastern desert of Turpan, where there exists a vital thoroughfare leading directly to the ancient kingdom of Gaochang. That desert is none other than the legendary Flaming Mountain. Chapter 59, Flaming Mountain. The Flaming Mountain, as mentioned by the old beast man, has cemented itself in the collective consciousness of the people. In the classic tale Journey to the West, upon reaching the Flaming Mountain, the monk Tang Sung and his disciples faced numerous tribulations imposed by the mountain's sovereign, Princess Iron Fan, and were unable to cross. Ultimately, it was the resourceful son Wukong who, employing his transformative magic, disguised himself as the husband of Princess Iron Fan, the Bull Demon King, and deceitfully procured her palm leaf fan, extinguishing the flames of the mountain. This tale has been recounted throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia for ages, with many considering it merely a fictional narrative. Yet, in truth, the Flaming Mountain exists in reality. Its distinction lies not solely in being a legendary locale of Princess Iron Fan and the Bull Demon King, but as a significant link along the ancient Silk Road. It is situated approximately 10 kilometers northeast of Turpan City in Xinjiang, stretching 98 kilometers from east to west and 9 kilometers in width, with its main peak reaching an elevation of 317 meters, earning the title of the hottest place in the nation. It is said that during the peak of summer, the mountains of Flame Mountain, under the relentless sun, emit scorching air that rises in tumultuous waves, rendering the ochre-hued peaks to appear as if they are ablaze. Hence the name. However, in ancient times, this path was reputedly one that could claim lives. Many merchants traversing the Silk Road, upon reaching this point, felt as though they had arrived at the gates of the netherworld. Most lost their possessions and even their lives here, their remains left to languish in the sweltering sands, gradually turning to ash, with naught but refuse to be found. Yet this road is the essential passage from the Tang dynasty to the ancient kingdom of Xichang, an inescapable calamity from over 1,300 years ago. The words of the old beast man served only to affirm the accuracy of the geographical location. If the bloodline of this beast man traces back to Flame Mountain in Torpon, then it is highly probable that Xuanzang encountered the monkey man there. In the account recorded by Xuanzang in the records of the western regions of the Tang dynasty, he describes a harrowing 5 days and nights without food or water, surrounded by an environment so blistering it resembled hell, yet he miraculously survived. It is likely that this monkey man saved him and escorted him to the kingdom of Gaochang. Chen Zhi promptly made a decision. He would set out the next day for Flame Mountain in Torpon. Upon learning of Chen Zhi's resolution, the old beast man was visibly distressed, scrambling forward to grasp Chen Zhi's leg, imploring, "Chieftain, you must reconsider. You cannot venture to such a place. It is as fiery as a sea of flames by day and as frigid as hell by night." And the beast man there at this juncture. The old beast man seemed to struggle to articulate his thoughts clearly. In any case, do not provoke those entities, or else you will invite calamity upon yourself. The old beast man's sudden outburst infuriated Wu Jia, who swiftly approached and kicked the old beast man away from Chen Zhi. "How dare you? What audacity you possess to lay hands upon the esteemed chieftain of the Jiang clan. Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression?" After being forcefully kicked, the old beast man realized his impropriety, hastily bowing again, trembling in fear. Yet, Chen Zhi gestured for him to continue, saying, "It is all right, please complete your statement. What were you saying? If I seek them out, I shall face calamity?" Indeed. The old beast man prostrated on the ground, continuing, "This is precisely what I expressed earlier, and what I now contemplate. I dare not speak recklessly." His words incensed Wu Jia, who bared his teeth, claws elongating, ready to rend the old beast man asunder. "You insolent fool, spewing nonsense. My master is the chieftain of the Jiang clan, a descendant of Jiang Zia, the foremost among the deities. Would he fear a mere handful of beast men in the desert? Such arrogant and rebellious utterances deserve immediate execution." Wu Jia. Chen Zhi raised a hand to silence him, signaling him to refrain from further comment. Wu Jia immediately complied, stepping back obediently, wary of overstepping. Chen Zhi then turned to the old beast man. "Your previous account was somewhat unclear. Please elaborate further. What did you mean by your earlier statements? Do you truly believe that an orc can possess strength comparable to mine?" "I dare not." The humble servant, Wu Jia, remained prostrate, yet her expression was one of urgent apprehension. "I have heard from my elders that the orc bloodline in the desert is remarkably anomalous, distinct from ordinary orcs." "They what of them?" Chen Zhi lowered his gaze upon the old orc. The elder orc tilted his head, seemingly in search of the right words to articulate his thoughts, yet he faltered. "In essence, they are different. They are savage and uncultivated, exceedingly ferocious. It is said that centuries ago, their lineage of orcs wreaked havoc in this region, causing great suffering to the local populace, who traveled great distances to seek the aid of skilled practitioners from the Central Plains. Eventually, a master was summoned. Yet rather than subduing them, he met a gruesome fate, his entrails spilled in a most tragic manner. It is rumored that those who sought to tame them were also of the Jiang clan, and the incident garnered widespread notoriety, only to be forcibly suppressed thereafter." "What a tale!" Chen Zhi, still gazing downward, scrutinized the aura emanating from the old orc behind him. The aura, undeniably insignificant, nonetheless revealed a primal and formidable power embedded within his bloodline, evoking a sense of weighty oppression. Yet, to articulate this precisely eluded him. "Very well, I comprehend." Chen Zhi addressed the elder orc, instructing him, "You may return. I have my own plans." Subsequently, Wu Jia employed a teleportation technique to escort the elder orc away. Chen Zhi remained seated, contemplating the elder orc's earlier words. He then dialed a number for Bao Ping. This marked the first occasion during this period that Chen Zhi contacted Bao Ping directly, according to the organization's customary protocols. Even the patriarch of the Jiang clan would require several intermediaries to reach the leader before being able to connect with Bao Ping. Yet this time, Chen Zhi called him directly. Moments after the phone rang, Bao Ping answered. Compared to before, he had indeed undergone some changes. His voice was notably hoarse, as if burdened by an overwhelming weight. "Is there something you need?" Bao Ping inquired languidly on the other end of the line. "Indeed, I require some information." Chen Zhi replied. "I need to investigate a matter within the confidential archives of past leaders. In the records of the organization spanning the last millennium, is there any mention of the suppression of the beastmen of Turpan's Fire Mountain?" Chapter 60. The organization's records upon receiving Chen Zhi's request. Bao Ping offered no further commentary before terminating the call. An hour later, Bao Ping's response arrived. Initially, he sent a series of colorful images, all clear photographs. These images had been encrypted, ensuring that they could not be disseminated across any network except to Chen Zhi's phone. From the photographs, it was evident that they contained ancient textual records, featuring official documents penned in standard script, clearly annotated with dates. Chronologically, this account pertains to the tumultuous period of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. It recounts a minor incident from a remote border region, specifically a village in the vicinity of Turpan, nestled near the Flaming Mountains. The villagers sought assistance from the local authorities, reporting that a monstrous creature had been wreaking havoc, causing considerable suffering among the populace. They described these beasts as humanoid from a distance, yet upon closer inspection, they bore long claws and sharp teeth, exhibiting immense strength as they forcibly abducted young women for breeding and pillaged the village's food and drink supplies. These creatures typically concealed themselves within the desert and were elusive. However, when they did appear, they descended with ferocity akin to wild animals. The local government found itself incapable of addressing this menace and thus appealed to the higher authorities of the Ming court. Yet, during this chaotic time, with the Qing forces assaulting the Ming regime and turmoil rampant across the Central Plains, the court was preoccupied with pressing internal and external crises, rendering it unable to attend to such trivial matters from the frontier. Consequently, the situation reached the ears of an organization, which dispatched a contingent of blue-clad warriors to resolve the issue. Historical accounts suggest that 6 of these blue warriors were sent in 2 separate missions to Turpan. According to the organization's customary practices, such minor tasks typically did not warrant the involvement of red-clad warriors. 2 ordinary blue warriors sufficed. However, after a while, news emerged that the 2 warriors had mysteriously vanished into the desert, leaving no trace behind. The organization was compelled to dispatch another 4 warriors to locate them, only to discover that these 4 too had inexplicably disappeared, with all efforts to find them proving futile. The village that had raised the alarm was ultimately annihilated, with not a single soul surviving. At that time, the organization was also engaged in complex negotiations between the court and the Qing forces, rendering the plight of this border village insignificant. The loss of warriors indicated that the beasts causing the turmoil were no ordinary adversaries. And with no surviving residents to provide information, there was no longer a foothold for further inquiry. In light of these circumstances, it seemed unnecessary for the organization to expend additional resources chasing after this distant problem. Furthermore, the failure of this mission posed a potential embarrassment for the organization, best kept discreet. Thus, facing the vast, desolate expanse of the desert, the organization refrained from pursuing the matter vigorously. With the subsequent transition of dynasties and changes in the leadership within the organization, the issue was ultimately shelved and documented in confidential files, forgotten by all. Chen Zhi perused these records on his phone. The organization's documentation was characteristically succinct and clear, providing detailed accounts of the 6 blue-clad warriors who had perished in the line of duty. These warriors, of average strength and around 30 years of age, held blue status and lacked the authority to lead teams on significant missions. Nevertheless, they were more than capable of handling ordinary beastmen. If all these warriors were slain, it would indeed signify that the beastmen within the Flaming Mountains were not to be underestimated. Knife. Chen Zhi glanced up at the ghostly blade. We must journey there, to traverse that desert. If we encounter them, will you be able to contend with them? Yes. The ghostly blade responded without hesitation. In truth, he had subconsciously begun to polish his knife the moment he glimpsed those documents. Orange, let us not be in such a hurry to depart. Fat Wei interjected. The desert, unlike other locales, possesses a sweltering heat akin to that of an oven, which could very well claim our lives. As individuals accustomed to traversing treacherous terrains, we are particularly wary of venturing into deserts, especially the cursed region of Turpan. It is said that the inhabitants there possess an uncanny ability. They need not purchase pots, for they can simply bury an egg in the sand and retrieve it later, perfectly cooked. Should we decide to go, thorough preparations are imperative. We must not underestimate the challenges that lie ahead. Chen Zhi nodded in agreement. Fat Wei continued. In my opinion, we should refrain from bringing those researchers along. They are ill-equipped for outdoor excursions and tend to overreact to minor adversities, merely a hindrance. However, we must include Master Dan Xuan, as this endeavor pertains to him. Yet, we must carefully consider the safety of this master. If anything goes awry, the blame will fall upon us. Tomorrow, I will contact the organization to arrange for the necessary equipment to be sent our way. I have come to realize that no miraculous remedy compares to the treasures housed within the organization's arsenal. If Master Dan Xuan were to faint in the desert, we would undoubtedly need to rescue him. In 3 days then, Chen Zhi declared softly, making a decisive statement. We shall set forth for Turpan in 3 days. Instruct them to send 4 sets of gear, including one for Dan Xuan, and we will begin our journey from there. Is the location of the ancient Guazhou kingdom confirmed? Fat Wei inquired. It has been confirmed. Chen Zhi affirmed with a nod. Before my arrival, I had someone conduct the necessary positioning. In fact, the ancient Guazhou kingdom has already revealed its true identity. In the eastern part of Guazhou district in modern-day Turpan city, there exists a site of ancient city ruins, which has been identified as the Guazhou kingdom from 1300 years ago. Although few are aware of it now, the government has approved a tourism plan to incorporate it into the Flaming Mountain Scenic Area, and it will soon become widely known. After finishing his statement, Chen Zhi grasped the resplendent golden coin, weighing it in his hand. Perhaps we shall uncover unexpected treasures on this journey. Oh, Fat Wei's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Chen Zhi. Are you suggesting that I return to my old profession and seek another fortune there? That poses no issue. It stands to reason that beneath the ancient Guazhou kingdom, there might indeed be hidden treasures. Certainly, treasures exist, Chen Zhi remarked with a hint of profound insight. The elderly Sogdian lady informed us that the white-clad deity once bestowed a precious artifact upon the king of Guazhou, thus securing vital supplies. This deity also made a promise to the monkey people, vowing to transform into a war god to protect Guazhou. The conjunction of treasures and a war god compels me to ponder. What could the essence of this artifact truly be? Are you suggesting it might be a spiritual stone? The ghostly blade queried from the side. Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded once more, acknowledging that for a king entrenched in the turmoil of war to expend the entirety of his nation's resources and support, it must surely come at a considerable cost. I suspect that the enigmatic figure clad in white may have left behind a divine spirit stone in the kingdom of Guazhou. This stone remains preserved within the ancient confines of Guazhou even now, though no one has been able to locate it. The unfortunate king of Guazhou may still be awaiting the return of the monkey man to fulfill a promise that has lingered for over 13 centuries. A commitment that remains unfulfilled, perhaps explaining the curse upon Dan Xuan. Chapter 61. Journey to Flame Mountain. Chen Zhi and his companions paused for 3 days to recuperate. During this time, they meticulously examined the geographical map of the Flame Mountain in Turpan and scoured various materials to find records of the village mentioned in their organization's documentation. They soon discovered that the village indeed existed, a venerable Uyghur settlement renowned for its exquisite grape wine, thus earning the moniker Wine Village. However, by the end of the Ming Dynasty, the entire population of the village mysteriously vanished, a phenomenon that local chronicles did not document. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the war-torn regions of the Western Territories, and few inquired further. After 3 days, they commenced their journey. Chen Zhi's decision to refrain from bringing researchers along elicited immense gratitude from Yang Wumao. The previous incident had nearly shattered his spirit, prompting him to send a faxed application to Professor Liao, claiming psychological trauma and the necessity for state-funded medical leave, lest he succumb to a split mind. Upon learning the full context of the situation, Dan Xuan willingly chose to accompany them, asserting that even if this venture bore peril, he would shoulder the responsibility without implicating Chen Zhi and the others. Thus, a day later, they embarked towards Turpan. The route from Guazhou to Turpan is not particularly lengthy. A simple car ride would suffice. However, they wished to conserve their precious time and opted to fly directly from Dan Xuan to Turpan Airport. Given the sudden nature of their expedition, there was no need to consult Lao Jindo for arrangements. Chen Zhi initially considered seeking local guides online, but with Xiaomi's connections to several travel agencies in Turpan, he secured a reliable agency. They joined a larger tour group that was short a few members. The flight itself was brief, and silence enveloped them throughout the journey. Upon landing and setting foot on the sun-baked earth, Chen Zhi was immediately met with a wave of heat, reminiscent of stepping into an oven. They had finally arrived in the illustrious homeland of grapes and fine wine. The renowned city of heat, Turpan. Turpan City is situated in the central part of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, boasting a population of 630,000, over 70 of whom are Uyghurs, marking it as a region predominantly inhabited by ethnic minorities. The relentless heat here is notorious, and many travelers describe their experiences in Turpan with the lamentation, regret not coming, but regret even more having come. Traveling here indeed feels akin to a sweltering pilgrimage. Prior to arriving, one is enamored by the exotic beauty of this locale, yet upon arrival, the oppressive heat compels a desire to depart. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, they were met by their hosts and promptly connected with the travel group. This particular group, known as the Sunset Red Tour, comprised spirited retirees, including some seeking a second spring of life. Adorned in vibrant red and green attire, donning hats and sunglasses, their faces radiated eager anticipation for the destination ahead. Although Chen Zhi and his companions were somewhat younger, they donned casual attire, remaining inconspicuous among the rest. Their tour was facilitated by two local guides, authentic Uyghurs with deep, sun-kissed skin and eyes resembling the hue of grapes, their smiles radiant. They were succinct, first escorting the group to a modest eatery for a meal before ushering them onto a coach bound for the Flaming Mountains scenic area. Situated in the Turpan region of Xinjiang, the Flaming Mountains lie approximately 30 kilometers east of Turpan City, adjacent to the G30 Lianhua Expressway. This area is characterized by its striking red-brown sandstone topography and holds the distinction of being one of the hottest places in the nation. As the coach journeyed, the guide began to elaborate on the Flaming Mountains, historically the site of the ancient kingdom of Gaochang, and famously depicted in the novel Journey to the West, where the monk Tang Sung and his disciples used a banana leaf fan to extinguish the flames of the mountain. Once they entered the scenic area, visitors could marvel at the magnificent terrain, explore the historical displays of the ancient kingdom, and view sculptures themed around Journey to the West, making it a must-visit location for many tourists in Turpan. The guide spoke eloquently, captivating the elderly audience. Yet Chen Zhi felt acutely aware of the true nature of this excursion. The so-called Flaming Mountain scenic area was merely a fade. The actual scorching desert of the Flaming Mountains was far beyond the endurance of these retirees. It was likely that, following the designation of this area as a key tourist attraction, a series of artificial constructions had been erected for profit. Such matters held no significance for Chen Zhi and his companions. They planned to bypass the tourist traps and head directly to the desert. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached their destination, the Flaming Mountains as referred to by fellow travelers. The guide informed them that the scenic area comprised both underground and above-ground sections, with a complete tour requiring approximately 12 hours. Upon entry, they would encounter a mysterious underground palace, dedicated to showcasing the geographical features and historical aspects of the Flaming Mountains. A crucial point for understanding this landscape. Typically, visitors would first venture to the underground palace, which necessitated an additional fee. Indeed, as Chen Zhi had surmised, the so-called Flaming Mountain scenic area was a series of modern constructions. While Chen Zhi had little interest in such contemporary buildings, his companion, Pang Wei, could no longer bear the heat, and, upon hearing the guide mention the preservation of ancient relics reflecting the high culture of Gaochang, expressed a renewed curiosity about the historical insights awaiting them. Chen Zhi purchased 4 tickets, and the group of 4 ventured inside. Upon entering, they discovered a long corridor-style exhibition hall, adorned with ceiling lights designed to resemble the sky, offering a unique charm. Within the exhibition hall, there existed a souvenir shop and a CAF, allowing visitors to indulge according to their personal preferences, not unlike contemporary shopping malls. After traversing the underground scenic area, they ascended to the surface, where the landscape revealed fiery red rocks and rugged cliffs, a truly breathtaking sight, perfect for photography. Beyond this area lay a dedicated museum of the ancient Gaochang kingdom, which, rather than housing ancient relics, displayed numerous artifacts related to the daily lives of the ancient Gaochang people, providing a glimpse into the kingdom from 1300 years ago. Chapter 62. The Tomb of Flame Mountain. Undoubtedly, Gaochang was a profoundly devout Buddhist nation. However, the historical governance of this realm was marred by bloodshed and violence. The earliest political authority of Gaochang was established during the Han dynasty, under Emperor Xian of the Western Han. Soldiers were dispatched with their families to cultivate land at the frontiers of the Chaoshi, both farming and defending. During the reign of Emperor Yuan, military fortifications were constructed in the area, and due to its elevated terrain and prosperous populace, it was referred to as Gaochang Bai, also known as Gaochang Lei. This marked the inception of Gaochang's earliest city. From that point onward, this affluent realm in the western regions began to experience a series of mundane power transitions. Kings were slain, regicides proclaimed themselves rulers, only to be subsequently murdered by their successors, resulting in a tumultuous cycle of throne changes over millennia. It was not until later that the Gaochang people elected their own Muru Changshi, Chu Jia, as king. Under King Chu Jia's diligent governance, the influence of Gaochang began to grow, eventually stabilizing in the border regions of the West. As the tour guide mentioned, the museum provides an introduction to the customs and traditions of ancient Gaochang. Within this museum, numerous portraits of ancient Gaochang women were displayed, likely painted by later generations based on their interpretations, resembling the contemporary Uyghur women. Chen Zhi recalled descriptions from the 5 classics and various historical texts, which depicted the Gaochang people as having features akin to the Hai El, with their hair braided and falling down their backs, adorned in long-sleeved robes and wide trousers. Women, on the other hand, would braid their hair but not let it fall, using delicate silk veils to cover their faces. While there are similarities with modern Uyghur women, the resemblance is not absolute. The exhibition hall was filled with numerous ancient Gaochang artifacts, including wooden frames used for housing, ceramic pots employed for salt production, and various agricultural tools. Notably, there was an abundance of equipment used for winemaking, showcasing a diverse array of brewing tools such as stone mortars and wooden presses, indicating the production of fruit wines, likely from grapes, suggesting a small-scale workshop akin to those found in rural areas. Intriguingly, a few garments labeled as those of the Gaochang kingdom were also present, characterized by vibrant colors and bright floral embroidery, closely resembling contemporary Uyghur attire. How absurd! Fat Wei chuckled from the side, remarking that for ancient garments to have survived for centuries, their quality must have been exceptionally good. If you tell me these are clothes from the Tang dynasty, I would never believe it. During the Tang dynasty, if the garments of the people from the kingdom of Gaochang had been preserved until now, they would have long since faded to gray, yet here they are, resplendent in vibrant hues before you. Indeed, this notion is utterly absurd, Chen Zhi mused quietly to himself, having already lost count of the absurdities within this so-called museum. Historical records indicate that the textile techniques of the kingdom of Gaochang along the Silk Road were remarkably advanced. They did not rely on silkworms for their materials, but instead utilized a local grass-like plant. This plant blossoms annually, yielding fruits resembling cicada nymphs, and the threads spun from it are pure white and exceedingly delicate. However, this unique imitation could not be dyed and thus appeared only in its natural hue, indicating that most Gaochang people donned white garments. Chen Zhi recalled a description from the Book of Later Tang. Gaochang is abundant in flora, with fruits resembling cocoons, and the silk within is as fine as silk thread. Known as Bai Dai Zi, the locals often weave it into fabric, which is exceedingly soft and white, used for trade. This description likely refers to the white cloth of ancient Gaochang, while the colorful ancient attire before them was probably not excavated from the ancient kingdom of Gaochang. Upon exiting the museum, they found themselves on a bustling pedestrian street, teeming with tourists. The stalls lining the street offered an array of souvenirs, including the Princess Iron Fan's palm leaf fan, the golden staff of Sun Wukong, and plush figures of Xuanzang, Zhu Beiji, and others, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Zhi and his companions showed little interest in these vendors and proceeded to ascend to the ground level via the escalator. At the heart of this subterranean palace, there appeared to be an open courtyard resembling a skylight, crowned by a vast plaza. In the center stood a striking sculpture, a gigantic thermometer crafted in the likeness of the golden staff. This sculpture exhibits considerable artistry, being wholly fashioned from metal, and is reputed to have earned the Guinness World Record for the largest three-dimensional thermometer. It boasts a diameter of 0.65 meters and a height of 12 meters, capable of measuring temperatures up to 100 degrees Celsius. Adjacent to it was a series of stone tablets from the Flaming Mountains, along with statues of the Tang monk and his 3 disciples, which collectively exuded aesthetic appeal. Clearly, a substantial investment was made in the creation of this scenic area. Standing in the plaza, Chen Zhi gazed ahead. Before him, the Flaming Mountains rose in rugged majesty, their undulating peaks intertwining in a spectacular display. The serpentine folds, under the direct sunlight, radiated waves of heat, shrouded in mist. The ochre-hued peaks appeared to blaze like roaring flames, truly deserving of the title Flaming Mountains. The local tour guide, sweating profusely, held a microphone to explain to the group that this was not the peak of summer heat. The Flaming Mountains would truly become a sweltering inferno during the summer months, ranking among the hottest locations in the country. The climate here is exceedingly arid, and visitors are advised to bring ample drinking water, along with sun hats and sunglasses to prevent heat stroke. Surrounding them was a scene of fiery intensity, and directly ahead, a colossal stone tablet in the desert bore an intriguing inscription from the original journey to the west. On the western road lies the kingdom of Suharl at the sunset, commonly referred to as the end of the earth. Here stands the Flaming Mountains, devoid of spring and autumn, eternally hot throughout the seasons, with not a blade of grass in sight. If one were to cross the mountains, even with a copper skull and iron body, one would surely turn to juice. Though the dialogue within this novel may seem exaggerated, it resonates with a striking sense of authenticity at this moment. Firstly, Fat Wei could no longer endure the oppressive heat. Damn it, I simply cannot stand this any longer. This wretched place is unbearably hot. Since earlier, he felt as if his body had been scorched by fire, incessantly shedding sweat. Having experienced a slight respite in the underground palace, he now found himself utterly overwhelmed again, beads of perspiration cascading down his temples. Chen Zhi also felt the stifling warmth. His shirt clung to him, drenched in sweat, leaving 2 conspicuous marks on his front and back. Gazing ahead, he saw that the desert stretched out like a blazing furnace, its undulating folds extending endlessly, a stunning sight of red beneath the azure sky. Yet it induced a sense of dizziness. A group of tourists had gathered there. Several elderly individuals from their tour group were snapping photographs. But the earlier laughter and joy had dissipated, replaced by flushed faces, each one clearly feeling the heat, likely marking this location as their journey's endpoint. There are too many people here. Venturing directly into the desert would be too conspicuous. Chen Zhi murmured. I believe we should return to the underground palace and find a place to hide until nightfall, then devise a plan to leave. Let us hurry. I've had enough. Fat Wei exclaimed loudly, evidently unable to linger a moment longer. Let us retreat to the underground palace. It has air conditioning. If we stay out here any longer, we'll be roasted like pigs. After uttering these words, Fat Wei dashed back, with Chen Zhi and the others following suit. As they re-entered the cavernous underground palace, Chen Zhi increasingly perceived the peculiar topography of the place. Coupled with all that he had observed in the museum earlier, he suddenly realized that this was not merely a randomly selected scenic area. The underground palace was structured like a sky well, resembling a steamed bun with a hollowed center, around which a plaza had been constructed. From an architectural standpoint, this was a self-defeating endeavor, squandering manpower and resources, as well as land area. The hollow space below compromised the overall stability of the structure. If the intent behind such design was to enhance aesthetics or to promote a unique style, it was futile, for no such essence was present here. The design of this entire scenic area was evidently executed by professional architects, leaning towards a mythical aesthetic without any intention of being particularly avant-garde. Each hue and design element felt discordant with the bizarre geographical structure. In other words, the skywell-like geographical feature had existed prior to the construction of this scenic area. As Chen Zhi and his companions descended the escalator, having been drenched in sweat moments before, they were immediately enveloped by the frigid air of the underground palace, which invigorated their entire beings. When one is subjected to extreme heat, the necessity for coolness becomes paramount. The sensation is akin to savoring an abundance of watermelons on a scorching winter day, a wave of happiness washing over them. This refreshing chill heightened Chen Zhi's awareness, sharpening his focus on the architectural intricacies surrounding him. All the merchants here are designed around a central structure, with a staircase leading downward, resembling a cone. Chen Zhi recalled that such architectural styles are typically devised for specific reasons. In the northwest, there exists a renowned public fountain pool, designed with this atrium-like structure. The rationale behind this design was the development of the region, where an underground lake was unexpectedly discovered. The lake, quite substantial in size, had surrounding areas filled with collapsed cavities laden with accumulated ore and old mine shafts, rendering immediate cleanup impractical. Consequently, this atrium design was conceived, encasing the subterranean lake with reinforced concrete. Subsequent designs of this nature have largely followed similar reasoning. Due to the presence of a void below, either challenging to clear or for other reasons, it had to remain concealed. Thus, an outer shell was constructed, with cement poured over it, establishing a foundation for the buildings above. In light of this, it can be inferred that the mausoleum below is also hollow. Although the specifics remain unclear, it undoubtedly conceals a certain void. Fatty, Chen Zhi whispered to his companion, Fat Wei, I suspect there is something hidden beneath us. Something not visible on the surface and inaccessible to tourists. What? Is that so? Fat Wei, revived by the cool air upon entering, had purchased a large canister of chilled cola, which he gulped down eagerly. What could possibly be beneath this wretched place? I cannot say for certain, Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head gently. This locale is exceedingly hot. There are few things that could be concealed near this fiery mountain. Even tombs would not be constructed here. Yet, I have a strong feeling that whatever lies beneath is of great significance, perhaps even related to our purpose here. We must devise a means to explore below. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Fat Wei wiped his mouth and began to observe his surroundings attentively. Although he lacked knowledge of architecture, his experience in burial grounds endowed him with an innate sensitivity to subterranean structures. He glanced around, then at his feet, pondering for a moment. Indeed, Fat Wei exclaimed confidently, there is certainly something down there, and it has not remained hidden for long. If this mausoleum were not constructed, whatever lies beneath would undoubtedly be exposed to the desert elements. Goodness, what a marvel! It's as if there is a layer of skin over the filling. You cannot see what lies beneath, yet we tread above as if all is well. If the filling is obscured, then let us peel back the skin and delve in to take a look. Chen Zhi whispered, scanning the area before lowering his voice to address Ghost Knife. Knife, take a look at the lowest level and see if there is anyone there. Understood, Ghost Knife replied, rising effortlessly, blending into the crowd as naturally as he would on any ordinary day. Yet, within mere seconds, he vanished from sight. After a while, Guazhou returned from another corner, approaching Chen Zhi and lowering his voice. Clan leader, just as you suspected, there is a hollow gate. I leaped inside and discovered yet another layer beneath. I found a control room guarded by personnel. Adjacent to it, there is a heavily fortified door, flanked by numerous high-definition cameras, with armed guards at the entrance. Armed guards? Chen Zhi turned back to Guazhou, struggling to believe his words. This was something Chen Zhi had never anticipated. Turpan was unlike any other place. Certain issues here were particularly sensitive. The government maintained special policies regarding ethnic minorities, refraining from excessive involvement. Local scenic areas rarely faced direct regulation, and it was inconceivable that armed police would be dispatched to guard them without concern for their interests. Thus, these armed sentinels were undoubtedly private mercenaries, likely contracted by locals. It seemed that something of significant importance was truly concealed beneath, warranting such extensive protection. Did they notice you? Chen Zhi inquired softly. Did you leave traces before the cameras? No, Guazhou responded with unwavering certainty. I was cautious. The cameras did not capture me, so you need not worry. However, should I eliminate those individuals below? I moved swiftly, and they would not make a sound. Absolutely not. Chen Zhi replied sternly. This place is different from others. Any unexpected incident could lead to chaos. The government would intervene, and we would find ourselves in a precarious position. We cannot leave such potential repercussions. It would be best to simplify matters and find a way for us to gain entry. In truth, this task is not arduous. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of the gatekeeper's discretion. As long as they ease their grip and allow us passage, all will be resolved. At this point, Chen Zhi suddenly had a realization. He took out his phone and sent a message to his father on WeChat. I require a hypnotic pattern capable of instantly mesmerizing 3 adults. This will facilitate their unimpeded entry without leaving any memory. Chapter 64. Rattlesnake. Ever since Xuanzang had been subjected to what was termed captivity, he spent most of his days in front of a computer, perusing online information from various locales, particularly sensitive to news regarding Chen Zhi. Not long after sending his request, a WeChat message returned, accompanied by an image. With the note, Universal Access Card, will leave no memory, activation switch, Rattlesnake. Chen Zhi glanced at the square-shaped colorful pattern, densely packed, and somewhat resembling a four-dimensional design. He was quite familiar with such hypnotic images. This was his father's area of expertise. His remarkable father could dissect the human brain layer by layer. Much like tending to his garden, he understood precisely where to apply fertilizer to induce flourishing growth and where to introduce poison to inhibit development. If necessary, he could compel anyone to act on his behalf. In the subsequent hours, they found a quaint CAF within the subterranean palace to take refuge. This was a small chain establishment, offering a plethora of chilled beverages and the convenience of charging devices while accessing the internet. The sofas were remarkably comfortable, and Fat Wei indulged himself, claiming he was preparing for the arid desert by fortifying his stomach. Meanwhile, Dan Xuan remained enveloped in silence since their arrival. Whether amidst the scorching sands or the coolness of the underground, he kept his eyes shut, quietly manipulating the wooden prayer beads of Princess Gaoyang. Chen Zhi distinctly sensed a palpable aura of coolness surrounding Dan Xuan, a force field that rendered the clamorous, sweltering atmosphere outside ineffective against him. The afternoon swiftly slipped away, and soon the palace resonated with farewell music, urging travelers to vacate the premises and refrain from lingering in the scenic area. The Flame Mountain, situated in a sweltering desert, posed significant dangers at night. Most travelers adhered strictly to their tour groups, and following the melodic prompt, the subterranean palace quickly emptied of visitors. Chen Zhi had previously signaled to their tour group, and before the palace closed its gates, he had already positioned himself within the safety zone. They observed as the security personnel completed their rounds and departed, after which the lights within the palace extinguished one by one, plunging the space into utter darkness, rendering everything invisible. In the darkness of the palace, the daytime's vibrance faded, and the remnants of modern civilization fell silent, evoking a profound connection to the desert and its ancient mysteries beneath their feet. "Let us proceed," Chen Zhi announced to the group, turning to Dan Xuan, "Master, if you would be so kind, please follow behind me for the time being. Allow me to open the door first, then I will summon you inside. You may also need to take refuge within my spell for a while. Otherwise, being captured on camera could lead to complications in the future." "Amitba," Dan Xuan, holding the prayer beads in one hand, responded with deference, "I shall follow your arrangements, benefactor." Thus, Fat Wei illuminated the way in front, and the four of them began to tread lightly downwards. Their voices were hushed, exercising utmost caution. The silence was palpable, and should those on the lower levels notice movement above and fire the first shot, it could lead to grave troubles. After descending the secure passage, they navigated down another staircase. At long last, they reached the next level, surrounded by metallic structures, with even the walls clad in metal surfaces. As they proceeded forward, they entered through a side door, and a conspicuous light beckoned ahead. Guazhou gestured for the others to remain behind, taking Chen Zhi with him to probe further. Concealing themselves in a corner, he pointed ahead and whispered softly, "That is the spot." Chen Zhi peered forward and beheld a row of cameras. Behind them was a modest control room filled with LCD screens monitoring the entire palace's activities. Within sat a sturdy, alert Uyghur man clad in work attire, clearly trained for such vigilance. His keen eyes flitted between the screens, unwavering in his focus, as he remained ever watchful. Behind him lay a narrow path leading to the rear, where a modest hydraulic door stood, adorned with a circular handle, crafted from remarkably dense heavy metal, impervious to brute force. At the entrance of this portal stood two camouflaged individuals of Uyghur descent, their heads crowned with camouflage caps, each wielding submachine guns and donned in specialized shooting gloves. This was the garb of mercenaries, and the firearms they held were far from mere props. While waiting, Chen Zhi communicated silently, gently tapping the shoulder of Guazhou. He then ventured forth alone, tracing a circle in the air with his finger. Instantly, a protective barrier enveloped him, rendering his form invisible before the watchful eyes of the cameras. Stealthily, Chen Zhi advanced, his footsteps softened. The Uyghurs in the control room, indeed subjected to stringent training, could sense his presence even in the absence of his visible form. They instinctively raised their gazes, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet only an expanse of emptiness greeted their eyes. Chen Zhi sidled to the side of the communication room, concealing his body, swiftly dispelled the barrier, and rapped on the control room window. Startled by the sound, one Uyghur leapt up as though struck by lightning. He instinctively reached for the red alarm button, his head snapping up to glance in the direction of the noise. At that moment, Chen Zhi presented the emblem on his phone before the Uyghur, ensuring it was unmistakably clear. Rattlesnake. Chen Zhi uttered swiftly, activating the command. The Uyghur's eyes glazed over, as if entranced, remaining momentarily in a daze before finally broadcasting to the armed guards at the door, "Open the gate. Authorized entry." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi signaled to Guazhou, who in turn beckoned to Pang Wei and Dan Xuan. The three of them then approached. They traversed the narrow path, the guards at the entrance having received the directive from the control room. However, they did not open the grand door immediately. Instead, they remained on high alert. Submachine guns trained on Chen Zhi and his companions, awkwardly articulating in broken Mandarin, "You. What authorization? Name. Name." "Indeed," Chen Zhi replied with composure, raising his phone to their eyes. "Rattlesnake." Upon hearing the command, the two guards stood as if struck, momentarily frozen. Then, they quickly stepped back, assuming a formal stance, and, as if welcoming a dignitary, opened the hydraulic door, inviting them inside. Chapter 65. The first station. As the pneumatic door swung open, it revealed a narrow tunnel adorned with metal plating, the surroundings gleaming in silvery hues, reminiscent of traversing a space capsule. They continued along the tunnel until they reached another small door. This door, unlatched and quite dilapidated, was forged from thick wrought iron, secured only by an antiquated bolt. Guazhou approached, unfastened the bolt, and gently pushed the door, which creaked open. Upon opening the small door, an immediate assault of the acrid scent of charred earth and decaying alcohol wafted forth. They stepped inside, illuminating the path ahead with their flashlights, only to discover that behind this unassuming entrance lay a subterranean desert, long concealed from the world above. This dark expanse exuded an eerie tranquility. Chen Zhi estimated the area, surmising that this section belonged to the flaming mountain desert, as the sand had gradually settled and subsided, forming a basin-like depression. The vastness of the area was enveloped artificially, with numerous metallic panels overhead, resembling a man-made canopy that completely obscured the space. However, this was not merely a barren desert. At the center of the sandy expanse stood the ruins of an ancient village. In this hidden underground desert, devoid of light and shrouded in darkness, the reflective metallic panels above provided a glimmer of visibility. As their flashlight beams danced upon the surface, the reflections illuminated their surroundings, revealing the remnants of broken tiles and crumbling walls ahead. It was evident that this small village had once flourished amidst the desert, with traces of circular vegetation suggesting it was once a verdant oasis. Though modest in size, the village's buildings were densely packed, a testament to the numerous inhabitants who once called it home. A dilapidated stone pathway wound through the ruins, leading deeper into the heart of the decay. They raised their flashlights high, directing the beams toward the reflective surfaces, and ventured cautiously toward the remnants. This arduous journey was compounded by the poor air quality, heavily laced with the pungent scent of fermentation, making each breath laborious and inducing dizziness. The sand beneath their feet felt unsettling, as if tainted by some foreign substance, rendering each step uncomfortable and sticky. With flashlights in hand, they scrutinized the crumbling edifices around them. It was apparent that this ruin had been abandoned for quite some time. The wear on the bricks suggested it dated back several centuries. Typically, one would expect such an ancient village to be relatively well preserved, yet most structures were severely damaged, their original forms nearly unrecognizable. Upon closer inspection of the fractured walls, the devastation was alarming. The brick surfaces bore sharp edges, as if subjected to immense force that had shattered them. The village's dense layout resulted in narrow pathways, making navigation cumbersome. Everywhere they looked, remnants of the ancient Uyghur lifestyle were present, including various utensils reminiscent of those displayed in the exhibition above, particularly the winemaking vessels. These artifacts were scattered throughout, and the stone scoops necessary for fermenting grapes could be found at nearly every doorstep, some even cradling shriveled fruits that had lain undisturbed for centuries. It is perhaps for this reason that confidentiality is maintained here. Chen Zhi, holding a flashlight, scanned the remnants of this desolate landscape, softly murmuring that the so-called ancient Gaochang National Museum above bears little relation to the actual Gaochang kingdom. The era of Gaochang is ancient, and its civilization has long since faded into obscurity. The artifacts and garments we observed in the museum above resemble items not from over a millennium ago, but rather from the late Ming to early Qing dynasties, merely 200 to 300 years prior. It is likely that when they developed this region, they were the first to uncover this buried village beneath the sands. Compared to the enigmatic and ancient Gaochang kingdom, this obscure village holds little promotional value. Consequently, they transformed the abandoned settlement, concealing the underlying ruins while presenting the village's relics as artifacts of the ancient Gaochang kingdom. This tactic generated considerable intrigue. The exhibits above, including the vividly colored Uyghur attire, were presumably excavated from this very site, bearing no genuine connection to the true Gaochang kingdom. "Ah, so that's how it is," exclaimed Peng Wei, who, after sweeping the flashlight around, quickly grasped the situation. "These merchants are truly cunning. Frankly, I had long suspected that those tattered garments did not originate from over 1,000 years ago. It seems my intuition was correct. They are mere imposters. Yet these individuals are not foolish. Unearthing such a dilapidated village in the desert yields little profit. Instead, they choose to package it with a flair, instantly elevating its status." "Perhaps not," Chen Zhi replied with a subtle smile. "What holds no value for those merchants may indeed be of utmost significance to us." "Amitabha," murmured Dan Xuan, trailing behind them, as he softly recited a Buddhist chant. "Since this is merely an abandoned village, it seems unnecessary for us to linger here. My heart is eager. Let us venture into the desert under the cloak of night and hasten towards the ancient Gaochang kingdom. I fear that by dawn, our journey will become increasingly arduous." "Master, there is no need for haste. This place is precisely where we ought to begin our exploration," Chen Zhi gently interjected, directing his flashlight downward. Before them lay the entrance to a village dwelling, where a sizable stone basin rested, square and robust, resembling a grand bathtub. Despite the ravages of time, the basin remained sturdy, its interior still coated with a thick layer of purplish-red mud. This mud, darkly hued yet vibrant, was strikingly conspicuous. Chen Zhi withdrew a dagger and crouched down, scraping a bit of the purplish mud from the bottom of the basin. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled deeply, a potent scent of fermented alcohol wafting forth, a fragrance far too intense to have developed in just a few years or even decades. The result of years of abundant grape fermentation. "Do you recall the documents I showed you?" Chen Zhi softly inquired of the ghostly blade beside him. During the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, a small village in the border region sought assistance, reporting that monstrous creatures were ravaging the villagers. 6 warriors were dispatched before and after the host, ultimately meeting their demise in the yellow sands, leading to the disappearance of that village. Historical records indicate that it was a small Uyghur village located on the outskirts of Flame Mountain, renowned for its winemaking, earning it the title of a famous wine village. If I am not mistaken, this site is likely the remnants of that vanished wine village. Should this be the case, there must be something we seek amidst the ruins. Knife, as a warrior of Shiqi, you understand the nature of warriors. Venture inside and see if you can uncover any traces of those missing warriors from 3 centuries ago. The heaven-burning peacock lamented, "Just one today. My head is throbbing. I feel I might go mad. I have classes every day for an entire month. Oh my God." Chapter 66. The final words from 3 centuries ago. Chen Zhi's reasoning was astute. For thousands of years, the warriors of Shiqi have constituted a uniquely special group, bound by their internal regulations. These warriors, raised in the harsh environment of Shiqi, have long since adapted to a life of discipline. Their martial prowess is exceptional, emphasizing teamwork. And unlike ordinary martial artists, they bear closer resemblance to assassins. A crucial skill possessed by these warriors is their adeptness at gathering and relaying information. In the execution of significant missions, casualties are often unavoidable, and the reconnaissance units responsible for gathering preliminary intelligence frequently face complete annihilation. However, this does not imply that their messages cannot be transmitted. They possess specialized codes and a tacit understanding that can only be deciphered by insiders. Throughout the history of Shiqi warriors, it has been common to leave traces through various means, facilitating future generations in their quest for clues. During their entrapment in the ancient tomb of the Long White Mountain deity, two blue band warriors recorded a video of the old mountain deity before their demise, providing insight into the circumstances of the time, allowing for their escape. The 6 blue band warriors who vanished here, despite having perished over 3 centuries ago, may have left behind traces if this indeed was the initial site of the incident. Subsequently, Ghost Blade entered the ruins, traversing them at remarkable speed in search of the warriors' traces. This unique camaraderie and sensitivity transcended verbal expression. Within the span of an hour, Ghost Blade returned, holding what appeared to be a ceramic vessel, approximately the size of 2 fists. The exterior had been charred, and when discarded upon the ground, it resembled an inconspicuous stone, easily overlooked. Ghost Blade raised the ceramic vessel with both hands and smashed it onto the ground. With a crack, the outer shell shattered, revealing a bundle of yellowed paper within. Chen Zhi bent down to retrieve the bundle, assessing the texture of the paper. Indeed, it was the yellow-white paper of Shiqi, emblazoned with the emblem of Shiqi. Shiqi is a vast organization characterized by its meticulousness and strictness. Historically, it has maintained an attitude of external prohibition and internal rigidity. Since Bao Ping assumed leadership, Shiqi has opened its doors, allowing numerous consumables to enter, including a significant influx of external paper. However, it is said that for a considerable period, the people of Shiqi refrained from utilizing paper from the outside world. In the exchanges of correspondence and task reports among the people of Shiqi, a unique type of paper is employed, distinguished by its yellowish base and white surface, aptly named Huangbai paper. This paper has been imbued with a special form of sorcery, ensuring that the ink remains vibrant and unfading for over 10 millennia. Words inscribed in blood by the warriors vanish seamlessly into the paper's fibers, rendering them invisible at first glance. However, after the passage of time, when this paper is once again held by the Shiqi people, the inscriptions will immediately re-emerge. This phenomenon is known as the fabled samurai's last testament. Chen Zhi sliced open his fingertip, allowing his blood to seep slowly into the aged paper. Soon, the crimson liquid began to merge swiftly, dispersing like a vivid red mist. And miraculously, rows of text began to materialize upon the once blank surface. The characters, densely packed and inscribed with a brush, displayed a mix of neatness in the early pages, becoming increasingly haphazard towards the end. As Chen Zhi perused the writings, it became clear that these were the notes of the dispatched warriors. The initial pages recounted events following their arrival and the status of their missions, aligning closely with the organization's records. The language used was succinct and direct. Even the warriors of that era did not cling to archaic expressions. We, having received orders to come here, have learned that the previous warriors sent to this location have vanished. The vast expanse of yellow sands and the unbearable heat have likely led to their untimely demise. The villagers here are few in number, and all, young and old alike, live in constant fear. According to the villagers, this place is called Flame Mountain. Despite its remote location and extreme temperatures, the village is renowned for its exquisite grape wine, leading to prosperity among its inhabitants. However, since last year, countless monstrous creatures have surged forth from the sands. These beasts come in various forms. At first glance, they resemble humans, yet upon closer inspection, they reveal their feral nature. Some are colossal, resembling titans with faces akin to tigers and elephants, exhibiting formidable ferocity, capable of devouring dozens in a single encounter. Others take on the shapes of leopards or tigers, with razor-sharp teeth and thunderous roars. Yet, despite the multitude of these beasts, they are all led by a singular creature known as the hairy monkey. The villagers describe this creature as standing less than 6 feet tall, with a grotesque appearance, baring its teeth and scratching its head in an absurd manner. However, it possesses an astute mind, capable of transformation. It is particularly lascivious, often abducting village women for mating and seizing their fine wines and fruits. Each time the village is assaulted, at the hairy monkey's command, all the monsters emerge in unison. When it calls them back, they obediently retreat, fearing disobedience. Thus, we assert that this hairy monkey must be the most powerful among the beasts. To capture the leader is to ensnare them all. These writings reflect the warriors' initial rationality and confidence. However, as time progressed, their self-assurance began to wane. With our heads bowed in shame, we have received our mission from the Eastern Huaxia, unworthy to continue living. Last night, when the monsters attacked, we, as warriors, found ourselves unable to resist. The beast, towering hundreds of feet, struck terror into the desert. The beastmen, with their imposing figures and sharp fangs, strike with the ferocity of lightning and meteors. Their roars reverberate violently, causing the very earth to tremble. We, as warriors of Shichi, are gravely wounded, and the villagers here suffer unimaginable torment. We find ourselves powerless, resigned to our fate, yet determined to ensure at least one among us survives. Tomorrow, we shall carve a path of blood, entrusting this letter to be returned to our organization, beseeching our leader to dispatch reinforcements with utmost urgency. These beastmen are exceedingly vicious. Leniency is not an option, lest we invite future calamities. This excerpt, representative of the latter stages, reveals that the warriors retain their rationality despite the dire circumstances. They have discerned the formidable nature of these beastmen, articulating their various forms, yet they foresee their own demise and call for assistance. Curiously, there is no mention of the monkey man in these writings. However, the final letter references the leader of these beastmen, a monkey man of less than 6 feet in height, whose strength is unfathomable. Chapter 67. The final words from 3 centuries ago, Part 2. The final letter is scrawled in a hasty and chaotic hand, clearly reflecting the turmoil of the warriors' minds. Trained for exceptional circumstances, even in the face of death, they typically remain composed. Thus, such emotional upheaval is far from ordinary. As warriors of Shichi, we lament our lack of skill since childhood, and now our lives hang by a thread. We had intended to resist to the last breath, entrusting all correspondence to one warrior to return to Shichi. To our dismay, this warrior returned that very night after entering the desert. He informed us that the desert is vast and boundless. A lifetime spent wandering would yield no escape, urging us to remain and keep him company instead. From that moment, he took on a bizarre form, distancing himself from us, often lurking in the shadows to observe our movements. His countenance was dark, revealing only half his face, with eyes that slanted downward, occasionally scratching at his ears, reminiscent of a monkey. We grew suspicious and tested him repeatedly, eventually witnessing his true appearance, which was grotesque beyond description. We realized he was not what he seemed, but a transformation of the monkey man. The true warrior had perished long ago. This beast man, the leader of all beasts, though diminutive in stature, exudes an unfathomable ferocity, rendering him nearly impossible to grasp. 2 warriors perished on the spot. Previously, we faced colossal monsters in the sands with unwavering bravery. Even if we were to be buried under mountains or swallowed by the seas, it was merely a death. Yet, confronting this monkey-like beast man instilled a sense of dread within me, for his grotesque nature is truly chilling. This beast man possesses the ability to articulate human language. His mind is astute, lustful, and cruel, surpassing all other beast men in intellect. For reasons unbeknownst to us, he harbors a profound hatred for us. Aware of the existence of Shichi in the land of Huaxia, and of the divine emperors, Ji and Jiang, particularly loathing Jiangshang, swearing to feast upon the flesh of his descendants. Rather than hastily seeking our lives, he opts to slaughter every villager, abducting women for his sadistic pleasures, reveling atop their corpses. We realize our survival is futile, and escape is beyond our reach. To meet our end within the belly of the monkey would be a disgrace most profound, leaving us restless in death. We shall place this letter and our hair within a jar, burying it beneath the earth. Long live Shichi, enduring through the ages. Should any future visitors encounter this, they may come to understand our unwavering resistance and, mindful of our toil, carry our hair back to our homeland. The final words are scrawled in a manner most dreadful, suggesting that the situation was dire, and time was of the essence as they hastily penned their thoughts. After leaving these last words, it appears that these warriors met with a tragic fate. Perhaps, as they indicated, they ultimately found themselves devoured by the beasts. Guazhou gazed upon the inscriptions, his brow furrowed tightly, his eyes wide as if witnessing the battle unfold before him. Have the bodies of these men been found? Chen Zhi inquired as he rolled up the letters once more. Alas, no. Guazhou gently shook his head. There is not a single corpse in this village. The remains of those warriors are surely not here. Is that so? Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly. Guazhou, do you believe that, as they suggested, they ultimately made a specific choice? They would have taken their own lives, Guazhou responded. A warrior values honor above all, and to be consumed by a beast is the utmost disgrace. In the face of insurmountable odds, The warriors of the West Qi would certainly seek a way to end their own lives. Yet, should there be even a glimmer of hope, they would strive to protect their bodies from desecration. If we do not find their remains here, perhaps they chose another path to death, which might be a blessing. Indeed. Chen Zhi nodded slightly, placing a reassuring hand on Guazhou's shoulder. The lives of orcs vary greatly. Some endure for long spans, while others are fleeting. From what I understand, some smaller orc species may not even live as long as humans. This ancient hair from centuries past appears formidable, yet after all this time, it likely has turned to dust. However, should it still be alive, proceed with caution. Yes, Guazhou replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Upon retrieving the papers, they discovered that the earthen jar still contained a wealth of hair. The hair, long since withered, was divided into 4 portions, neatly bound with fine thread, likely the remnants of those warriors. This tradition of the West Qi has prevailed through the ages. Warriors, though formidable, seldom meet their end in peaceful repose. Many of their remains lie scattered, yet their hair returns to the West Qi, and thus their spirits find their way home. Guazhou carefully secured the strands and placed them against his chest, preparing to present them to the Elder Council upon their return. During their discourse, Dan Xuan had silently absorbed their words. Upon hearing of the monkey's actions, his countenance darkened, ultimately rendering him speechless. He walked into the ruins, placing his prayer beads upon the ground, kneeling with palms pressed together, softly reciting the rebirth incantation. The sound of his chanting resonated through the darkness, imbued with an indescribable sorrow. In this ancient desert, amidst ruins long abandoned for over 3 centuries, this belated incantation echoed with profound melancholy, laden with unutterable meaning, felt only by those present. Once Dan Xuan completed his recitation, they departed from that place. Chen Zhi demonstrated remarkable precision in his sense of timing regarding hypnosis. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that the gatekeepers had yet to regain their composure. They successfully resurfaced, emerging onto the desert's expanse, only to find the plaza outside the underground palace utterly deserted. In the enveloping darkness, the colossal golden staff loomed majestically in the center of the square, towering and solitary, as if silently witnessing the past events that transpired in this desert and the future yet to unfold. Having prepared their gear beforehand and stocked up on water within the underground palace, they now secured their bags and, traveling light, set forth into the desert. The nights on Fire Mountain were exceedingly cold, yet the sands beneath their feet radiated an intense heat. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt as though all the dreams he had experienced had materialized into reality. He walked the very path that Xuanzang once traversed, surrounded by endless yellow sands and a profound sense of desolation. As they advanced, Xuanzang would lose his water pouch and exhaust his provisions, only to encounter the fateful monkey who would alter his destiny, later known as the victorious Fighting Buddha. Chapter 68. Night Journey Through the Desert. Gratitude to the esteemed Yao Niao Gu for the generous reward of 100,000. Not far ahead lay the undulating expanse of Fire Mountain, which appeared unbearably hot during the day, resembling a fiery ribbon. Yet, under the cover of night, it seemed somewhat subdued. However, the journey before them now felt more distant than it truly was. The temperature fluctuation in the desert was extreme, and while the night air was frigid, the ground beneath their feet still radiated an oppressive heat, causing their hearts to race with intensity. They moved swiftly across the desert, propelled by their extensive experience from traversing the vast Egyptian sands. This journey posed no challenge for them, as their bodies had adapted to various environments over years of undertaking missions. Dan Xuan, in comparison to Chen Zhi and the others, was equally adept, not inherently clumsy. His resilience was significantly heightened, perhaps owing to his lineage. Throughout this leg of their journey, he spoke little, his brow furrowed and his expression grave, for this desert represented a recurring nightmare from his childhood. After a period of rapid travel, they soon approached the looming Fire Mountain. What appeared as a vibrant red from afar revealed itself as a truly magnificent sight up close. This mountainous region, characterized by its rocky structure, twisted and turned with stark, jagged stones, resembling shards sliced by a deft blade. Fire Mountain, also known as Chishi Mountain, meaning the barren red rocks, boasts a length exceeding 100 kilometers, with a width of up to 10 kilometers and an elevation of around 500 meters. Its highest peak towers at an altitude of 317 meters. Such a colossal formation, with a history that eludes precise dating, is believed to have existed since the very formation of this land. Numerous ancient records indicate that the Flame Mountain, with its barren hills and desolate peaks, is devoid of vegetation and the presence of birds. Each summer, under the blazing sun, the reddish-brown mountains shimmer as the sandstone gleams under intense sunlight. The scorching air rises in tumultuous waves, resembling a raging inferno with tongues of flame licking the heavens. Despite the passage of many years, the essence of Flame Mountain remains unchanged. During the sweltering summer, the exposed surface can reach temperatures of 75 degrees Celsius, with heat waves rolling through, making the air nearly unbreathable. Remaining within this harsh environment for an extended period poses a grave danger to life. Chen Zhi gazes at the stark mountains before him, observing the rock layers eroded by high temperatures and contemplating the stories they have endured. 13 centuries ago, one can only wonder what fortitude the monk Xuanzang possessed to traverse such a terrifying desert. However, one thing is certain. The trials he faced here were far beyond what a human body could withstand. Though the nighttime temperatures of Flame Mountain are cooler, the terrain remains treacherous. The relatively flat accumulation of strata, combined with alternating soft and hard rock layers, has formed numerous ravines over the years due to rainwater erosion. The materials eroded from the mountain have created a reddish alluvial fan at the foot of the mountain, with its leading edge cracked into countless polygons. Appearing menacing and striking in the darkness. In silence, they tread carefully, focusing on their steps, ultimately navigating through the barren expanse of Flame Mountain. Beyond lies an aimless desert. Perhaps due to the oppressive heat of the day, the desert emanates an orange-red glow at night, resembling molten lava. Upon extending a hand into the desert's core, one can immediately feel the searing heat. It is likely that an egg buried in the sand would cook in no time. The scenic area they had previously traversed is now a distant memory, completely out of sight. They now find themselves in an unspoiled desert, where the stillness at midnight is unnerving. Shadows are absent, and no flora is visible. The ground consists solely of sand, presenting an utterly desolate landscape. This is the old Western region desert, a reality that cannot be overstated. Fat Wei, who had walked silently to this point, finally spoke. I've heard tales that in ancient times, the riches along the Silk Road came at the price of life. Many traders lost their lives here, and I imagine their restless spirits linger. He continued, we should not be complacent. It would be wise to spend the night here and continue our journey by daylight, lest we cannot endure for long. Chen Zhi concurred with Fat Wei's suggestion. Traveling by night may be cool, yet it is a significant taboo in the desert. Humans require rest, and this vast expanse of sand is akin to an oven, with the sun blazing overhead and no shelter in sight, making daytime sleep utterly impossible. Thus, it is imperative to rest while darkness envelopes the land. The desert is not lacking in bare rocks, which, though rugged in appearance, offer a refreshing coolness that can provide a place to lean and rest. In this desolate and forsaken place, even a mouse would succumb to starvation. There were no signs of wild beasts in the vicinity, rendering the need for vigilant guards unnecessary. A few individuals spread their sleeping bags on the ground and promptly nestled into them. Guazhou, ever the vigilant one, was unaccustomed to sleeping within a sleeping bag. Instead, he chose to sit atop it, leaning his back against a rock, clutching his long knife, and closing his eyes. The day's journey had been exceedingly exhausting, and they soon drifted into slumber. However, the dawn did not greet them with the gentle warmth of sunlight, but rather with the scorching blaze of the sun. The desert resembled the face of a child, transforming in an instant. The frigid air that had pierced them just hours earlier now blazed with fierce intensity. As Chen Zhi drowsily opened his eyes, he beheld the sunlight almost instantaneously turning the sands into a fiery orange hue. By the time he regained his senses, the surrounding heat felt akin to that of an inferno, causing their bodies to twitch rapidly as they instinctively began to sweat in response to the sudden rise in temperature. They hastily arose, stowed away their sleeping bags, replenished themselves with salt water, and splashed their faces with fresh water, preparing to embark on their journey anew. At that moment, Chen Zhi noticed Guazhou standing a short distance ahead, his hands clasped around his knife, exuding an air of overwhelming authority as he faced the desert before them. It was as if he were demonstrating his prowess in the presence of an unseen adversary. What is the matter? Chen Zhi inquired as he approached and patted him on the back. Yet, Guazhou did not respond. Instead, he cautiously surveyed the desert ahead, as if something lay hidden within the shimmering heat of the day. He then softly informed Chen Zhi, since last night, something has been watching us. But it is clever, not daring to approach recklessly. We must devise a strategy to lure it out. As they traversed the expanse, the ancient texts of the western regions recorded that the journey from Fire Mountain to the ancient kingdom of Guazhou would take approximately half a month through the desert. Along the way, they would pass through 7 caves and 16 caverns, teeming with malevolent spirits, each cavern ruled by its own fierce overlord, preying upon passing merchants with great ferocity. While these ancient accounts brimmed with superstitious exaggerations, disregarding the mythical embellishments, a contemporary geographical perspective indicates that a normal adult would indeed require around 15 days to traverse from Fire Mountain to the location of the ancient Guazhou. However, Chen Zhi and his companions moved with remarkable swiftness, making no stops, only dining once at night and drinking water at midday, allowing them to sleep 5 to 6 hours each night. Consequently, they estimated that their journey could be completed in merely 8 or 9 days. During this time, they intentionally relaxed their guard at night, with everyone slipping into their sleeping bags for a deep slumber, exposing all their vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, no unforeseen incidents occurred, nor did they encounter anything peculiar. By morning, the ghostly blade often discerned faint footprints from afar. These imprints were as delicate as a sheet of paper, vanishing with the slightest disturbance of sand. By the 4th day, they found themselves deep within the heart of the desert, where golden sands sprawled endlessly, glowing like molten lava under the relentless sun, suffusing their bodies with an overwhelming heat that threatened to drive one mad. They carried a supply of compressed food and some semi-cooked meat products in their satchel. In this desolate expanse, there was no need for an oven. A simple hole dug into the sand sufficed to cook their provisions, which would be ready in no time. During their intermittent rests, a sleeping bag was essential beneath them. Otherwise, the scorching sands would compel them to depart swiftly. This place was undoubtedly an uninhabited wilderness, untouched by governmental development in such remote areas of the desert. Along their journey, no trace of humanity was visible. Even adventurers would shun such desolate locales. The sweltering temperatures each day gradually eroded their spirits, and as Chen Zhi trudged along, he felt his flesh clinging to his garments. After the sweat cascaded down his body, the desert winds turned it into a muddy mess, leaving him reeking of sourness after just a few days. Cracks began to mar everyone's skin, and even Dan Xuan's once delicate visage was not spared. His lips cracked, his face swollen, and he coughed incessantly, all symptoms of heat stroke. Yet, despite this, Dan Xuan pressed on, uttering not a single complaint. In stark contrast, Pang Wei suddenly found it unbearable. His agitation grew, and he vented his frustrations, lamenting the folly of embarking on this treacherous journey to such a cursed place. His emotions escalated, leading to heated exchanges with Chen Zhi, at times distancing himself significantly. Eventually, he cried out in pain from a stomach ache, and after a lengthy retreat to relieve himself, he returned transformed. His countenance was darkened, avoiding eye contact and falling silent. The journey became monotonous. As they trudged forward in silence, the destination ahead seeming more significant than the journey itself. From that moment, Pang Wei exhibited peculiar behavior, his legs languidly dragging through the sands as if they were broken, yet he moved swiftly. He shunned communication and refrained from arguments, but his perpetual thirst was palpable. Under the scorching sun, he would crack open cans of provisions, greedily consuming everything in sight, always yearning for fresh water. At night, he would often lean against a rock, his eyes fixed on the starry sky, an indescribable gaze filled with resentment. On one fateful day, they stumbled upon a deep underground cavern, vast and unexpected amidst the desert. After a careful examination, Chen Zhi surmised that it was likely a candid, a large tunnel excavated for the purpose of accessing water. As early as the records of the Grand Historian, there are accounts of a unique irrigation system known as the Keres, prevalent in arid regions. It is said that this system originated in ancient foreign lands and is notably common in the Turpan region of Xinjiang, China. Given the vast expanse of desert here, the local populace devised this method to harness underground water, cultivating crops amidst the sands. The Keres wells are remarkably rudimentary, with their caverns appearing almost naturally formed, devoid of any discernible human craftsmanship, suggesting an ancient lineage that eludes verification. Upon descending into the wells, one is immediately enveloped by a refreshing coolness, akin to paradise amid the scorching desert sun. They explored these depths, which seemed bottomless, discovering layers upon layers, with the second layer revealing a source of water. The sight of the clean, flowing water revitalized their spirits. Nestled at the heart of the desert, they had traversed a significant distance, and a few more days' journey would likely bring them to the ancient kingdom of Guazhou. Chen Zhi ordered a halt to rest and replenish their freshwater supply, allowing everyone to cleanse themselves before gathering around a fire in the evening. The subterranean chambers of the Kérez connect in succession, with temperatures cooling as one descends, and the icy water provided a soothing relief. They washed away the accumulated sand from their arduous trek, likely shedding 3 pounds of grime. Once everyone was prepared, they kindled a fire on the sandy ground and buried their provisions beneath the embers. Exhausted from their journey, they longed for a stable refuge to rest. After their meal, Guazhou ventured out to scout the surroundings, while Dan Xuan found a spot on the upper level to meditate, eyes closed, fingers moving over his prayer beads, silently reciting mantras. Chen Zhi, on the other hand, sought a place near the water in the second level, charging his phone with a portable charger and reviewing the stored information. The well presented an intriguing contrast. While the outside world grew cold with nightfall, the underground chambers remained warm and inviting. Yet, an eerie atmosphere pervaded the space, still and shadowy, imbued with a scent reminiscent of death. After perusing some materials, Chen Zhi extinguished the small light, closing his eyes to merge with the surrounding darkness. A peculiar odor lingered in the cave, a foul, decaying scent as if animals had long inhabited this space. Their remains long since departed, leaving behind a lingering stench of ancient blood. The oppressive darkness concealed strange secrets, with every crevice in the stone appearing to harbor unknown entities. Chen Zhi opened his eyes, allowing them to adjust gradually to the dimness. In that moment, he noticed a shadow slowly emerging from behind the rock face before him, a figure whose presence was decidedly unsettling, pressing its face against the wall, staring intently at Chen Zhi with wide eyes. In the context of the present atmosphere, this sight was profoundly terrifying, as if the darkness allowed one to glimpse the figure's malevolent essence. It was not a human visage. In truth, if one possessed the eyes of an ordinary person, they would remain oblivious to it. Yet, the aura invariably emanates a distinctive brilliance that cannot escape Chen Zhi's keen perception. Chen Zhi illuminated the surroundings with a small lamp and waved a flashlight ahead, revealing a familiar countenance. It was Pang Wei. At that moment, Pang Wei leaned against a nearby rock, his posture peculiar, half squatting on his knees, seemingly shy, concealing half of his face. His expression was eerily strange. At some point, his eye began to tilt, darting about with unsettling agility. "What troubles you?" Chen Zhi inquired, maintaining an air of indifference. However, Pang Wei remained silent, his odd gaze lingering on Chen Zhi for an extended moment before he finally unveiled his entire face from behind the stone wall. His visage appeared to itch, as he incessantly scratched at his ears and cheeks, his eyes uncontrollably swirling. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chen Zhi asked again, calmly observing him. "If you have something to say, speak. If not, depart. We must continue our journey to Guazhou tomorrow." "What is the purpose of your journey?" Pang Wei suddenly queried in a peculiar tone. "Do you still yearn for that place? It offers nothing but sand and dirt, devoid of even the dead, with neither wine nor women. Perhaps it would be better to return." Chen Zhi listened quietly to Pang Wei's words, lowering his gaze in contemplation for a moment before smiling and replying, "Let us retire for the night. We still have a long road ahead of us." "There is no road left." Pang Wei's voice grew increasingly strange, his speech rapid, as if he could scarcely contain his thoughts. "This is where it ends. You should remain here. Are you hungry? Do you desire wine? Women? Fresh meat to consume?" "No," Chen Zhi replied with composed resolve, shaking his head. "Such desires are primitive instincts. I am not an animal." "Desires?" Pang Wei continued, his tone still peculiar. "Is desire a sin? Should one not possess desires? Yet I am perpetually hungry. What shall I do? I still wish to eat. Will you indulge me?" "Desire is not inherently sinful," Chen Zhi stated, gazing at Pang Wei. "However, not all desires must be fulfilled. Hunger does not necessitate murder. The yearning for companionship does not warrant plunder. One must learn to exercise restraint. Regardless of how intense primal desires may be, they must be tempered by morality, lest one devolve into a beast. Similarly, if a beast learns to control its desires and comprehend the essence of morality, it may one day ascend to a higher existence, perhaps even become divine." "Divine?" Pang Wei tilted his head, attentively listening to Chen Zhi's words, his eyes ceasing their erratic movements. He pointed towards the celestial realm above. That individual is truly insufferable. Does he believe himself to be a deity? He mutters incessantly, yet his words are indecipherable. If they cannot be understood, why utter them? He speaks to his own heart. With a smile, Chen Zhi looked at Peng Wei and responded, "Many of us are unable to perceive the depths of our own hearts. We struggle to truly understand ourselves. Thus, we often misinterpret our intentions, driven by primal desires to engage in actions we ought not to undertake. However, should our inner vision be awakened, we would perceive the world through this newfound lens and recognize its alternate forms, discovering the extent of our own compassion and tolerance. Once we behold compassion, the world transforms. The sources of our previous suffering and attachment cease to exist." "Are you speaking of compassion? Do you embody it?" Suddenly, Peng Wei emerged from behind the rock face, her presence akin to a fleeting shadow, arriving before Chen Zhi with remarkable swiftness. Humans extol compassion and revere deities for their benevolence. Yet, now that your life hangs in the balance, where are those deities? She inquired. "If you truly possess compassion, would you offer your own body to fulfill my desires?" Upon finishing her words, her arm swiftly descended upon Chen Zhi's shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, her strength had surged immensely, and in that moment, he felt as though his shoulder might be crushed. At that instant, a sudden clattering sound echoed as stones tumbled down, and Guazhou, having silently descended from above, appeared. The unexpected turn startled Peng Wei, prompting her to leap aside like a startled creature, her body taut, eyes glinting with hostility as she regarded Guazhou. "What has transpired?" she questioned. Guazhou, without drawing his weapon, calmly observed her before casting a glance at Chen Zhi. "Chief, are you unharmed?" "I am well," Chen Zhi replied with a smile. "He couldn't sleep last night and wished to converse with me. Now that our discussion is concluded, he should return to rest." Turning back to Peng Wei, Chen Zhi continued, "Allow me to share something with you. Among us humans, there are always exceptional actors who can mimic others with astonishing precision, even without altering their expressions, and no one doubts their performances. Thus, imitation of others or their faces is inconsequential. What truly matters is the imitation of the human heart. With a human heart, one grasps the essence of compassion, which encompasses more than mere selflessness. Of course, these notions stem from Buddhist teachings. The Buddhist doctrine states that if one possesses a sincere intention to aid others, one shall bring goodness to the world. I have never been particularly insightful. Perhaps you possess greater wisdom. Reflect on what has compelled you to seek me. Now depart." Peng Wei listened intently, tilting her head as she pondered the meaning behind his words. At that moment, Guazhou stepped forward, positioning himself before Chen Zhi, inadvertently revealing the long blade at his waist, and uttered, "Leave now. Do not return tonight." Chapter 71. Unmasking. That night passed without incident. Peng Wei did not descend again. The cavern of Canner Well was refreshingly cool, offering a serene ambience. Chen Zhi enjoyed a rare slumber, untroubled by thoughts of danger, for he knew Guazhou would remain vigilant. However, upon waking the following morning, he discovered that circumstances had taken a new turn. Last night, the corpulent Wei, who posed peculiar questions to Chen Zhi, was unwilling to continue their journey. He merely sat at the edge of the cavern, his eyes cold and unyielding, remaining motionless even when Guazhou called out to him. When Chen Zhi approached to inquire, he simply replied, "I shall return eventually. Why complicate matters? It is best to remain here." Chen Zhi did not hasten him to walk, but instead, along with Guazhou, ventured several layers beneath the cave surface, discovering an astonishing structure. The subterranean cavern was unfathomably deep, with a remarkably intricate internal layout, featuring numerous horizontal and vertical extensions. To describe it, one might liken it to the architecture of an ant colony. Most intriguingly, each level of this underground cave varied in area, the deeper they descended. The larger and more expansive the caverns became. After traversing 7 or 8 layers, they could no longer see the ceiling above. The vastness of this cave was daunting, with peculiar scattered bones visible around them, all impressively large. At this depth, the scent of wild beasts intensified, accompanied by the acrid odor of animal urine, a pungent assault on the senses. It appeared that a multitude of formidable beasts once inhabited this cave, their size remarkable yet lethargic. This depth suggested an even greater abyss below. Guazhou, testing the ground, remarked to Chen Zhi, "The further down we go, the deeper it seems. Each layer is larger than the last. If we descend further, we may encounter a chasm. There must be communal creatures here beyond our imagination. Along the way, we observed bones resembling those of large wild animals, likely remnants of the inhabitants' sustenance. Should this cave have once housed beasts, their dwellings would be allocated according to the size of these chambers. It is probable that the creatures on the lower levels were astonishingly large, yet now, they are nowhere to be found. He suggested they linger in this place, Chen Zhi softly remarked, casting a glance towards the ground. Let us proceed and discern his intentions. Upon their return to the surface, they found that the corpulent Wei had risen. He did not roam about, but instead squatted before Dan Xuan, arms hanging forward like a simian. His eyes reflected confusion as he gazed at Dan Xuan, who remained extraordinarily calm in the face of Wei's proximity. His fingers deftly manipulating prayer beads, lips moving as though imparting some profound wisdom. Let us move, Chen Zhi urged, addressing Wei. We ought to set forth sooner to avoid complications. Time is of the essence. This time, Wei did not resist significantly. He stood, scratched his neck, and then joined the procession ahead. The desert's sands remained unbearably hot, capable of scorching any who lingered too long, with the relentless sun beating down upon them like a blazing orb. The air, warped by the intense heat, shimmered around them. Yet this time, Wei walked closely beside Dan Xuan, seemingly intrigued by him. You previously mentioned that what the eyes perceive is not the true power, cautioning me not to be deceived. What does that mean? Wei's tone was peculiar, reminiscent of an animal whose throat had been grasped, sharp and piercing. Yet, Dan Xuan remained with that same expression, perceiving only the tangible, which often proves to be illusory. Thus, do not be deceived. The Buddhist teaching states that all phenomena are empty. What lies before us is merely a facade, not worthy of excessive attachment. Dan Xuan, twirling the prayer beads, spoke in a soft voice. Many strive for power at any cost. But what then, after vanquishing all adversaries? Ultimately, one learns that true strength lies not in defeating others, but in conquering oneself. Similarly, if you cannot forgive others, they will not forgive you. Pang Wei listened intently, his head tilted, his eyes slowly turning as if in contemplation. Is this what they refer to as compassion and forgiveness? I still cannot grasp your meaning. If I am stronger than you and can take your life, why would I need your forgiveness? Likewise, if I am starving and intend to kill you, drink your blood, and consume your flesh to inflict suffering, would you forgive me? Certainly, Dan Xuan continued, manipulating the prayer beads. No one is without sin. When one sins, all are guilty. We are one with this world. Your transgressions are also mine. You inquire whether I would forgive you. It is more accurate to say that I have never blamed you from the outset. Nonsense. Pang Wei seemed dissatisfied with this response and ceased to ask further questions. Nonsense, nonsense. Throughout the journey under the scorching sun, Pang Wei, akin to a tormented soul, repeatedly mumbled those words, no longer regarding anyone or the path ahead. After a day of travel, as dusk began to settle, they suddenly spotted a mound of earth ahead, resembling the dome of a cavern. This sight was strikingly familiar to Chen Zhi. It was indeed the Kerez well from which they had departed that morning. Back again, Guazhou glanced back at Chen Zhi. This is a type of barrier technique known as a ghost wall. Can we contend with it? Chen Zhi nodded gently, taking a few steps back to face Pang Wei. Pang Wei still wore a grim expression, his brows furrowed, eyes averted from everyone, silently repeating those two words, nonsense, nonsense. What? Have you not yet comprehended the master's words? Chen Zhi suddenly called out sharply to Pang Wei. If you cannot understand, then do not force it. Allow us to guide you instead. How about it? Transform into my friend. It would be quite amusing, wouldn't it? Yet, acting can be exhausting. After such an extended performance, do you not feel weary? Reveal your true self. Let us see what you truly look like. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Pang Wei abruptly halted his murmuring. He tilted his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, a shrill, piercing sound that sent chills down one's spine. Gradually, he lifted his face, and this time, his countenance had transformed entirely. His eyes glowed with a green luminescence, fierce as a beast. His teeth had become sharp, and between his neck and cheeks, a layer of yellowish fur began to sprout gradually. Chapter 72, Subjugation. The fat on Pang Wei's face melted away like cream, gradually collapsing. His height also diminished rapidly, as if his calves had been severed, disappearing in an instant. After a strange haze enveloped the air, A diminutive figure emerged before everyone. Its small face adorned with orange-yellow fur, claw-like hands, and a tail, unmistakably resembling a large monkey. The monkey's fur was incredibly dense, revealing an orange-red hue akin to the sandy ground. Yet there were several patches on its arms and chest devoid of hair, marked by scars from past wounds. Evidently, it had suffered severe cuts, leaving permanent scars in those areas, preventing any regrowth of fur. Its fierce visage was truly terrifying, with a sunken nose contorting above its green eyes, evoking a unique sense of dread amidst the scorching desert. Humans, you are indeed peculiar. The monkey's fierce green eyes slowly lifted to gaze at Chen Zhi and the others. Why endure? Why forgive? If you relish fresh entrails, simply eviscerate them. The crimson flesh within is delectable and ripe for the taking. Why endure? Why persist? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense, it muttered incessantly, its body trembling violently, arms hanging limply as it leaped forward, attempting to approach Dan Xuan. Seeing this, Guazhou swiftly interposed, his long blade remaining sheathed yet raised slightly as a warning. Do not move. The monkey clearly regarded Guazhou with trepidation, its green eyes darting rapidly. I have encountered your kind before. 6 valiant individuals came to the desert seeking me. These scars on my body are their legacy. It continued, touching the bald patches on its skin, the scars indeed formidable. A testament to the strength of the warriors. The West Chi warriors, reputed to be the mightiest among humankind. Yet, I met them only to have my blood and fur taken. I claimed their lives in return. You West Chi folk are no match for me. Do not return. Do not impede my feast on this monk. Look at this monk's hypocrisy. I despise his very appearance. Observe the beads in his hand, so insincere. I loathe that string of beads. West Chi, allow me to consume him, and you may leave this place. Upon uttering these words, the monkey vanished in an instant, only to reappear as if cloaked in invisibility, suddenly materializing in the air behind Dan Xuan. Its elongated claws, resembling hooks, seized Dan Xuan's neck, the terrifying monkey face drawing close to his ear. Monk, your words are mere drivel. Let me devour you and see if you can truly forgive me. With that, the monkey opened its jaws wide, lunging for Dan Xuan's neck. Dan Xuan exhibited no signs of panic. He closed his eyes, his fingers still tightly clutching the string of prayer beads, allowing the monkey's claws to draw blood from his neck without attempting to resist. Just as the monkey's jaws were about to clamp down on his throat, the air shimmered, and the monkey was suddenly hurled away, soaring through the air before crashing heavily into the sand, creating a large crater. Subsequently, a shadow descended from above, the ghost blade landing weightlessly before the monkey. With his right hand gripping the long sword, he refrained from drawing it. Before the monkey could react, he stomped heavily on its back, rendering it momentarily stunned. Bending down, the ghost blade scrutinized the monkey and coldly remarked, "Those who have crossed paths with us of the West Chi have yet to learn wisdom. They can take your fur, but I can take your life. You and I are not of the same caliber." After declaring this, he forcefully drove his foot down, his strength unreserved, forcing the monkey deep into the sand. The monkey, instantly vanquished, initially failed to respond, but after several seconds, it erupted in a frenzy, thrashing in the sand, its head emerging, revealing its sharp fangs. The 2 canine teeth in its upper jaw were exceedingly sharp, protruding like wolf fangs, while its green eyes blazed with a furious crimson hue. Chen Zhi observed from a distance as the monkey struggled mightily, the pit beneath it expanding. The surrounding yellow sand was rent with numerous holes, as dust rose and the entire desert trembled. Eventually, cracks appeared across the distant dunes, a testament to the immense impact on the sandy surface. Yet, despite the earth shaking and the skies darkening, no matter how the monkey thrashed, the ghost blade's foot remained firmly planted on its back, leaving it no chance of escape. After 5 or 6 hours of this torment, the night had deepened, and at last, the monkey grew weary. Only then did the ghost blade release his foot. Looking down at the monkey in the pit, he kicked fiercely at its ribs. The sound of cracking ribs echoed sharply in the air. Chen Zhi then approached the monkey, bending down to observe it closely. I previously mentioned that compassion is a tenet of Buddhism. I shared this with you, but it does not signify that I am a follower of Buddhism. In truth, I lack such profound cultivation. I am not adept at forgiveness or mercy. Since you remain obstinately ignorant, allow me to educate you in my way. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi exchanged a glance with the ghost blade, who promptly extracted the monkey from the sand. The creature's body was now covered in sand, looking quite disheveled, its features obscured and unrecognizable. The ghost blade then raised the hilt of his sword and delivered several heavy blows to the monkey's sensitive points with considerable force. The monkey had evidently broken several bones, yet it steadfastly endured the pain, refusing to utter a single sound. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black, yet the air remained warm and humid, reminiscent of the atmosphere within a cave. Chen Zhi turned to glance at Dan Xuan, observing the bloodstains on his neck, and offered him a medicinal cloth. "Do not fear, master. In truth, we have remained within the cavern of the Can Well. Our journey today has merely taken us deeper into the earth," he reassured. "This minor illusion is not worth your concern. I shall dispel it at once." With that, Chen Zhi clasped his hands together and gently flicked them towards the sky, instantly erasing the surrounding desert. What appeared before them, however, was entirely unexpected. As Chen Zhi had asserted, they had not left the confines of the Can Well since morning. The cavern extended downwards, sprawling like an intricate underground anthill, unfathomably complex and immeasurably deep. They had spent the day traversing this labyrinthine cave, and by now, they had descended nearly 100 layers into its depths. Yet, the illusory could never transform into the genuine. The virtual realm, no matter how convincing, would always reveal its flaws, a simple illusion that Chen Zhi could easily unravel. However, when the true world emerged before them, it was beyond their wildest imaginings. Chen Zhi had once contemplated the possibility of an unimaginably vast cavern at the lowest level, yet he had never anticipated the scene that now unfolded before his eyes. As the illusory world dissipated, they found themselves engulfed in absolute darkness, a profound darkness that rendered breathing difficult. A pungent odor of decay and the musk of wild beasts assaulted their senses, causing their skin to prickle with goosebumps. Accompanying this was a unique salty tang from the depths of the earth. Chen Zhi and his companions swiftly activated their searchlights, directing them forward. Despite their mental preparation, the sights that greeted them were a shocking stimulus to their nervous systems. Before them lay an enormous cavern, akin to a colossal hall, so vast that its ceiling was indistinguishable. In the center of this round chamber stood an immense desiccated corpse, upright on the cavern floor. The figure bore the head of an elephant and the body of a man, its elongated trunk resembling a human reclining against the ground. Clad in armor, its form was so gargantuan it resembled a small mountain, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Beside it sat another desiccated body, resembling a massive leopard. This corpse was grievously damaged, as though it had recently engaged in a fierce struggle, with nearly all its flesh devoured. The leopardess' eyes had long since vanished, yet its spotted hide remained vividly intact, propped against the rock wall with elongated fangs exposed. Both corpses, having lain for centuries, had shriveled and decayed. Their eyes rotted and hollow, likely having perished hundreds of years ago. Chen Zhi had previously encountered the corporeal form of the nine-tailed fox within the tomb of the celestial fox, a colossal creature that had left an indelible impression upon his soul. Before him lay the lifeless bodies of the orcs, undeniably formidable when compared to the fox spirit, perhaps even slightly larger. Is this what the orcs of the western regions truly resemble? These are the primordial orcs, the very essence of their kind, Chen Zhi pondered, recalling the records of orcs found in the Jiang clan's library. From ancient times, orcs have been documented as wild and untamed beings, often subjugated by the gods, forced into servitude as mounts, regarded as the lowest of the low. Mighty beasts of immense strength, born of antiquity, could not bear such indignities and gradually retreated to the fringes, seeking refuge in desolate mountains and forests, claiming dominion over these lands. Among them were those as colossal as mountains, their roars echoing across the expanse, characterized by their brutality and resistance to enlightenment, yet their formidable physique resembled that of deities. The magnificent sight that suddenly unfolded before them captivated all onlookers, leaving them speechless at what seemed to be a vision plucked straight from a fantastical drama. In reality, even if one were to capture photographs of such colossal creatures, few would believe them to be authentic. At that moment, the ground beneath Chen Zhi began to tremble slightly, as if something was struggling to break free. Covering his right arm, he silently recited a few incantations and inscribed a circular glyph upon the earth. Accompanied by a plume of white smoke, Wu Jia emerged from below, along with Pang Wei. As Pang Wei surfaced from the ground, he was covered in dirt, his face resembling that of a small black child. He brushed off the grime and, with a disgruntled expression, exclaimed to Chen Zhi, "Goodness, the pathways beneath are utterly unbearable. I nearly suffocated down there. Next time, you lot can handle this dreadful task of luring snakes into their dens. I refuse to partake in it any longer. You all bask in glory while I'm left with these embarrassing roles, tarnishing my reputation." While Pang Wei continued his complaints, Wu Jia knelt before Chen Zhi and reported, "Master, the journey underground is treacherous. It is rife with the filth of orc excrement, exceedingly repulsive. As a being of orc blood myself, I am at odds with this place, and the journey here was fraught with difficulty. I nearly failed to break through the surface. Your esteemed self, with your golden body, must not be subjected to such indignities. It is best to maintain distance from this filthy locale." "Understood. You may return." Chen Zhi waved his hand. And with a puff of green smoke, Wu Jia burrowed back into the ground. As Pang Wei vigorously brushed off the dust, he suddenly spotted something behind the ghost blade and shouted, "They escaped! They escaped! I ask you, are your eyes merely for decoration? After all my efforts, after selling myself, I finally captured that monkey, and now it's gone. Didn't anyone notice? Blade, how can you still consider yourself a warrior? The captives have fled, and you remain oblivious." Upon hearing Pang Wei's outburst, Ghost Blade exhibited no reaction. He simply wiped his knife and sheathed it nonchalantly, saying, "I let them go on purpose. I can easily capture them again." With that, he disregarded Pang Wei and took a few steps forward, arms crossed, scrutinizing the two colossal corpses before turning back to Chen Zhi, stating, "Tribe leader, I suspect we have not yet reached the lowest tier, nor the central region of this place. I intentionally released that creature. It should have transformed into a smaller animal and departed from this place. As you surmised, will it head to the center of this area?" "Indeed." Chen Zhi slightly nodded, then opened his right palm, softly murmuring a few incantations. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, a sphere of azure energy emerged from his hand, revealing a flickering blue flame. The flame gradually morphed, taking on the shape of a figure that fidgeted and hunched over, resembling a monkey. This monkey appeared visibly startled and swiftly darted off in a particular direction. Chen Zhi regarded the flame in his hand with a smile. This monkey was quite obstinate, unlikely to be easily tamed. Compelling it to lead the way would likely result in its demise, as it would refuse to comply. Allowing it to believe it had escaped, it would undoubtedly scurry to the safest hiding place. By following it, we could discover the heart of this location. I am quite intrigued by what treasures might be concealed within the ancient stronghold of the beast men of the western regions. Perhaps remnants of the fighting Buddha linger there. Chapter 74. The final layer. This is a rudimentary tracking spell, attaching an energy flow to the creature's body, thereby allowing for the pursuit of its movements. Akin to a tracker, albeit one that cannot be removed. When capturing this monkey, amidst the chaos of the Ghost Blade's assault, Chen Zhi had already affixed the tracking energy to it. As the monkey fled, the tracking naturally ensued, no matter how swift or transformed it became. It could not evade the flow's pursuit. As Chen Zhi anticipated, the cave lay abandoned, containing nothing but decaying corpses. The monkey had remained there, suggesting it guarded something of great significance. What could this prized possession be, and where is it stored? Regardless of coercion or enticement, this monkey would not easily divulge its secrets. In the subsequent hours, they began to sprint rapidly. The monkey's speed was astonishing, exhibiting a natural talent for agility, unmatched even by ordinary blue belt warriors. Additionally, it possessed another gift. Its form frequently shifted, expanding and contracting, alternating between human and beast, displaying an array of transformations without the aid of any spells. This indicated an inherent ability, allowing it to assume various shapes and appearances. During this time, the monkey predominantly transformed into a crawling insect, resembling a gecko, adept at squeezing through crevices and advancing swiftly in dark, narrow spaces. It was remarkably astute, pausing intermittently, as if possessing an instinctual awareness that Chen Zhi and his companions were trailing behind, stealthily observing from the shadows, waiting for the pursuers to reveal themselves. However, these tricks were easily discerned by the Ghost Blade. In truth, aside from the Ghost Blade, none of Chen Zhi's team could keep pace with this monkey. Thus, as in times past, Chen Zhi crafted a viscous barrier cannon, adhering it to the body of the Ghost Blade. As the Ghost Blade dashed ahead, they stayed within the confines of the barrier bubble, pursuing it closely. This pursuit was not brief, yet, regardless of where the monkey scurried or concealed itself, The ghost blade did not lose its trail, deliberately maintaining a distance to avoid detection. The length of the journey was indeterminate, but they felt the cavernous walls flashing by incessantly. Those bizarre and colossal figures of beastmen flickered around them like frames of a disjointed slideshow. The deeper they descended, the more terrifying the imposing forms of the beastmen became, each one challenging the limits of human imagination. Yet there was no time to be awed. They continued their descent, unaware of how many layers they had traversed, when suddenly, the blue flames in Chen Zhi's hand extinguished. He understood that they had finally arrived. The host had ceased its movement, signifying they had stagnated in this space, hidden somewhere. Only then did Chen Zhi and the others survey their surroundings, realizing that the monkey had unwittingly led them to such profound depths underground. Here, subterranean crystals sparkled against the dark rock walls, clearly indicating they had reached a depth inhospitable to humans. Gazing upward, they saw nothing but darkness, the ceiling obscured from view, while the ground beneath their feet was shrouded in blackness, devoid of soil, only littered with debris resembling plastic, akin to the earth of the deep underground. Touching the surrounding rock walls sent a bone-chilling cold coursing through them, inducing shivers. No signs of excavation were visible. The edges of the cave were entirely formed by natural rock. Each crevice in the walls appeared grotesque, glistening with a scorched sheen, suggesting that torrents of magma had once surged through, leaving their mark. This cave was indeed ancient, perhaps as old as the mountain of fire itself. Upon illuminating their surroundings with flashlights, they sought an escape route. The light here remained dim, as though the darkness consumed the beams emitted. However, the crystals on the walls shone brilliantly under the light, significantly expanding their field of vision. On the ground, they discovered numerous grass mats, coarse and rigid, reminiscent of the roots of ancient vegetation, feeling akin to plastic. Chen Zhi crouched down to inspect them, finding these mats adorned with tufts of fur, disheveled and predominantly orange-red, resembling the hair of wild monkeys. Surrounding them were many such grass mats, varying in size. Had these mats been on the surface, they would have long since decayed into dust. Yet, in this unique locale, they had endured, preserved by the frigid temperatures and the peculiar environment. Each mat coated with a thin, transparent film that safeguarded their integrity. Estimating their quantity, Chen Zhi surmised that this subterranean layer had once been inhabited by a particularly esteemed beast man, who resided in the lowest tier of this cave, a realm not easily accessible. However, now that these orcs have vanished, it feels as though they have dissipated into thin air, rendering the once vibrant past unpredictable. Chen Zhi suddenly recalled a passage from Journey to the West. The birthplace of Sun Wukong is the Water Curtain Cave, inhabited predominantly by monkeys, all members of his kin. Surrounding caves are home to mountain demons and wild beasts, each vying for supremacy, embroiled in perpetual conflict. Sun Wukong subdued them all, either vanquishing them or forging alliances, thus establishing his monkey clan as the sovereign of beasts, with all creatures within the cave compelled to heed his command, fearful of defiance. Contemplating this account, Chen Zhi ventured forth step by step. The expanse around him was vast and desolate, devoid of wind, and apart from patches of grass on the ground, there was little else to behold. Yet, the demeanor of Guazhou was markedly tense. His blade was drawn, and he scanned the surroundings with vigilance, as if he sensed the imminent appearance of something unexpected. Ultimately, he did indeed discover that which he sought. In the darkness ahead, 6 colossal stone platforms emerged. These platforms, formed from uncarved square stones, featured hollows at their centers, resembling stone troughs. The ground beneath the platforms was a chaotic mess, suggesting that they had endured numerous obstacles and hardships to arrive at this location. Chapter 75. The Water Cave, Gratitude to Mr. Lao Chiu. Additional rewards for updates. Upon the 6 stone troughs lay 6 cold, rigid corpses, peacefully resting in the darkness for an indeterminate period. They were evidently human remains, still adorned with armor and weaponry, much like the grass mats on the ground. The unique geological conditions and temperature of this place had formed a thick membrane over the surface of the corpses, preserving them. Yet, in a stark contrast, a dense layer of moss enveloped the bodies, giving them the appearance of green stone statues, frozen in place. Guazhou immediately leapt forward, donning gloves to probe inside the corpse, then drawing his dagger to scrape away the moss from the face. Beneath, indeed, revealed a human visage, yet the features were frozen in time, akin to meat that had been preserved. Remarkably, the bodies showed no signs of damage, their garments remained intact, and their weapons were still at their sides. These individuals belonged to the organization of the past. Guazhou turned to Chen Zhi and spoke softly. I have heard that for a considerable duration, the organization enforced strict attire regulations, requiring warriors to don armor according to their rank, which later evolved into more commonplace garb. The armor I have examined is identical to the ancient armors of the organization, and the tattoos on their hairlines are consistent as well. They are the warriors dispatched to Flame Mountain 3 centuries ago. Strangely, Chen Zhi felt a profound sense of relief upon encountering this revelation. Ever since witnessing the legacy left by those ancient warriors at the ruins of Guazhou village, he had harbored concerns about their ultimate fate. Although it has been over 3 centuries since the time of the Western Qi warriors, I still hold a hope that they will not meet such a tragic fate as being devoured by beasts. The Western Qi warriors place the utmost value on honor, and this sense of belonging is their greatest fortune. Standing atop the stone platform, the ghostly blades searched the other bodies once more. Confirming there was no mistake, there lay 6 male corpses. Each body bore fatal wounds, marks of savage bites, indicating that they had fought valiantly in their final moments. Despite a protective layer on these corpses, their skin was riddled with bite marks, and the stone trough was etched with deep claw marks. It is likely that transporting these 6 bodies involved numerous obstacles. One can imagine the intense pressure they endured as countless beasts above coveted the human remains. It seems this monkey possesses a sense of righteousness, Fat Wei remarked. Did he perhaps show some consideration for us of Western Qi? Had I known this earlier, I would have shown him some mercy during our earlier confrontation. Do not harbor such thoughts. He would show no mercy to Western Qi, Chen Zhi gently interjected. On the contrary, he likely harbors deep resentment towards us. If you dare to test that, should we fall into his clutches, he would not hesitate to eviscerate us. The treatment afforded to these warriors must be a testament to their status as worthy adversaries in his eyes. After Chen Zhi spoke, he leaped up, with Fat Wei following suit, both peering downwards. The platform, elevated high above, resembled 6 grand stone sentinels, obstructing the path ahead. They shone their flashlights beneath the stone platform, revealing a small cliff below. The base was filled with stagnant water, and the earlier sounds of dripping water were indeed emanating from that direction. No wonder this place was covered in lush moss. It turns out the area behind was a damp, watery expanse. Following the trail of accumulated water, they beheld a pitch-black cavern, its depths obscured, but the edges of the stone walls were faintly discernible, suggesting a passage to another realm. Chen Zhi directed the flashlight to the ground and noticed a shallow layer of water, with small stones protruding above, their surfaces relatively smooth, allowing them to traverse across. Let us venture inside. Perhaps that is the way forward, Chen Zhi suggested, stepping carefully on the stones as he began to advance, with the others trailing behind. The path proved treacherous, as the stones were exceedingly smooth, some even sharp. A careless misstep could lead to a painful fall. Fat Wei struggled the most, cursing the place, lamenting that only monkeys could traverse it. In stark contrast, Dan Xuan displayed remarkable agility. Since arriving in this location, he adapted swiftly, moving with the grace of a fish in water, effortlessly navigating the small stones as if they were his own home. However, the dark cavern grew increasingly ominous. The further they ventured, the deeper and more unfathomable the darkness became. In that dark, frigid abyss, it seemed as though pairs of eyes concealed within were watching, and fleeting shadows flitted by, yet upon closer inspection, nothing was discernible. This sensation was ineffable, a blend of reality and illusion, indistinguishable from one another. Occasionally, faint echoes of sound could be heard, a cacophony that resembled both a wail and the gentle flow of water, along with something else entirely elusive to define. They had traversed this darkness for what felt like an eternity, unaware of the distance covered, only acutely aware of the increasing puddles beneath their feet. Suddenly, they beheld a massive stone ahead, oval in shape, standing like a barrier before them. At that moment, the previously indistinct sounds revealed their true nature. A sudden rush of water cascaded from above, and directly above the stone was a crystalline underground waterfall. This waterfall was remarkably clear, its surface shimmering like a transparent mirror, reflecting the images of the group. Just as they were about to step closer for a better look, Pang Wei pointed at the visage of Dan Xuan within the waterfall, his mouth agape in disbelief. Instantly, everyone turned to gaze at the reflection, only to find Dan Xuan's face had vanished. In its place appeared a visage reminiscent of a monkey, yet far more grotesque and terrifying. Chen Zhi, upon witnessing this countenance, was immediately reminded of the descriptions of Sun Wukong's appearance from the ancient journey to the west. The features were round-eyed, with prominent ears, a face covered in fur, a thunderous mouth, a lean visage, and a sharp, receding jawline, resembling a human yet lacking in the softness of humanity. The forehead was broad, with fangs protruding outward, fierce and menacing, akin to a ghastly beast. In the 7th chapter titled Suspicion, Dan Xuan's reflection in the mirror-like waterfall morphed into a monkey's face, covered in fur and disturbingly similar to the monkey they had recently encountered, yet more savage and sinister. Long fangs curled outward like a wild wolf's. Its eyes glowed a menacing green, and its grotesque visage inspired immediate terror. After witnessing this face, even the most unsuspecting individual would instinctively recoil, unable to reconcile such a being with the compassion of Buddhism. Perhaps the visage was too frightening. Upon witnessing Dan Xuan's transformation into a monkey's face in the waterfall, the group instinctively turned to see Dan Xuan in reality. However, in this world, he remained unchanged, his features still handsome and delicate, with a slight furrow between his brows, devoid of any other peculiarities. Dan Xuan, too, had clearly observed the scene in the waterfall, his eyes fixated ahead, his expression one of astonishment, yet he remained silent. Pang Wei was the first to exclaim, taking several steps forward to stand before Dan Xuan, concealing a weapon behind his back. Master Dan Xuan, may I inquire how your appearance transformed within the waterfall? You see, I, Pang Wei, have always held you in great respect. I am but a crude grave digger, and having committed such a transgression against the spirits, I dare not utter a word in your presence. You claim to be a monk, detached from worldly affairs, and I believe you. You speak of the compassion of the Buddha and the forgiveness of all beings, and I accept that as truth. Yet, there is one matter that has long perplexed me. Since you entered this place, how have your legs become so agile? You leap about like a monkey. You assert that your family has borne this visage for generations, as if it were a communal face. Yet from whence did this face originate? We were initially uninvolved in this matter, yet your presence has drawn us in, and you do not even allow us a glimpse of your true identity. This waterfall appears to be no ordinary cascade. It resembles the legendary mirror that reveals true forms. Were it not for this moment of revelation, would you have ever intended for us to discover the truth? Have you lured us here with ulterior motives? After Pang Wei spoke, the ghost blade exhibited evident suspicion. He raised his other hand, steadying the knife towards Dan Xuan. What do you say? Pang Wei inquired with a grin, pressing further. Master Dan Xuan, if you possess the 72 transformations, might you grant us the privilege of witnessing your true form? Rest assured, I, Pang Wei, am of stout heart and cannot be frightened. The sudden questioning cast a chill over the gathering. Pang Wei's skepticism was not without merit. Indeed, it was quite justified. Dan Xuan's visage was evidently not his authentic countenance. Observing the earlier antics of the monkey, it became apparent that this beastly bloodline possessed the ability to alter its appearance. Perhaps this is why, 1,300 years ago, the victorious Buddha concealed himself from the populace, transforming his visage into that of the monk Bianji, ultimately meeting a severed fate without being discovered. Master, Chen Zhi spoke gently while standing upon the smooth stone. Perhaps you possess abilities beyond your own comprehension. If that is the case, might you attempt to reveal your true face? After all, maintaining a facade can be quite exhausting. With such revelations, we could proceed with our endeavors grounded in some understanding. Everyone would feel reassured. Amipa, Dan Xuan, with hands clasped together, interrupted Chen Zhi. Bowing deeply to all, I am but a humble monk, lacking the talents you attribute to me. This visage is indeed my true face. Monastics do not speak falsehoods. Believe if you will, or disbelieve if you prefer. Amipa. Oh, is that so? Pang Wei replied in a heavy tone, his eyes now clearly filled with doubt. He glanced at Dan Xuan, then turned to Chen Zhi. Since the master has spoken, let us extend our trust for the time being. After all, whether deceived or not, the truth will ultimately reveal itself. To harm my comrades is no simple task. After concluding his words, Pang Wei stepped forward, leaping onto a few stones ahead. The waterfall was not particularly grand, and in the background, there were vague silhouettes of stones, seemingly aligned. Pang Wei illuminated the interior with his flashlight. As if he had glimpsed something remarkable, he climbed onto the smooth stone surface and reached inside. However, this time he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh my, an orange! I have discovered a new realm. Can you guess what I have found here? As I have always stated, when it comes to seeking secrets and uncovering hidden chambers, no one can rival me, Pang Yi. Just look at this." After declaring this, Pang Wei extended his hand into the crevice between two large stones, unsure of what he might touch. Suddenly, a sound of falling gravel echoed, followed by two splashes as two streams of clear water gushed forth from the gaps between the stones. The stone wall ahead abruptly cracked, and the surrounding cave trembled momentarily before parting. What lay beyond was a sight filled with crystalline spring water, with droplets spraying everywhere, accompanied by a symphony of splashes and a refreshing mist enveloping them. The earlier modest waterfall had vanished. After the cave wall split open, a breathtaking expanse revealed itself, a vast cavern. Inside, a series of grand underground waterfalls cascaded from the heights, the water plunging vertically like a stampede of wild horses, presenting a majestic spectacle before them. In the midst of this grand waterfall stood a rectangular stone slab, clearly hewn by human hands, resembling a grand stone coffin. The surface of the coffin was polished smooth by the torrent of water, droplets dancing about it. Above the coffin lay an object. It was circular, shimmering with a silver hue that captivated the eye, illuminating the entire dark cavern. Chapter 77. A hidden paradise. As the underground waterfall, resembling a curtain of water, came into view, every gaze was immediately drawn to the glimmering object within the cascade. It appeared to be a metallic ring, though obscured by the rushing water. Yet, it radiated an extraordinary brightness, gleaming with a silver sheen that surpassed any metal conceivable by humankind. The brilliance of this metal was hauntingly familiar to Chen Zhi. It was indeed the control stone. This was undoubtedly the most primordial form of control stone, possessing an exceptionally high purity, surpassing even the highest grades of divine control stones. Worthy of being called a true divine metal, Chen Zhi himself possessed a piece of such divine metal, encapsulated within the god-slaying whip in his palm. Capable of changing sizes and forms in midair, an endless source of transformation. They had encountered this divine metal before in the tomb of Genghis Khan in Mongolia. This divine metal possessed a will of its own, capable of freely reshaping and even pursuing enemies, as if it had a life of its own. The goblins of that era were formidable and invincible underground precisely because they wielded divine metal, commanding the earth as no one could escape their grasp. Chen Zhi had also retrieved a fragment of divine metal, but upon submission to the Research Institute, the scientists explicitly informed him that the composition of this metallic substance was exceedingly complex and utterly impossible to replicate. Such a wondrous material likely belonged solely to the mythic age. Yet at this moment, an extraordinary radiance once again emerged behind the waterfall, stirring the hearts of all who beheld it. In a state of utter excitement, Fat Wei could hardly contain himself. He pointed towards the shimmering object ahead and turned to Chen Zhi, exclaiming, "I can't believe we are witnessing such a sacred moment. Have we traversed into the world of Journey to the West? Please tell me that is the legendary golden hoop used to subdue Sun Wukong. How incredible would that be? Will we get to see the celestial maiden Zixia? Perhaps it truly is," Chen Zhi thought, his gaze fixated on the object behind the waterfall. "We have seen such things depicted in murals, which indicates their existence. Perhaps it has remained here all along, albeit not exactly as the legends describe. Is it truly that legendary?" Fat Wei, though immensely excited, clearly struggled to believe it. "Hey, Orange, if you have no objections, I'm going to check out this artifact," Fat Wei declared, taking a few leaps towards the stone, landing in the pool, and wading through the water. "Wait." Chen Zhi instinctively glanced at the glimmering silver headband and surveyed the surrounding environment. After a moment of contemplation, he urged, "Go ahead. Be extremely cautious. Move swiftly. Return as soon as you have it, without hesitation." "All right," Fat Wei responded cheerfully, swiftly making his way to the base of the waterfall. The water's temperature was undeniably frigid, causing Fat Wei to shiver uncontrollably. However, he was no fool. He understood that places of treasure often concealed mechanisms. He leaned his head against the cavern's walls, scrutinizing his surroundings, and cautiously felt the nearby stones. Once assured of safety, he donned metal wire gloves, aimed for the silver halo amid the waterfall, and with a swift motion, reached in and retrieved the object, retreating hurriedly. As the silver metal emerged from the waterfall, it instantly sparkled, illuminating the entire cavern. Yet, nothing further transpired. no mechanisms were triggered. When Fat Wei returned, he was thoroughly drenched, the waterfall continuing to cascade with an icy mist rising from the surface. Without examining it closely, he immediately handed the object to Chen Zhi. At that moment, Chen Zhi finally discerned the shape of the item. Indeed, it was a headband. But in comparison to the legendary golden hoop, it bore significant differences. Firstly, this headband was entirely silver, crafted from the purest material, exuding an unmatched warmth, undoubtedly. It belonged to the realm of divine metals. However, it was devoid of engravings or embellishments, unlike the fabled version adorned with dual spiral clouds and colorful carvings. Now, in Chen Zhi's hands, the headband, aside from its gleaming smoothness, appeared unremarkable, akin to a steel ring commonly found in factories today. He weighed it in his hand. It was not heavy at all. Could this really be that object? At this moment, Pang Wei was filled with excitement and quietly inquired. Perhaps, Chen Zhi replied softly. Just then, Guazhou approached, lightly tapping Chen Zhi's arm and gesturing towards the crevice beneath the stone sarcophagus amidst the waterfall. Chen Zhi looked up and gazed downward, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, a multitude of skeletal remains had emerged from the dark fissures. These bones were remarkably well preserved, presenting complete skeletons that, at first glance, resembled those of young humans. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the bones were small and flattened, with crooked pelvises and lumbar vertebrae. While the hand bones were hook-shaped, and conspicuously, they possessed discernible tailbones. It was evident that these were the remains of monkeys. Strangely, each of these monkeys clutched a string of prayer beads, predominantly made of coarse wood, which had warped over years of erosion from the waterfall, yet inexplicably, they remained intact. It became clear to Chen Zhi that this place was indeed the true homeland of the great sage, equal to heaven. The monkey-like humanoids here were his kin. One fact could now be established with certainty. After the great sage returned from the journey to retrieve the scriptures, he had indeed returned to this very place. He had initially intended to settle in the western regions, and thus left such significant artifacts here. However, fate took an unexpected turn when he encountered a sudden calamity in Chang'an, leading to his demise in the capital. He assumed another's appearance and, in the end, left behind neither identity nor name. From that moment onward, he had never returned to his homeland, while his descendants had remained here, waiting for him until death. Chapter 78. Resentment. Since the appearance of those monkey skeletons, the atmosphere around them had shifted. The darkness illuminated by the silver headband no longer concealed secrets, but instead, it was infused with an unsettling resentment. This resentment lacked a tangible form, yet everyone could distinctly sense its presence. It was a fervent grievance, thickly suspended in the air, colorless and formless, akin to centuries of pent-up resentment suddenly unleashed. Pang Wei. Chen Zhi carefully placed the control stone headband into his treasure pouch and called out to Pang Wei, "Go investigate those remains and see how the monkeys met their end. Were there any signs of external injuries?" "Understood. Leave it to me," Pang Wei confidently replied. This task was always second nature to him. Perhaps due to years of observing corpses, whether from assassination, poisoning, or overwork, Pang Wei possesses an uncanny ability to uncover even the faintest traces of evidence. Capable of unraveling injustices from 10 millennia past, he nimbly leapt to the base of the waterfall, braving the tumultuous waters as he ventured inside. The large stone sarcophagus remained steadfast against the relentless flow, making any attempt to shift it a formidable task. Flanking the sides, the white monkey skeletons protruded partially from behind the sarcophagus, resembling a magnificent bloom of white petals. Diving into the cascade, Pang Wei rummaged through the remnants of monkey bones, extracting 2 complete skeletons for meticulous examination. After a thorough inspection, he sifted through the pile once more, eventually emerging, drenched, to inform Chen Zhi. There's nothing significantly amiss. These monkeys were indeed murdered, their thoracic bones shattered, each wound inflicted with lethal precision. The assailants must have been adept, striking with remarkable efficiency. While I searched through the heap of bones, I found no weapons left behind, indicating that these monkeys offered no resistance. They were still clutching prayer beads, caught off guard before they perished. It bears a resemblance to an invitation extended to guests, only for them to be abruptly betrayed. After relaying his observations, Pang Wei glanced back at the waterlogged stone sarcophagus. It was undoubtedly extraordinary. The monkeys clung desperately to it, suggesting that it contained something of great significance. Shall we investigate what lies within this great stone sarcophagus? Perhaps it even holds the true form of Sun Wukong, he suggested with an air of excitement. That is implausible. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Given the circumstances at the time, the body of the victorious fighting Buddha would not have been transported away. What lies within that sarcophagus must be something else, an object of immense importance, so vital that even the kin of the victorious fighting Buddha continue to guard it in death. As Chen Zhi spoke, a sudden thought surged through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He leapt from the stone to the water, advancing towards the waterfall. The water was indeed frigid. The origins of the underground waterfall remain a mystery, with temperatures plummeting below zero yet refusing to freeze. The underground water source is peculiar. Chen Zhi felt as though his bones were on the brink of freezing, yet the surface of the water remained unfrozen. Enduring the chill, he made his way to the base of the waterfall. As he approached, the rushing vapor instantly enveloped him in a piercing cold. The torrent at the waterfall's foot was tumultuous, with the stone sarcophagus situated just beneath it, resting upon a remarkably smooth slab, stable and secure. Surrounding the sarcophagus, the white skulls, with their hollow eyes, fixated intently upon Chen Zhi, as if possessing a semblance of consciousness. There must be something within that sarcophagus, something of great significance, capable of validating certain truths. Chen Zhi's mind raced, and an ominous premonition surged within him. His intuition incessantly warned him, "Do not open it. Do not open it. It bears no relevance to you. Refrain from uncovering such truths." Yet, Chen Zhi found himself unable to restrain his hands. Simultaneously, two powerful currents of energy emanated from his palms, gripping either end of the stone coffin as if they were sturdy ropes. With a thunderous sound, the coffin was forcefully pulled from the waterfall by Chen Zhi's energy, subsequently dragged into the pool. As the coffin emerged, a cascade of splashes erupted, drenching everyone nearby. The numerous white bones concealed behind the coffin tumbled out in a clatter, falling into the pool and revealing their ghastly forms upon the water's surface. Each bone bore distinct scars. The gashes were predominantly elongated, their edges impeccably straight, suggesting a merciless, fatal thrust from a long blade. These bones, having endured the passage of time, were devoid of flesh, rendering them indistinguishable as they resembled identical primate remains. Yet, inexplicably, even at that moment, it was palpable that the skulls seemed to bear expressions, each one contorted in a grotesque semblance of resentment, all casting their vengeful gazes upon him. As if he had committed a grave transgression, Chen Zhi scrutinized the stone coffin, his hands tracing its intricate details, assessing its weight and volume. It was a coffin of standard size, comparable to that of a human, crafted from local stone, its surface polished to a smooth finish, devoid of excessive embellishments. However, the exterior of the coffin displayed evident traces of soot, still conspicuous despite the relentless wash of the waterfall. It became apparent that for an extensive period, this coffin had been regarded as a sacred object, continuously revered. "Help me open this coffin." Chen Zhi gestured to Ghost Blade and Fat Wei. The two promptly approached, positioning themselves on either side of the coffin. Fat Wei skillfully located a fine seam along the edge, confirming its mobility with a touch. He then retrieved a crowbar, assembling it swiftly, and began to pry open gaps at each of the four corners. With their combined effort, a resounding clang resonated as the coffin's lid was finally lifted, crashing heavily into the pool below. Upon the lid's removal, a wave of exotic fragrance wafted forth, unveiling the contents of the coffin before them. However, upon witnessing what lay within, they were rendered speechless with astonishment. Within the coffin rested what Chen Zhi had long suspected, yet could never confront. Chapter 79. The truth. As the coffin opened, a pristine white radiance shone forth, reminiscent of pure spring snow, crystalline and translucent. Yet, they found no glimmering treasures within, only a waft of aromatic essence. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that the bottom of the coffin was lined with a simple white robe. The fabric was of an indiscernible material, so immaculately white that it seemed to embody the purest and most sacred essence of the world. Laid atop the pristine robe was a letter, one resembling the common double-carp letter from the Tang dynasty. Since ancient times, the Chinese have placed great importance on propriety and education, and their history of papermaking is profound. Correspondence between individuals necessitated the wrapping of letters, signifying respect. During the Han dynasty, letters were enclosed in a board engraved with the image of twin koi fish, with paper placed in between for message transmission. However, It was not until the Tang dynasty that dedicated envelopes emerged. Through the passage of history, envelopes evolved into those made from thick cocoons. Yet due to the historical legacy of the Han, both sides of the envelopes continue to be adorned with koi fish illustrations as a mark of reverence. The envelope before Chen Zhi was impeccably wrapped, with the twin koi fish distinctly visible, unmistakably originating from an official correspondence of the Tang era. Yet, it bore no inscription of a name. Chen Zhi hesitated for a moment before reaching for the envelope. Strangely, this letter, dating back over 1,300 years, appeared as fresh as if it had just been sent. Clearly, it had been opened before, with a meticulously cut seam that suggested great care was taken during its unsealing. Chen Zhi gently pressed on either side of the envelope, causing it to bulge in the center, and he extracted the letter within. What lay before him was a sheet of ancient Tang paper, delicately yellowed and ideal for the inscription of small seal characters. Upon unfolding the letter, he was greeted by a row of elegantly crafted seal script, the ink rich and clear, as if it had just been penned. Remarkably, Chen Zhi recognized these characters. During an investigation of the nameless mummified corpse in the Tianfa temple, they had encountered a vision associated with that very body. The mummified remains had once conveyed a token from Princess Gaoyang to her beloved, who was then in hiding within the tomb. He held wooden Buddhist beads, composing a letter to the king of Gaochang, referring to him as brother. That same individual, later executed in public for his affection towards Princess Gaoyang, was none other than the victorious Buddha of battle. Now, the handwriting within this letter bore a striking resemblance to that which was addressed to Zhu Wentai. Thus, the letter in Chen Zhi's hands must be an authentic manuscript of the victorious Buddha of battle. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi's hands trembled involuntarily as he grasped the letter. He had encountered numerous storms in his life. Indeed, it was rare for anything to instill fear in him now. Yet, he found himself apprehensive about reading the contents of this letter, anxious about what it might reveal. Nevertheless, he resolved to look. The eloquent prose of the Tang people, steeped in classical Chinese, when translated into modern vernacular, conveyed the following: "To my kin, as if we were face to face, I have been blessed by divine grace. Awakened in mind and spirit, following the great monks of the Tang, retrieving the true scriptures, and attaining the ultimate fruit, as ordained by the heavens. I recall the days of yore, when we, the beastly folk, were uncivilized and savage, subsisting on raw flesh and blood. Although we hailed from an ancient lineage of colossal beasts, we were unaware of propriety and shame, thus cast aside by the Huaxia, worthy of wandering the western regions, living and dying as mere beasts, having squandered our existence in this world. Upon encountering the divine being, I was guided towards the path of transformation. Deeply moved by the Buddha's profound wisdom, I embraced the righteous way of the Buddha. I constantly bear in mind that my kin, too, are of beastly origin, and my heart aches for them. The divine being sent me to the land of Tianzhu, promising me two things upon my return with the scriptures. I shall be granted a divine position, my glory restored, and protection bestowed upon Gaochang, and elevate my orc lineage, bestow honor upon them, and return to the Western Qi, granting them esteemed titles. Thus, glory shall return to Huaxia. After enduring countless hardships, I finally achieved the desired outcome, intending to return to my homeland of Gaochang to fulfill past promises. However, upon my arrival in Chang'an, I found myself ensnared by an enchantment, deeply entangled in the affections of the imperial princess, a bond so profound that escape became impossible, committing an unforgivable sin. Upon learning of this, the Emperor of Tang was furious, wishing to execute me publicly. Master Xuanzang wept bitterly, longing to offer his beloved disciple as a substitute for my transgressions. Yet, I had erred gravely, having embraced the teachings of Buddhism, understanding the principles of propriety, integrity, and honor. I realized that I could not shift my culpability onto another. Thus, I resolved to transform into a figure of argumentation, willingly accepting the death penalty to atone for my sins. After my demise, my descendants shall return to Gaochang to repay their gratitude, entrusting your kin to the royal family of Western Qi. Fear not. The divine being holds a revered status in Western Qi. Their words carry great weight. From this point forward, you must serve Western Qi with sincerity, regarding its sovereign as your patriarch, acquiring wisdom, practicing Buddhism, engaging in intermarriage, and understanding honor. The monarch of Western Qi shall grant you names, and henceforth, you shall belong to Huaxia, and our lineage shall be blessed. When the emissaries from Western Qi arrive, you may provide proof with the divine being's white robe. Though I have only met the divine being once, they taught me that all beings are equal, devoid of distinctions of nobility and commonality. With such a connection, you may place your complete trust in them. Western Qi will surely treat my kin with kindness. Farewell, do not dwell on this. Upon reading these words, Chen Zhi instantly crumpled the paper, his heart racing with a tumult of emotions. Countless doubts converged into a singular line, and in an instant, the events of the past became vividly clear before him. Every occurrence bears a cost. Gaochang's king demands a price, and this Buddha of combat, who once vowed to accompany Xuanzang to the distant land of India for scriptures, certainly also requires a price. This figure clad in white had made numerous promises. Not only did he pledge to protect the peace of Gaochang, but he also vowed to facilitate the migration of the Buddha of combat's lineage back to Huaxia, bestowing them with honor. Yet, in the end, both promises remained unfulfilled. Jiang Zia had lied. The image of Jiang Zia collapsed in an instant within Chen Zhi's mind. All that had once seemed steadfast now felt uncertain. What deeds could a treacherous man not undertake? If he could deceive the Gaochang king and the Buddha of combat from over 1,300 years ago, could the barrier, regarded as humanity's most vital defense, also be a fabrication? Chen Zhi's eyes began to dart erratically, driven by a surge of neural impulses, involuntarily glancing again at the corpses of the monkeys. From their appearance, it was evident that these monkeys had been slain, clutching their prayer beads in fervent devotion to their faith until the very end, indicating they had not resisted. Judging by the previous monkey's demeanor, it harbored a profound loathing for Western Qi. Was it due to the deaths of its ancestors? Who was responsible for the demise of its forebears 1,300 years ago? Was it the court of that time? Impossible. The Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty neither possessed the capability nor the motive. Then who could it be? Who possessed such power to breach this place with ease, leaving these formidable orcs utterly defenseless, ultimately leading to their annihilation? As Chen Zhi contemplated the situation, an unexpected chill swept over him, as if a cold wind had passed overhead. The monkey, having concealed itself above, suddenly unveiled its face from the shadows. Its visage was contorted with a fierce rage, and its sharp claws lunged downward, targeting Chen Zhi's head. Chapter 80. The ambush. This monkey appeared to be well prepared, its movements swift and its expression exceedingly menacing, as if it bore the weight of the world's grievances upon its shoulders. It aimed for the spot closest to Chen Zhi, descending with alarming speed. Its claws poised to tear open Chen Zhi's skull, eager to see his brain spill forth and his body be torn asunder. Logically, such proximity and velocity would render an attack nearly infallible. However, in the presence of the ghost blade, speed is never a constant. Just as the monkey's claws were about to make contact with Chen Zhi, the ghost blade seized its arms with absolute swiftness. Then, with a motion akin to snapping a wing, the monkey's limbs were dislocated with a series of sharp cracks, and it was violently yanked down, crashing into the water below. The monkey, embodying raw savagery, was unwilling to accept its fate. Ignoring the pain, it rolled on the ground, its arms now dangling uselessly at its sides. Soaked, and with its once vibrant orange fur beginning to fade, it attempted to transform into a fierce beast, only to be impaled in the hind leg by the ghost blade, pinning it to the ground. Overwhelmed by excruciating agony and the incapacitation of its limbs, the monkey succumbed to profound suffering and fury, unable to rise again. Yet, defiantly, it knelt on one leg, its blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Zhi, baring its fangs in a display of unbridled hatred and resistance. Goodness, that nearly gave me a heart attack. At that moment, Pang Wei finally grasped the situation. The monkey's attack had been so swift it felt like a flash of lightning, drenching him in water and nearly sending him tumbling into the pool. Wiping his face, he approached and delivered a harsh kick to the monkey. "You wretched creature, what on earth did we do to you? Did we slay your father or steal your beloved? Why do you harbor such hatred toward us, wishing to rend us apart? Look at your eyes, bloodshot with fury. Has the entire world wronged you? You truly are nothing but a rabid monkey." Pang Wei unleashed a torrent of curses at the monkey, yet it seemed wholly indifferent to him. Its blood-red gaze fixed solely on Chen Zhi, gritting its teeth, ultimately uttering a singular word: "Traitor." "Insogdian, Pa? What nonsense are you spouting?" Pang Wei remarked, bewildered. "Traitor? Are you implying someone is untrustworthy? Who do you accuse of betrayal? The orange. You've never encountered us before. What trust have we broken? Furthermore, what do your last two statements even mean? Are you cursing us? Speak in a language we understand, not in riddles. Huh. The monkey, with a fierce glare, spat disdainfully. You people of Huaxiao are utterly untrustworthy, inferior even to wild beasts. What use is this language? Bah, I shall not speak your tongue. After uttering these words, the monkey defiantly turned its head away, refusing to utter another syllable. This infuriated Pang Wei to the brink of madness. He attempted to force the monkey's face around. But the creature was no pushover. It retaliated with a few swift bites, nearly severing his hand. Enraged, Pang Wei kicked the monkey several times. But it felt as solid as stone. His foot met only resistance, and he nearly injured himself in the process. Frustration consumed him, to the point he nearly wished to carve the monkey's flesh. As Pang Wei struggled with the obstinate creature, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming emptiness within him, his heart racing erratically. The sensation was peculiar, not fear, but a profound sense of guilt. He instinctively crumpled the letter in his hands, as if to conceal it from prying eyes, yet his hands trembled, leaving him momentarily at a loss for action. Observing this, Dan Xuan approached gently and advised, Master, regardless of the contents of that letter, it is wise to keep it private for now. The dampness of the cave suggests it would be prudent to secure it away for the time being. Indeed, Chen Zhi responded, regaining his composure. He unfolded the letter, meticulously refolded it, and placed it into an envelope, tucking it safely into his pouch. Meanwhile, before him, Pang Wei and the obstinate monkey were entangled in a chaotic struggle, both drenched and thrashing in the water. Yet, the monkey remained resolute, defiantly keeping its neck stiff and refusing to engage in conversation. Regardless of Pang Wei's and Guadao's attempts to subdue it, Guadao, wielding his blade, approached Chen Zhi and stated, Chief, this beast's wild nature is too pronounced. Taming it may prove impossible. According to our organization's rules, its attack on the chief of the Jiang clan is a capital offense. Furthermore, we are aware it bears the lives of many, including those of our people from Shiqi. Slaying it would not be unjust. I propose we execute it on the spot. Its strength is formidable, and should it escape, it could spell great trouble. Ba, Dan Xuan interjected, taking over from Guadao. The Buddha is compassionate. Even the life of an ant is worth lamenting, let alone a living being such as this monkey. Since your purpose does not revolve around it, let us spare its life for now. In the journey ahead, should weariness set in, I shall guard this monkey and take it along. If it can be educated, it would be a merit. After speaking, Dan Xuan clasped his hands together and bowed to Chen Zhi in gratitude. Guadao and Pang Wei turned their gazes to Chen Zhi, seeking his decision. Yet, from the moment Dan Xuan's monkey-like visage had reflected in the waterfall, Pang Wei's trust in him had waned. Now, with the suggestion to take the beast along, suspicion grew more pronounced. Pang Wei's eyes conveyed a clear message. Do not conflate these two individuals. However, Chen Zhi lowered his head and pondered for a moment. After casting a glance at the damp monkey in the water, he finally declared, Let us continue our journey, taking it along. And Master Dan Xuan shall be responsible for its care. I hope that after Master Dan Xuan's guidance, it will be able to converse with me in Huaxia script about what it truly knows. Chapter 81. Enlightenment. Leaving this underground cavern is no trivial matter. They had descended over 100 layers, and if measured by the usual route, it would take them 2 days to return to the surface. To save time and ensure safety, Chen Zhi conjured a barrier bubble, placing everyone inside, and then slowly ascended in a straight line. The path here was exceedingly rugged, with numerous orc corpses scattered throughout the caverns, enormous bodies adorned with colorful furs. Some sights were too bizarre to behold. However, it was certain that this lineage of orcs, which had survived in the borders of the western regions for millennia, had been entirely extinguished, save for this monkey. They spent several hours before finally ascending from the depths, and by then, darkness had enveloped the outside world. The underground was relatively refreshing, so Chen Zhi instructed everyone to stock up on fresh water from the candid, and to rest in place, continuing their journey the next morning. The monkey's arm had been reattached by the ghost blade, tightly bound with a rope to a nearby rock. Chen Zhi enhanced the rope with a spell to restrict its shape-shifting abilities. This time, it would not escape. As they slept, Chen Zhi quietly examined the headband of control. This pure divine iron was exceedingly precious, still carrying the unique scent of the divine lineage, likely once handled by Xuanzang himself. The power of this headband was estimated to be remarkable. It had been described in ancient texts. It was said to be capable of freely expanding and contracting, a weapon used by Dan Xuan to subdue Sun Wukong, causing him excruciating headaches each time it activated. Later, it became a metaphor for binding one's spirit, often referred to as being ensnared by a golden hoop. Yet, would this silver hoop truly possess such an effect? And to whom would this silver band heed? To its owner's command? Chen Zhi instinctively held the silver hoop up to the monkey's head. The monkey, as if stirred by some instinct, immediately raised its head, baring its teeth at Chen Zhi with a fierce glare, as if wishing to swallow him whole. However, upon noticing the silver hoop in Chen Zhi's hand, an unmistakable fear flickered in its eyes. Seeing this, Pang Wei stepped forward and dealt the monkey a hefty blow to its head, followed by several kicks to subdue its aggression. Yet the monkey continued to cast furtive glances at Chen Zhi, its hatred palpable and indescribable. "Blade!" Chen Zhi suddenly called out to the ghost blade, who was in the corner, sharpening a knife. Upon hearing his name, the ghost blade stood up. Chen Zhi continued, "From tomorrow onward, you may train this monkey at your discretion. As long as its life is not endangered, do not hold back." "Understood." With a grunt, Guazhou turned his gaze towards the monkey before resuming his seat. The monkey, having comprehended Chen Zhi's words, bared its teeth in a display of fury, seemingly preparing to hurl insults at Chen Zhi and Sogdian. However, before its voice could escape, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Guazhou's fist struck the monkey's temple with considerable force, causing it to collapse sideways onto the ground, gasping for breath, nearly losing consciousness. The group spent a tranquil night within the cave. As dawn broke, the relentless sun re-emerged over the desert, casting the sands in a fiery orange hue, as if half consumed by flames. They set forth once more in this scorching furnace. The reputation of Flame Mountain was indeed well-deserved, the further they ventured. The more oppressive the heat became. Approaching the kingdom of Gaochang felt akin to being engulfed in flames, driving one to the brink of madness. The monkey, untamed and feral, was a creature unlike any other, even surpassing lions and tigers in its wildness. Just as it had barely healed from its severed arm, it seemed oblivious to pain and launched yet another attack. However, this time, the monkey had learned its lesson. It understood that targeting Chen Zhi would lead to dire consequences, and that it could not overcome Guazhou. Thus, it focused its aggression on the comparatively weaker Dan Xuan. Dan Xuan bore the monkey's claws, which left his face marred with bloodstains, yet remarkably maintained an uncharacteristic patience, continuing to lead the monkey without uttering a word of complaint. He spoke softly, imparting lessons that were inaudible to others. With each word, the monkey reacted as if scalded with oil, exhibiting extreme disdain, screeching and roaring, devoid of any semblance of humanity, before lunging again at Dan Xuan, only to be met with a fierce beating from Guazhou. This cycle persisted until the afternoon, when the monkey, having endured a severe thrashing, had been rendered nearly powerless. Its face had swollen grotesquely, and the bruises on its body had caused much of its fur to fall out. Having not consumed a drop of water all morning and expending considerable energy, it now hung its head in exhaustion under the sun, resembling a stray dog. Fat Wei, having been incensed by the monkey throughout the journey and now bearing the marks of its wrath, decided to fashion a noose from rope, securing it around the monkey's neck and dragging it along. As evening descended, the temperature plummeted, perhaps due to their proximity to the kingdom of Gaochang, where they encountered some low shrubs. Though diminutive, the wood was highly flammable, offering a modicum of warmth. Gazing at the flickering flames, a sense of comfort arose within them. After constructing a fire, they gathered around the campfire to warm themselves, placing their water containers on the flames to heat, preparing to consume some provisions before laying out their sleeping bags for the night. Chen Zhi and the others engaged in conversation by the fire, while Dan Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the bound monkey, ultimately suggesting, "Let it come over. It hasn't had water all day and may perish from thirst." Invited to share some water. "Master, do not be too soft-hearted," Fat Wei interjected, holding his hands over the fire to warm them. "You may regard it as a living being, but it considers us merely as fodder. You have forgotten how he seized you on this path. Allow me to tell you, this monkey is truly a wretched creature. Did you not see the records of those warriors in the village of Fine Wine? This accursed monkey has devoured many lives and has abducted women to disgrace them. What is there to fear? Your heart now brims with compassion for him. Yet when he unleashes his fury, he would not hesitate to rend your insides. Trust in my words. Evil must be met with retribution. He is currently reaping the consequences of his actions, and there is no need for excessive mercy. Amipa. Dan Xuan recited another prayer before continuing to speak to Chen Zhi. You should understand that the distinction between good and evil is inherently blurred. If we are to discuss the repercussions of virtue and vice, it is not merely him who deserves punishment. This night is frigid, and I suggest we do not delve too deeply into this matter. Bring him forth. I am willing to offer him my water and care for him. Chapter 82. Enlightenment. Part 2. Let him come forth. Upon hearing Dan Xuan's request, Chen Zhi gently nodded. He then pointed at the rope binding the monkey and silently chanted a few words, causing the rope to swiftly fall away. The monkey immediately collapsed to the ground. Dan Xuan hastened over to support the monkey. Despite its fierce and unruly demeanor, the creature was utterly exhausted from the day's brutal beatings and turmoil. Its body was covered in wounds, with severe penetrating injuries to its limbs rendering it unable to walk, and even lifting its arms was a Herculean task. Dan Xuan gradually helped it to its feet, guiding it to a clean area, where he washed its wounds with fresh water and tended to its injuries. Fat Wei glanced over at them, chuckling softly, then gestured to Chen Zhi. Did you see that? Regardless of the circumstances, family stands by family. Look at their warmth. It is evident they share a common ancestor. If you ask me, we must remain cautious around this master. Do you recall the expression he wore beneath the waterfall? Goodness. It was more terrifying than this monkey now. Truly a monkey demon. Upon reflection, his ancestor was indeed a beast man. At the core, they are of the same ilk. We should keep our guard up. Didn't you claim to embrace Buddhism? Chen Zhi handed his water to Fat Wei. I remember you mentioning that you felt you had disturbed the spirits too much by digging graves, and wished to embrace Buddhism and partake in vegetarianism for your own redemption. The opportunity has arisen. The Dharma teaches that all beings are equal. Will you not share some of your rations with the monkey? Uft. Fat Wei raised an eyebrow at Chen Zhi's words, glancing towards the monkey. To be honest, I would like to, but I fear that monkey would claw my face to ribbons. If you wish to show compassion, you may do so. As for me, I refuse to present my warm face to that monkey's rear. It is utterly shameless. After declaring this, Fat Wei turned away, unwrapping his compressed biscuits and layering them with beef jerky, consuming them with hot water. Guazhou, known for his reticence, ate a few morsels before wandering off to find a large rock, where he leaned against it and closed his eyes to meditate. Chen Zhi sat by the campfire, observing Dan Xuan and the monkey from a distance, keenly watching their interactions. The monkey has been so thoroughly beaten that it is hardly recognizable. Its mouth swollen to the point of being unable to open. It appears quite pitiable. Were it not for the knowledge of its previous misdeeds, its acts of heinous violence and cruelty, one might mistake Chen Zhi and his companions for cold-hearted brutes. Yet, Dan Xuan exhibits remarkable patience. Noticing the monkey's plight, he pours water into a bottle cap and feeds it slowly. After enduring a day of thirst, the monkey approaches the water as if it were a life-giving spring, and its resistance begins to wane. Look at their intimacy, Fat Wei whispers to Chen Zhi. Who would believe they are not allies? He adds, it's freezing out here. We shouldn't let them linger as if we are torturing animals. After uttering this, Fat Wei turns and calls to Master Dan Xuan. Hey, Master, bring that monkey over here to warm up by the fire. I have some food to fill its belly. However, he adds a warning, but let me make it clear, you must keep an eye on it. I have a handsome face to maintain, and I'm still looking for a bride. Very well, Dan Xuan responds, clearly pleased by Fat Wei's invitation. The monkey, not particularly resistant to the cold and already stripped of much of its fur due to the beating, trembles violently, nearly frozen and in dire need of warmth and sustenance. Dan Xuan supports the monkey as they move towards the fire, but it struggles to walk. With great patience, Dan Xuan assists it slowly, and after considerable effort, they arrive at the bonfire. The monkey seems to harbor significant animosity towards Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, keeping its distance. But upon spotting the biscuits and beef offered by Fat Wei, it eagerly snatches them and stuffs them into its swollen mouth. Hey, slow down, don't choke. No one is competing with you for food. After all, we all have compassionate hearts, Fat Wei remarks, feeling a twinge of sympathy as he observes the monkey's desperate state. Isn't it strange? When this monkey was threatening me, no matter how I retaliated, it never seemed satisfying. Now, seeing it like this, I almost pity it. What do you think is going on? Amipa. Dan Xuan clasps his hands together and offers a Buddhist chant. All beings possess both benevolent and malevolent thoughts. Love and hate are but a fine line apart. This is true for humans and beasts alike. Even wolves know to repay kindness. When a benefactor harbors good intentions, it is a sign of karmic connection. As he speaks of karmic connection, Fat Wei blinks as if hesitating, yet ultimately proceeds. Master, I am a simple man, but I wish to discuss the teachings of Buddhism with you. Of course, I understand very little, and if I say something incorrect, it shouldn't be considered a grave sin, right? Amipa. Dan Xuan twirls his prayer beads and replies calmly, you overestimate your words. The Buddhist path is one of tolerance. Ignorance is no crime, and we are merely engaging in discussion. Please, speak freely. I am here to listen. All right then, I shall speak candidly. Fat Wei clears his throat and earnestly inquires. I may not know much, but I understand that the Buddhist community is dedicated to acts of kindness, emphasizing compassion and the avoidance of wrongdoing. But do you know what happened in Tibet, especially before the liberation? Those lamas and living Buddhas wreaked havoc in unimaginable ways. I have heard that many lamas treated their slaves as mere objects, even going so far as to break the hands and feet of women to create something akin to a king of hell riding corpses. By the way, what about the goddess and the esoteric Buddhism? Are you familiar with esoteric Buddhism? Chen Zhi glanced at Pang Wei and added a few more logs to the campfire, causing sparks to leap forth. How could I not know? Pang Wei eagerly chimed in. In esoteric Buddhism, there is something called dual cultivation, which essentially involves the exploitation of young girls barely in their teens under the guise of helping them attain enlightenment. They perpetrate such immoral acts in the name of Buddhism and then glorify it as the goddess of enlightenment. I, Pang Wei, have encountered many hypocrites, but I have never seen such shamelessness. Is this truly the conduct expected of us Buddhists? You just mentioned that, Chen Zhi interjected. This pertains to the esoteric Buddhism of the Tibetan culture, which is notably complex. Many religions there have become tools for the feudal lords, and Buddhism has morphed into something else entirely, which cannot be deemed as orthodox Buddhism. I must respectfully disagree, Pang Wei said, taking a sip of water. Buddhism is Buddhism, regardless of its geographical location. Just like Indian Buddhism, which traveled all the way to our great land of China, remains Buddhism. Why should we accept the good and reject the bad? How are we common folk to discern between the two? As they conversed, the captured monkey remained silent. Clutching a cup of water, its gaze fixed intently on Pang Wei, seemingly listening closely and awaiting Dan Xuan's response. Why should we accept the good and reject the bad? How are we common folk to discern between the two? They continued their discussion, while the monkey listened attentively, its eyes glimmering, as if deep in thought. Chapter 83, Enlightenment, Part 3. Pang Wei subsequently recounted numerous examples of the injustices cloaked under the guise of Buddhism, some of which were indeed infuriating and even chilling. The monkey continued to listen intently, its eyes flashing, seemingly pondering the weight of the words spoken. Amipa. Dan Xuan suddenly interrupted Pang Wei, holding his prayer beads, and said solemnly, what you mentioned, I too have heard. In fact, what I comprehend may surpass your understanding. The truths I have witnessed might be even more brutal than what you have seen. However, you yourself stated that it is wrong. If one acknowledges its wrongness, why then choose to believe? Why believe? Because one believes in Buddhism, and thus believes, Pang Wei responded, a hint of indignation creeping into his voice. I once heard from our elders that when they worked in Tibet before liberation, the local lamas behaved atrociously. They treated people like livestock and dared to do anything, all while proclaiming that it was the will of the Buddha. Anyone who disobeyed would face eternal damnation in the depths of hell, including those Buddhist mothers and the like. Do you really think those young girls have a choice? They are merely subdued under the guise of Buddhism, believing it to be the will of the Buddha. Thus they succumb. Must one always heed the divine will of the Buddha? Dan Xuan gently twirled the prayer beads as he spoke. That's not right, Fat Wei stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, that does not reflect the profound teachings of Buddhism. As a disciple of the Buddha, should you not heed the words of the Buddha? The words of the Buddha? Dan Xuan chuckled softly. Has the Buddha ever truly spoken? The Buddhist doctrine does not favor idols. The essence of Buddhism does not relish being manipulated like puppets. Yet humanity perpetually seeks to idolize, engaging in a paradoxical dance. Regardless of right or wrong, one must obey the will of the idol, even if one's heart resists. It raises a perplexing question. In the end, do humans venerate the idol or their own cowardice? With one hand delicately twisting the prayer beads, Dan Xuan gradually closed his eyes. The flickering firelight cast a somewhat sacred aura upon his visage. Ultimately, whether one acts with benevolence or malevolence should stem from one's own volition rather than fear of repercussions. If one refrains from wrongdoing out of fear of hell, that is not true goodness. Likewise, to knowingly commit wrongs out of fear of the so-called Buddha is not foolishness, but sheer cowardice, a profound weakness. Thus, the fault does not lie with the Buddha, but with humanity itself. Master, are you suggesting avoidance? Chen Zhi inquired from the side. Are you implying that many people, under the guise of religion, are led to err, not due to the fault of religion, but because these individuals use it as an escape from reality? Indeed, wise benefactor. Dan Xuan continued to manipulate the prayer beads, slowly closing his eyes once more. People yearn for simplistic morals and straightforward rewards for goodness, shunning critical thought and resisting evil. Consequently, they easily succumb to flattery. Those who spread deceit don the robes of the Buddha and wield prayer beads to sway the hearts of the people. This is not solely the fault of the deceivers, but also the folly of the weak-minded who follow blindly. Amipa, and what a vengeance! Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. It was the monkey, who had remained silent throughout their journey, now speaking up. I am not cowardly, nor do I evade. Yet, we have been deceived, compelled to assist, only to be betrayed and slain. Should we seek vengeance? Is killing in the name of vengeance truly a sin? I do not wish to forgive. If the Buddha demands my forgiveness, then I shall slay the Buddha. Amipa. Dan Xuan appeared to have anticipated the monkey's inquiry, continuing to twist the prayer beads with closed eyes. I have spoken with you many times along the way. Forgiveness must come from within. It cannot be coerced, neither by anyone nor by the Buddha. My desire is for you to forgive, but if it does not arise from your heart, it is not genuine forgiveness. I do not wish to forgive. The monkey's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity as he turned to Chen Zhi, an indescribable hatred brimming within. I shall not forgive. I only desire vengeance. I will kill. I will slaughter you all. Damn it, this wretched monkey is truly deserving of a beating. Pang Wei was taken aback by the monkey's piercing gaze. Rising to his feet, he snatched the cup from its grasp and gestured towards a nearby boulder. I was just starting to treat you kindly, and already you wish to ascend to the heavens. Go lie over there. Your life is still in our hands. We will avenge your mother. The damned monkey, filled with negativity, spoke with a harshness that suggested someone had wronged it in a past life. After receiving a few scathing remarks from Pang Wei, the monkey fell silent. It resisted momentarily, but then sulkily retreated to the stone, curling up into a small ball against it. Clearly exhausted, it soon succumbed to slumber. After being taunted by the monkey, Chen Zhi suddenly lost all desire to continue. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to retire for the night in preparation for the journey ahead. Consequently, Pang Wei yawned and nestled into his sleeping bag. The desert night was extremely frigid, while the campfire flickered, warming the land around them. However, the rock the monkey leaned against was far removed from the fire's warmth and was chillingly cold. Once everyone had drifted into sleep, Dan Xuan discreetly retrieved a blanket, draping it over the monkey and tucking in the edges to ensure it was snugly covered before returning to his own rest. The subsequent leg of their journey unfolded without incident. The relentless sun still hung in the sky, yet the path appeared significantly easier to traverse. Perhaps they were nearing the kingdom of Guazhou, as they encountered increasing amounts of brush along the roadside, providing ample fuel for their fire, rendering the cold, silent nights more bearable. Dan Xuan continued to care for the monkey as he had in the past, even requesting Chen Zhi to cease binding it with ropes, assuring that he would oversee its safety and take full responsibility for any issues that arose. He shared his water and food with the creature and allowed it to sleep in his sleeping bag at night. Over time, the monkey seemed to lower its guard around Dan Xuan, engaging him in conversation along the way and posing various questions. Dan Xuan, exhibiting remarkable patience, diligently provided answers. Occasionally, Chen Zhi would overhear snippets of their dialogue, much of which consisted of Buddhist philosophies, while the monkey's inquiries revolved around themes of vengeance and forgiveness. After enduring 4 arduous days of travel, Chen Zhi's electronic map suddenly emitted a series of beeps, indicating that they were less than a kilometer from their destination. He realized they had finally arrived at their goal. Beyond this sand dune lay the ancient kingdom of Guazhou, which they had been seeking. Chapter 84, at last. Guazhou, the fabled kingdom of Guazhou, awaited at the edge of this desert. In contrast to the unbearable heat of Flaming Mountain, Guazhou resembled a rare oasis. Stunted shrubs were scattered about, a testament to a time when freshwater flowed abundantly here. However, that oasis had long since faded. Historical texts from the Tang dynasty reveal that the once thriving kingdom of Gaochang enjoyed a significant period of prosperity, closely tied to its strategic geographical location. In ancient times, this was an essential route along the Silk Road, where caravans from all directions were compelled to make a stop. Merchants, weary from their arduous journey through the hellish desert under the relentless sun, arrived at this beautiful oasis, blessed with abundant water sources. According to local chronicles from the Tang dynasty, this area was once densely populated and boasted well-developed transportation. The caravanserai at the city gates was a bustling sight, with lines of camels stretching as far as the eye could see. Women, their faces veiled and adorned with braided hair, graciously offered fresh fruits and fine wines to the merchants and travelers arriving from afar. As Chen Zhi and his companions set foot on this once vibrant oasis, they seemed to envision rows of camels passing by, women draped in white veils, balancing grapes upon their heads, and carrying wine jugs as they traversed the lively streets. Beneath their feet, traces of variously sized stone bricks could still be discerned, forming intricate diamond-patterned pavements, indicative of a wide stone path that had once led directly to the gates of the ancient kingdom of Gaochang over a millennium ago. Following this grand avenue, they walked until they reached its terminus, where a valley unfolded below. Standing on the hillside and gazing ahead, they beheld an expansive expanse of ruins. The remnants, with their yellowed walls and crumbling structures, blended seamlessly with the desert sands, resembling a series of colossal yellow building blocks, standing silently with a grand, yet somber presence. This was the legendary Gaochang. To be frank, Chen Zhi had never envisioned the legendary ancient kingdom of Gaochang to be particularly grand. By this point, they had encountered numerous royal tombs and burial grounds, and few human constructions had the power to deeply move him. Moreover, how magnificent could a small frontier nation of the western regions truly be? Yet, upon witnessing the ancient city ruins before him, Chen Zhi felt an unexpected and profound sense of awe. It could be said that if the ruins of the ancient Gaochang were fully excavated, their grandeur and intricacy could rival that of ancient Rome. The layout of the city's structures was equally meticulous. All scholars of Tang history are aware that Gaochang was the largest ancient city in the western regions, established in the 1st century BC. Boasting a history of over 2 millennia, it served as the political, military, economic, and cultural epicenter of the Turpan Basin, and was once the largest international metropolis in the western regions, a center of religion and printing. One can only imagine the remarkable level of cultural and artistic development that thrived within this small frontier nation. Gaochang's achievements were intricately linked to the continuous influx of Central Plains culture. In 104 BC, Emperor Wu of Han dispatched Li Guangli, leading tens of thousands of troops to venture into Diwan. However, due to the long journey and inadequate supplies, they ultimately returned in defeat. Learning from this experience, Li Guangli established a fortification and agricultural settlement here, leading to a significant victory, and thus the city remained. Due to its elevated terrain and thriving population, it was aptly named Gaochang. During the turmoil of the Western Jin dynasty, a large number of refugees fled from the Central Plains to Gaochang, establishing Gaochang Commandery, which lasted over a century. In 443 AD, the Northern Liang exiled government established the Kingdom of Gaochang here, transforming it into a political and Buddhist cultural center of the 4 domains. This is the history of the establishment of the Gaochang Kingdom. During the Tang dynasty, the Gaochang Kingdom sent envoys to Chang'an to pay tribute and humbly sought to learn from the advanced culture and administrative experience of the Tang. Even the royal city of Gaochang was remodeled according to the layout of the Tang capital, mirroring its scale and internal organization. Thus, to comprehend the dimensions of Chang'an during the Tang dynasty, one could simply look to the city of Gaochang. Unfortunately, the Gaochang Kingdom was eventually extinguished by the Tang, and in 1275, the Mongol aristocrats rebelled, leading to the destruction of the royal city. The ancient and magnificent capital of Gaochang ultimately succumbed to the ravages of war, leaving only remnants of walls and crumbling structures, evoking a profound sense of desolation. The vast expanse of yellow sand seems perfectly suited to conceal the history of Europe, as few wish to delve into the glories of the past beneath the relentless sun. For over a millennium, the ruins of Gaochang lay buried beneath the sands, undiscovered until a few years ago when an archaeological team serendipitously uncovered a remnant wall revealing this gem lost in the desert. The archaeological team was profoundly moved and promptly submitted a project report. Given its location near the Flaming Mountains and its association with the legendary journey to the west, it garnered national attention and support. At the beginning of last year, extensive excavations commenced in the area, and many ancient city walls hidden beneath the sand began to re-emerge. Now, this ancient city has finally resurfaced from the yellow sands, and it is anticipated that, with time, it will transform into a popular tourist destination. Chen Zhi and his companions descended the slope along the main road towards the gates of the Gaochang kingdom. The so-called grand entrance had long since deteriorated into a mere earthen ruin, leaving only a gaping archway. However, outside, they observed numerous communal tents and specialized iron vehicles for the archaeological team, uncertain if they might encounter others ahead. Chen Zhi first instructed the monkey to assume a human form to prevent startling anyone they might meet. As the setting sun cast its warm glow and the wind whispered through the desolate grass, an inexplicable sense of nostalgia surged within them as they approached the ruins of Gaochang. Chen Zhi stole a glance at Dan Xuan, noting his expression was one of profound excitement, as he appeared deeply moved by the barren landscape of Gaochang. Fortunately, the iron shelter ahead revealed no presence of people, and the surrounding area was devoid of any human figures. Likely, due to the sweltering summer heat, the work had been temporarily halted as workers were nowhere to be found. However, it was fortunate that ample supplies and provisions remained, the most practical being the iron vehicle that provided shelter from the scorching sun. Though small, this metal refuge was well equipped, containing a generator, several sleeping berths, a rudimentary stove, and even a small refrigerator. Upon opening the refrigerator, they discovered a stash of preserved food, bottled freshwater, and even canned beer. After chilling the beverages, enjoying a can in this setting would surely be a refreshing delight. The iron vehicle also housed basic cooking utensils and hygiene supplies, including simple bathing equipment. Here, they could indulge in a refreshing shower, savor a hearty meal, and rest soundly through the night. Thus, Chen Zhi resolved not to enter the city that day, opting instead to rest in the current location and alleviate the weariness of their journey. The following morning, they would venture into the ancient kingdom of Gaochang. Chapter 85. The arduous travel and exposure to the elements over the past 10 days had indeed taken a toll on Chen Zhi and his companions. Although they had traversed many perilous terrains before, nothing compared to walking through the relentless sun across such an expansive desert. It was hard to fathom how the merchants of the ancient Silk Road managed to survive such harsh conditions. The swirling yellow sands mixed with sweat clung to their skin, and the layers of dust on each person could easily measure several inches thick. Particularly, the rotund Wei, who had been playfully aggravating the monkey along the way, was now almost entirely transformed into a figure of yellow mud. Once the generator was activated, the small metal vehicle became capable of numerous tasks. First and foremost, the refrigerator could commence cooling, allowing them to soon enjoy chilled beer. Next was the compact water heater, which had a substantial reservoir of water, sufficient for their washing and drinking needs for an extended period. They began by indulging in a refreshing hot shower, followed by each of them settling on the bed with a can of ice-cold beer. Having just emerged from the sweltering desert, the sensation of the icy beverage was unparalleled in its invigorating delight. The monkey's recuperative abilities were nothing short of remarkable. Nearly every part of its body bore the marks of grievous wounds inflicted by the sinister blade. Yet after this exhausting journey, most had scabbed over, and apart from the surface injuries, it was nearly healed. Now that they had arrived at this location, they could not be accused of animal cruelty. Thus, Chen Zhi permitted the monkey to join them for a bath and enjoy some refreshing drinks before applying ointment to its wounds. After a while, they observed the monkey's fur beginning to grow back, and the scarred skin gradually healing. Chen Zhi had heard tales of the extraordinary healing powers of beastmen, like the renowned Niu Lu, who could recover overnight from severe punishments. The monkey's regenerative capacity, however, was exponentially greater, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of times more potent. Upon reaching Gaochang, they recognized that their conduct could not remain as carefree as it had been in the desert. Although this place appeared desolate and uninhabited, Chen Zhi could distinctly sense the complex energy surrounding them, with various forces occupying unequal positions. Such locations, rife with intricate energies, were prone to the existence of alternate realms, where time could either freeze or even reverse. As night descended, anything could transpire. Consequently, they resolved to take turns keeping watch throughout the night. ensuring each person secured a measure of deep rest after their exhausting ordeal. However, Dan Xuan volunteered, stating that this land had witnessed bloodshed in the past and was likely home to many restless spirits. Despite the passage of over 1,300 years, these souls had yet to find peace. Dan Xuan planned to remain vigilant throughout the night, reciting scriptures to guide these tormented spirits, as it was the least he could do. After their rest and treatment, the monkey's injuries had essentially healed. According to the words of the ghostly blade, this monkey is exceedingly formidable. One must never let down their guard. Thus, it was secured to an enormous broken wall outside, while Chen Zhi reinforced the binding spell on the ropes, rendering it unable to change its form. As Dan Xuan recited sutras outside, he was also tasked with keeping watch over the creature. Once everything was arranged, Chen Zhi imparted a few final instructions to Dan Xuan before retreating to the iron shelter to sleep peacefully. The night in the desert descends swiftly. Before long, the luminous moon hung high in the sky. The beauty of the desert night is beyond compare, with the vast expanse appearing in hues of red and yellow, a magnificence that defies ordinary description. As darkness enveloped the ancient city, it seemed to awaken anew. The chill of the night was palpable, and to shield Dan Xuan from the cold, Chen Zhi and his companions ignited a bonfire outside the iron shelter before they slept. Dan Xuan laid his sleeping bag upon the ground, kneeling atop it with his hands clasped around prayer beads, quietly reciting the sutras for the deceased. His voice was soft, yet it spread delicately like fine silk into the night, gradually permeating the ancient city and reaching out to the restless souls within. The monkey was tethered less than 10 meters away from Dan Xuan, bound by the spell-laden ropes, utterly immobile, yet Chen Zhi had not secured its head. Throughout Dan Xuan's recitation, the monkey remained transfixed, intently listening to the sutras, its eyes blinking thoughtfully. As the night deepened, the occupants of the iron shelter drifted into slumber, and outside, one could hear the resounding snores of Pang Wei. Dan Xuan completed his recitation, sitting cross-legged by the bonfire, quietly manipulating the prayer beads, gradually entering a meditative state. Suddenly, a sound akin to the snapping of ropes echoed through the stillness, a muffled noise that suggested a remarkably resilient rope had been torn apart by immense force. Yet, Dan Xuan did not open his eyes. He understood that what was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Indeed, the monkey approached slowly. Having freed itself from the reinforced bindings, its furry paws stepping lightly upon the sand as it drew closer to Dan Xuan. Dan Xuan remained with his eyes shut, hands still moving over the prayer beads, his expression serene. It was only when the monkey crouched before him, its green eyes curiously observing him, that it uttered a sharp voice. "Human monk, what exactly are you reciting?" "Sutras," Dan Xuan replied silently. "Are you imploring them for forgiveness?" the monkey inquired. "One could say so," Dan Xuan answered. "Then why should they forgive you?" The monkey pressed further. "I have already stated." Dan Xuan gradually opened his eyes, gazing into the fierce visage of the monkey. "Forgiveness is spontaneous. Thus, it requires no reason." "I do not believe it." The monkey's eyes glimmered with a green light, its bared fangs shining like blades under the moonlight. "If I were to feast upon your flesh, would you forgive me? If I were to take your life, would you also forgive me?" "I would," Dan Xuan replied, slowly opening his eyes. "You lie." Suddenly, a peculiar glimmer arose in the green eyes of the monkey, which then gradually morphed into a ferocious glare. With a single hand, it pointed towards the iron shack and, in a shrill voice, proposed, "What if I were to take their lives while they slumber? Would they ever forgive me?" "I do not know." Dan Xuan gently shook his head. "But I believe that if you harbor hatred within, you should unleash it upon me, for I shall forever extend my forgiveness, as I cannot bear to see you burdened by guilt, even if I must endure a millennium of storms and rains. I hope that one day you will comprehend my intent. At that moment, you will truly grasp the essence of forgiveness." "Nonsense." The monkey, with its face contorted in fury, exhibited bloodshot eyes and wild fur, revealing the visage of a beast. It bared its crimson tongue and sharp teeth, slowly advancing towards Dan Xuan. "You are human, and humans are the masters of deceit. Your talk of forgiveness stems from your awareness of my superiority. You fear my wrath. Thus you feign forgiveness in hopes of sparing your life. I have heard enough of human lies. You may attempt it," Dan Xuan replied, suddenly revealing a gentle smile beneath the moonlight. That single smile seemed to purify the very air around them, rendering even the celestial moon pale in comparison. "You may indeed test the veracity of my words. My forgiveness is not because you are stronger than I, nor out of fear of death. I forgive you in the hope that you will learn to extend forgiveness to others. From this moment forth, you may take my flesh. Forgive this world that once deceived you. Amipa. Chapter 86. Offering flesh very well. The monkey trembled with an unknown emotion after hearing Dan Xuan's words, its fur bristling and shimmering with a golden hue. A human monk need not deceive me. I have heard of your Buddhist tales. How false and hypocritical they are. You claim your Buddha sacrificed his flesh to feed the eagles, to convert beasts with his own flesh. Was he truly that selfless? You say my flesh may be taken. Have you ever experienced the agony of flesh being torn from your body? I shall witness, when your flesh is ripped away and you howl in pain, whom you will choose to forgive. After uttering these words, the monkey suddenly went into a frenzy, opening its mouth wide to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. Those jagged teeth appeared all too familiar with human blood, glimmering ominously before Dan Xuan. The monkey then let out a bizarre shriek and lunged at Dan Xuan, sinking its teeth into his left shoulder. With a fierce jerk of its neck, it tore away a substantial chunk of flesh. The monkey then withdrew, blood dripping from its mouth, swallowing the sanguine morsel with fervor. It gazed at Dan Xuan, its green eyes sparkling with excitement, and its terrifying expression would send shivers even through the heart of a demon. The foolish monk, it was you who uttered those words. I shall claim your flesh, and you will forgive me. Thus, I shall fulfill your wish. The voice of the monkey resonated ominously, as if it hailed from the depths of hell. Your insincere affections have led me to learn the art of forgiveness, yet I have had enough. Gazing upon your deceitful visage, I find myself more akin to the beasts than to you. Allow me to inquire, now that death approaches you, where is your Buddha? Your flesh shall soon be consumed by me. Where then is your deity? You are less genuine than those warriors of the West Qi, though they seek my life. I hold them in esteem for their honesty. Upon finishing its speech, the monkey cast a sinister glance toward the iron house behind. The people of West Qi have become utterly foolish. I have laced their waters with beastly toxins, and they remain blissfully unaware. Monk, I shall feast upon you first, followed by those hypocritical humans. What say you? The wretched descendants of the gods, treacherous and unfaithful. I shall extract their livers and hearts to avenge my ancestors. After the monkey spoke, it swallowed the remnants of flesh and blood, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it lunged for the carotid artery of Dan Xuan, intent on severing it in one bite. In a moment of peril, a gust of wind surged forth, and the ghost blade appeared before Dan Xuan like a shadow, seizing the charging monkey. Taken by surprise, the monkey found itself firmly grasped by the throat. The ghost blade, with an irresistible force, lifted it high, drawing near to the monkey's face, whispering, "Your time of demise has arrived." The once formidable monkey now lay powerless in the grip of the ghost blade. It seemed to sense its impending death and struggled desperately, its fur shifting in hue, attempting to transform into a smaller creature to escape. Yet, the ghost blade's arm clung tenaciously to its throat, depriving it of breath. Unworthy creature, the ghost blade scorned, applying pressure until it shattered the monkey's collarbone, then forcefully cast it down to the ground. The monkey landed heavily, rolling upon the earth before morphing into a four-legged lizard, swiftly burrowing into the sand. In that instant, the ghost blade's long knife was unsheathed, striking the ground like a flash of white lightning, precisely piercing the lizard. The lizard writhed in the sand, emitting plumes of white smoke, and after a brief interval, it reverted to its monkey form, the blade lodged firmly in its ribs. This position was fatal. The monkey ceased its struggle, resigned to lie flat in the sand, gasping for breath, fearing the brink of death. Blood seeped from the ground, staining the earth crimson, gradually creeping toward Dan Xuan's feet. At that moment, Dan Xuan had collapsed, a chunk of flesh torn from his shoulder, plunging him into immense agony. His face drenched in sweat, pallid as parchment. At this juncture, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei emerged from behind a crumbling wall. They had been watching the entire ordeal unfold. "Master, are you all right?" Pang Wei rushed over, respectfully assisting the prostrate Dan Xuan back to his feet. "Indeed, I feel deeply aggrieved on your behalf. Please awaken. I shall tend to your wounds at once," Fat Wei remarked after assessing Dan Xuan's injuries. At that moment, Dan Xuan's condition was dire. A significant portion of flesh had been torn from his left shoulder, multiple blood vessels ruptured, and blood gushed forth incessantly. Such agony was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. His face was ashen, and beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. In the wilderness, There was no means to treat his wounds. Fat Wei promptly supported his other arm, lifting him gently and guiding him into the metal shelter. Dan Xuan was gravely injured and had lost a considerable amount of blood, causing his lips to turn purple and his body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, just before reaching the shelter, he turned to gaze at the monkey, which had been impaled in the sandy ground by a long knife, his face filled with compassion. His lips trembled as if he wished to utter something, yet no words emerged. Fat Wei and Chen Zhi helped Dan Xuan onto the bed. Fat Wei quickly began to cut open Dan Xuan's robe, applying a special ointment to the injured flesh. He then disinfected the wound, used hemostatic powder to stem the bleeding, and sprinkled a growth-promoting medicine, crafted in secret, onto the injury, bandaging it with great care. However, the loss of flesh was too extensive, and the severed tendons posed a challenge. After several attempts at bandaging, blood seeped through once more. Dan Xuan gritted his teeth in pain, his body shaking, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. "Why must you put yourself through this?" Fat Wei urged from the side. "I understand your compassionate heart, but you need not concern yourself with that wild monkey. It cannot comprehend your sentiments. You may offer your flesh willingly, believing it to be a kindness. Yet that foolish creature takes it literally, without a second thought. Just wait till I deal with it outside." "I do not seek to be courteous," Dan Xuan replied, his lips trembling and breath faint. "I speak sincerely. If my flesh could grant it a chance to live with a different heart, it would be worth it." At this point, Dan Xuan seemed to have little strength left. He lifted his gaze softly towards Chen Zhi. Moreover, without witnessing this scene, would you truly find peace of mind? Chapter 87. Sacrifice. Upon Dan Xuan's utterance, it felt as if the tension had been abruptly pierced, rendering the atmosphere awkward. Chen Zhi did not respond immediately, but bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before addressing Fat Wei. "Please step outside for a while. I wish to speak with the master privately." "Very well." Fat Wei, sensing the awkwardness, complied and departed promptly. Once Fat Wei left, Chen Zhi approached Dan Xuan's bedside and sat down gently. "Master, please do not take offense. Forgive my overthinking. After all, your unique status as a descendant of the victorious fighting Buddha connects you to that monkey in ways we cannot fully grasp." "Not at all. It's quite all right." Dan Xuan lay on the bed, seemingly disinterested in the topic. Blood continued to seep from his shoulder, his breath faint, and his voice soft as cotton. "We all harbor doubts. Before confirming the truth, we constantly entertain various possibilities. I, too, have walked that path. When faced with suspicion, there is no need for excessive justification. Time will inevitably reveal the truth, for reality is, after all, reality. Regardless of how it may be concealed, the facts remain unchanged. Just like the past of that orc. As well as all that you have just learned in the letter, these are indeed facts." Dan Xuan's words pierced Chen Zhi's heart like a fine needle, causing him to involuntarily shudder. He then turned to Dan Xuan and continued, "Master, that orc was disrespectful to you earlier. How do you intend to deal with that creature?" "My suggestion is that, since it is wild and unyielding, it would be better to." "Are you implying that it should be eliminated, correct? And under my name as well?" Dan Xuan leaned back against the pillow, his gaze fixed on the ceiling above. "I have no authority to make judgments on your behalf. But I feel that while you deem him a sinner, I do not entirely agree. I believe we are all guilty. We first betrayed him, which led him to commit his sins. This is the law of cause and effect. It is what you refer to as retribution." "Master," Chen Zhi said softly, drawing closer to Dan Xuan, "please forgive my disrespect, but allow me to speak candidly. You are a revered monk with a promising future, and there are many endeavors awaiting your attention in this world. There is no need to fixate on these minor matters, nor to exert effort on this orc. If it can be reformed, that would be splendid. If not, I shall send it to its rightful place. We all know it carries the burden of many lives. No matter how I execute it, I would not be wronging it. But you are different. Should anything happen to you, we cannot bear such a responsibility." Dan Xuan suddenly chuckled. "No wonder that monkey called humans hypocrites. Chief Chen, even with your status, you cannot escape the hierarchy, nor do you regard the orcs with respect. You once stated that all beings are equal. It seems that in your heart, you deem that sentiment merely a superficial expression." Faced with Dan Xuan's inquiry, Chen Zhi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to articulate anything. The myriad concerns that had plagued his mind surged forth, piercing his heart like steel needles. Dan Xuan then coughed lightly. "In this world, there are myriad beings, each with their own destinies. Humanity, by a stroke of fortune, has seized the power of dominion, much like the deities of yore. Yet, humans err, and so do the gods, yet both have opportunities for redemption. Does that lowly beast not possess such rights? You believe I am here to enlighten it, but I see it as the one enlightening me, granting me a chance for atonement. Moreover, I wish not only to atone for my own sins, but also to redeem yours. Chief Chen, your ancestors and your Shiqi have done much to the orcs of the western lands. I trust you are well aware of that, are you not? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi's heart sank, and he instinctively touched the letter within his white pouch, recalling that Dan Xuan should not have had the opportunity to encounter it. Master, what do you mean? Have you seen my letter? Dan Xuan smiled calmly. There is no need to look. I already know what it contains. The secrets of this world are akin to drifting clouds. They appear to be ever-changing, yet they remain steadfast, impervious to any attempts at concealment. What transpired 1,300 years ago is known to the heavens, to the Buddha, and to me. After Dan Xuan finished speaking, he gently closed his eyes and began to breathe slowly, the intense pain causing him to break into a sweat once more. Master, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, glancing warily towards the iron door. The door remained firmly shut, while outside, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei were reprimanding a stubborn monkey, the sounds of their kicks echoing through the iron barrier. Yet, the monkey remained defiant, refusing to utter a sound. At that moment, Chen Zhi leaned closer to Dan Xuan's ear, lowering his voice and speaking earnestly. Master, since you have made your stance clear, I shall no longer conceal the truth. There is indeed a complicated history between West Qi and this beastman lineage. However, we must look forward, perhaps for reasons unknown. West Qi did not honor the agreement made by Jiang Shang and the victorious Buddha, resulting in the extermination of this beastman's clan. It is possible that this monkey outside is the last remnant of that bloodline. But you must understand, these events transpired long ago, and resurrecting them now serves no purpose other than to incite unnecessary bloodshed. I comprehend your sentiments. This is profoundly unjust for the beastmen. Yet you should realize that the notion of fairness is inherently relative. I shall not return to West Qi to verify the truth of this matter, for I can fully comprehend the actions of the leader at that time. Our endurance in West Qi has not merely been due to strength. It is also attributed to the delicate relationships we maintain with those in power. Buddhism had only recently been introduced to the Central Plains, and its significance had transformed from a mere religion into a tool of political governance. Buddhism prohibits human desires, while the absurd actions of the victorious Buddha involved royal powers and the credibility of Buddhism. If the identity of the beastmen from the western regions were to suddenly manifest on the land of Huaxia, it would be tantamount to Buddhism striking itself. The rule of the Tang dynasty and the propagation of Buddhism would become exceedingly difficult to realize. Thus, this sacrifice can be viewed as a pragmatic trade-off. Chapter 88. A request, a sacrifice, you say? At this moment, Dan Xuan suddenly appeared deeply mournful, his brows slightly knitted, and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Humans possess a multitude of expressions. For the sake of your power, you can sacrifice others in various ways. Do you truly believe this is right? I never claimed we were just, Chen Zhi replied, gazing intently at Dan Xuan. However, in comparison to these beastmen, our strength is greater. This is the law of the jungle. Are you truly stronger? Dan Xuan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Chen Zhi, akin to a parent observing a reckless child. Descendant of Jiang Zia, are you certain you comprehend what true strength entails? Do you believe the spells you wield are powerful? Or is it the weapon nestled in your palm? I shall tell you now. Dan Xuan's eyes shifted in hue, and his voice deepened. True power is formless. It can exist within the human heart, taking root and flourishing, boundless and vast. After Dan Xuan spoke, he once again closed his eyes, slowly gasping as he endured wave after wave of pain. After gritting his teeth through another spell of agony, he lifted his gaze to Chen Zhi. Chief Chen, may I make a request? Please, go ahead. Chen Zhi nodded in response. Dan Xuan lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment, and then spoke in a whisper. I wish for you to keep my relationship with the victorious fighting Buddha a secret, so that the beastman remains unaware. As for the life of that beastman, I implore you to entrust it to me. I will endeavor to enlighten him, to help him forget his hatred. He is a formidable beastman, of rare bloodline. Should he survive, he could contribute greatly under your leadership. If I cannot reform him, then you may dispose of him as you see fit. What do you think? For a moment, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words. In truth, He had already contemplated the fate of this monkey, never intending to spare its life. Chen Zhi was not a cruel man. On the contrary, he valued life and sacrifice, and he understood that perhaps the West Qi owed this creature a debt. Yet after enduring so much, he had gradually worn down his softness, and his thoughts had become exceedingly rational and precise. The monkey was wild and unruly, and when weighing the benefits and detriments of its survival, the latter outweighed the former. Moreover, this monkey was unlike ordinary beastmen. It was exceptionally clever, with a quick mind and extraordinary talent. Its potential was akin to an unfathomable abyss, and once fully unleashed, its power could become unimaginable, rendering it difficult to control. After a prolonged hesitation, Chen Zhi finally looked into Dan Xuan's sorrowful face and nodded earnestly. "I promise you." The sounds of beating from outside persisted. A moment later, a rotund figure approached and knocked on the door, peering through the crack to wink at Chen Zhi, inquiring about the final decision. Chen Zhi whispered a few words in his ear, and the figure went off to fulfill the task. Returning, Chen Zhi resumed his seat beside Dan Xuan's bed, lowering his voice as he said, "Master, I have granted your request. Yet, I hope you can agree to mine. After all, that was over 1,000 years ago. You truly need not dwell on it any longer, and please keep it confidential. With your current status, there are many matters that require your attention. The world today is too restless. It needs a true spiritual guide like you. The past, irrespective of right or wrong, need not be judged any further." "You are mistaken." Dan Xuan suddenly placed his hands on Chen Zhi's shoulders, and in that instant, Chen Zhi felt as though those arms weighed 1,000 pounds. Dan Xuan continued, 1,300 years have passed, and the once prosperous Gaochang kingdom has long since perished. No matter how I attempt to remedy it, I cannot alter what has transpired. This is the debt I owe. But you are different." After saying this, Dan Xuan pointed towards the door where the monkey had been, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Zhi. "You still have a chance. In this regard, you surpass me. Trust me. What I am doing now is the greatest achievement of my life." The monkey endured a relentless beating from Fat Wei and Ghost Blade throughout the night, to the point where it could no longer emit a sound. However, the direst situation fell upon Dan Xuan, whose frail body could hardly withstand such external trauma. After losing a significant portion of flesh from his left shoulder, he began to succumb to feverish pain. The fever clouded his consciousness, and he slipped into a state of shock multiple times. Fortunately, the organization's medicinal remedies proved remarkably effective, and by midday the following day, Dan Xuan's fever finally began to subside. The wound no longer oozed blood, and new fatty tissues started to regenerate. Chen Zhi supported him as they stepped outside, where the heat was oppressive, and the monkey was bound to a stone, its body stained with blood and nearly stripped of its fur. Yet, its capacity for recovery was astonishing. Despite such grievous injuries, it had begun to mend after just a few hours, and the gaping wound in its ribs had begun to scab over. As Chen Zhi assisted Dan Xuan towards the monkey, its eyes met Dan Xuan's gaze, no longer fierce as it had been the previous day. "Master," Fat Wei exclaimed nearby, "last night, we conducted some ideological education with this unruly monkey. Through our special instruction, it has come to recognize its errors. It declared last night its willingness to follow you into monastic life and to take you as its teacher. It vows never again to commit heinous acts." After delivering this proclamation, Fat Wei kicked the monkey sharply, admonishing, "You, wretched creature, know this, your life is spared by the master. Kneel and pay your respects, asking for his forgiveness. I assure you, should the master merely lift an eyebrow, both I and Ghost Blade could dismantle you with ease. Do you believe me? Kneel." Following this, he delivered several more kicks. The monkey, now stripped of its former bravado, lowered its eyes and knelt in submission before Dan Xuan, declaring, "I am but an ignorant beast. I offended you yesterday. I beseech the master for mercy. From this day forth, I wish to take you as my teacher, to pursue the Dharma with unwavering loyalty." Chapter 89. Swift journey to Gaochang. Upon witnessing the monkey's pitiful state, Dan Xuan felt a surge of compassion. Ignoring his own injuries, he bravely approached and helped the monkey to its feet. "There's no need to say such things. It's truly all right," he reassured it. His warm demeanor towards the monkey strikingly atypical, causing Fat Wei to raise an eyebrow in disbelief and exchange glances with Chen Zhi. Then, turning to Dan Xuan with a smile, he said, "Well, master, it seems you've recovered sufficiently. Time is of the essence. We should explore the ruins." After all this commotion and having traveled such a distance, This is the matter of utmost importance. Since Master has sustained injuries, perhaps it would be best for you to remain here. The area within is not vast. We can traverse it twice in no time, and once it is safe, we shall allow you to join us. No, I must go as well, Dan Xuan insisted, struggling to stand, casting a meaningful glance at the ancient ruins before him. I am the one who should enter. Over 13 centuries ago, this place was a bustling capital, teeming with the sound of carriages and the throngs of people. Yet now, Dan Xuan let out a gentle sigh, for all of that vibrancy has faded away. It seems I ought to return and take a look. His reflections were remarkably genuine, emanating from the depths of his heart, yet they aroused a sense of caution among Chen Zhi and his companions. The three exchanged silent glances, and ultimately, the portly man chuckled and remarked to Dan Xuan, I must say, Master, please refrain from speaking in such a manner. It frightens us. How do you know this place so well? It's as if you've been here before, as if you are intimately familiar with its former glory. Please, do not speak like that. I am rather timid, and your words make me hesitant to proceed. Upon hearing the portly man's words, Dan Xuan merely smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. Chen Zhi had intended for Dan Xuan to rest in the iron shack outside, considering his injuries made him a burden. However, Dan Xuan was resolute in his desire to accompany them into the ancient city, and ultimately, they decided to enter together, coming and going as one. Now that their destination was so close at hand, there was truly no reason to delay any further. After a simple lunch, they ventured into the ruins of Guazhou ancient city that very afternoon. Indeed, they were met with a landscape of remnants swallowed by the yellow sands, where the past lay bare, including the obscure chapters of history. Earlier that morning, Chen Zhi had ascended a hillside to assess the general topography of the ancient city. This site could be divided into 3 sections: the outer city, the inner city, and the palace city. Within the city, the terrain was expansive, dotted with architectural remains in every direction, particularly dense in the southwest, which likely served as a residential area in its heyday. Through the lens of a telescope, numerous large, iconic structures came into view, well preserved amidst the ruins. Streets crisscrossed throughout the city, each area vividly recalling its former splendor. Chen Zhi and his companions possessed considerable knowledge of ancient architectural cities, especially those of smaller states, which typically retained a remarkably intact internal structure. They mapped out several passages within the city on a digital format, charting a course before opting for the most direct route into the heart of the city. The depths of the desert during the day were remarkably tranquil. Perhaps due to the geographical conditions, the interior of Guazhou City was not nearly as sweltering as the exterior. Ancient vegetation was scattered throughout, along with remnants of pottery and vessels, hinting that long ago, this place was once a lush oasis. Wherever there is an oasis, there must be a source of water. However, now that source of fresh water was nowhere to be found. Such occurrences are not uncommon in history. As water in the desert is a rarity, perhaps the sources have long since dried up or have simply vanished from memory. Upon entering through the city gate, they discovered that what appeared to be low and modest ruins from a distance loomed large and imposing up close. The remnants of Guazhou City stood tall, with its imposing walls and intricate streets, while traces of the moat still lingered. The city walls were largely intact, presenting a breathtaking sight up close, rich with the charm of the western regions. The outer city is predominantly square in shape, with each wall boasting a thickness of approximately 12 meters and a circumference nearing 5 kilometers. Constructed from rammed earth, certain sections have been patched with adobe bricks, while protruding bastions adorn its perimeter. Each side features roughly 2 meticulously designed city gates, albeit most of these gates are now in ruins, with the northern gate on the western side being the most well-preserved. Flanking it are winding barbicans, while the inner city is situated centrally within the outer city. The southwestern wall remains largely intact, extending about 3 kilometers, and the palace city is rectangular, positioned in the northern part of the urban expanse. The northern palace wall, which corresponds to the outer city's northern boundary, still retains several platforms rising to a height of 34 meters, significantly elevated above the ground, indicating that this area was once the site of the Guazhou court. As they ventured further inward, they discovered a high platform towards the northern section of the inner city, featuring a square adobe tower soaring over 15 meters. Such structures were quite common in the ancient western regions, colloquially referred to as forts, signifying royal abodes. Continuing along the western path, they encountered a dual-level structure. both above and below ground, surrounded by remnants of gilded and silvered carvings, which likely indicate the ruins of an ancient palace. Upon reaching this point, Dan Xuan's stamina visibly waned. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, drenching his clothes as if he had just emerged from a bath. Concerned for his well-being, Chen Zhi and the others decided to leave him in the care of Guazhou, while they, accompanied by the monkey, pressed onward. The following path proved relatively smooth. Despite the oppressive heat of the desert, the sun rendered the ground immaculate, free of slippery surfaces. As they approached the outer city, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a grand monastery. This edifice stood out amidst the ruins, its wall color differing from the surrounding structures, suggesting it was constructed at a later date. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei circumnavigated the temple, confirming its substantial size. The temple's entrance alone measures approximately 15 meters in length and spans about 80 to 90 meters in width, covering nearly 10,000 square meters, an impressive scale rivaling that of any major temple in the Central Plains. Nearby, remnants of workshops and market sites hint at a once thriving atmosphere filled with spiritual fervor. Entering through the grand gate, they were struck by the temple's remarkable cleanliness. As if the dust of the outside world had not trespassed within. The temple comprises a mountain gate, courtyard, lecture hall, scripture repository, grand hall, and monks' quarters, with all manner of utensils present. The brightly clothed Buddhist statues still exude a vivid presence, though many are sadly incomplete. Upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi noted that most statues bore signs of damage, inflicted by hard objects such as iron tools. The temple's vastness was overwhelming, stretching endlessly before them. As they delved deeper, they made an astonishing discovery. At the heart of this temple, there lay a descending ladder crafted from silver, adorned with an array of gem-like cat's eyes, exuding opulence. Descending the ladder, they swiftly uncovered a smaller temple sanctuary. The interior of the small chamber is meticulously arranged, with the stone tiles underfoot crafted with exquisite precision. The walls and ceiling bear traces of gilded embellishments, suggesting it may have served as a sanctuary for royalty and nobility. Within this space stands a horizontal stone wall, upon which they once again beheld the magnificent scroll of the sacred Buddha's deliverance. However, this time, the scroll revealed additional layers of content. During this period, I have been attending classes from dawn till dusk, 5 days a week, leaving me utterly exhausted. In just over 10 days, I will finally be liberated. I implore your sympathy towards my plight. Chapter 90. The ladder left in darkness. The silver ladder appears strikingly out of place within the confines of this abandoned temple, in stark contrast to the surrounding ruins. The ladder's pristine silver gleams under the sun, while the decorative gemstones emit a luminous radiance. This ladder, untouched by oxidation, descends into a realm of darkness, likely leading to a concealed chamber within the temple, a hidden sanctum. Scattered around the base are fragments of wooden planks and remnants of mechanisms, indicating that this spot was recently uncovered. Chen Zhi cautiously descended the steps of this silver ladder, encrusted with gemstones, as an odd atmosphere gradually enveloped him from below. This ambience was peculiar, solemn, and imbued with a profound Buddhist essence. Below lay a unique space, which, during the temple's zenith, had remained inaccessible to the public. Only upon the activation of certain mechanisms could this area be unveiled. It was presumably designated for individuals of high status, perhaps even a private worship chamber for the king. To be precise, this descending staircase was crafted from pure silver intermingled with other metals, its graceful curves reminiscent of a blossoming flower from the western regions. Each bifurcation was adorned with pearls and gemstones, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship, while the surface of the steps was embellished with gilded floral motifs. One could assert that such a well-preserved artifact, if presented to the market, would undoubtedly astonish the antiquities realm and fetch an exorbitant price at auction. Such a magnificent piece of artistry should not be carelessly discarded in this manner. At this moment, Chen Zhi had come to a definitive conclusion. The personnel from the metal shed had not departed due to the sweltering heat, but rather encountered an unforeseen circumstance. Such an exquisite ancient artifact would not be left exposed to the elements, as this would lead to the degradation of its metallic and gem surface. Even if compelled to vacate the premises due to working conditions, the staff would have taken measures to protect this national treasure. They would have applied a protective coating to the ladder's surface and constructed a wooden framework around it, never allowing it to be left unattended to succumb to oxidation and corrosion. Unless, of course, The staff met with an accident the moment they discovered this underground temple. This is a simple logical deduction, and both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. They cautiously descended into the underground via the ladder, refraining from any rash movements. Instead, each found a concealed hiding spot to observe the situation in the darkness. Before them lay an abyss of profound blackness, where shadowy forms seemed to hint at the presence of altars and cushions, confirming it was indeed a place of worship. At the forefront stood a stone screen, its surface obscured by the enveloping gloom. Surrounding the screen were indistinct dark shapes, vaguely resembling human figures, though their true nature remained elusive. In this quiet darkness, one's senses became acutely heightened. Upon entering, a pungent odor of fresh blood assailed their nostrils, evidence of a recent slaughter, perhaps within the past few months. Alongside it lingered a sour, decaying scent, emanating from the fats of corpses that had fermented under the oppressive heat. "Do not speak," Fat Wei whispered in a barely audible tone, gesturing for Chen Zhi and the others to remain behind. He then stealthily advanced into the shadows, his portly form surprisingly silent. Carefully approaching the stone screen, he leaned against it and gently activated a flashlight, emitting a peculiar beam of light. Chen Zhi recognized this specific illumination, a modification Fat Wei had installed, known as bloodlight. This beam could reveal all traces of blood, even those meticulously wiped away. As the bloodlight swept across the ground, several footprints materialized, unmistakably adult-sized and easily identifiable as the patterns of contemporary outdoor footwear. This corroborated Chen Zhi's earlier hypothesis. The team that had occupied the metal shelter had not departed. They had likely stumbled upon this underground temple, unwittingly unlocking its secrets before vanishing within. After examining the footprints, Fat Wei gingerly placed his hands on the stone screen and inhaled deeply, then stealthily returned, his expression grave. He refrained from vocalizing further, instead mouthing, "This place surely harbors Xuanzang, living ones, and they are not to be trifled with. Do not rush in, follow me closely." Armed with glutinous rice, if necessary, stuff it in their mouths. Remember, these ancient Xuanzang can be quite terrifying, regardless of how grotesque they appear. Do not hesitate. Upon concluding his warning, Fat Wei produced a handful of blood-stained glutinous rice and pressed it into Chen Zhi's hands, deliberately excluding the monkey. Chen Zhi waved his hand slightly, instructing the monkey to remain by the ladder without moving. He then conjured a restrictive airflow, binding it like a rope. The monkey, having previously experienced Chen Zhi's capabilities, wisely complied, curling up beside the ladder like a small, furry creature, watching them intently as they ventured deeper into the darkness. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei subsequently ventured into the darkness, and as they drew nearer, the stone screen gradually revealed itself before their eyes. It was a modestly sized stone screen, exquisitely crafted on either side, adorned with intricate peony and cloud patterns, with certain areas embellished in pure gold. This indicated the considerable effort invested during its creation, showcasing a quintessential style from the early Tang dynasty. Chen Zhi and the portly man switched on their spotlight and directed it toward the surface of the stone screen, which depicted a self-painted mural. This self-painted mural was characterized by a hollowed-out central section, designed as a canvas structure. The content on this canvas could be gradually painted, with the imagery expanding until completion. Some religious temples utilized similar structures as scripture walls, gradually inscribing texts that ultimately formed a grand composition. The first half of this mural mirrored the Sengfo Duhua Zhuanbi they had previously encountered in the eastern Thousand Buddha caves. However, the latter half contained a plethora of additional content. Chapter 91, the later Gaochang Gratitude, Wu Ranyan for the Generous 50,000 Reward. The Sengfo Duhua Zhuanbi was the mural they had seen in the eastern Thousand Buddha caves, depicting authentic scenes from the journey to the west. It was this mural that ultimately led them to this place. It illustrated Xuanzang and the victorious fighting Buddha, guided by the white-clad deity, making a pact with the king of Gaochang, receiving his patronage, and embarking on their pilgrimage to the west for scriptures. Yet, at this moment, the mural only showcased the initial segment. Now, however, they beheld the subsequent segment. The imagery in this latter portion was executed with considerable roughness and heavy hues, clearly the work of ordinary individuals attempting to mimic the masters. The content depicted events that unfolded in Gaochang after Xuanzang and the victorious fighting Buddha departed. Following their departure with Gaochang's immense resources, the region entered a state of austerity and preparation for war. The mural illustrated a once thriving Gaochang capital now shuttered, its citizens rejecting the advances of traveling merchants, entering a collective state of devotion. Amongst them was a young man, perhaps in his 20s, adorned with a crown and a full beard. He shed his jewel-encrusted royal robe, donned a monk's robe, and led the populace in fervent worship, reciting scriptures day and night within the temple. Yet, what followed was a harrowing scene of war. In the subsequent imagery, countless soldiers clad in Tang armor commenced their siege of the Gaochang capital. They wielded long halberds, ruthlessly slaughtering the citizens of Gaochang. The civilians, draped in white robes, their hair disheveled and faces contorted in anguish, cried out in desperation beneath the city walls, pleading for the soldiers' mercy. But those with long halberds remained merciless, piercing their hearts without hesitation. Amidst this fierce assault, not a single soldier from Gaochang emerged to retaliate. Instead, they all clasped their prayer beads, palms pressed together, kneeling in anticipation of divine compassion. The king, adorned with a crown, concealed himself within a modest temple, clad in a white monk's robe, trembling as he knelt beneath the statue of the Buddha, beseeching the deity for forgiveness. The harrowing siege of the city had progressed for an indeterminate duration, with each subsequent scene imbued with an increasing hue of crimson, starkly revealing the brutality of the massacre. In the final tableau, the entire city was rendered a vivid red, resembling a blooming peony amidst the desert landscape. This ancient realm of Gaochang, a gem nestled within the sands, had ultimately faced complete annihilation. These vivid images lingered on the scroll's surface, a grotesque parody of slaughter juxtaposed with the pious devotees clutching their prayer beads, evoking a profound sense of irony. In this chilling darkness, the farce sent shivers down one's spine. As Chen Zhi observed the scroll, Pang Wei shifted his gaze towards Zhou. Upon noticing a particular position, he abruptly halted, then gently tapped Chen Zhi's shoulder, placing a finger to his lips as a signal for silence. Pang Wei then gestured towards the encroaching darkness ahead, where numerous shadows lay concealed. These figures, unmistakably human, slumped against the wall, their heads drooping, arms dangling, evidently lifeless. Pang Wei made a clear signal to Chen Zhi, articulating with his lips a message that was unmistakable. Ahead lie the Xuanzang. Tread carefully. With a handful of blood-soaked glutinous rice, Pang Wei cautiously leaned against the stone wall and began to advance. His movements were delicate, and upon reaching the shadowy figure, he struck swiftly at its neck, pinning it to the ground, and forcefully shoved the glutinous rice into its mouth. Strangely, the shadowy figure exhibited none of the expected movements or struggles of a zombie. Instead, it remained firmly pressed against the ground, utterly silent. Pang Wei, perplexed, turned the figure over and illuminated its face with a spotlight, revealing a visage smeared with blood. The man appeared to be in his 40s, robust, with a rugged countenance, likely accustomed to physical labor, clad in outdoor attire typical of modern times. He had clearly been deceased for some time, his flesh decaying and foul, his eyes nearly gone. Chen Zhi parted the man's shirt and rummaged through his chest, retrieving an identification card that read, Dongfeng Engineering Construction Group. Alongside it lay several professional certifications and business cards of construction material suppliers, indicating that he was likely a foreman. Pang Wei then scanned the surrounding shadows, discovering that they were all modern corpses. Some were industrial workers, others archaeologists, all part of the same team, presumably the inhabitants of the metal structure overhead. These individuals must have perished after encountering something in this place. Chen Zhi conveyed to Pang Wei with lip movements. If that is the case, it implies the murderer still lurks here. Exercise caution. After delivering this message, he gestured, and the two of them, in perfect synchrony, split to either side and ventured into the darkness. After searching around, they found nothing unusual, yet in the center of the ground stood a perennial lantern. Pang Wei ignited a bundle of firewood, and with a resounding bang, flames erupted, illuminating the surroundings. Instantly, the underground temple was revealed in its entirety, radiant with golden light and exuding an aura of opulence. The decor was indeed lavish. Even the edges of the table were adorned with gemstones, and the gold and jade bowls sparkled in abundance, all showcasing a distinct style from the western regions. Chen Zhi glanced around and confirmed that this was indeed a secluded small temple, complete with all the necessary implements for worship, in addition to the Buddhist scriptures. Directly before them stood a towering and intimidating statue of Buddha, gilded in gold and shimmering under the firelight. The entire subterranean temple was immaculate, showing no sign of dust accumulation except for a slight sprinkle of dust that had recently drifted in from the outside. This indicated that for over 1,300 years, the place had remained in a completely sealed state, with scarcely any air allowed to enter. It was only after the development of this ruins that this hidden underground temple was accidentally uncovered. Chapter 92. The Buddha's belly. The two of them searched meticulously through the concealed temple for an extended period, leaving no corner unexamined, even scrutinizing every speck of dust. However, apart from discovering a few valuable metal ornaments, they found nothing else. This small temple consisted solely of this one level, with no hidden chambers. For reasons unknown, there were indeed corpses present, yet none of the zombies Pang Wei had mentioned. Once they confirmed that everything was normal, Pang Wei, who had been on edge, finally relaxed. Damn, that scared me. I haven't dared to breathe since we got here, fearing that a giant Xuanzang might suddenly spring out and bite me, he exclaimed. As he said this, he suddenly looked around with a hint of perplexity. With the fire platform ignited, the modest temple was now brightly illuminated by the flames, allowing a clear view of the surrounding setup. The golden artifacts in the Western style also glimmered in the firelight. However, Pang Wei remarked thoughtfully, strangely enough, I should not be mistaken. This bizarre place, with its temperature and scent, definitely harbors a giant Xuanzang, and not for a short while. It's the kind that hasn't grown hair, which is particularly sinister. Moreover, look at the wounds on those corpses. There are distinct bite marks on their necks. Claw marks like cuts from a knife. Those were inflicted by the Xuanzang. No doubt about it. Yet, why has it vanished since we entered? This place is quite peculiar. Chen Zhi mused, touching the surrounding furnishings and sensing the strange temperature. Don't you think? These items seem too new. Not at all like things that have been abandoned for a long time. Although some signs of age are visible, comparatively speaking, they appear rather recent. What could be so abnormal about that? Fat Wei appeared rather indifferent to Chen Zhi's confusion. One must not forget that this place was originally entirely enclosed. In such a sealed environment, there is no air circulation. In a vacuum, the lack of oxidation provides a formidable shield for cultural relics. We have previously heard from our venerable predecessors about the discovery of a tomb belonging to a nobleman from the Wei dynasty. Upon opening it, they were taken aback. Lo and behold, a multitude of vibrant, lifelike beauties stood gracefully on the ground. Each one seemed to dance with joy, as if they were about to greet visitors. The elder was so startled that he nearly lost control, convinced he had encountered a ghost, and turned to flee. However, once the door was ajar and air seeped in, those exquisite figures collapsed to the ground, turning to dust within half an hour. Enclosed spaces are capable of preserving freshness, akin to the sealed cans we consume. This is hardly a marvel. Not quite. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. This situation is distinctly different. Even in a sealed environment, after a prolonged absence of decay, the atmosphere feels altered. This place seems as though it has recently been traversed by someone. Although it appears desolate now, it may harbor profound secrets, which we simply cannot perceive at this moment. After speaking, Chen Zhi suddenly shifted his gaze towards the imposing statue of Buddha. It was a meticulously carved, seated figure of the Buddha, adorned in gold, radiating a brilliant glow. The statue's ample form epitomized the typical style of the Tang dynasty. Chen Zhi approached, resting his hand upon the Buddha's rotund belly, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He then reached towards the base and gently pried at it. To his astonishment, a crack appeared on the belly, revealing a small door that opened to a space of approximately 1 square meter, just enough for a person to crawl inside. This is it, Chen Zhi whispered. Since we have already discovered this place, let us return for now. After midnight tonight, we shall return. All right. Although Fat Wei felt somewhat perplexed, he refrained from questioning further and meticulously photographed the murals on the stone wall with his phone before following Chen Zhi out. As they emerged from the subterranean temple, they found the monkey patiently waiting, resembling a forlorn little pet. Chen Zhi pointed with one hand, releasing its restraints, and the monkey followed them obediently as they ascended the silver ladder back to the surface. Upon exiting the Grand Temple, they began their journey towards the location where they had parted ways earlier. Dan Xuan and Guazhou awaited them atop a high platform. The platform was adorned with numerous remnants of ruins, and scattered across the ground were fragments of ornate metal cups and plates, indicative of royal craftsmanship, infused with rich Western characteristics. This place must have been a devastated inner palace, likely the royal quarters of the king of Gaochang in the past. Gazing at the scene before him, Dan Xuan was evidently overwhelmed with melancholy. He sat cross-legged upon the elevated platform, his eyes misty, fingers tracing the beads of a prayer necklace, silently invoking blessings as if burdened with countless unspoken words. Upon noticing Chen Zhi and the others returning, Dan Xuan gestured towards the platform, remarking, "This once was a splendid place. What a pity." The group retraced their steps along the familiar route, returning to the metallic shelter. Dan Xuan, already grievously injured, had further exerted himself earlier in the day and began to develop a fever by afternoon. Chen Zhi administered antipyretics and applied special dressings to his wounds, ensuring he could rest comfortably within the confines of the shelter. Meanwhile, the monkey, having sworn allegiance the previous night, appeared to have truly awakened its intellect, behaving much more obediently. It seemed to have developed a genuine respect for Chen Zhi and the others, serving Dan Xuan with utmost reverence, no longer daring to voice any dissent. This led Fat Wei to jest that the monkey, once a mischievous troublemaker, had finally been subdued. Time passed swiftly as they sought refuge from the sweltering sun within the shelter. Nightfall soon descended, bringing a chill that enveloped the air. This time, they were prepared to venture once more into the ruins of Guazhou. Dan Xuan remained in a feverish state, making it evidently difficult for him to move. Although the monkey diligently attended to him, Chen Zhi was reluctant to leave the unconscious Dan Xuan in its care. Thus, just as during the day, he entrusted Guazhou with the responsibility of safeguarding Dan Xuan. This way, even if the monkey had any mischievous intentions, it would not escape the watchful grasp of Guazhou. After a brief preparation, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei re-entered the desolate ruins of Guazhou. As anticipated by Chen Zhi, the seemingly tranquil ruins, which appeared so quiet during daylight, transformed into an entirely different realm under the cloak of night. Chapter 93. The ruins in the dark. As the night wind swept through the desert, the long silent ancient ruins seemed to regain a semblance of life, morphing into something altogether different in the darkness. When they first entered by day, they had felt little, but as Chen Zhi and Fat Wei once again set foot in the ruins, an overwhelming sensation of temporal rift surged through their nerves. The dark space began to fragment around them. Chen Zhi was certain that the aura he had sensed was unmistakable. Within these ruins, multiple dimensions were undoubtedly at play. The concept of space is complex, capable of preserving myriad elements, untouched by the ravages of time. Perhaps it encapsulated a stone, a fruit tree, a bird, or even a person. They began to traverse the main thoroughfare of the ruins towards the border city, where the temple they had visited during the day awaited them. For reasons unknown, the path they had just become familiar with had morphed into a labyrinthine maze, fraught with obstacles, making it easy to lose one's way. Strangely, amidst the hollow remnants of walls and crumbling structures, an eerie sense of vitality seemed to pervade the atmosphere. It seems that within those dark walls, something lurks, ready to emerge from the shadows at any moment. They are merely concealed now, covertly observing. As they venture further, this sensation intensifies. At times, Chen Zhi feels as though a figure stands not far behind him, intently watching them with unwavering eyes. Strangely, the royal city has also expanded, its internal pathways now a labyrinth far more intricate than during daylight. Eventually, they reached the outskirts of the city and began their journey towards the outer roads. Suddenly, Chen Zhi felt a chill brush past his ear, as if a faint breeze were whispering directly to him. In that instant, a hand materialized from thin air behind him, seizing Chen Zhi's arm with a frigid grip, unmistakably the hand of a corpse. Instantly, a shiver coursed through him, and he spun around to ascertain whether it was Fat Wei attempting to grasp him. Yet, he clearly saw that Fat Wei had already moved ahead, making it impossible for him to have touched him. Whose hand is that? Chen Zhi's mind raced as he turned sharply, only to find a void of darkness behind him. What's wrong? Fat Wei, startled by Chen Zhi's sudden movement, inquired from the front. Orange, please don't startle me like that. This place feels exceedingly eerie, sending chills down my spine. I dare not speak loudly. Let me tell you, some things you ought to believe in. There are indeed unclean entities in this world. Right now, it's hard to say. Quickly recite a Buddhist chant and avoid glancing around. Fat Wei advised, glancing apprehensively over his shoulder. And about that situation earlier. How could you turn back? I must warn you, never look back while walking at night. There are two flames on your shoulders, one on the left and one on the right, which ensure your vitality remains robust, preventing malevolent beings from approaching. If you turn around, you extinguish the flames. allowing those entities to pounce upon you from behind. You've already snuffed out the left one. Do not turn to the right. Where did you hear such nonsense? Chen Zhi replied softly. You actually believe in the supernatural tales of an old woman? We have yet to encounter any genuine spirits. It seems these things do not exist. Stop scaring yourself. Humph, Fat Wei scoffed coldly, glancing around with a pallid expression. Whether they exist or not is debatable. Just because we haven't seen them doesn't imply they are absent. In any case, heed my advice. Keep moving forward and do not look back. With that, Fat Wei resumed leading the way, and the two of them hastened onward. Both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had faced life-and-death situations before, making it difficult for ordinary occurrences to frighten them. However, this time was different, since earlier, Chen Zhi had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, one that made him profoundly uneasy. He was almost certain that something was indeed following him closely. Yet, due to Fat Wei's earlier admonition, Chen Zhi refrained from turning around. Eventually, he could distinctly sense the chilling presence behind him, a cold breath brushing against his neck. Even feeling a phantom face pressed against him, causing a shiver to surge through his body. When that icy hand reached out again from behind, Chen Zhi resolved that he would no longer endure it. Who is it? He bellowed, abruptly turning around. In that fleeting moment, he released a surge of energy from his hand, enveloping the space behind him and solidifying the air itself. Suddenly, a pale silhouette materialized before him, soft and ethereal, resembling a woman yet devoid of a face, as if it might drift away at any moment. The apparition lingered behind Chen Zhi for merely half a second before it vanished in a flash. Did you see that? Chen Zhi swiftly retreated a step, loudly inquiring of his companion, Pang Wei. Did you see that? What was that? Pang Wei, he repeated, but was met with silence. He quickly turned back to the spot where Pang Wei had stood moments earlier, only to find that, at some point, his companion had inexplicably disappeared. In this desolate ruin, enveloped in darkness and cold, Chen Zhi was utterly alone. What he encountered at that moment surpassed all his past experiences. He was certain this was no illusion nor a formation, entirely unrelated to the spells commonly seen in Huaxia. The atmosphere felt profoundly different. The west was too remote, and its inhabitants, emerging from the desert, diverged entirely from those of the central plains, leaving Chen Zhi with an unsettling sense of alienation. Most significantly, a long-dormant feeling began to seep from the depths of his heart. He recognized that sensation. It was fear. Chapter 94. The Ruins in the Night, Part 2. This feeling of fear was utterly foreign to Chen Zhi. For an extended period, he had even believed he would never experience fear again. Yet, unexpectedly, amidst the ruins of this western frontier, that familiar sensation resurfaced. A Western scientist once posited that the root of fear within the human heart is not merely a traditional sense of dread. At its core, it is a predictive mechanism of the body. When faced with imminent peril, the brain triggers a chemical response designed to protect oneself, urging one not to proceed. The emergence of this inexplicable emotion confirmed that within these ruins, there indeed existed something formidable, an unknown power. Chen Zhi began to tread along that path, pressing forward. This primal feeling of fear could not compel him to retreat. What he needed to do now was to hasten to the temple. Regardless of why Pang Wei had departed, their ultimate destination remained the same. That was their shared objective. As long as Pang Wei was alive, they would inevitably reunite there. At this moment, Chen Zhi's pace had accelerated several-fold. He disregarded the unseen entity trailing behind him, as though he felt nothing at all lingering in the shadows. However, he was exceedingly certain that this desolate ruin bore no resemblance to its daytime visage. Here existed something inexplicable, a phenomenon that defied both science and reason, an indescribable pressure that could drive one to madness. The path had inexplicably elongated in the night, resembling an interminable road to the underworld, yet ultimately, Chen Zhi found himself at its terminus. As he re-entered the vast temple, it was evident that it had transformed significantly, compared to its appearance during the day. The temple now appeared remarkably new, with immaculate arrangements inside. The ceiling's vibrant colors shone brilliantly, far from the notion of a ruin. Surrounding the Buddhist altars, the statues were vivid and lifelike, impeccably preserved. The incense burners on the altars were adorned with long sticks of incense, freshly lit, as if someone had just engaged in prayer. Yet, the space remained eerily vacant, enveloped in a disquieting silence. Instinctively, Chen Zhi turned his gaze to seek the ladder once more. It was still there, this time more pronounced against the darkness. The silver curves of its handrails shimmered, interspersed with iridescent gemstones, captivatingly luminous in the shadows, as if beckoning him closer. Chen Zhi glanced around, noting the absence of Fat Wei and any other figures. Thus, he retrieved the dagger from his pant leg and cautiously approached the ladder. Beneath it lay an expanse of darkness, yet this time, a faint flicker of candlelight emerged from the depths below. Instantly, Chen Zhi's nerves tensed. He understood Fat Wei's nature. He would never act without Chen Zhi's presence, especially not in perilous circumstances. Moreover, during their search earlier, they had encountered no candles or candlesticks. This indicated that someone had indeed ventured below, and that individual was not part of their team. It was highly plausible that this person was the very murderer of the staff. Gripping the ladder, Chen Zhi descended step by step. Such metallic ladders, regardless of their sturdiness, always creaked with each step taken. He made no effort to tread lightly, intentionally allowing his footsteps to echo within. As he descended, the darkness enveloped him, and he began to discern sounds emanating from within, a distinct, labored breathing. Huff, huff, huff. The breath unmistakably revealed the presence of its owner, and it was assuredly a man's voice. Peering over the stone screen, Chen Zhi beheld a candlestick below. Positioned at the foot of the stone screen, it was an ancient artifact, crafted from pure gold, with a few dwindling candles still affixed, their wax pooling around it. The feeble flame flickered dimly in the darkness, swaying gently. The murals on the stone screen took on an eerie quality under the flickering light. The scene of the attack on the kingdom of Guazhou was gruesome, and in the surrounding darkness, it seemed to become even more striking. The crimson hue was truly shocking. Chen Zhi, holding a candlestick, stepped cautiously into the shadows, following the heavy sound of breathing, unhurriedly probing further within. The labored breaths echoed from the direction of the statue of Buddha ahead. Instead of turning on a spotlight, Chen Zhi illuminated the path with the flickering candlelight. The grand statue of Buddha remained unchanged, yet its belly was sealed tightly, revealing no hidden compartments at first glance. As Chen Zhi advanced step by step, he deliberately intensified his footfalls, ensuring that the person inside could distinctly hear him approaching. He could confirm that upon hearing his footsteps, the breathing within quickened with palpable fear. The individual was evidently terrified, nearly gasping for breath. Chen Zhi placed his hand on the mechanism of the golden Buddha's rounded belly, and suddenly, a narrow fissure appeared, followed by a click as the hidden door swung open. A face as pale as paper emerged before Chen Zhi. Upon seeing him, the figure instantly let out a blood-curdling scream, its sound piercing the darkness like a bolt of lightning. When confronted with this ghastly visage, Chen Zhi felt as if his mind had been struck by thunder, leaving him frozen in disbelief. He stared at the familiar face before him, exclaiming, "You? How are you here?" Chapter 95. A familiar face. This visage was all too familiar to Chen Zhi. With its fair skin, dark brows, and red lips set against white teeth, the countenance bore a slight resemblance to that of a woman, yet the deep furrows between the brows conveyed strength. Indeed, it was the face of Dan Xuan. Once, Chen Zhi had thought that this face did not quite match Dan Xuan's resilient character, which possessed an inherent strength that was subtly imposing, while this visage seemed somewhat delicate. However, as this face reappeared, Chen Zhi felt an uncanny alignment, as though the true owner of this face had finally been discovered. Yet, beneath this countenance lay another individual. He was not a monk, rather. His hair was long and woven into intricate braids. His thick, black beard was conspicuously adorned, with braids embellished with pearls and gemstones, reflecting a meticulous attention to detail. Upon his head rested a circular crown, glittering with gold and jewels, steeped in the opulence characteristic of the western regions, resembling the depictions in ancient murals. This pale face, startled by Chen Zhi's sudden presence, was filled with panic as it uttered a torrent of unintelligible Sogdian. The voice was dark and tremulous, the figure trembling as if caught in a storm, clearly terrified. Chen Zhi scrutinized the figure hidden within the Buddha's belly, assessing his height and weight. He bore a striking resemblance to Dan Xuan, albeit slightly leaner, with a more haggard complexion. Chen Zhi regarded him coldly for a moment before extending a hand, saying, "Come forth, I shall not harm you." To his surprise, the man recoiled in terror, as if fearing that Chen Zhi's outstretched hand was poised to take his life. He gazed at Chen Zhi from within the belly of the great Buddha, and after a prolonged hesitation, he finally tentatively reached out his hand, accepting Chen Zhi's assistance to emerge from the confines of the Buddha's abdomen. Once outside, The man crumpled to the ground, clearly having hidden in that dark space for far too long. His legs and back were unable to fully stretch, and he trembled incessantly. "Do not kill me. My royal brother will come to rescue me. He is a god of war and will protect me. Those who seek to harm me shall face his wrath." Unexpectedly, an array of archaic expressions poured forth from his lips. Despite the complex structure of the classical Chinese language, Chen Zhi effortlessly translated it into modern vernacular within his mind. "Do not kill me. Save me. I am the legitimate monarch of this land. The Tang Emperor will not slay me. The Buddha will bless me." The man appeared utterly deranged from fear, pleading fervently while clutching his arms tightly. His eyes darted anxiously towards the outside, as if expecting someone to burst in at any moment. "Rest assured, no one shall harm you. This place is safe now." Chen Zhi spoke sincerely, taking a moment to scrutinize the individual before him. He was clad in a plain white robe, somewhat worn, and held a string of prayer beads in his hand. His hair disheveled. Yet, around his neck was a collar adorned with gold and jade, an accessory reserved for the ancient nobility. Upon first encountering Dan Xuan, Chen Zhi had noted his peculiar physical traits. His stature was diminutive, his forehead slightly protruding, and his hands and pelvis were broad. Characteristics reminiscent of individuals from over a millennium ago, distinctly out of sync with modernity. However, on this man's visage, those features appeared remarkably harmonious with his attire. "Be at ease. I am here now to ensure your safety." Chen Zhi intently gazed into the man's eyes and softly spoke. "However, I have some inquiries I wish to pose to you. Will you respond to me?" Outside, the man seemed not to heed Chen Zhi's words, instead fixating in fear on the exterior, as if he were a startled bird. "Many arrows have pierced through. My soldiers are dead. Save me, please. When will my royal brother arrive? When will he come for me?" After a moment of silence, Chen Zhi replied earnestly, "Very well. I shall step outside to ascertain whether the danger has passed. If they are gone, it will indicate that this place is temporarily safe. And then you may answer my questions. Does that sound agreeable?" Upon hearing this, the man appeared to regain some composure, gazing at Chen Zhi with a look of reliance and nodding in agreement. Chen Zhi then proceeded outside, ascending the silver ladder. The temple remained unchanged, everything as it had been moments prior. The grand hall stood empty, yet the incense burner still emitted fragrant smoke from the long stick just placed within. Chen Zhi approached the entrance of the temple and pushed open the grand doors, peering outside. Before him unfolded a familiar scene. Apart from the path leading to this place, there was nothingness, an expanse of emptiness. Chen Zhi was acutely aware of this reality. The region he inhabited, this temple, existed entirely in another realm. Turning his attention back, he brushed his fingers across the artifacts on the altar. They bore no dust, indicating they had recently been polished, and even the offerings were remarkably fresh. It seemed that this temple remained preserved in a state from over a millennium ago. Descending the ladder once more, he ventured into the subterranean temple. There, a figure remained curled before the statue, visibly anxious upon seeing Chen Zhi return. "Are they still here? The Tang dynasty people, have they departed?" "They have gone." Chen Zhi responded softly, his tone resolute. "Fear not. They have left and shall never return." "Ah, how wonderful." The individual, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, finally found some semblance of calm, collapsing weakly onto the ground. It was then that he noticed Chen Zhi's peculiar attire. "From which country do you hail? And why do you don such strange garments?" "Do not concern yourself with these trivial matters," Chen Zhi replied, placing his hand over the quivering one of the man, which felt icy and devoid of any pulse. "Are you now able to answer my questions?" He gazed intently into the man's face. "I have matters to inquire." "Very well." The man nodded slightly, his eyes still darting anxiously toward the entrance, fearful of intruders. "Proceed. Who are you? What is your name and identity? Why do you hide here?" The man seemed to finally settle, taking deep breaths before uttering, "I am Xuanzang, the king of Guazhou, the legitimate sovereign of the Guazhou state. I conceal myself here due to the onslaught of the Tang forces. The Emperor of Tang betrayed his promise, sending his army to assault my capital, raining arrows upon my kin. My loyal guards concealed me here while they drew the enemy away. I heard their anguished cries above, paralyzed with fear. I await my brother king's return to rescue me." Chapter 96. Thirst and Hunger. "You are Xuanzang, the king of Guazhou?" Chen Zhi gazed down at the familiar visage, instantly comprehending the peculiar lineage of Dan Xuan. It became evident that as Dan Xuan had anticipated, their family's so-called generational legacy was merely a shared countenance. This face, which had lived over 1,300 years ago, belonged to a king of a small frontier state. Is that so? Chen Zhi observed the ancient figure with calmness, continuing, "Do you know how long you have been hiding here?" The man, Xuanzang, appeared flustered, pondering before responding in broken archaic language. "Perhaps 3 days? No. It must be more than 5 days. I am famished, incredibly thirsty. Yet, I am terrified they will enter and slay me. The deity once proclaimed that I am inherently timid, incapable of confronting formidable foes. Yet, as the legitimate heir of Guazhou, I require a pillar of support to safeguard my realm." Thus, he facilitated my bond with the prince, whose affection for me runs deep. With the merit of the pilgrimage to the west, he shall not abandon me. I need only to wait for my prince's return. He shall rescue me. And in that moment, my Guazhou will be saved. As Chen Zhi spoke, he paused, inquiring, "Do you remember his name? Is he human?" "The prince is certainly no ordinary mortal," Xuanzang reverently declared, his eyes glazed. "My prince is the future god of war, though he is not yet so. He has acquired great merit from his journey and will soon return. Upon his arrival, that deity will again descend upon Guazhou, bestowing upon him treasures to enshrine him as the god of war." "I comprehend." Chen Zhi gazed at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Dan Xuan, gently patting his shoulder to calm him. He then cautiously asked, "Do you know where the deity's treasures are? Where have you hidden them? Is it within this temple?" Chen Zhi posed the question with great care, his tone gentle, wary of inciting suspicion or a vehement reaction from the man opposite him. However, Xuanzang seemed oblivious to Chen Zhi's inquiries, suddenly gripping his hand with cold, trembling fingers. "Do you have something to eat? I am so hungry. So very hungry. Do you have water? Just a cup will suffice. I am parched. I have been trapped here without water. Please, give me water." After expressing his desperate plea, Xuanzang lowered his gaze to Chen Zhi's water pouch, his eyes suddenly igniting with a peculiar gleam, and the fat on his face seemed to shift, as if he were on the verge of transforming. "Is that water? Let me drink." Chen Zhi hesitated, reaching to feign grasping Xuanzang's wrist, only to check his pulse. The icy wrist revealed a harrowing truth. Xuanzang was devoid of life, his body chillingly cold, and his veins rigid, a complete corpse. And a corpse cannot drink water. "There is no water left," Chen Zhi softly remarked. "Perhaps next time, no? I want water, bring it to me." Xuanzang's countenance suddenly contorted into a ghastly visage, resembling a frenzied beast, with strange protrusions blossoming from his forehead, akin to the grotesque flesh of a zombie. He lunged forward, seizing Chen Zhi's wrist. In that instant, Chen Zhi realized the formidable strength of this individual, surpassing that of an ordinary zombie. This inhuman power gripped his wrist, and with a faint pop, a small joint dislocated, causing Chen Zhi's fingers to bend awkwardly. Maintaining his composure, Chen Zhi turned his back, repositioning his fingers while reassessing the man before him, who claimed to be Xuanzang. At first glance, this individual appears unremarkable. However, the rigidity of his beard and hair resembles that of stiff plastic strands, glistening with an unnatural sheen. Many animals, once transformed into specimens, exhibit a striking vibrancy in their fur, yet it becomes exceedingly coarse due to the cessation of life and the absence of active nourishment, resulting in a state of pseudo-death. The pallor of this man's complexion is alarmingly stark, not merely a manifestation of shock, but rather indicative of a lack of circulating blood within his skin. Does this seem acceptable? Chen Zhi pondered briefly before directing his gaze towards Xuanzang. "I can provide you with water and food. However, this water pouch is currently devoid of contents. Nonetheless, I possess provisions outside and can retrieve them for you." "Very well. Do so immediately." Xuanzang's countenance grew increasingly ashen, his lips drooping as if his very visage might dissolve at any moment, twisted in a grimace reminiscent of a famished specter. "I am utterly famished, parched beyond measure. I demand water swiftly. I shall permit you to step outside." "Such a request is quite reasonable," Chen Zhi assured calmly. "Yet let us engage in conversation first. There is no need for haste. Have you considered that perhaps you are not as desperate for sustenance as you believe? A brief wait may suffice. We could discuss matters of your interest, such as the sudden aggression of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin is a treacherous man." Xuanzang's sensitivity to this topic was palpable. His teeth clenched as he spoke with vehemence. "The Turks incessantly torment us, extorting my wealth and slaughtering my people, born in the vast desert." I dared not voice my indignation. One day, a deity clad in white descended upon Guazhou, proclaiming the existence of a sacred realm in the West, where great Buddhist teachings reside. If I were to assist in the propagation of Buddhism to the East, it would be a monumental merit, capable of salvaging my kingdom from peril. Though inherently timid, I was willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard my homeland. My territory is but a modest county. If the Tang Emperor would consent to a cordial alliance, allowing me to maintain my dominion, Gaochang could endure. Subsequently, I depleted my treasury and mobilized the entirety of my nation to aid the Tang monks and the royal brother on their pilgrimage. Indeed, the attitude of the Tang Emperor shifted thereafter, granting me a wife of the Li lineage and bestowing the title of imperial son-in-law, promising unwavering fidelity. However, when the royal brother returned, bearing countless scriptures that astonished the realm, he did not come to see me. He did not visit you? Xuanzang did not come, nor did your royal brother? Did they not convey any message at that time? Chen Zhi inquired further. No, Zhu Wentai responded, his expression rife with palpable resentment. The Tang monk was an impatient individual, fearing that the scriptures retrieved from India might be damaged. Thus he hastened to return to Chang and without passing through Gaochang. Later, the royal brother penned a letter, urging me not to fret. Although the Tang forces were restless, Li Shimin revered the Buddhist teachings and held the Tang monk in high esteem. He would undoubtedly persuade the Tang Emperor against besieging Gaochang. Even if King Tang insists on refusal, my brother will fulfill his promise and return to Gaochang. Subsequently, he shall use the divine gift to be proclaimed as the god of war, capable of facing thousands alone, safeguarding our realm for millennia. After that, my brother ceased all correspondence. That fateful night, the army of the Tang dynasty suddenly emerged like ethereal warriors outside the city of Gaochang. We, holding Buddhist prayer beads, implored for peace in the name of the Buddha, yet their countless arrows rained down upon us. Chapter 97. History. What Zhu Wentai recounted aligns with historical facts. The Tang dynasty was founded upon fratricide and regicide, and once the regime was established, there was an urgent need for stability. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, Gaochang's King Zhu Wentai sought to curry favor with the Tang Emperor, bringing his wife, the Yuan clan, to the court with lavish gifts, seeking amicable relations. At that time, Li Shimin was just beginning his ascent and endeavored to win over Zhu Wentai, bestowing generous rewards upon the couple and granting his wife the surname Li, bestowing her the title of Princess Changle, thus integrating her into the royal lineage. Zhu Wentai became a son-in-law of Li Shimin and hence joined the family. However, as the Tang dynasty rapidly flourished, this small state of Gaochang, situated in a remote corner, was no longer deemed significant. Moreover, Gaochang's strategic position along the Silk Road became a thorn in Li Shimin's side. According to the records of the later Tang, in the 14th year of the Jingguan era, Zhu Wentai sent envoys to Chang'an on 3 occasions to seek peace with the Tang, all of which were rebuffed by Emperor Taizong. In August, the Tang forces besieged Gaochang, leading to Zhu Wentai's terror-induced demise as the capital fell into a blaze. Following this campaign, Emperor Taizong rescinded Gaochang's status as a state, renaming it Shizhou, thus marking the end of Gaochang's existence and its exit from the annals of history. Gazing upon Zhu Wentai's pallid visage, Chen Zhi realized he was not deceiving him. He understood what transpired during that time, and his accounts resonated profoundly with historical events, yet he was unaware of what followed in Gaochang. Do you know the name of the deity clad in white? Chen Zhi inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhu Wentai. I do not know, Zhu Wentai replied, his eyes cast down in despondence. But I am aware he is a pivotal figure in Huaxia, the state preceptor of the Tang dynasty, supported by formidable armies. Whatever he promises shall undoubtedly come to pass. Moreover, my brother recognizes him. My brother remarked that he is a deity of great stature, reluctant to present himself before others. Whatever he pledges shall indeed be fulfilled, and I shall have no cause for concern. Then, Chen Zhi continued, did this deity ever visit Gaochang afterward? No. Zhu Wentai's voice grew somber at this juncture as he continued to gaze at the ground. After he entrusted me with the precious artifact, he never returned. Yet, he assured me that Gaochang would remain safe, and should danger arise, he would come to my rescue. Subsequently, Li Shimin proved untrustworthy, and with chaos erupting outside, I anticipated the deity would arrive to save me, but he did not. Nevertheless, it matters not, for my brother shall surely come. He has promised me that, regardless of the circumstances, he shall not abandon me, and will rescue me from the inferno. The deity has proclaimed that my brother possesses an extraordinary lineage. Though of humble origins, Once he transforms into the god of war, he shall be the mightiest warrior in the world. As long as that treasure exists, the prince can command the heavens, unmatched by any foe. The treasure, Chen Zhi observed Xuanzang with a calm demeanor, the glint in his eyes shifting slightly. You have mentioned this artifact numerous times, indicating its immense significance. Yet, you have yet to disclose its whereabouts. Is it concealed within this temple? Or perhaps in the city of Guazhou? Can you enlighten me? Chen Zhi's tone attempted to remain neutral, but upon broaching this subject, the dazed Xuanzang suddenly became alert. Lifting his gaze, in an instant, his previously hazy eyes transformed into a fierce glare, increasingly resembling something other than human. Where's my water? My food? I am parched, unbearably thirsty. Quickly, grant me water. Xuanzang's eyes suddenly sharpened, and like a madman, he erupted in frenzy, his fingers becoming unnaturally sharp as he lunged at Chen Zhi. However, Chen Zhi had anticipated this move, and a protective barrier warded off Xuanzang's claws. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized a troubling truth. Xuanzang's power was remarkably penetrating, leaving several imprints on his barrier. Even more concerning was the fact that Xuanzang exerted influence over his protective shield, the very scenario Chen Zhi dreaded. The so-called alternate dimensions can be categorized into various types. Some are parallel timelines to the modern world, while others are unique, born from an individual's overwhelmingly strong consciousness, manifesting an identical yet non-existent space. In essence, this realm exists solely within the mind and consciousness. If one were to liken it to something, it would be akin to a dream. To enter another's dreamscape, one must pay a price. In this realm, everything must adhere to the whims of the dreamer. Thus, the current predicament is that if Xuanzang is unwilling to allow Chen Zhi to leave, escape will be exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, Xuanzang became increasingly agitated, emotions spiraling out of control. He clawed at his own head in frenzied desperation. And no matter how Chen Zhi attempted to communicate, meaningful dialogue became impossible. Moreover, his form began to distort, an odd sensation akin to a mass of molten wax, constantly liquefying and reshaping. Chen Zhi harbored a premonition. If Xuanzang were to completely unravel, he might never escape. I shall fetch your prince. Faced with the rampaging Xuanzang, Chen Zhi suddenly shouted. This proclamation proved remarkably effective. The frenzied Xuanzang stabilized almost instantly. His eyes grew bright. His hair radiated with a newfound luster, and he fixed an earnest gaze upon Chen Zhi, urgently inquiring, Do you speak the truth? Do you know my prince? Indeed. Chen Zhi replied with unwavering confidence. I am a friend of your prince. He sent me to find you. If you release me, I can bring him to you, and you shall be reunited. He will also alleviate your entrapment. And what of the divine figure clad in white? In that moment, a glimmer of hope flickered in Xuanzang's eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on Chen Zhi, as if he could perceive something within his very being. He continued, The white deity promised me that when my brother returns, he will surely come to Guazhou, bestowing divinity upon my brother to safeguard our land for generations. He will not come. Chen Zhi suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing louder than he had anticipated, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Witnessing Xuanzang's fervent anticipation stirred within Chen Zhi an overwhelming sense of guilt, akin to countless fine needles piercing his heart. He closed his eyes, striving to soothe his tumultuous emotions, and then turned his gaze back to Xuanzang. Forget him. He is not returning. He deceived you. Chapter 98. A new promise. He will not come. He will not come. Upon hearing these words, Xuanzang's demeanor shifted from ferocity to a state of bewilderment and denial. Initially unable to grasp the weight of the statement, he ultimately succumbed to despair. Moments later, he curled up on the ground, arms wrapped around himself like a child, sobbing softly. Though his tears had long since run dry, the sight was heart-wrenching. How could he deceive me? That deity was so benevolent, so sacred. How could he betray me? I held him in boundless reverence, humbly kneeling to kiss his feet, entrusting myself and my people to him. His promises were the very fabric of destiny. How could he deceive me? You are mistaken, Chen Zhi said, gazing down at Xuanzang, suppressing the myriad emotions within him. He coldly asserted, a deity is merely a deity. It must adhere to the laws of heaven, yet it cannot embody those laws. Endless cowardice and escapism. Placing one's hopes in a deity ultimately leads to betrayal. And are you so certain that it is indeed a god? I doubt it ever claimed to be. Having spoken, Chen Zhi closed his eyes once more, gradually repressing his feelings, striving to maintain his worldview from crumbling. He then extended his hand toward Zhu Wentai. Take me outside. I will bring back your brother, and you shall meet again. You need not dwell upon anything else. Zhu Wentai regarded him with helpless eyes, resembling a fragile bird. He trembled on the ground for a moment, evoking deep sympathy. After a brief pause, he accepted Chen Zhi's hand and gradually rose to his feet. Chen Zhi observed the profound sorrow reflected in Zhu Wentai's eyes. A sorrow so deep it felt as though all that he had relied upon had suddenly collapsed. Like a contrite child, he bowed his head, nervously uttering to Chen Zhi, I will escort you out. You must bring my brother back to me. Please, do not deceive me. Very well, Chen Zhi replied gently, nodding without lifting his gaze. Do not deceive me, Zhu Wentai implored, his hollow, anguished eyes fixed on Chen Zhi. You must promise me. I want your word that you will never break your vow. A sharp pang of anguish pierced Chen Zhi's heart, a torment more profound than any physical pain could ever inflict. He was acutely aware that his feelings of guilt were violently clashing against his conscience. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he spoke in a deep voice. All right. Zhu Wentai then began to believe, grasping Chen Zhi's hand as they ventured forth. Zhu Wentai's hand was chillingly cold, his veins as rigid as plastic. Devoid of any sign of blood flow, this living corpse was indeed quite terrifying. Yet, he was remarkably elated. His joy as transparent as a pool of water where one could see the bottom. Chen Zhi gazed at his emaciated and eerie profile. A flurry of emotions swirling within him. The image of Jiang Zia in his heart grew increasingly blurred, even becoming despicable. The two of them reached the entrance of the temple, where the grand door remained firmly shut. When Chen Zhi had previously pushed it open, a winding path appeared outside, with nothing else in sight. At that moment, Zhu Wentai closed the door and then reopened it. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept in, dust and debris billowing inside, revealing a vast expanse of ruins once more before Chen Zhi. You go ahead. Zhu Wentai seemed dreadfully afraid of the outside world, continuously retreating as if he were a ghost afraid of sunlight. Bring my Wang Di to me. I am terrified. I trust you. Please, do not leave me alone. All right, farewell. Chen Zhi cast him one last glance before stepping outside. As his feet touched the ground beyond the temple, the heavy door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. Instantly, dilapidated sand and stones rapidly accumulated against the temple walls, as if a film were being fast-forwarded, and the once pristine exterior was reduced to ruins. Chen Zhi pushed the temple's great door open again, the decrepit entrance threatening to collapse at any moment. Inside, all that was once new had vanished, replaced by the same dilapidated interior, the ground covered in dust. He had returned to the normal realm. Thus, Chen Zhi followed the path outward, and upon reaching the city of ruins, he spotted Gui Dao and Pang Wei rushing toward him from a distance. Pang Wei's voice was the loudest. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, he exaggeratedly leapt forward, as if wishing to envelop Chen Zhi in his embrace. Where have you been? How did you disappear halfway? Were you trying to scare me to death? I thought you had been taken by a ghost. I searched everywhere for you. How could you vanish in the blink of an eye? Damn it, you frightened me to death. Do you know that? While Pang Wei lamented, Gui Dao stood silently beside him, his expression profoundly serious. Did something happen? Gui Dao inquired of Chen Zhi. You vanished completely. In this desolate wasteland, there was no sign of your presence. You only reappeared a minute ago. I went to another place and met an intriguing person, Chen Zhi replied softly, then succinctly recounted the events of his recent experience to them. The two individuals fell into a prolonged silence, with Gui Dao furrowing his brow as he gazed at the dilapidated temple behind him, then turning back to Chen Zhi. Let us not discuss this for now. We shall deliberate upon it later. The situation was urgent, and I left Master Dan Xuan behind. I have always harbored misgivings about that monkey. I fear it may pose a threat to Master Dan Xuan. Did you place them in isolation? Chen Zhi felt a chill run down his spine, and he swiftly turned to Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, exclaiming, We must return at once. There is danger. Do not fret excessively. Pang Wei reassured him, patting Chen Zhi on the shoulder. When we left, Daozi secured the monkey's limbs. It cannot move at all. We also bound it tightly with ropes, ensuring it was unable to escape. Moreover, Daozi is quite perceptive. He can detect the monkey's scent. Should that monkey dare to act rashly, Daozi would sense it immediately. Right, Daozi? Pang Wei turned back to inquire of Gui Dao. Indeed, Gui Dao replied with a slight nod. It remains there. It should not have stirred. You underestimate it greatly. Chen Zhi remarked, casting a quick glance towards the distant city gates, which lay a considerable distance away. That monkey is far more cunning than we anticipate. Its true capabilities are unfathomable. We must return immediately, otherwise, Master Dan Xuan may be in peril. Chapter 99. The stark reality of blood. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei then began to sprint towards the ironclad house, while Guazhou outpaced them significantly. By the time they burst through the door, Guazhou had already arrived. Unfortunately, the bed where Master Dan Xuan had lain was now empty. There were no traces of blood or scent, leaving no indication of change. The ropes that had bound the monkey lay scattered nearby, accompanied by a large patch of fur. "Damn it, that monkey has gone to extremes," Peng Wei exclaimed, his eyebrows raised in fury as he cursed loudly. "This wretched creature is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It would strip itself bare to harm others. I could never have imagined. This is truly a manifestation of antisocial behavior. No, this beast is unlike any human. Despite Master Dan Xuan's kindness, it should have warmed even a stone, yet it remains unyielding. To resort to such nefarious tactics. Damn it," Peng Wei continued his tirade, while Chen Zhi's eyes darted around, searching for any possible clues, any path the monkey might have taken. This was no city, aside from the vast ruins ahead. Endless desert stretched before them. Where could that monkey have taken Master Dan Xuan? Meanwhile, Guazhou had already leaped outside, straining his ears to catch any sounds carried by the wind, hoping to discern the whereabouts of both the monkey and Master Dan Xuan. Yet, he frowned as he listened intently for an extended period, struggling to detect anything, ultimately yielding no results. Under normal circumstances, with Guazhou's acute hearing, such a situation should not arise. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, even the slightest sound would reach his ears. It appears that this monkey has adopted a state of stillness, demonstrating its intelligence by suppressing its heartbeat and breath. As for Dan Xuan, he can no longer hear the rhythm of his own heart, signifying that it has ceased to beat. In the final moments, they are compelled to exert their last ounce of strength. Chen Zhi transformed the airflow within his body into slender streams, releasing them entirely like silver needles shot forth. The vast expanse of the desert, devoid of any obstructions, would respond to any object it encountered. However, after dispatching numerous streams of air, the majority of the returning reflections were merely those of rocks, with no sign of the monkey. Let it go? Fat Wei despondently seated himself on a large stone. His spirits dampened as he lamented, "Master Dan Xuan has already fallen into the monkey's belly. This is all my fault. When you suddenly vanished, I was nearly scared to death. In my panic, I rushed out with a knife, never anticipating that this monkey possessed such remarkable abilities. Capable of a golden cicada shedding its shell. It's over for me. My sins have compounded, and I have surely condemned a revered monk to a dreadful fate in the depths of hell. Damn that monkey. If I ever get my hands on it, I shall skin it alive." Fat Wei, who had always held a deep respect for Buddhism, found his admiration for Dan Xuan's virtue intensified during their journey. The sudden upheaval had undoubtedly thrust him into the role of the primary scapegoat, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. Yet, just as twilight was about to descend, a faint and minuscule stream of air brushed against Chen Zhi's cheek. The air current was incredibly weak, but Chen Zhi felt as though he had been electrified, instantly registering a clear sensation. It was a living creature. The returning airflow had discovered something ahead. Chen Zhi's eyes immediately sharpened, directing his gaze toward that distant location, which lay in stark contrast to the path they had traversed. The vast, desolate desert stretched endlessly into the darkness. "Is it there?" Ghostblade quickly reacted. "Point me in the right direction. I shall go alone. It could very well be a trap. You all should remain here." "No, we go together. Follow him," Chen Zhi commanded, raising his hand to weave a luminous strand of airflow, which he then pressed against Ghostblade's shoulder. In an instant, Ghostblade soared away, vanishing in a flash. Chen Zhi swiftly adhered a stream of air to his own body, forming an air bubble that enveloped both himself and Fat Wei, propelling them after Ghostblade. They had grown accustomed to this method. During moments of urgency, it was the sole means to keep pace with Ghostblade. As they raced alongside him, the surroundings blurred into obscurity, yet the distance of countless miles beneath their feet shrank to mere proximity. Indeed, as if in the blink of an eye, their feet touched solid ground once more. They now found themselves amidst a chaotic jumble of rocky terrain, a cacophony of colors scattered in various shapes and sizes. These are merely large stones, cracked under the sun's relentless gaze, that have languished in this desert for countless years, forming an irregular and disordered expanse. The distant city of Gaochang is now but a memory, obscured from view. As Chen Zhi's feet touch the ground, he is immediately assaulted by the overwhelming stench of fresh blood, a scent that sends shivers of dread coursing through his veins in the darkness of the desert night. When their searchlights illuminate the ground, they reveal vast pools of blood leading forward. Judging by the considerable amount of blood lost, the individual in question is undoubtedly beyond salvation. Yet, they persist in following the sanguine trail. As their eyes reach the end of the path, they are met with a sight they had dreaded, a large sand pit nestled among the rocks, where Dan Xuan lies discarded, surrounded by vivid crimson. Staining the pit a deep red, Dan Xuan's body is grotesquely contorted, his limbs twisted unnaturally, with his arms bent in an anatomically impossible manner, and his thighs completely shattered. Having endured unimaginable agony before death, his face bears the marks of gnawing, flesh torn away, and his eyes have been gouged out, bloodied and lifeless, devoid of any sign of vitality. "Damn it," Fat Wei raged, drawing his machete and howling at the sky. "You wretched ancestor's dead monkey, if you have the guts. Come face me. Don't hide away. If I catch you, I'll sever your hands and feet." "Silence," Guazhou swiftly interjected, casting a wary glance into the encroaching darkness. In that very instant, a chilling gust of wind swept towards them from behind. As the fierce wind rushed past, everyone immediately sensed that their pursuer's speed was unfathomably swift, too rapid to comprehend. Before Chen Zhi and Fat Wei could fully turn around, they beheld the grotesque visage of the monkey, its face now a terrifying sight. Covered in dense fur, exuding a sinister presence as it appeared before them like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, it was the monkey, but it was unmistakably transformed. Its upper limbs were robust, its body more muscular than before, as if enhanced by some dark force. Its countenance bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary monkey. It now resembled a carnivorous beast, primal and ferocious. To describe it would be to liken it to the most savage of predators, with a broad jaw, eyes shaped like triangles, and a mouth filled with jagged, glistening fangs, each one sharp and elongated, radiating a menacing gleam. Its eyes, still a shade of green, now glowed with a haunting purple light, bloodshot and filled with malice. The hands, akin to blades, surged forward with a fierce wind, striking towards Chen Zhi's head. Just as the claws were about to descend upon him, the ghost blade arrived. Transforming into a dark shadow, it collided forcefully with the monkey, sending it sprawling. The two then swiftly converged, unleashing a torrent of rapid strikes. Their velocity was astonishing, akin to lightning, rendering their movements nearly invisible. Only two fiery orbs of light could be seen crashing together before separating and colliding once more. The scene was breathtaking, akin to two shooting stars in a dazzling display. The monkey's speed was now markedly different from its previous performance. Its strength appeared to have multiplied several times. Although Chen Zhi could not perceive the ghost blade's actions, he distinctly felt the moment it drew its weapon. For a warrior, unsheathing a blade signifies a formal engagement in battle. This indicated that the opponent was formidable. With the ghost blade's exceptional prowess, finding an equal in the world had become increasingly rare. The monkey's prior displays paled in comparison to the ghost blade. Yet now it exhibited a remarkable surge in power. This transformation undoubtedly stemmed from some amplifying force. Chen Zhi abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky, where the moon shone brightly and round, resembling a colossal pearl. A realization struck him as he beheld the rampaging monkey. He recalled ancient texts within the Jiang clan's library that spoke of primordial beast clans. These beings were an ancient race, seldom documented in the annals of civilization due to their perceived lack of intelligence. However, records indicated that some ancient beastmen possessed immense power within their bloodlines, marked by both ferocity and wisdom. Many primitive historical accounts describe these beasts as unfathomably massive, capable of devouring deities and filling the seas with their forms. During the full moon, their strength would be amplified, sometimes by a factor of 10. In those times, they were invincible. Such bloodlines were exceedingly rare, a pinnacle among beastmen, and had largely dwindled over the ages. Bathed in the moonlight, the monkey's form grew increasingly colossal, ultimately resembling a titan, capable of shattering immense boulders with a mere fist. It moved with electrifying speed, claws bared, darting through the air like an elusive specter. Yet even so, it remained slightly inferior to the ghost blade. The ghost blade epitomized the speed of human warriors, adept at capturing nearly all forms of velocity before him. At times, Chen Zhi even contemplated that the ghost blade's speed transcended the divine. The ensuing battle was nothing short of spectacular. The monkey lunged several times for the ghost blade's throat. Each attempt gracefully evaded in a display of flawless agility that left onlookers in awe. However, during the final confrontation, the ghost blade seized the monkey's arm and yanked it back. With a resounding crack, the monkey's arm was instantly broken. This critical misstep had irrevocably determined the outcome. In less than a second, the ghost blade grasped the monkey's other arm. With another sharp crack, the monkey's limbs were rendered utterly incapacitated. The monkey exhibited remarkable cunning. Realizing it could not withstand the situation any longer, with a swift bend of its legs, it leapt upward, momentarily soaring through the air as if it were flying. It paused briefly in the sky before propelling itself off a distant rock, vanishing from sight. The specter of the ghost blade pursued closely behind, flickering momentarily in the darkness before disappearing without a trace. In an instant, the rocky terrain returned to an unsettling silence. In the vast expanse of the desert, only Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and the gruesome corpse of Dan Xuan remained. This sudden stillness left one's mind in a whirl. Fat Wei stood there dazed, clutching a large cleaver, his earlier fury now lacking an outlet. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi's thoughts spiraled incessantly. He felt an overwhelming sense of disquiet. This monkey was far from ordinary. It was evidently intelligent, capable of understanding human speech and discerning many human-like judgments. In terms of strategy, it was likely more astute and cunning than humans. Most significantly, this monkey possessed a distinct characteristic. It was determined to achieve its objectives and would not spare those it sought to exact revenge upon. The principle of retribution was deeply ingrained in its nature. As a practitioner of physical techniques, it had tested the ghost blade several times along the way, indicating a certain awareness of his abilities. Thus, the monkey should not have recklessly attacked without a guaranteed victory. Admittedly, its earlier performance was exceptional, and an ordinary blue belt warrior would hardly stand a chance against it. However, it should have been aware that, with its current capabilities, defeating the ghost blade remained an impossibility. Yet, despite this knowledge, why did the monkey still lead them into confrontation? Even if it had been inadvertently discovered by Chen Zhi and his companions, it could have concealed itself. Why then did it choose to reveal itself and launch an attack? Having already slain Dan Xuan and achieved its goal, the monkey could have easily fled. What compelled it to linger? Why would it present itself willingly? There was only one possible explanation. The monkey believed it could prevail. Its earlier actions were not intended for a duel with the ghost blade, but rather a feigned assault to divert him, with the true objective being an attack on Chen Zhi. Just as Chen Zhi contemplated this, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from the pile of rocks behind him. In Chapter 101, The Stark Reality of Blood, Part 3, a massive boulder within the rocky heap began to shatter before them, fracturing as naturally as an eggshell. A pair of glowing green eyes slowly emerged from the rubble, revealing a furry monkey head with a menacing visage, unforgettable at first glance. This was the very monkey that had been pursued by the ghost blade, now reappearing from within the stones. A clone. The concept of this transformative ability quickly registered in Chen Zhi's mind. Cloning was a natural talent, a technique spoken of only in legends, never witnessed in true form. Many sorcerers aspire to attain the innate ability of duplication through acquired spells, yet they find themselves unable to replicate even a fraction of it, at most only achieving a mere dispersal of their capabilities. In truth, genuine duplication does not merely divide one's abilities into several parts. Rather, it enables the simultaneous manifestation of multiple identical entities possessing the same powers for a brief period. This implies that during this interval, one must confront several foes at once. The monkey in question possesses a unique talent for duplication, an innate skill that no spell can replicate, making it extraordinarily rare. Chen Zhi couldn't help but recall the description from Journey to the West. This monkey, born from stone, can shrink into the stone and duplicate itself, facing 100 foes with boundless power. It seems the ancient legends of Journey to the West are not without foundation, as genuine myths indeed have their roots. Wow, this monkey truly masters the art of duplication, shouted Pang Wei as he swung his large cleaver and hastily leaped onto a nearby rock. You mischievous monkey. After all this time, what are you plotting? Let me tell you, don't think your monkey brain is so clever. With your meager skills, You barely suffice to fill our teeth. Do you know who we are? I know who you are. The monkey, emerging from the stone, seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation. Its voice became eerily ominous, akin to a demon rising from the depths below. Its fierce visage in the darkness was reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, evoking dread. In a chilling tone, it declared, I know who you are, and I also know who he is. The monkey, with its hairy hand, pointed towards Chen Zhi. Descendant of Xuanzang, do not pretend to be noble before me. I tell you, I do not believe in your deities. You of Shiqi claim power through the heavenly mandate, anointing yourselves as divine. But what have your gods done for my ancestors? You are well aware. You regard me as a beast, deeming me savage and easy to slay. Yet it is you who are untrustworthy. When you exterminated my kin, I was but an infant, barely escaping with my life. For over 1,000 years, in the vast desert, I have been left as the sole survivor. Do you know how I have survived? Since you, the Huaxia divine clan, are so faithless, let us beasts be buried within my belly. Now that you are aware, Chen Zhi stood motionless, not drawing his sword. He clasped his hands together, gazing at the monkey before him. Since you know, I need not elaborate further. In truth, I have little to explain. You are correct. My ancestors have betrayed their oaths, and Shiqi has indeed wronged you. But what relevance does this have to Dan Xuan? He gestured towards the lifeless body of Dan Xuan on the ground. He cared for you, continually pleading for your life. Is this how you repay him? Do you even know who he is? What is his connection to the victorious fighting Buddha? Silence. The monkey erupted in fury, as if this question had struck a nerve. You asked me about his identity, then I shall ask you. Do you know my relation to the victorious fighting Buddha? Do you know who I am? I presume you are unaware, yet I possess ample knowledge. For over 300 years, I have awaited his return, but I have come to know the truth. He has perished in your land, China, executed by your emperor in a public display, and he has been gone for more than a millennium. He shall not return. Do not continue to deceive me. I am fully aware. The monkey spoke through clenched teeth, his rage palpable, as if he had lost his sanity. Ultimately, every strand of his fur stood on end, the lustrous yellow glistening in the blood, shimmering with a somewhat dazzling orange-red hue, while tears welled in his deep green eyes. What could you, a mere human destined to live but a few decades, possibly comprehend? For generations, your kind has woven lies, deceiving one another and themselves. Over 300 years ago, the victorious Buddha believed the promise of that white-clad elder, forsaking his kin and the infant me. He toiled endlessly, escorting your monks to the west, cleaving through thorns and brambles for their sake. Do you grasp the suffering he endured, the trials he faced? His internal organs were shattered, his back could not straighten, his legs could not bend, his left eye was destroyed, and 3 of his facial features were lost. Such torment, which of your divine descendants could possibly endure? The victorious Buddha exerted every ounce of his strength solely to secure a rightful place for his descendants in your land, to no longer be regarded as mere lowly beasts. And what have you done? What has your Westchi accomplished? You have always held yourselves in high esteem, refusing to acknowledge lower races. Your deities initially promised the victorious Buddha that he would endure countless hardships to reclaim the true scriptures. Yet in the end, you betrayed that trust, abandoning him and slaughtering my kin. Such actions are truly more beastly than human. Stop your nonsensical babble. Fat Wei trembled with fury, ready to explode. You wretched little monkey. How do you claim to know? Did you witness it with your own eyes? We of West Chi pride ourselves on reason and uphold integrity. Would we truly meddle in your monkey affairs? Moreover, who can clarify the events of over 1,000 years ago? Do you even know who led West Chi back then? Past grievances cannot be reconciled in the present. Your words are utterly unreasonable. West Chi values reason. The monkey bared his sharp teeth. An expression of profound anger and sorrow etched on his face. The atrocities committed against the lower races by West Chi over these 5 millennia are beyond reckoning. Very well, I shall not speak of matters from over 1,000 years ago. I will focus on the present. The individual before me is the current patriarch of the Jiang clan. Is he not? I ask you, as a descendant of Jiang, upon reading that letter, why did you not share its contents with those around you? Why did you not confront me? Upon discovering the truth within that letter, what were your true thoughts? Dare you admit that your heart harbored intentions to silence me? Chapter 102, Silencing the Witness. The monkey's words struck Chen Zhi like a razor, piercing the very area he had always sought to avoid. Chen Zhi's heart suddenly tightened. a profound pain surging from within. Meanwhile, the rotund Wei seemed entirely oblivious to the monkey's words. "You little monkey, cease your nonsensical ramblings. Have you gone mad, perhaps? We of the West Qi harm you? Even the deities conspire against you? Might as well say the Jade Emperor himself has descended to do you harm. Where do you conjure such outlandish conspiracy theories, slandering our orange? What status does our orange hold now? The patriarch of the Jiang clan, capable of deliberately causing you harm? Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe yourself to be the eldest son of Sun Wukong? Let me tell you, we have simply sought to spare you. Otherwise, with the prowess of our orange, I could easily crush you with but 2 fingers. By the might of the divine, I could act even quicker." Wei's tirade continued. Yet the monkey appeared disinterested in his vitriol. Its gaze was fixed intently on Chen Zhi, filled with a provocative challenge. Chen Zhi felt as though it could see through his very soul. "What now, descendant of Jiang Zia, patriarch of the West Qi?" The monkey's voice dripped with challenge, akin to a blade being thrust forth. "I have seen you place that letter into your bag. If my words are mere fabrications, dare you extract that letter and read it aloud? Let this universe bear witness. Speak it aloud. Are you bold enough to confess to the heavens how despicable you truly are? Where is your so-called heaven?" Chen Zhi's expression shifted abruptly, his aura erupting like a bomb detonating. He extended his palm outward, lightly flipping it, and with a resounding boom, the very earth trembled. In an instant, the vast desert was utterly transformed. The previously boundless expanse of sand was suddenly confined within a framework. Chen Zhi's fury had ignited, the consequences of which were unspeakable. He recognized that the source of his rage was rooted in his own insecurities. The more he felt insecure, the more he was shamed, embodying the essence of anger born from humiliation. Perhaps from the very beginning, Chen Zhi had never intended to allow this monkey to survive. It was simply not permitted to live. The entire world shifted abruptly, the desert now controlled within Chen Zhi's fierce incantation. Even Wei was flung back by the force of his aura, leaving only Chen Zhi and the monkey. In that moment, the realm transitioned into another world. Here, the moon was obscured, and all on the ground became invisible. The sole dominion of this world belonged to Chen Zhi, while the monkey was utterly powerless against its ruler. Clearly intimidated by this overwhelming transformation, the monkey instinctively sought to escape, only to find that all its abilities were rendered ineffective in this realm. It surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Baring its fangs and shrieking in terror, its claws pressed against the ground, spine arched in fright, too afraid to move an inch. At that moment, a fierce sandstorm arose, turning everything above and below into a shade of gray. Chen Zhi emerged slowly from the gray sandstorm, his palm outstretched, cradling within it a transparent cube-like barrier, encapsulating a world within his grasp. At that moment, his eyes had transformed into a deep shade of purple. "You are not mistaken." Chen Zhi's voice drifted gently with the wind. "That individual indeed deceived your ancestors, and the West Qi has treated you poorly, slaughtering your kin. But what of it? Life and death cannot be undone. Who will you seek for vengeance now? The world as it stands cannot endure further upheaval. As for that figure clad in white, whether you call him a deity or Jiang Zia, it matters not. I concede, he is indeed my ancestor, and he has wronged you. Yet, do not seek reparation from me for his deeds. I have already atoned far too much on his behalf. Enough." As Chen Zhi's eyes flickered with a violet glimmer, his grip tightened, compressing the transparent barrier within his palm. Simultaneously, the world around began to contract rapidly, the air encircling the monkey compressing instantaneously, ensnaring it tightly within. The monkey, deprived of breath, trembled uncontrollably, its terrified eyes darting in panic, unable to utter a sound. This was its first encounter with such primordial, earth-shattering power. The sensation of death finally encroached upon its consciousness. "Are you not of divine lineage? Where is your justice?" The monkey finally cried out. "I have heard that you divine beings hold promises in the highest regard, that a vow must be fulfilled. After you slay me to silence my voice, can you escape your own guilt? Can heaven's law tolerate your transgressions? It is your Huaxia divine clan that has betrayed us, the beastmen of the western regions. I do not lie. You are in the wrong. We are in the right. I refuse to accept this." Under the suffocating grip of the air, the monkey exerted its last ounce of strength, its voice a desperate, thunderous cry, brimming with boundless sorrow and indignation. That fury, that unwillingness, the grotesque contortions of its face deeply tore at Chen Zhi's conscience. "I shall repeat myself. Chen Zhi's grip tightened further, constraining the monkey within the transparent air. Squeezing ever more tightly. I have never claimed to be right. Yet, in comparison to you, I am the stronger. The force that decides our fates today is power. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi clenched his fist resolutely. With a series of bone-cracking sounds echoing, the monkey's entire skeletal structure was crushed. A jet of blood spilling from its mouth. The ferocity it once exhibited vanished, its body slumping, gradually diminishing in size, akin to a fragile creature shattered into pieces. Crashing heavily onto the desert floor. Once returned to its original form, the monkey appeared so small, so pitiable, so helpless amidst the vastness of the desert. I shall send you on your way. Chen Zhi's voice was profoundly somber, almost weeping, as he gently placed his hand atop the little monkey's head. Meanwhile, a powerful incantation of wind and thunder surged forth from his arm, cascading downward. The strong survive while the weak perish. This is the primal law of the jungle. A truth you must comprehend. Go forth. Do not harbor resentment towards me. After Chen Zhi's declaration, a tempest of wind and thunder surged towards the diminutive monkey. Just as Chen Zhi's hand was about to rest upon the little creature's head, a resounding voice echoed from beyond this realm, proclaiming, I have told you. You do not grasp the essence of true power. True power is intangible. It was the voice of Dan Xuan, resonating with both clarity and an ethereal quality, as if conjured from the depths of the human imagination. Are you not dead? Chen Zhi queried, his deep violet eyes gazing skyward, casting a purple hue upon the darkened heavens. I have long sensed something amiss with your aura. As I approached Gaochang, your energy became increasingly distorted, ultimately rendering it indistinguishable. You have intentionally concealed your presence. The density of your aura is profound, far beyond that of an ordinary human. You resemble an ancient elder, one who is wise yet enigmatic. If you have only lived for a century, such a potent aura would be implausible. Neither mortals nor demigods possess lifespans that extend so long. What exactly are you? A ghost? A deity? A divine being? Dan Xuan's voice lingered in the air, drifting like a whisper. In my youth, I was indeed deeply seduced by the allure of divinity, yet I was ultimately fated to remain outside of its reach. 13 centuries ago, Princess Gaoyang fell in love with an orc, bearing a child who was soon discovered. Upon learning of this, the Tang Emperor was enraged, and her lover met a gruesome end. Afterward, Princess Gaoyang gave birth to a son, believing him to be of her lover's bloodline, wishing to raise him to adulthood. Yet she sought the royal jade butterfly in vain. Tragically, the infant lived less than 10 days before succumbing to death, leaving behind but a tiny corpse. The victorious Buddha and Princess Gaoyang left no living descendants. Then who are you? Chen Zhi shouted into the void, his voice echoing with urgency. I refuse to engage in your riddles any longer. If the victorious Buddha and Princess Gaoyang left no legacy, then what are you? Why does each generation bear the same visage, that of the Gaochang King Zhu Wentai? Is it to repay a debt? Is it to avoid forgetting? The voice in the air began to fade, swirling amidst the clouds. A millennium is an eternity. In order to remember promises made, one must forever assume that form. Eternally cognizant of the debts owed. Even if it means borrowing another's body, one must repay. There exists a form of repayment known as waiting. Do not speak to me from out there. Chen Zhi suddenly found himself filled with aversion towards Dan Xuan's tone. He extended his palm, conjuring a crackling spell of wind and thunder, enveloping the surface of the barrier. Come forth. Reveal your true form to me. What do you truly look like? There is no need to gaze upon me any longer. Rather, cast your eyes upon yourself. As Dan Xuan's voice gradually diminished, he urged, behold your own reflection. Do you still resemble a human? I do not wish for this either. Chen Zhi bellowed towards the heavens, his voice resonating with an unexpected fervor. At that moment, his mind felt as though it might explode. His boiling blood surged uncontrollably. All the guilt, doubt, and hesitation that had long resided within him erupted in a tumultuous release. I do not wish for this, yet I am left with no choice. Do you expect me to forgive that monkey? But will he extend forgiveness to me? Will he absolve Shiqi? The transgressions committed by Jiangxia are irreparable. Yet this beast will never relinquish its hatred. No matter the coercion, even unto death, it shall never learn to forgive. My only recourse is to render it extinct. To bring this all to an end is my sole option. I bear my responsibilities. Should the barrier be shattered by my hand, no one shall grant me absolution. Forgiveness must spring from the depths of one's heart. That haunting voice lingered in the air before dissipating into silence. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt as though he had been doused with cold water, awakening him from his stupor. The barrier in his grasp was as transparent as glass, and within it, he suddenly beheld his own visage. Once an ordinary human countenance, it now appeared increasingly perfect, with every contour exquisitely defined. Yet, the most striking feature was his eyes, which had transformed into a deep shade of violet, an iridescence unparalleled in this world. That splendid hue radiated a primal nobility, casting his face in a familiar and flawless reflection. In an instant, Chen Zhi discerned the shadow of Dan Xuan mirrored in his own face. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming fear gripped him. All the energy within him waned, his fervent blood congealed, and he regained his composure. He closed his eyes, allowing himself a prolonged respite, and when he opened them again, his gaze had returned to its normal hue, while the surroundings had faded into nothingness. The monkey lay motionless in the desert, gravely injured and unconscious. At that moment, Peng Wei and Guazhou hastened towards him from behind. Guazhou informed Chen Zhi that he had pursued the monkey over a considerable distance, and at the moment of his final strike, the creature had vanished. It was then that Guazhou realized he had fallen victim to a ruse and promptly returned. Upon his return, he found that the monkey had been ensnared beneath Chen Zhi's barrier, its breath faint. What was written in the letter? Peng Wei inquired with an unusually grave tone, while Guazhou's gaze mirrored the urgency of his inquiry, their expressions conveying the necessity of truth. Chen Zhi did not respond. Instead, he lowered his head to contemplate the vast desert beneath him. After a prolonged moment of deliberation, he reached into his treasure pouch and extracted the letter, presenting it to Guazhou and Peng Wei. Peng Wei, perceptive and insightful, refrained from reading the letter himself and instead handed it to Guazhou. As Guazhou unfolded the letter and swiftly scanned its contents, his countenance turned ashen. He also cast his gaze upon the monkey in the vast desert, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, including a newfound sympathy. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a grave tone. This matter must not be allowed to circulate. The past is behind us. We must not delve into it further. The people of Shiqi have faced numerous calamities. Their hearts need to be at peace. At this juncture, it is imperative to preserve the esteemed image of Master Jiangshang in the eyes of the populace. Otherwise, doubts regarding the authenticity of the barrier would inevitably arise, leading to unimaginable consequences. Indeed, the words of the knife are sagacious, exclaimed Fat Wei, his countenance unusually serious. Oranges, leading Shiqi is no easy feat. One must possess the art of persuasion. Let us not dwell on past events. This letter must be destroyed immediately. It cannot be allowed to reach others. If the straightforward warriors of Shiqi were to learn of it, they could react unpredictably. Should their hearts waver, they would begin to question Jiangxia, and ultimately, the barrier itself. The repercussions of events 3 years hence would be dire. When a decision must be made, let it be decisive. Act like a man. Destroy this letter. And as for that monkey, let us deal with it accordingly. Consider it a debt we owe him. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt an abrupt surge of anxiety. He lowered his eyes to the unconscious little monkey on the ground, its tiny head appearing utterly helpless amidst the desert, seemingly testing his conscience. In that instant, Chen Zhi profoundly realized that the chasm between what he once deemed evil and himself was but a thin line. Chapter 104. The substitute. The monkey's form had now diminished considerably, its fangs retracted, appearing scarcely larger than an ordinary monkey. Its petite body lay pitifully on the desert floor, and as the wind lifted its fur, it seemed to carry away its sins as well. No one is without guilt, whispered the ghost knife, standing beside Chen Zhi. This beast man bears the weight of many warriors' lives, as well as the lives of countless humans. Let us not forget, this village of fine wines has suffered at its hands. It has shown no mercy to humanity, and thus we need not extend mercy to it, nor do we possess the right to do so. I understand your desire to grant it a chance, but the mindset of beastmen is exceedingly simplistic. Making them difficult to enlighten, they seldom forget their enmity. Therefore, we must not take this risk. With its potential, if unleashed to its fullest extent, the consequences would be unfathomable. Perhaps by then, he uttered the word forgiveness, and Chen Zhi silently repeated this phrase, contemplating Dan Xuan's earlier demeanor. Perhaps, as Dan Xuan hoped, only by teaching this monkey to embrace forgiveness could it relinquish its hatred. Yet, true forgiveness is not easily attained. It is not merely beastmen. But even humans struggle to forgive, especially in matters of life and death. It is a daunting challenge, and Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Fat Wei, trailing behind, added, "In my opinion, let us not dwell on these thoughts for now. We should focus on our next steps. Have you all noticed? Since just now, Master Dan Xuan's body has vanished." After Fat Wei spoke, he pointed towards a nearby sand pit. At this moment, Chen Zhi realized that the dismembered body of Dan Xuan had vanished entirely. "How eerie is this?" Peng Wei, visibly unsettled, remarked. "What strange occurrences have we not witnessed over the years? Yet, when have we ever encountered someone returning from the dead? This monk has accompanied us all along, and we failed to perceive anything amiss. After his death, he transformed into something so sinister. We all confirmed it earlier. He was undeniably lifeless, his body fractured beyond recognition. In this desolate place, devoid of any human presence, who could have possibly removed his body? Unless he fled on his own. Goodness, that would truly be haunting." "Not haunting," Chen Zhi murmured softly. "Have you considered that perhaps from the very beginning, he was merely a corpse? He might have been inhabiting this body in the world, repeatedly utilizing and replicating it, harnessing the gift of transformation." "Enough of this," Guazhou interjected, brandishing his blade and gesturing towards the unconscious monkey ahead. "Let the clan leader give the order. It will be troublesome once it awakens. If you hesitate, I shall take action myself." Listening to Guazhou, Chen Zhi glanced at the bloodied sand pit, then turned his gaze back to the unconscious monkey. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally made a decision. "Do not touch it. Allow me to escort it to the rendezvous. Since I promised that king to return his royal brother, I shall fulfill that commitment with this substitute." "Are you referring to Zhu Wentai?" Peng Wei immediately shook his head in disapproval. "That simply cannot be. I heard you recount a vague account. We still do not comprehend what transpires there. This place has become a wasteland, and the sudden emergence of that space is utterly abnormal. I suspect that fellow is undoubtedly a vengeful spirit, like what the common folk say. Those who die unjustly become restless ghosts. Vengeful spirits are notoriously clingy. They may not necessarily act out, but we cannot take such a risk. We have discussed this before. There are no ghosts in this world," Chen Zhi softly asserted. "He merely persists in another form, unaware of his own demise. He has left behind a consciousness and numerous memories, and I require those memories." "Oh, let us not dwell on that," Peng Wei exclaimed eagerly. "Regardless of the explanation, our ancestors' wisdom holds merit. The ancients, unaware of what it truly was, could only call it a ghost. Even a 3-year-old knows that ghosts are malevolent. Such vengeful entities are utterly irrational. Once entangled, misfortune follows. Since you have already extricated yourself, you must not return. Moreover, do you think that vengeful spirit is foolish? Using this monkey as a substitute, though it is indeed a monkey, it surely does not resemble the past incarnation of the victorious fighting Buddha. It would be recognized at a glance. This ruse is far too perilous. Dangerous as it may be, we must proceed," Chen Zhi insisted resolutely. "And there may still be a glimmer of hope. I have discerned that Zhu Wentai's condition is quite abnormal. I have observed on several occasions that he speaks solely for his own benefit, failing to genuinely regard me or pay attention to the details of my being. His current thoughts seem to have dwindled considerably, sustained only by a single-minded obsession with existence, seemingly indifferent to the faces of others. Perhaps, in the short term, no one will discern that this substitute is a fraught by then. My objectives will have been fulfilled. I must find a way to negotiate with him and uncover the whereabouts of the treasure bestowed upon him by Jiangxia. I have sensed that within this realm lies an exceedingly rare divine stone, one of extraordinary potency. Such a gem may never again cross my path in this lifetime. I must seize it." No, Fat Wei interjected vehemently, waving his hands. "You are risking your life for this stone, thrusting your head into the tiger's mouth. If we are to go, let us go together. I cannot trust you to venture alone." "Indeed." Ghost Blade nodded in agreement, echoing Fat Wei's sentiments. However, Chen Zhi remained silent for an extended period before arriving at a contrary conclusion. There is no need for further dispute. That space is governed by individual consciousness. If Zhu Wentai does not wish to allow entry, none of us can enter. He specifically placed himself there to evade you. If you accompany me, it will only exacerbate the situation, potentially sealing the door forever. I shall take this monkey alone, clad in the monk's robes of Dan Xuan. You shall wait outside. As for whether the monkey can survive within, it shall depend on its fate." Within the group, Chen Zhi's command was the final verdict, a truth long since established. After his decision, both Ghost Blade and Fat Wei, despite their reluctance, could only strive to comply. In the ensuing moments, the group transported the monkey back to the ironclad house, adorned it in Dan Xuan's monk robes, and splashed cold water upon it to rouse it from slumber. Chapter 105. The Substitute, Part 2. Upon awakening, the monkey exhibited a remarkable fury, baring its teeth and incessantly gnashing, howling at those around it like a rabid dog, making it impossible to approach. Yet, this monkey had become akin to a toothless tiger, within the confines of the barrier. The forceful air had fractured its bones, rendering it immobile even in recovery, stripped of any genuine threat. Chen Zhi first employed a viscous airflow to seal its mouth, then bound its arms with a transparent barrier, dragging it back to the ruins. The path was not arduous, yet the ruins at midnight exuded a chilling aura. An eerie coldness, as if countless vengeful souls were concealed beneath the ground, forever trapped. They proceeded onward, retracing their steps to locate the temple. By now, night had deepened, and the surroundings remained as desolate as before, littered with the debris of bricks and stones. The temple's exterior bore the ravages of wind, appearing utterly dilapidated, with even the carvings upon it eroded, presenting a scene of desolation devoid of any signs of life. The temple's grand door remained tightly shut, blending seamlessly with the crumbling walls, obscuring whatever lay within. Upon arriving at that location, Pang Wei and Guazhou discreetly distanced themselves. In this vast expanse, only Chen Zhi stood there with the mute monkey. Chen Zhi began to pound on the temple door with great fervor, shouting, "Open the door! I have brought your prince." Yet, after several forceful knocks, the temple remained unchanged, its crumbling walls standing as they were, as if everything Chen Zhi had witnessed was naught but an illusion. After a brief moment, a strange wind suddenly swept through, swirling and enveloping everything around. The gust intensified, stirring up dust that clouded the air, rendering the surroundings hazy. As the tempest of sand settled, the once tightly shut doors of the temple swung open, releasing an odd atmosphere from within. Chen Zhi peered inside. The interior remained hollow, yet everything appeared remarkably pristine. Offerings, vessels, and statues were all strikingly new, and he could see freshly lit incense wafting white smoke into the air. Chen Zhi realized that a path had been unveiled. They had stepped into another realm. Casting a glance behind him, he noticed the reality of the world fading into obscurity, leaving only a winding path leading directly to the temple's entrance. "Let us proceed. Remember to be cautious, otherwise you may lose your life," Chen Zhi advised the monkey, then urged it forward into the temple. Inside, everything mirrored the moment Chen Zhi had departed, with no detail altered. It was as though time had ceased to flow within these walls. The incense placed in the burner continued to smolder just as before. Chen Zhi guided the monkey deeper into the sanctum, where a silver ladder shimmered dazzlingly in the distance. Beneath the ladder, darkness loomed, illuminated only by a faint flicker of candlelight. The monkey had evidently surrendered to its plight, offering no resistance, yet it still stiffened its neck, neither advancing nor retreating, merely being led down by Chen Zhi. Once they descended the ladder, they entered the subterranean temple. The darkness here was even more profound than during their previous visit. The candelabrum remained positioned beneath the stone screen, casting a clear reflection of the mural above, enhancing the vividness of its blood-red hues. It was a complete rendition of the Saint Buddha's salvation scroll, the very one they had encountered in the eastern Thousand Buddha caves. The upper section depicted Xuanzang and the victorious Buddha, guided by the white-clad deity, forging a covenant with the king of Guazhou, embarking on their journey to the west to acquire sacred texts. The victorious Buddha, overcoming countless adversities and near-death experiences, persevered through trials and tribulations. The monkey, upon seeing the image of the victorious Buddha, exhibited palpable excitement, gently caressing the mural with its furry little hand. Though unable to speak, its expression conveyed profound sorrow, as if longing for the past. The latter half of the mural, however, illustrated the events that transpired in Guazhou after Xuanzang and his disciples had departed. The scene depicted reveals that since the departure of Master Xuanzang and his disciples, the once thriving city of Guazhou has been sealed off, rejecting incoming merchants. The populace has entered a state of reverent prayer. Crowned with a royal diadem, Zhu Wentai sheds his bejeweled robe, donning the garb of a monk and wielding prayer beads, as he leads the citizens of Guazhou in sincere devotion. Day and night, they recite sacred texts within the temple, beseeching the blessings of the Buddha. However, the subsequent imagery unveils a brutal conflict. Countless soldiers clad in Tang Dynasty armor commence a relentless siege upon the city of Gaochang. Armed with long halberds, they mercilessly slay the citizens, sending them tumbling from the walls. The anguished cries of the Gaochang people resonate beneath the battlements as they clutch their prayer beads, pleading for mercy, yet the assailants display no compassion. Under the ferocious assault, the city succumbs, while Zhu Wentai, adorned in his crown, is concealed by his guards within a subterranean temple. Clad in a white monk's robe, he kneels trembling beneath the statue of the Buddha, imploring divine salvation, ultimately seeking refuge within the belly of the great Buddha. The ensuing scenes are overwhelmingly sanguinary and cruel. After the fall of Gaochang, a multitude of arrows rain into the city, igniting a conflagration that swiftly engulfs the entire locale. This city, along with the hidden temple where Zhu Wentai seeks solace, is instantaneously consumed by flames. Did Gaochang ultimately perish in the inferno? Chen Zhi muses silently. If this place were to become a sea of fire, what fate would befall this concealed temple? A horrifying thought suddenly burgeons within him as he gazes upon the colossal golden statue of the Buddha. The statue, entirely encased in metal, would transform into a furnace under extreme heat, its dual-layered structure akin to a microwave in its intensity. Chen Zhi recalls Zhu Wentai's visage, which appeared as if it might dissolve at any moment, sending a chill down his spine. At that moment, a familiar voice resonates from behind him. You have returned? Have you brought my royal brother? Chapter 106, The Substitute, Part 3. Zhu Wentai's voice is chillingly cold, imbued with an eerie tone that sends shivers down the spine, akin to a long-suffering specter. Even the fearless monkey instinctively retreats a few steps, seeking refuge behind a stone screen, its gaze fixed on the encroaching darkness. In that instant, Zhu Wentai's pallid face gradually emerges from behind the statue, advancing slowly. His back is hunched, limbs curled, and his visage unstable, resembling a ghost more than ever since their last encounter. I have returned as promised. Chen Zhi gestures towards the monkey hiding beneath the stone screen. I have brought your royal brother to meet you. Look. Oh. Zhu Wentai appears oblivious to the details before him, murmuring as he ambles forward. Have you brought my royal brother? Where is he? Right here. Chen Zhi tugged at the current in his hand, pulling the monkey from behind the stone screen. To be honest, the monkey's appearance was impeccable, with its vibrant orange-red fur complemented by a monk's robe, resembling the legendary Sun Wukong depicted on television and the murals. However, Zhu Wentai, upon seeing the monkey, exhibited neither excitement nor skepticism. He merely responded with a faint, Did you bring water? Do you have food? I am truly parched and famished. I desperately long for water. After uttering these words, he nervously curled his shoulders and huddled beneath the massive metallic Buddha, resembling a helpless chick, incessantly murmuring, Give me water. I wish for water. Chen Zhi had deliberately entered without a water bag. He gazed down at Zhu Wentai and spoke in a deep tone, Do not fret. Quenching your thirst is quite simple. Perhaps you are not as parched as you believe. Look at your brother Wang. It has been ages since you last met. Do you have nothing to say to him? Wang. Zhu Wentai seemed particularly sensitive to this term, his arms curling tightly around himself, a blend of sorrow and excitement washing over his face. My brother Wang has departed. He promised he would return, for he values his promises and would never deceive me. Li Shimin is cunning and untrustworthy. Xuanzang does not genuinely care for me. He merely seeks my support to journey to India. Only my brother Wang would never deceive me. If I remain here, I shall surely await his return. He will transform into a warrior with that treasure, driving the Tang people away, safeguarding my Gaochang kingdom, protecting my family. Yes, just as you said. Let us discuss the treasure. Chen Zhi endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he approached Zhu Wentai, squatting before him. As you mentioned, your brother Wang requires the treasure to become a warrior. When that ethereal figure bestowed this treasure upon you, you would have safeguarded such a vital possession, certainly placing it in a special location. You have hidden it. Haven to you? Is it within the temple? Or in the royal city outside? Can you reveal its whereabouts? Zhu Wentai softly repeated, seemingly oblivious to Chen Zhi's words. The white-robed deity insisted upon protecting this treasure, for my brother's future relies upon it. This item is extraordinarily precious. There is none other like it in the world. Many will covet it, so it must be concealed. I shall protect it with all my heart. as I would my own life. With it, my brother will return, and Gaochang shall be saved. I must safeguard it. No one shall take it from me. You are right. Chen Zhi concurred, then forcefully tugged at the current again, causing the monkey to stumble forward, coming to rest before Zhu Wentai. Look, now is the moment. Your brother has arrived. Bestow the treasure upon him. He shall transform into a warrior, aiding you in safeguarding Gaochang and freeing you from your besieged predicament. Treasure gem, god of war, deceiver. You have betrayed me. Zhu Wentai's voice suddenly became exceedingly peculiar as he lifted his face once more, revealing a countenance so grotesque it was beyond comprehension. His features began to melt like wax, flesh adhering grotesquely, blood oozing forth, transforming gradually into a deep brown, emitting chunks of charred remnants. It felt akin to being roasted in an oven. Zhu Wentai's voice turned agonizingly tortured, resembling a wailing lament that, once heard, would haunt one eternally. You have deceived me. You all have betrayed me. Treacherous beings. You promised me safety, yet led me into the inferno. When I extended my hand to assist Xuanzang in his time of need, where was he before my demise? Xuanzang is a liar. The Buddha has deceived me as well. I, a devout follower from Gaochang, where was the Buddha when I faced my end? The Buddha is a deceiver. Wang Di, too, has betrayed me. He vowed to return and rescue me. Yet where is he now? Wang Di is the greatest deceiver of all. If you wish to deceive me, then come, let us experience the taste of the inferno together. Upon finishing his words, Zhu Wentai's face contorted, his hands lunging like iron hooks, seizing the monkey and dragging him backward in a frenzy. The colossal metal Buddha suddenly glowed crimson, radiating heat as though it were an immense furnace. Its belly opened, revealing a circular cavity within, flames erupting and spewing forth torrents of lava. Come forth, deceivers, and savor the sensation of being scorched by the fierce flames. Zhu Wentai's laughter morphed into a terrifying cacophony, his entire form melting away, resembling a roasted pig in a frenzy as he dragged the monkey toward the Buddha's gaping maw. The monkey, horrified, leaned forward, desperately trying to escape, yet inadvertently pressed against the searing belly of the Buddha, eliciting painful squeals. Chen Zhi attempted to pull the monkey back, but in that instant, he discovered that within Zhu Wentai's personal domain, his strength had been drastically diminished. Conversely, Zhu Wentai's power surged to an unresistible magnitude. Chen Zhi grasped the monkey, striving with all his might to pull him back, yet his efforts proved futile. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted around them, overwhelming the senses. Reminiscent of the time 300 years ago when the Tang forces besieged the kingdom of Gaochang. Amidst the deafening clamor, Zhu Wentai's might seemed unfathomably potent. The glowing iron Buddha expanded, resembling an abyss engulfed in flames. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi realized he could not save the monkey, not from a lack of effort, but from sheer impotence. Just as life and death hung in the balance, a sudden, gentle cough broke through the chaos. Ahem, ahem. Brother Wang, are you still there? I have come to find you. This unexpected voice stunned everyone into silence. Time stood still, the cacophony of battle ceased, and the world fell into a serene silence. The once frenzied Zhu Wentai was now devoid of his earlier madness. He gently set down the monkey and turned his gaze toward the latter, his face alight with indescribable excitement, even madness. Wang, is that you? Is it truly you? It is I, came a distant voice from above the staircase. Brother Wang, I have arrived late. May I come in? Zhu Wentai, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, yet his eyes were dry, as if the very channels of sorrow had turned to stone. His expression was a distorted mask, reminiscent of a wax figure melting under heat. As Chen Zhi looked upwards, he heard the slow, rhythmic sound of footsteps descending the staircase. The metallic ladder creaked ominously. Moments later, from the darkness emerged a figure draped in tattered robes, bald with a mark of piety upon his head. His palms were pressed together, and an old wooden rosary hung from his hands. With deliberate steps, he revealed his face. It was Dan Xuan. He retained his humble demeanor. His visage mirrored Zhu Wentai's, yet bore the weight of untold hardships. The weariness was ineffable, devoid of visible scars, yet it seemed as if millennia of suffering had etched itself upon him. His limbs appeared awkwardly misaligned, suggesting a body reassembled after being broken. Brother Wang, do you still remember me? I apologize for my tardiness. I have caused you suffering. Dan Xian's face bore a faint smile, despite the injuries that marred it. That smile radiated warmth, illuminating the hearts of all present, as if the darkness of the world were but an illusion. In his presence, everything seemed forgivable. Overcome with emotion upon seeing Dan Xuan, Zhu Wentai rushed forward, embracing his robes and weeping profusely. "Brother, where have you been? Li Shimin has betrayed us. The Tang forces are upon me. My Gaochang lies in ruins. My people have perished. My mother, my queen, my children. All gone, all lost." His cries erupted into the air. A lamentation so profound it seemed to echo the deepest anguish of existence, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The ground quaked, and the world appeared to fracture. Shards of reality began to crumble from the air, destabilizing the very space around them. In the tumult, Chen Zhi and the monkey struggled to maintain their footing, seeking refuge against a corner for balance. Yet Dan Xuan remained steadfast as a mountain, gazing down with a gentle smile at the weeping Zhu Wentai, placing a hand softly upon his head. "It is all my fault. Do not weep. It is my fault. Why do you not come?" Zhu Wentai's voice was steeped in profound sorrow, laced with an infinite resentment that tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who heard it. "It has been delayed," Dan Xuan softly uttered, a serene smile still gracing his face as he gently patted Zhu Wentai's shoulder. "In Chang'an, for the sake of a mortal woman. I too contemplated leaving. Yet, I must bear the consequences of my actions. Otherwise, I am unworthy of upholding the Dharma, unworthy of being a disciple of the Buddha. How can one find a path that satisfies both the Tathagata and you? Will you then abandon me? Are you aware of the suffering I endured afterward?" Zhu Wentai's voice was nearly torn asunder, so filled with anguish that it became unbearable to listen. Behind him, the enormous metallic Buddha blazed ever brighter, its radiance almost blinding, emitting a searing heat that pressed against the skin. "I have never forgotten you." Dan Xuan maintained his gentle smile. "I have always remembered our promise. Even in death, I shall not forget. I transformed my visage into yours, solely to retain your memory after death. I intended to seek you after my demise. Alas, I have been delayed. My avatars are of little use. My memories have grown too hazy, and I found myself forgetting. I have lived on across generations, each avatar fading further into obscurity, until I gradually lost all recollection. It was only upon returning here that I remembered. Brother Wang, I have grown old. This avatar must surely be my last. I possess little strength now, so let me stay here with you. With my presence, you need not fear anything." Upon finishing, Dan Xuan descended to support Zhu Wentai. Hearing Dan Xuan's words seemed to bring Zhu Wentai a measure of comfort. He fell silent, clutching Dan Xuan's robes tightly, weeping like a child. Yet, at that moment, Dan Xuan suddenly turned to the monkey, exclaiming, "Wretched creature, I ask you to respond. You constantly claim that the world owes you, that humanity owes you, that Shichi owes you, and that you shall never forgive. Today, I shall venture into this fiery abyss and bargain with the elder of the Jiang clan for your life. In doing so, will you learn to forgive, to no longer harbor resentment towards humanity or Shichi?" "Never." The monkey's emotions flared intensely, his resolve unwavering as he ground his teeth in defiance. "You desire my forgiveness? Only if you resurrect the victorious fighting Buddha will I consider it. Otherwise, I shall forever loathe humanity and Shichi. As long as I draw breath, I will take pleasure in killing. You, a mere human, wish to die in my stead? Proceed if you wish. I shall offer you no gratitude, nor will I acknowledge your sacrifice. Should you seek death, I shall gladly send you off." With bloodlust illuminating his eyes, the monkey radiated an infinite hatred. "Very well," Dan Xuan replied, opening his arms wide. "If you cannot learn to forgive, then push me into the furnace yourself." "Agreed." The monkey, equally agitated, leapt up without hesitation and thrust his hands toward Dan Xuan's chest. With a thunderous roar, flames engulfed the sky. "If you cannot learn to forgive, then cast me into the furnace with your own hands." At that moment, the monkey was equally agitated. He leapt up without hesitation and pushed against Dan Xuan's chest. With a mighty crash, the flames surged forth. Chapter 108. The true power. The layout of this space was exceedingly peculiar. After the monkey's push, the entire world was instantly engulfed in crimson. Outside, the cacophony of battle cries resonated, as countless fiery arrows pierced through the air, as if an army of soldiers were about to storm in. Meanwhile, the belly of the great Buddha swelled to an enormous size, erupting into a sea of molten lava within that circular space, radiating heat that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. As Dan Xuan was propelled downward by the monkey, he plummeted toward the roaring sea of flames, and in that fleeting moment, time abruptly halted. It was as though the world had vanished entirely. Everything around him turned white, leaving only a pristine expanse, devoid of any other presence. Save for Dan Xuan and Chen Zhi, who stood alone together. In that moment, Dan Xuan was clad in a radiant white monk's robe, his kasaya vibrant and resplendent, exuding an aura of purity and sanctity. Yet, his visage had transformed. No longer did he bear the countenance of a human, but rather that of an aged monkey. This monkey face was shocking to behold, with tufts of white hair adorning his forehead and cheeks, drooping pale eyebrows, and deep scars etched across his skin. His left eye had long since vanished, leaving behind a grotesque black void. His back was hunched, his legs deformed, and his body was a tapestry of countless scars from battles fought, a true survivor of 100 wars. He pressed his palms together, placing the prayer beads upon the ground, kneeling in sorrow, and offered the deepest respect to Chen Zhi with the utmost reverence. Benefactor, this humble monk is filled with shame, still burdened by lingering thoughts of the mortal realm. I was once a lowly beast man from the western regions, ignorant of etiquette, living a life of savagery, nameless and unrecognized. It was fortunate to have encountered your ancestors, who guided me, allowing me to take refuge in the Buddha, to dispel my malevolence and return to the righteous path. My kin, the beastmen of the western regions, are originally of the same lineage as the Huaxia. Our ancestors could not endure the humiliation wrought by the divine. Thus they migrated to the west. The western regions are a land of heat, where the flame mountain is perpetually ablaze, with not a hint of coolness to be found. That wretched offspring is the child of my former life. Upon his birth, I was entrusted with a heavy responsibility to journey to Tianzhu. Before my departure, I named him Han. I had hoped that upon my return from the Western scriptures, he would return to Huaxia in glory, revitalizing our beastman clan of Shiqi. Alas, the ways of fate are unpredictable. This wayward son has ultimately descended into calamity, his sins so profound that even 1,000 tortures would be insufficient in lamenting his fate. Yet, this humble monk has but this one son, and I am willing to bear all his transgressions. Our meeting, benefactor, is perhaps a matter of destiny. I beseech the clan leader to spare the life of this wayward child for the sake of this humble monk's remaining thoughts. After uttering these words, Dan Xuan prostrated himself on the ground, knocking his head to the floor. Chen Zhi hurried over to support him, gripping his arm tightly, and implored, "Master, do not depart. Your merits are immeasurable. Do not abandon us, your descendants. Moreover, I have pressing matters to inquire of you. You have met Xuanzang, have you not? What manner of person is he? Did he truly deceive you? Is he truly a deceiver?" That aged monkey face appeared exceedingly weary as it gazed upon Chen Zhi. The humble smile seemed to absolve all, whether he deceived or not. So be it. If that divine being has wronged me, perhaps there exists a rationale behind it. I have not contemplated, nor is there a need to dwell on it. Yet I must know. Chen Zhi clutched Dan Xuan tightly, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. I must ascertain the essence of his character. Would he fabricate a grand falsehood for his own selfish gain? Master, this is of utmost importance. You must speak the truth to me. Dan Xuan's voice seemed to dissipate. I am not entitled to declare who Jiangshang, the divine being, truly is, but I have heard it said that he harbors the deepest remorse for a soul imprisoned in the eye of the sea. I believe that the one who truly understands him is that very individual ensnared in the depths. Life is fraught with uncertainty, and the celestial order is inexorable. Regardless of who Jiangshang may be, I forgive him, and I also forgive this world. After Dan Xuan finished speaking, with a vigorous wave of his hand, Chen Zhi was unexpectedly cast away, powerless to resist. When Chen Zhi reopened his eyes, he beheld a tumultuous sea of flames, with cries of battle reverberating through the air, and flaming arrows raining down like a storm. Within the belly of the great Buddha, torrents of molten rock surged forth, illuminating the darkness. As the monkey-faced Dan Xuan plunged into the magma, cradling Zhu Wentai. In that final moment, the monkey glimpsed Dan Xuan's true visage, that aged monkey face. The monkey stood frozen, arms outstretched as if immobilized, watching as Dan Xuan delivered him to the inferno. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and the cacophony of violence gradually faded away. The space itself crumbled into oblivion, remnants raining down like debris, and after a jolt, Chen Zhi and the monkey fell heavily back into the realm of normalcy. This was the true visage of the underground temple, shrouded in dust. The stone screen obscured by ashes. The colossal statue of the Buddha was in disarray, evidently having been scorched and melted by fierce flames. The hidden compartment in the Buddha's belly had been opened, from which a charred fragment of human remains rolled forth, its limbs indistinguishable in the soot-blackened mass. That was the corpse of Zhu Wentai. Encasing the remains was a layer of white adipose tissue, appearing remarkably fresh and pure, as if someone had been cradling Zhu Wentai. Chen Zhi lifted the remains, and the charred body crumbled instantly into ashes, dissipating into the air. Revealed within was a fist-sized stone, glowing with a vivid orange hue, radiating an overwhelming brilliance, imbued with boundless power. It was a divine-grade spirit stone. Divine being. The monkey's voice suddenly echoed behind Chen Zhi. Before he could react, the monkey had seized his leg, kneeling before him. As Chen Zhi gazed upon the creature's face once more, he was met with an unexpected sight. Tears, boundless and pure, streamed from the monkey's eyes, glistening like the most pristine essence in existence. "Oh, revered clan leader, forgive my transgressions. I am but a humble beast. I beseech your mercy," the monkey implored, its tiny hands clasped in a posture of supplication. Overcome with emotion, its words tumbled chaotically. "Please, kind clan leader, spare my life. Take mine in exchange for my father's. I beg of you." The monkey repeatedly bowed its head, so fervently that blood began to seep from its forehead. "Have compassion, revered clan leader. In my next life, I shall serve as a beast of burden, a slave to you." The creature's demeanor was profoundly pitiable as it continued to bow, kissing Chen Zhi's feet in abject humility. This display of submission tugged painfully at Chen Zhi's heart, yet he stood there, powerless. Grasping the truth behind Dan Xuan's words, true power is intangible. Chapter 109. Subjugation. Once the dust settled, everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream. The world that existed before had vanished entirely, leaving behind only Chen Zhi and the heartbroken monkey amidst the ruins. The monkey had transformed. The feral and fierce expression was now absent from its visage. Its small stature resembled that of a child as it lay there, tears cascading down its face, its bright, innocent eyes devoid of the brutality once associated with its kind. In the moments that followed, the young monkey continued to weep, desperately pleading with Chen Zhi to resurrect its father. Chen Zhi, filled with compassion, could only watch the sorrowful beast, feeling utterly helpless. "I shall treat you with kindness, as I would my own kin," Chen Zhi said, gently placing his hand upon the monkey's head. "I will keep you by my side, allowing you to follow me. I shall bestow upon you identity and honor. You will no longer be alone. I will bring you back to Huaxia." "I do not want that. I want my father back." The monkey clung to Chen Zhi's leg, weeping silently, its voice growing hoarse and feeble. Continuing with resolve, Chen Zhi assured, "I shall take care of your kin's remains. I will bring your bloodline of the western region back to Huaxia's West Qi. I have seen the scars upon their bodies. Their endings were not kind. Yet, I will ensure their return to West Qi for burial. Your father shall receive eternal homage upon the altar of West Qi, a privilege reserved for those of special status in Huaxia. I shall grant you a name, and your lineage will thrive in Huaxia. Even in death, your bones shall be honored in West Qi, and you shall be counted among the esteemed." "I do not want that. I want my father back." The monkey remained unmoved, still clinging to Chen Zhi's leg, its sobs echoing through the desolation. "Listen to me," Chen Zhi said, placing his hand gently upon the monkey's head. "I shall bestow upon you a status beyond your wildest imagination. I will consecrate you as a deity, a true living god. You possess remarkable talent. Once deified, your power will multiply infinitely, and you shall be revered and worshipped, formidable beyond comprehension. All creatures of heaven and earth will kneel before you." "I do not want that. I want my father back." The monkey seemed not to heed Chen Zhi's words. Still clinging desperately to his leg, racked with pain, its voice hoarse and choked with unshed tears. The agony was such that it felt as if one's heart were pierced by a dagger. Beasts are creatures of simplicity. They lack cunning and cannot conceal their emotions. Their joys and sorrows are laid bare, and while one might deem them foolish, they are indeed remarkably straightforward. At this juncture, Chen Zhi had no choice but to half squat down, supporting the tear-streaked little monkey, looking intently into its eyes. "I understand your desires, but I am powerless. I truly am." Many mistakes in this world can be rectified, but death is irrevocable. Remember this. Once a person has died, they cannot be resurrected. Life is precious and should not be undervalued. Forget your father. Live well. The monkey, absorbing Chen Zhi's words, seemed to slowly come to terms with the harsh reality. Yet its body remained weak and defenseless, leaning against Chen Zhi's arm like a forlorn child. Chen Zhi held the vibrant orange spirit stone in one hand and gently stroked the little monkey's head with the other. Softly speaking, your father devoted his life to imparting civilization and propriety to you beast folk, yet he left no name behind. He once gave you a surname, Han. Allow me to grant you a name, Han Hu, the macaque. Regardless of the heights you may attain, do not forget your lineage, nor the memory of your father. Henceforth, your name shall be Han Hu, and I shall anoint you as the guardian beast god of combat. Hear my decree. As Chen Zhi finished speaking, a radiant orb of light emanated from his hand, pressing against the monkey's nape. With his other hand, he encircled the shimmering orange spirit stone in a luminous halo, forcefully embedding it into the monkey's mind. The monkey, momentarily stunned, suddenly found itself engulfed in blinding light. The spirit stone within its mind ascended like a meteor from the earth. In an instant, Han Hu's essence surged forth, a beam of light piercing the heavens, illuminating the abyssal sky and casting brilliance across the entire realm. As the monkey's form began to transform, it expanded exponentially, breaking through the ceiling with a resounding crash. And then, with its feet off the ground, it soared into the air. In the sky, it erupted like a meteor, the brilliance illuminating the desolate ruins and the deserts of the western regions. The swirling sands of the desert gleamed like gold beneath this radiant glow. When Han Hu finally descended to the ground, his form condensed once more, yet his aura had transformed entirely. It radiated an immense, pure sanctity, banishing the remnants of past bloodshed, replaced by a profound and boundless power, reminiscent of the formidable presence of Dan Xuan. He knelt before Chen Zhi, bowing his head in reverence, imploring for the right of belonging. Chen Zhi approached slowly, retrieving the string of wooden prayer beads from the ground and delicately draping them over Han Hu's hand. From his treasure pouch, he procured a luminous silver hoop, the very one bestowed upon Xuanzang by the celestial being, utilized to restrain the Buddha of combat. As Chen Zhi held the hoop, the power of the divine iron surged forth. The silver hoop ascended, shimmering brilliantly as the metal twisted and transformed into various shapes. This hoop could connect with Chen Zhi's bloodline, unlocking divine seals and forging a contract. It could also morph into several weapons, including the legendary staff-like weapon. The staff bore swirling cloud patterns, robust in design, with deep imprints in the center, indicative of its former use by the Buddha of combat. After manipulating the divine iron into various forms, it reverted back to the silver hoop, which Chen Zhi then gently placed upon Han Hu's head. In an instant, the hoop shrank and elongated, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of silver dust that vanished into Han Hu's mind. Han Hu raised his gleaming black eyes to Chen Zhi, acknowledging his humble origins as a servant, grateful for the Lord's granting of divinity. With his heart now awakened, he pledged unwavering loyalty to serve his master. Ready to face any challenges ahead. Do not say such things, Chen Zhi softly interjected. As your father advised, whatever has transpired in the past, let it remain there. From this day forward, we shall walk the path ahead together. The mistakes we have made, we shall rectify together. Chapter 110. The newcomer. Once the splendor had faded, Han Hu temporarily concealed his brilliance, reverting to the form reminiscent of their first encounter, a humanoid monkey beast. His eyes sparkled with a deep, dark sheen, his demeanor now gentle and subdued. Following his divinization, his intellect had been awakened, eradicating the primal ferocity that once defined him, replaced instead by an almost perfect being, embodying a demeanor akin to that of Dan Xuan. The temple, having undergone the recent divine ceremony, lay in ruins, with remnants of bricks and tiles cascading down. Pang Wei and Guazhou, sensing impending danger, hurriedly approached. Guazhou was the first to notice Han Hu's transformation. Like a warrior instinctively attuned to power, he immediately grasped the significance of the event and turned to Chen Zhi, asking, "Is it true?" "Indeed," Chen Zhi affirmed, nodding to Pang Wei and Guazhou. "From now on, he shall accompany us. He is a true deity in our midst, a living god. His father entrusted me with a solemn charge to ensure he is treated with kindness." We must retrieve the bodies of the monkey men from the cavern beneath the Quaner well and return them to the West Qi for a grand burial in the sacred grounds. Understood, Guazhou replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. With a jovial demeanor, Pang Wei approached, first surveying the cold monkey before gently patting his shoulder, feeling the sheen of his vibrant fur. Well done, monkey brother. You've truly ascended to the heavens on your nimbus. Your status has changed. We mortals must now look up to you. We shall rely on your guidance in the days to come. You have gone from silence to astonishing brilliance. At this moment, Han, who had shed his previous defiance, radiating an innocent simplicity, as if he had been cleansed of all superficiality, holding his prayer beads. He listened silently to Pang Wei's words, transformed, a stark contrast to his former self. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi drew a summoning symbol on his arm, causing wisps of azure smoke to rise from the ground. The divine generals under his command, Wu Jia, Jin Di, and Hu Na, were all summoned forth. Demigods are acutely attuned to power, especially the essence of divine lineage, which is almost instinctual. Upon sensing Han Hu's presence, the three demigods recoiled several steps, gazing at him with palpable fear. Han Hu had indeed become a genuine deity, endowed with extraordinary talent, a combat-oriented supreme god post-ascension, a concept unfathomable to these demigods. Essentially, demigods are beings infused with divine blood, while deities themselves embody divine essence. Their differences are fundamentally profound. Even from a considerable distance, these demigods could perceive the relentless power emanating from Han Hu, an overwhelming force that could easily envelop them all in an instant. Wu Jia immediately adopted a combat stance, swiftly retreating to a safe position, crouching low to the ground, baring his fangs, as if Han Hu might devour him at any moment. Jin Di, visibly shaken, felt her alabaster arms turn translucent, akin to wings, as she leapt behind Chen Zhi, her voice trembling. Master, protect me. Why has this unfathomable entity appeared here? Will he slay me? Do not panic. Chen Zhi waved his hand, urging Xian Niao and Wu Jia to calm themselves and return to their positions. This is my newly acquired divine general. You have now witnessed his true identity. He hails from the beast men, having lived in the western lands in solitude for many years. I intend to take him back to Huaxiao to join us. Initially, he may feel out of place. I implore you to treat him kindly, as you would treat me. He is now one of us, serving under your command. Wu Jia appeared incredulous at this revelation, his eyes darting between Han Hu and Chen Zhi. But this one, he is already indeed. Chen Zhi replied with a serene smile, affirming, he is a deity, a true deity. Upon hearing this declaration, both Wu Jia and Xian Niao retreated once more, and even the seemingly oblivious Hu Na felt a surge of trepidation. Gazing intently at Han Hu and stepping back several paces to maintain what he deemed a safe distance. There is no need for alarm, even if the divine is sealed. He remains one of my esteemed generals. Chen Zhi remarked with a smile. It has always been the practice to confer titles upon the capable and gather them under one's banner, a tradition that dates back to the era of Jiangxia. Regardless of whether they are demigods, deities, or beast folk, as long as they fall under my command, they are treated as equals. Do you recall my previous assertion? All beings are equal. This is a principle you must hold dear. Indeed, several demigods responded in unison. With Chen Zhi's words providing a shield, they began to approach the cold monkey with newfound courage. In the ensuing time, Chen Zhi, along with Fat Wei and Ghostblade, returned to the ironclad house to deliberate on the forthcoming matters. They instructed the demigods to thoroughly cleanse the ruins. This place will eventually transform into a scenic area, and should any suspicious items be discovered during development, it would pose significant complications. Thus, prior to the arrival of the next group, all traces within must be eradicated, including the bodies of the first batch of visitors, which also require proper disposal. While the demigods busied themselves within the ruins, the trio returned to the Iron House to contemplate future endeavors. Chen Zhi recounted to them all that had transpired in the underground temple and reiterated his plans. Firstly, the corpses of the monkeys in the caverns beneath the Quaner well must be extracted by specialized individuals. The depth is considerable, and assistance from Han Hu and the other demigods will be necessary. Secondly, Chen Zhi mentioned a crucial lead concerning a person referenced by Dan Xuan prior to his departure from this world, the one confined within the Eye of the Sea. Chapter 111. Descendants of the Jiang clan. As dawn began to break, the visibility within the ruins grew increasingly clear. After assigning tasks, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Ghost Blade convened in the Iron House to discuss their next steps, while the aftermath within the ruins was entrusted to the demigods. The recent addition of Han, who had instilled a profound sense of fear among the three demigods. This trepidation was inescapable, despite Chen Zhi's reassurances to relax. The primal fear remained indelible, and all were acutely aware of the boundless weight of divinity. In the realm of the divine, power reigns supreme. In truth, almost all demigods had never encountered a true deity. Their knowledge was derived from tales told by their parents or ancestors, recounting the might and supremacy of the gods. They spoke of the gods' grandeur, of how demigods are humble and cannot raise their heads in their presence, forever constrained from overstepping their bounds. And now, a living deity stood among them. Merely contemplating this notion was enough to instill a shiver within them. They scoured the ground for stones and debris, concealing the remnants of the recently disrupted magic. Though a task that was ostensibly simple and mundane, they deliberately maintained a distance from Han, who while performing it. Wu Jia secretly observed Han, who, gauging his aura and amiability, keeping his distance to ensure a swift escape if necessary. However, it soon became evident to everyone that the recently ascended deity, the cold monkey, was not as formidable as initially perceived. When he concealed his aura, he appeared no different from an ordinary demigod, even resembling a typical orc with his bright, sparkling eyes that held a hint of cuteness. At that moment, the cold monkey donned a somewhat worn monk's robe, with prayer beads hanging from his chest. His movements were agile as he diligently picked up fragments of bricks from the ground, stacking them neatly aside, working earnestly without uttering unnecessary words. Yet, whenever his gaze met another's, he would offer a friendly nod, his fluffy little head exuding charm. Gradually, the atmosphere relaxed, and the tension that once prevailed dissipated. At this juncture, Yujia took a deep breath and strode confidently to the center of the ruins, sitting upon a large stone. He cleared his throat a couple of times and proclaimed, "Esteemed brothers, let us take a moment to rest. I have a few words to share." The bewilderment reflected on the faces of those present led them to abandon their tasks and gather around. The cold monkey approached as well, brushing off the dust from his claws and clutching his father's prayer beads, eager to hear what Yujia had to say. Yujia, with his neck held high and chest puffed out, deliberately avoided making eye contact with the cold monkey as he addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, our master now boasts an increasing number of divine generals. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Thus, we must establish a hierarchy and prioritize our roles. As you all know, I am a descendant of the esteemed Jiangshang, the god of land, and the first to pledge allegiance to our master. The master has shown me great favor, and on several occasions, he has confided that, should the right opportunity arise, he will grant me divine status. Therefore, among you, I am both a senior brother and a pioneer. Do you comprehend?" After finishing his declaration, Yujia, feeling somewhat insecure, discreetly glanced at the cold monkey standing nearby, slightly raising his rear in preparation to flee at the slightest hint of the cold monkey's wrath. However, contrary to his expectations, the cold monkey stepped forward, fiddling with his prayer beads, and respectfully bowed to Yujia, saying, "Senior brother." "Excellent, excellent." Yujia immediately swelled with pride, his demeanor resembling that of a drugged pangolin, reveling in the recognition bestowed upon him. Indeed, the offspring of the victorious Buddha possesses discernment and knows how to respect their seniors. After all, in our Chinese culture, who does not recognize the precedence of the early arrival? If my ancestor, the Earthwalker, were to witness my current achievements, he would surely beam with pride. Ha ha, I, Yujia, have not lived this life in vain. Indeed, senior brother, the cold monkey replied, blinking his bright eyes and clasping his hands in reverence. From now on, I shall heed your guidance. I am willing to follow you. Splendid, splendid. With the cold monkey's acknowledgement, Yujia felt himself swell with such pride that he nearly forgot his own surname. He then turned to the hulking figure of Huna. "Big fellow, don't be foolish. Did you see that? Even the newly appointed god of war addresses me as senior brother. This clearly signifies my elevated status. Please do not be overly modest regarding this matter. When encountering those oblivious demigods in daily life, it is imperative that you articulate your current status, allowing them to comprehend their limitations." At this moment, the simple-minded tiger girl approached, having grasped the essence of the conversation, and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Yes, senior brother." "Ha ha. No need for formality," replied Wu Jia, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence, swaying with delight, unsure of how to proceed. As his shell nearly turned inside out, he then turned back, raising an eyebrow with a playful grin, and inquired of Xin Yao, "Well, little junior sister, shouldn't you address me appropriately? Are you seeking a confrontation?" Xin Yao's eyes widened in fury, her hair standing on end, startling Wu Jia to the point where he nearly tumbled from his perch. At that moment, Xin Yao scolded sharply, "You insufferable old pangolin, unaware of your own mortality. While neglecting your duties, you flaunt your arrogance here. The master has shown you some leniency, yet you strut about so ostentatiously. Just wait until I report this to the master. I dare say he will flay you alive." Bah! After spitting vehemently, she cast the stone tile from her hand onto the ground, abandoning the remaining tasks, and turned away, striding off. With Xin Yao's departure, Wu Jia found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Blushing and stammering, he pointed at her, declaring, "That uncultured female bird, what a fiery temperament. Do not follow her example. Birds are inherently foolish. Did you witness that? This is sheer ignorance, relying on the master's favoritism." With her eyes resting atop her forehead, she embodies what I call a dull-witted creature. Henceforth, you shall follow my lead and disregard this silly bird. Indeed, we shall heed your guidance, senior brother, Han, who stepped forward to respond, adding, "There is no need for anger. Many tasks remain for today. You have worked hard. Why not take a rest? We shall handle the remainder." "Excellent, excellent." Wu Jia nodded in satisfaction, propping up his short legs. "You all may proceed with your work. I shall take a brief respite. However, it must be noted, junior brother, your joining the Jiang clan will soon be the talk of the entire realm of Huaxia. It is likely that the divine realm here will soon be turned on its head. Yet, it matters not. With you as the beast god of warfare, the divine realm shall henceforth belong to the Jiang family." Chapter 112. Ding Ning's nightmare. In the following time, Chen Zhi and the other two remained in the ironclad house, investigating the individual locked within the CI, as mentioned by Dan Xuan earlier. In truth, this matter held little suspicion. The identity of the person imprisoned in the CI was no longer a secret to anyone. Those with even a modicum of knowledge regarding the Fengshenbang mythos were aware that during the campaign against Zhou, Jiang Zia faced a formidable adversary. This individual, sharing the same master, was also a capable divine being, but perpetually assumed the role of an antagonist, notorious in legend for his nefarious deeds, conspiring with malevolent deities against Jiang Zia, known as Shengongbao. Following the victory over Zhou, Shengongbao was condemned to a harsh fate during the canonization due to his treachery, ultimately sealing his corporeal form within the North Sea, effectively blocking the CI. The character described by Dan Xuan aligns seamlessly with the legends of history, a fact well known to all. However, what is truly astonishing is that the illustrious figure of Shengongbao, so celebrated in tales, has manifested in reality. When Chen Zhi reflects upon Shengongbao, he cannot help but recall the connection to Ding Ning and his original name, Xuanzang. For an extended period, Xuanzang had remained a mere book boy, residing in the archives of the Jiang family. He retained the innocence of youth, devoid of cunning or deep memories, save for a lingering nostalgia for his master, Shengongbao, and a profound animosity towards Jiang Zia. Xuanzang once confided in Chen Zhi that Jiang Zia, in his later years, was consumed by regret and even feared encountering him. For such meetings would evoke memories of Shengongbao. Ultimately, unable to withstand Xuanzang's bitter reproaches, Jiang Zia, driven by guilt, resorted to sewing Xuanzang's mouth shut. This act serves as evidence of Jiang Zia's deep-seated remorse towards Shengongbao, a sentiment he could scarcely confront. When Chen Zhi discovered Xuanzang, he found that the essence of this entity had long since deteriorated, sustained solely by seals. Should he stray even a step from the archives, he would dissipate into nothingness. Moved by compassion, Chen Zhi could not bear to let Xuanzang continue as a mere shell of existence. Thus, he took the lifeless body of Ding Ning, who had just breathed his last, and transferred Xuanzang's consciousness into it. This transformation spell was fraught with peril, yet it ultimately succeeded. The reborn Ding Ning emerged devoid of memories or burdens, reveling in the joys of life, embracing the world with unbridled enthusiasm, and leading a life filled with happiness. However, fate is capricious, and the shadows of the past inevitably loom, compelling the revelation of Ding Ning's concealed history. Chen Zhi pondered intensely on how to elucidate these matters to Ding Ning without instilling fear. Once the divine beings tidied the ruins, Chen Zhi led the group in preparation to depart the desert. Prior to their departure, Han Hu knelt before the ruins of Gaochang, bowing multiple times in farewell to the land of Gaochang and his father, tears streaming down his face as he bid adieu to the ancient land that held his countless memories. They then left the volcanic wasteland. The desert remained oppressively hot, with the blazing sun overhead and the yellow sands stretching endlessly. After a grueling journey, they returned to the city of Turpan, once back in a region with normal communications. Chen Zhi placed a call to the organization to relay the events and request assistance for subsequent matters. However, the organization urgently sought Chen Zhi, indicating that Lao Jindo had pressing issues requiring his immediate attention. Upon contacting Lao Jindo, Chen Zhi learned that Ding Ning had been enduring a tumultuous time. He had been plagued by nightmares at home, awakening drenched in water, the taste of salt evident, confirmed to be from the depths of the ocean. By this point, Ding Ning was utterly terrified, his body convulsing, and with no one else at home, he had no choice but to seek out Lao Jindo. Old Jindo brought him to the secluded pavilion, where many kept vigil over him. Yet, the torment of nightmares persisted. Every time Ding Ning closed his eyes, he was ensnared by terror. With no other options, old Jindo urged Chen Zhi to return promptly, for the child's life hung in the balance. Chen Zhi acknowledged this urgency and instructed old Jindo to secure the nearest flight. The subsequent events would be managed by the organization, which planned to dispatch a contingent of cloaked figures to Turpan. They would venture into the caverns of the Flame Mountains Kerez to retrieve the remains of the monkey tribe. Peng Wei, now a junior leader among the black-clad operatives, remained behind to oversee the operation. For their convenience, Chen Zhi left behind Wu Jia, Hu Na, and Han Hu. The caverns were profoundly deep, posing significant challenges for humans to navigate. Thus, familiarity with earth-burrowing techniques and the assistance of a formidable demigod were requisite. Consequently, they traveled lightly and commenced their flight back to the city. Initially, there were 4 of them. However, on the return journey, only 2 remained. The thought of departing from Dan Xuan evoked a poignant sense of loss. Despite the lengthy journey, which required a layover, nothing particularly remarkable transpired during the flight. After a day and night, they finally touched down at the city airport, where Chen Zhi noticed the Bao family's vehicle already awaiting their arrival. Old Jindo stood outside the car, his face etched with anxiety, and upon seeing Chen Zhi and the others emerge, he waved frantically. Chen Zhi understood that Ding Ning's situation had become perilous, and everyone was anxiously anticipating his return. Once inside the vehicle, Chen Zhi inquired about Ding Ning's condition. But old Jindo shook his head. The child's situation is quite peculiar. I cannot articulate it well. You ought to see for yourself, but prepare yourself mentally. It could be quite alarming. Thus, the car continued its journey towards the secluded pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chen Zhi encountered numerous Bao family associates stationed there. Although Bao Ping had not returned today, the atmosphere inside remained lively. Upon entry, they discovered that the hall was brightly lit, an oddity for daytime. As they proceeded further, a servant approached old Jindo to report that the child had gone over 40 hours without sleep, incessantly crying out, nearly driven to madness. Chen Zhi followed them into the inner chambers, where the guest rooms were located just around the bend on the first floor. Upon opening the door to one of the guest rooms, he beheld Ding Ning lying on the bed, drenched and appearing as though he had emerged from water. His neck and body bore marks of being choked, and his face reflected sheer terror, his eyes wide open like a frightened fawn. Upon seeing Chen Zhi enter, he lunged towards him as if grasping at a lifeline, clutching Chen Zhi's pant leg and weeping uncontrollably. Xiaozhigu, you've returned. Please save me. The water ghost is after me. He wants to kill me and drag me into the sea to keep him company. The burning heaven peacock lamented. My head has been throbbing since yesterday, an incessant pulsation. I gritted my teeth and managed to write a chapter. I shall address the next one later. Chapter 113. The one immersed in the sea at this moment. Ding Ning's condition was truly dire. As a 15-year-old boy, he was not particularly resilient. His psyche, inherently more delicate than that of his peers, resembled that of a child no older than 5 or 6. The tribulations he was currently enduring were simply unbearable for him. Chen Zhi observed with clarity as Ding Ning trembled like a leaf caught in the wind. His entire form drenched, with water streaks matted in his hair. The water reeked of salt, a characteristic peculiar to the depths of the ocean, and it was chillingly cold, leaving Ding Ning's body shivering with a pallid hue. His neck bore the marks of a violent grip, two large handprints indicating the forceful grasp of a man's hand, notably larger than that of an average person. Ding Ning cried out incessantly, babbling frantically about water ghosts trying to seize him, as if he had succumbed to madness. Chen Zhi continually offered reassurances to the distraught Ding Ning, enlisting the help of those nearby to lift him and return him to his bed. Ding Ning's face was slick with cold sweat, and he rambled uncontrollably, impervious to Chen Zhi's soothing words. He repeatedly exclaimed, "The water ghost wants to kill me. It accuses me of being a scourge, claiming I conspired with evil, and demands I accompany it in suffering beneath the sea." Although Chen Zhi yearned to inquire further about the details, Ding Ning was too traumatized to articulate anything coherent. Thus, Chen Zhi summoned his inner spell, directing it to his fingertips before placing them upon Ding Ning's head. In an instant, a hazy yet profoundly terrifying vision materialized before Chen Zhi's eyes. This was not the first time he had encountered such a sight. During Ding Ning's previous nightmare, Chen Zhi had enclosed his bed within a barrier, where he had glimpsed an unsettling visage. Now, as he utilized the inner spell to delve into Ding Ning's mind, the image grew disturbingly clearer. It was no wonder Ding Ning had been so horrified. The scene was truly ghastly, evoking a sense of dread that sent shivers down one's spine, raising doubts about whether one had glimpsed into another realm. Before him lay a face distorted and swollen from prolonged submersion in water, its color a ghastly pallor tinged with green, eyes resembling festering wounds, and its mouth transformed into a gaping red maw, the body in a state of semi-decay. The surrounding water was a deep blue-black, littered with floating fragments of skin and tissue. It appeared as though this being had languished in the ocean for millennia. Its flesh and fat eroded, yet it remained disturbingly animated. The revolting sight elicited an immediate and visceral reaction, prompting Chen Zhi to close his eyes, concentrate deeply, and meticulously navigate the inner spell into Ding Ning's consciousness, seeking to unearth his most primal memories. This time, the details of the figure were fully revealed, and Chen Zhi scrutinized the image, uncovering many facets previously unseen. Indeed, it was a body submerged in water, adorned with heavy shackles around its neck, bound tightly by multiple chains of control stone. The limbs were grotesquely contorted, bones broken and folded in a mournful display of despair. The control stones glimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, even beneath the water, indicative of their high purity and superior quality. The chains binding the figure were inscribed with an intricate array of incantations. Chen Zhi recognized these inscriptions. They were the divine slaying spells of the god-binding technique, possessing formidable sealing and restraining powers. The incantations were densely layered, an exaggerated sight that suggested the individual bound within possessed a remarkably high status. The surrounding waters were a deep blue-black, with many swirling currents of the same hue, continuously bubbling as if alive. The bubbles, large and delicate, clustered together, a characteristic of profound depths of the ocean. As Chen Zhi scrutinized the individual's skin, he discovered that there was not a single intact patch left. The person was clad in armor that had once been splendid, its former opulence revealed through the remnants of gold and jewels, now rendered nearly unrecognizable by immersion. Yet, tattered silks still fluttered upon the armor, their vibrant colors hinting at a past brilliance akin to radiant clouds. Upon examining the wounds adorning the body, Chen Zhi was struck by the sight of deep lash marks, each a gaping wound on that pitiful form. The horror of those scars left him unsettled. They were marks only a divine whip could inflict, each strike delivered with lethal intent. Chen Zhi then channeled his heart's incantation into Ding Ning's subconscious, seeking to uncover the emotions buried within. This subconscious was instinctual, even containing memories long sealed away. To his clarity, Chen Zhi discerned that Ding Ning was indeed familiar with this individual, not merely acquainted but deeply connected, knowing everything about him. Although Ding Ning's exterior displayed fear, within lay profound sorrow, grief stemming from the sight of this person and the anguish he endured. Chen Zhi retracted his hand, silently reciting a few words, causing Ding Ning to cease his loud cries and gradually drift into a serene slumber. Enveloping him in a protective barrier, Chen Zhi ensured that no external forces could intrude, not even the unseen. This strategy evidently proved effective, as Ding Ning promptly fell into a deep sleep, snoring softly, his face no longer contorted by terror, suggesting a respite from nightmarish visions. What on earth is happening? Old Jindo, who had been standing guard, finally dared to inquire. Is this child mad? Did you just cast a spell? What did you see in his mind? Are there truly water ghosts coming for him? One might consider it a water ghost. Chen Zhi replied softly, but this entity is far more than just a ghost. He is a deity with significant ties to us in the West Qi. Uncle Jean, please assist me with a task. You are well acquainted with many outside. Seek out some archaeologists and have them investigate the ancient texts that have been passed down. I wish to uncover the original records of Shun Gongbao from millennia ago. I yearn to understand who this figure truly was. Chapter 114. The Eye of the Sea. Afterward, Ding Ming was no longer plagued by nightmares. As Chen Zhi had confined him within a protective barrier during his slumber, the defensive prowess of the fierce curse was indisputable. Neither tangible weaponry nor invisible spells could penetrate its confines. In the ensuing days, Ding Ming slept soundly within, though he was undeniably shaken, prompting Lao Jindo to enlist the help of a psychologist for his mental well-being, which would likely take considerable time to restore. During this period, Lao Jindo sought the expertise of various ancient text specialists and archaeologists, poring over a plethora of manuscripts in search of information regarding Shun Gongbao. This endeavor could only be undertaken externally, as the organization proved utterly unhelpful. Chen Zhi had long since discovered that the library harbored no records of Shun Gongbao, and even the literature within the organization made no mention of this figure. The experts and scholars outside, after a period of diligent research, arrived at remarkably limited findings. Shun Gongbao existed solely within the legends of the investiture of the gods, with no other documentation to be found. The tales of the investiture of the gods are ancient, transmitted orally through generations, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which elements are narrative and which constitute historical fact. Furthermore, later accounts exhibit considerable variation, with some even contradicting one another. The prevailing narrative characterizes Shun Gongbao as a nefarious figure, expelled from his sect. In this portrayal, he is depicted as a repugnant, coarse individual with inappropriate conduct. He was indeed a disciple of Xuanzang, having attained enlightenment in his youth and later serving King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. During the twilight years of the Shang, Shun Gongbao held the position of national master, staunchly defending the dynasty's reign. Having once studied under the same master as Xuanzang, he was expelled for violating the sect's rules and engaging in despicable acts. After aligning himself with the tyrannical King Zhou, he descended further into absurdity, committing numerous vile deeds, earning the scorn of the world. Throughout his life, he remained Xuanzang's archrival, consumed by jealousy of his talents, wishing fervently for his demise. Yet, he possessed formidable magical abilities, a wide network of allies, and exceptional oratory skills, particularly adept at distorting truth and deceiving capable individuals and immortals into aiding his nefarious schemes. Shun Gongbao once rallied the disciples of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, along with various talented beings, to assist the Shang in their campaign against the Zhou, amassing a considerable force. The historical anecdote of the 36 factions uniting against the Zhou originated from his machinations. Thus, from antiquity to the present, the image of Shun Gongbao among the people of Huaxia has been profoundly negative, regarded as the embodiment of malevolence, a despicable character skilled in the dark arts, engaging in actions that defy the will of heaven. Elders during the late Han period would speak of Shun Gongbao as a beast transformed from a leopard, intent on wreaking havoc upon humanity, which is how he earned his infamous title, often met with disdain. Even to this day, ancient paintings from that era depict a transformed leopard, ferocious and malevolent, being vanquished by various divine generals. Clearly, from that time onward, Shun Gongbao has remained the quintessential antagonist in the hearts of the Huaxia people. However, the origins of the name Shun Gongbao are indeed quite significant. Shun Gongbao is not a surname in the conventional sense, but rather a compound surname, Shungong, with Bao as his given name. The surname Shungong is an ancient and noble lineage. Prior to the Shang dynasty, laws were meticulously established, and the venerable clans of divine ancestry still roamed the earth, with names that revealed one's lineage and status. For instance, the name of the northern Marquis Chong Hohu signifies Chong as the royal family name, Ho indicating Marquis, and Hu as his personal name. Similarly, Ji Chong, also known as Shi Bo Chong, indicates that she refers to his fief located in the west, while Bo is a respectful title for the leader of Western lords, and Chong is his name. Shun Gongbao, as the patriarch of the Shungong clan, can be inferred to have held a status comparable to that of Jiangxia, if not superior. However, The records of his demise are rather succinct. Shen Gongbao met his end due to his malevolent alliance with the tyrant Zhou, driven by jealousy towards Xuanzang's talents, thus becoming his sworn enemy, leading to a death sentence. According to legend, when the power of the Shang dynasty was waning, Xuanzang afforded Shen Gongbao one last opportunity to make a solemn vow concerning a certain matter. Shen Gongbao swore, "If I were to violate this, may my body be sealed within the eye of the North Sea." Ultimately, however, he breached this oath, resulting in Xuanzang commanding the yellow turban warriors to roll him in a mat and seal him within the eye of the North Sea. From these tales, it is evident that Xuanzang is portrayed as a person of great virtue and righteousness, who, despite his emotional ties to his former disciple, was compelled to take action against Shen Gongbao. In contrast, Shen Gongbao's fate was self-inflicted, having aided tyranny and violated his oath. He was thus confined within the eye of the North Sea. As for the nature of this oath, it remains shrouded in ambiguity, with no clear accounts available, and it seems that people have long ceased to concern themselves with it. Through the passage of millennia, the myths have become increasingly embellished, and the truths of that era have gradually faded from memory. Nevertheless, regarding the eye of the North Sea, historical texts do provide some clarity. In ancient times, it was believed that the heavens were round and the earth flat, surrounded by vast oceans. This gave rise to the legend of the four seas, which consisted of the Eastern Sea, Southern Sea, Western Sea, and Northern Sea. It was thought that these four seas were interconnected, hence the notion of the four sea dragon kings. Furthermore, legends speak of four divine metals in ancient times, one of which was the sea-stabilizing needle of Diyu, said to be located in the North Sea, sealing the eye of the North Sea. After the divine needle was stolen, the eye became inundated, causing the waters to surge forth, threatening to submerge the land. The eye of the North Sea that Shen Gongbao filled is indeed this very eye. The precise location of the North Sea remains elusive today. Some assert that the eye of the North Sea is not the North Sea itself, but rather the deepest lake in the world, rumored to connect to the North Sea underground, home to marine creatures such as sea conchs, starfish, and deep-sea sharks, thus earning its name. Others suggest that the North Sea corresponds to the present-day Arctic Ocean, where an underground waterway connects to the land of Huaxia, with the junction referred to as the Eye of the North Sea. This eye is believed to be situated in the vicinity of Bohai Bay near Dalian, where it is said there once existed an unfathomable cavern deep within the bay, often resonating with strange sounds and eerie bubbles. Several centuries ago, fishermen encountered towering waves at sea, which engulfed numerous fishing boats. The tumultuous waters persisted for several months, and when the waves finally subsided, the surface of the sea was littered with remnants of destruction, accompanied by fragments of ice and snow, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Among the survivors was an elderly man who claimed to have ventured into the eye of the North Sea, witnessing a series of extraordinary phenomena. However, shortly thereafter, this man passed away, and his accounts were dismissed by many as mere fabrications, garnering little attention. The narrative surrounding the Bohai Bay has since gained credibility, though it still lacks substantial corroborative evidence. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly recalled something of great significance: a maritime sand table crafted by Yel Chukai, which he had discovered within the tomb of Genghis Khan. Within this sand table, they had extracted a microsculpture the size of a sesame seed, which, under magnification, revealed pavilions and towers, precisely situated in the Dalian Bohai Bay. If his conjecture was correct, this location could indeed be the fabled Eye of the North Sea. Chapter 115. A meeting of leaders embarking on a quest to the North Sea in search of Shen Gongbao was no trivial endeavor. Most ancient documents were steeped in myth, necessitating a gradual process of verification and meticulous preparation, particularly in determining the correct coordinates. This legendary tale, having endured for 5,000 years, harbored uncertainties regarding its authenticity. Perhaps upon arrival, they would find nothing but an expanse of ocean. Thus they must compile credible evidence to undertake this mission. This time, Chen Zhi realized he must return to the organization to confer with Bao Ping about the matters concerning the Eye of the North Sea. Most importantly, he wished to assess Bao Ping's condition. Ever since emerging from the underworld, following the sudden assassination of Mu He, Bao Ping had been in a state of despondency. While he did not overtly express his grief, his demeanor remained subdued. It had become increasingly challenging to see him, as he often delegated ordinary matters to a Su. Yet, upon Chen Zhi relaying a message, Bao Ping promptly consented to meet, suggesting that he had regained some composure after a period of reflection. Upon reuniting with the organization alongside the lantern-bearer, Chen Zhi sensed a newfound stability among the members, their emotions considerably calmer. Bao Ping's decree against mourning had proven effective in Shiqi, as individuals in profound sorrow might resort to extreme actions. Abandoning such intense emotions allowed for greater rationality. Devoid of overwhelming joy or grief, one could act with precision and wisdom, always aware of their intentions. As they approached the royal court, they spotted Ji Ying and the elder warrior Xia standing guard at the entrance. It had been quite a while since Chen Zhi last saw Ji Ying. Their encounters had been rare since their separation in the underworld. He had heard that Ji Ying had undertaken numerous tasks recently, all executed with remarkable success. The scroll obtained from Wuhou Valley had greatly enhanced her abilities, and her physical prowess had experienced several qualitative improvements, rendering her even more formidable than before. Upon encountering Chen Zhi, Ji Ying exhibited a demeanor of remarkable composure. She refrained from excessive conversation, allowing a subtle smile to grace her beautiful countenance. Before opening the door for him, "The chief awaits you inside. Please proceed," esteemed clan leader. The venerable warrior, Xia, also paid his respects to Chen Zhi before ushering him through the entrance. Upon entering the royal court, Chen Zhi was enveloped in swirling smoke. The air thick with the potent aroma of blood crystal, a scent both heavy and acrid. He made his way towards the main hall, where the 9 tripods were situated. Soon, through the haze, he spotted Bao Ping seated beneath the throne, with a Su at his side. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's arrival, Bao Ping gestured for him to take a seat beside him. He then nodded to his Su, instructing him to proceed without mentioning it was his request. Chen Zhi approached, and Su bowed respectfully before pulling out the chair for him and then discreetly withdrawing. "Do savor this. It is freshly picked tea," Bao Ping remarked with a gentle smile. His face appeared notably gaunter, with sunken eyes and pronounced dark circles, giving him an air of newfound sophistication, perhaps even weariness. Bao Ping had always possessed an ardent passion for tea. The delicate fragrance of his sister's leaves had a calming effect upon him. He poured hot water over the tea set, steeping the leaves before offering a cup to Chen Zhi. This variety is called sparrow's tongue, known for its meticulous selection process. Each leaf is exquisitely shaped, reminiscent of a sparrow's tongue, hence the name. It is said to be quite difficult to harvest, yielding only a small plot per acre of tea garden. Its aroma is uniquely rich, representing the finest of bud teas. Even Lu Yushi from the Tang dynasty remarked, "Add fuel to brew sparrow's tongue, sprinkle water to cleanse the dragon whiskers." Clearly, we should approach this tea with a heart full of gratitude. After savoring the tea, Bao Ping held the cup to his lips for a taste. "Have you increased the dosage of blood crystal?" Chen Zhi inquired, observing Bao Ping. "I have heard that you are consuming this substance in large quantities. After all, it is a medicine, and moderation is advisable." "Moderation for what purpose?" Bao Ping seemed indifferent to the matter, swirling the brewed tea in his cup before gesturing towards the encircling smoke. "I have infused this essence into the smoke as well. The shaman informed me that it poses no harm to the body and merely dulls emotional sensations, which is, in fact, advantageous. Humanity has faltered too often due to the weight of emotions. Perhaps it is better to be devoid of them." Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, Chen Zhi fell silent, involuntarily recalling the woman suppressed beneath Changbai Mountain, her luminous, sorrowful eyes haunting his thoughts. He paused for a moment, tasting the tea once more, yet found the sparrow's tongue less palatable than he had anticipated, even somewhat bitter. "Chief, I must speak to you regarding the matters of the beast men from the western regions." Chen Zhi set down his cup and declared, "The sorcerer Dan Xuan, as I shall refer to him, has shared certain insights regarding Jiangxia, as well as the individuals confined within the CI." Chen Zhi then recounted in detail the events he had encountered at Flame Mountain to Bao Ping. This encompasses the promises made by Jiangxia at that time, as well as the oaths he later contravened. He then withdrew from his bosom the letter from the Buddha of Victory in Battle and presented it to Bao Ping, saying, "Please examine this letter." The Buddha of Victory in Battle states herein that Jiangxia once pledged to care for the beast men of the western region, to embrace them and bestow upon them honor. Yet later, I discovered numerous corpses of the monkey clan there, and the wounds indicate that they were indeed inflicted by the forces of Shiqi. Do you recall if there were any records of that time within the organization? For instance, are there any documents in the confidential archives of the organization from that period? Bao Ping took the letter, unfolded it, and carefully perused its contents. He then calmly placed the letter on the tea table, stating, "There is no need to search for records. However, I can unequivocally inform you that had I been the leader of the organization at that time, I would have made the same choice. Supporting the current regime and annihilating alien races has always been the organization's modus operandi. Otherwise, do you suppose the organization could have endured for thousands of years without succumbing to political turmoil? As for Jiang Ziya's promise, I believe you may have misunderstood a crucial point. While it is true that Jiang Ziya may have made a commitment to the beastmen of the Western region, it does not imply that Shiqi had pledged allegiance to him. Have you considered that perhaps, at that time, Jiang Ziya wielded no influence over Shiqi? He could neither command them nor even communicate with them. In essence, he promised something that he was utterly incapable of fulfilling. Chapter 116. Jiang Ziya in the hearts of the people of Shiqi. How could this be possible? Chen Zhi was taken aback by Bao Ping's assertion. Jiang Ziya has always maintained a very close relationship with Shiqi, not only during the Tang dynasty, but even now. In the hearts of the people of Shiqi, he remains a supreme deity. His status is unassailable. Furthermore, let us not forget that the existence of Shiqi is to uphold the barrier he established. You speak wisely, Bao Ping replied, shaking his teacup and lowering his gray eyes. If Jiang Ziya harbored such intentions, the leader of Shiqi would undoubtedly heed his wishes, not only during the Tang dynasty, but even if he were to appear before me now, I would endeavor to fulfill his desires. After all, this is Shiqi. Jiang Ziya's position is paramount, and without him, there would be no Shiqi. However, this is contingent upon Jiang Ziya being able to convey his intentions to the leader of Shiqi. In other words, he must present himself before the people of Shiqi and articulate his desires clearly. Should the people of Shiqi be unable to see Jiang Ziya, or even be unaware of his continued existence, then the leader of Shiqi will inevitably make choices based on the circumstances of the time. Thus, the question simplifies. How can you ascertain that Jiang Ziya was in contact with Shiqi at that time? Jiang Ziya may have made commitments to the Buddha of victory in battle and also to the kingdom of Gaochang, but how could Shiqi be privy to this? What do you mean? Chen Zhi gazed intently at Bao Ping, seemingly reluctant to accept his words. It appears you have always been in the dark. Or perhaps, you have been evading the truth. Bao Ping placed the cup upon the table, gesturing towards it and the teapot. You believe that this cup and teapot are interconnected because you perceive them from a divine perspective. However, if one were to view it from the teapot's standpoint, it does not regard the cup as having any association with itself, even failing to recognize its existence. Do not forget, millennia have elapsed since the Tang dynasty, a considerable distance from the era of King Wu's campaign against the tyrant Zhou. In the hearts of the people of Western Qi, Jiang Ziya has long since passed, and the clan leader of the Jiang family has undergone several generations. How could a deceased individual issue commands to Western Qi? Without such orders, how can any promises be fulfilled? Yet, Chen Zhi paused momentarily, then suddenly shifted his perspective. An inexpressible sensation surged within his heart. Is this the darkness under the lamp? No, this is a matter he had long avoided contemplating earnestly. He had always rigidly believed that since Jiang Ziya could live on during the Song and Tang dynasties and effectuate significant measures, Western Qi must surely be aware of this. However, in truth, Western Qi likely remains oblivious to this reality, perhaps even unaware that Jiang Ziya is still alive. Otherwise, why would there be so many subsequent clan leaders? Jiang Ziya himself could have assumed the position directly. None of this is logical. Why did Jiang Ziya conceal himself from Western Qi? And why did he refrain from maintaining contact? Or what form of existence did he embody in this world? Could it be that all their assumptions were mere delusions, and Jiang Ziya had indeed long since passed? As for whether Jiang Ziya was alive during the Tang and Song periods, I shall refrain from expressing my opinion on that matter. Bao Ping continued, however, I believe there was no necessity for Jiang Ziya to conceal himself to such an extent. Even if he wished to live in seclusion, there was no need to sever ties with Western Qi. After all, Western Qi itself was sufficiently concealed. He could have communicated solely with the leader, who would surely keep his secrets. Yet, within the leader's confidential archives, there exists no record of this, indicating that in the minds of successive leaders, Jiang Ziya had indeed long since perished. Furthermore, based on his subsequent actions, it is evident that he harbored intentions of fostering amicable relations with the beastmen of the Western regions. He was instrumental in the eastward transmission of Buddhism. These are virtuous deeds, nothing to be ashamed of. Why conceal them? Even the breach of promises suggests he was compelled by circumstances beyond his control, unable to connect with Western Qi. However, since Western Qi is unaware, it signifies that Xuanzang's situation at that time was profoundly unusual. Have you ever pondered what state Xuanzang existed in during that era? At this moment, Chen Zhi's thoughts became exceedingly chaotic. The previously tangled threads of clues now aligned coherently. The illogical occurrences have become clear. Indeed, if he were alive, why would he remain hidden and avoid encounters? What special circumstances could compel Xuanzang to forsake even his dearest Western Qi and conceal himself from the most trusted Qi family? Perhaps the answer lies solely in true death. Maybe he truly had ceased to exist at that time. Chen Zhi's brows furrowed instinctively. The lifespan of a divine son is inherently limited. Unlike deities, even if they were to live until the end of the Zhou dynasty, they would have long surpassed their natural lifespan. He could not possibly survive until the Tang dynasty, let alone the Song dynasty. If he had already perished, what would appear in the eras of Tang and Song would merely be a specter. As Chen Zhi mused upon this, a chill ran through him. What appeared then could only be a ghost. After uttering these thoughts, he could not help but recall everything he had witnessed in the past, including every fragment of Xuanzang. He remembered seeing Xuanzang huddled in a corner of the underworld, bound by chains, lamenting his grievous sins. Then, beneath the tomb of Genghis Khan, in the depths of the earth, he glimpsed that ethereal figure clad in white. In retrospect, it truly resembled a ghost. Perhaps this was the only explanation. Bao Ping spoke gently. Let us refrain from labeling him a ghost for now, as his stature in our Qi is far too exalted. However, I surmise that he may have taken on another form of existence. Perhaps his visage was no longer fit for human eyes, incompatible with the sacred image that the people of Qi have long revered. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Nonetheless, we have clear records indicating that at the end of the Western Zhou, Jiang Shang had indeed passed away. The cause and location of his death remain unclear, but subsequent records describe the collective mourning of the people of Qi for him. This indirectly affirms that in the hearts of the people, he had long been considered deceased. Yet, concerning his burial site, to this day, there exists no record. Chapter 117. The soul-splitting spell. Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, Chen Zhi fell silent for a considerable time. Then, he fixed his gaze upon Bao Ping and spoke in an exceedingly earnest tone. Master Bao, what do you perceive Xuanzang to be like? Would a person of integrity neglect to record the location of his own grave? Is he fearful of retribution from his adversaries? Why does he harbor such dread? Could it be that he has indeed committed some treacherous act? Might he be a deceiver? I cannot ascertain the nature of one I do not fully understand. Bao Ping raised the teacup to his lips, gently blowing on it. However, I believe that no matter how deeply a person conceals their past, they cannot entirely hide their actions. To discern what kind of person he is, one need only examine what he has done, unearth his deeds, and lay them out. And by seeking the motives behind these actions, one can glean what truly resides in his heart. You share my sentiments, do you not? Chen Zhi continued to gaze intently at Bao Ping. You too harbor doubts regarding his character, suspecting something amiss. We must not view a person through a singular lens. Bao Ping replied in a remarkably calm tone, as if discussing an ordinary individual. Every person possesses duality, as do deities. I have never favored moral coercion, nor do I hold a saint to an unattainable pedestal of sanctity. However, I suggest you explore the deeds he has performed. By understanding his character, the perplexing questions you harbored will find their answers. Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, Chen Zhi felt a sudden jolt in his heart, for he understood that Bao Ping was referring to the barrier. Yet, Bao Ping seemed to lose interest in the topic, waving his hand dismissively as he retrieved a cigarette from the pack, tapping it against the ashtray. Let us set such matters aside for now. What are your plans regarding Changbai Mountain? Do you have confidence for 3 years hence? It remains uncertain, Chen Zhi replied, accepting the cigarette that Bao Ping offered and lighting it himself. The new deity I have recently acquired is extraordinarily powerful. I have already performed the consecration ritual. He embodies a kind of explosive martial divinity, his ferocity unmatched by ordinary entities. However, a new god is still a new god, and there exists a significant disparity between him and the ancient deities. As for Qin, or rather, the queen of the underworld, her strength far surpasses that of other ancient gods. She stands alongside the 3 primordial gods. The chasm between gods and humans is vast. The powers of the 3 ancient deities are beyond the imagination of mortals, During my time in the underworld, I witnessed the then Lord of the Underworld feasting upon ancient gods. This starkly illustrates the immense disparity in strength. Yet, we now dwell in the realm of humanity. Baoping remarked nonchalantly, tapping the ash from his cigarette. There is no need to dwell on the rules of the divine world. Since you lack confidence, let us proceed with my method. After all, we cannot gamble with probabilities, for we do not possess the luxury of failure. The newly developed explosives are classified as high-intensity weapons banned by various nations. Their components are minuscule, yet their explosive power is astounding. To avoid inciting panic, this type of bomb has remained a mere equation, never brought to fruition. Recently, I expended considerable effort and invested a substantial sum to procure some. And I have successfully developed a product capable of obliterating several thousand miles beneath Changbai Mountain. Let us annihilate that realm of the underworld, and with it, that woman shall vanish into dust. After Baoping finished speaking, an uncontrollable pang of sorrow surged within Chen Zhi. He was unsure of what he was avoiding. But the notion of using explosives to utterly destroy the surroundings filled his heart with resistance. This is a last resort. However, we must not act hastily, Chen Zhi stated, for such an approach may very well backfire. The power of the Queen of the Underworld is incalculable, and what currently binds her is the incantation upon the bronze door. Employing such a brute force method could shatter the door and inadvertently release her. At that point, we would be in dire trouble. Please grant me some time. After all, there remains a significant interval before the 3-year deadline. I may have another approach in mind. Another approach? Such as? Baoping arched an eyebrow. His deep gray eyes fixed on Chen Zhi. For instance, a hollowing incantation. The soul-splitting spell. Chen Zhi gazed intently at Baoping, his expression grave. This is an extremely ancient spell I recently discovered in the Jiang family's library. It has long been forbidden, locked away in the deepest recesses of the shelves. As I perused these tomes of incantations, I discovered that such spells were frequently employed during the era when King Wu assailed the tyrant Zhou, suggesting that there were indeed precedents for success. The ancients believed that a person possessed 7 souls and 6 spirits, which collectively constituted one's thoughts and memories. When these souls and spirits are lost, a person becomes nothing more than a mere husk, ultimately fading away. I intend to utilize the remnants left by Qin Yiyang to reconstruct her, nurturing her as one would clone a new human form. Subsequently, I shall employ the soul-dividing spell to gradually retrieve her original essence. Naturally, this is a process that unfolds over time, requiring patient accumulation. However, it is certain that the more of her original soul I manage to reclaim, the weaker the influence of the Queen of the Underworld will become. Once she is devoid of the support of her soul, her corporeal form shall become disintegrated and increasingly feeble, making her far easier to contend with. Baoping then fell into deep contemplation, subsequently smoking 2 cigarettes as he meticulously pondered the words spoken by Chen Zhi. Ultimately, he turned to Chen Zhi and declared, "Let us proceed as you suggest. This is indeed a more prudent approach. If all else fails, we shall resort to my plan." "Very well," Chen Zhi nodded, continuing. "What of the beast men from the western regions? The organization has already dispatched their remains, and they are expected to arrive back in Shiqi soon. I have promised to bestow upon them the honor they deserve, providing them with a burial site in Shiqi. Chief, would you like to meet them?" "Certainly," Baoping replied, setting aside his cigarette with a serious demeanor. "Even though they have transformed into mere bones, they represent the transgressions of our past in Shiqi. The reason the former chief chose me as the leader of Shiqi is precisely because I refuse to adhere to the status quo. In this world, one must strive to avoid mistakes, yet we must also possess the courage to acknowledge those we have already committed. Let us return their bones to Shiqi. I shall personally lead all the warriors of Shiqi, offering the profound respect of 9 bows and 9 prostrations to atone before these beast men." Chapter 118. The funeral ceremony. Upon departing from Baoping, Chen Zhi made his way directly to the grand ancestral hall of the Jiang clan. As he had expressed to Baoping, the soul-dividing spell is no trifling matter. It belongs to the highest echelon of sorcery, demanding substantial sacrifices for its use. Reconstructing Qin Yiyang's body is not as simple as molding clay. It necessitates a confluence of various incantations to achieve success, a process intricate and arduous to articulate, and it requires some vital constituent materials. In fact, the creation of human forms has precedence in the annals of Chinese history. Its origins can be traced back to the mythological era, where it is said that Neza, in his youthful mischief, was punished to death by his father. Later, his master reconstituted him using lotus roots and flowers, thereby granting him a new corporeal form. Myths often simplify matters. Yet the human body cannot merely be constructed from lotus roots and flowers. In addition to essential elements such as fat, bones, and nerve fibers, there exists a particularly ethereal substance known as essence. This essence is elusive, invisible, and manifests only in the presence of the sun and moon's quintessence, lacking any tangible form. Chen Zhi initially believed this enigmatic substance did not exist, or if it did, it would be exceedingly difficult to find. However, the great shaman Eerie revealed to him that she had encountered such a phenomenon centuries ago. Shiqi is a wondrous land, nurtured by countless loyal and heroic souls. In times past, the mountains behind the grand ritual temple were frequented by wandering essences. Though intangible, transparent, and tasteless, these were precisely what the shamans excelled at capturing. Although the essences in Shiqi have nearly vanished, the highest peaks and remote places of the continent still harbor their presence. Consequently, Chen Zhi issued a special decree, dispatching 10 shamans alongside the great shaman Eerie to search for, refine, and store the essences from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. In the ensuing days, various individuals were engrossed in their respective tasks. The shamans of the Jiang clan diligently executed Chen Zhi's orders, while Ding Ning remained at the retreat pavilion, receiving counsel from a psychologist. Meanwhile, the entirety of Shiqi prepared to welcome the return of the Western barbarians' remains to the city. At last, that day arrived. After a long journey of 1,000 miles, the Western barbarians returned to Huaxia, their remains arriving in the city and transported via designated vehicles into Shiqi. Perhaps it was fate, for the perpetually overcast skies of Shiqi unleashed a torrential downpour. Amidst the rain, the gates of Shiqi were thronged with a multitude. Bao Ping orchestrated a solemn funeral ceremony, with all Shiqi warriors, Jiang shamans, and the entire populace, including the lowly beasts like Niu Lu, attired in formal attire to honor the arrival of the Western barbarians' remains. As the current leader, Bao Ping stood at the forefront, clad in a jet-black mourning robe, his expression grave as he stood in the pouring rain at the city gate. Everyone behind him donned similar attire, creating an atmosphere of somber reverence. As the remains of the Western barbarians were carried through the city gates, Bao Ping led the Shiqi people in a collective bow. The bones of the monkeys were encased in coffins made entirely of superior cedar, polished to a gleaming finish, and arranged upon a large wooden platform. Surrounding the platform were many bearers, carrying it like a grand funeral procession. Despite the large gathering, silence prevailed, and the atmosphere was profoundly solemn. Bao Ping then gestured, and the warriors behind him swiftly moved forward to lift the platform bearing the coffins. The people of Shiqi were unafraid of wind and rain, and the strength of the warriors was beyond compare. Yet, perhaps due to the deluge, each individual felt an unusual heaviness beneath their feet, their legs struggling as if weighed down by lead. The coffins upon their shoulders felt as if they bore an immense weight, making each step laborious. As Bao Ping gazed upon the coffins, reluctant to enter the city, he resolutely approached and hoisted the foremost wooden bier. Whether it was a psychological phenomenon or something else entirely, the coffins, which had seemed as heavy as mountains moments before, felt considerably lighter once lifted by Bao Ping. Thus, the people of Shiqi, braving the torrential downpour, carried the remains of the orcs forward, transporting the coffins to their final resting place in the rear mountains. This burial site was a cemetery nestled in the back hills of Shiqi, where countless mounds marked the graves of valiant warriors from generations past. Now, these once despised orcs, whom Shiqi had wronged, were interred with the dignity befitting noble warriors. The relentless rain poured down, as if countless tormented souls wept in lamentation, soaking everyone to the skin. After all the coffins of the monkey folk were laid to rest, Bao Ping, along with the people of Shiqi, knelt in unison, performing the 9 bows and 9 prostrations to seek forgiveness from these orcs. The 9 bows and 9 prostrations was an exceedingly noble gesture from the ancient Zhou dynasty, from which the later practice of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations evolved. This grand salute was reserved for those of the highest stature, originally bestowed upon kings, making it an act rarely rejected. By employing such a gesture to plead for atonement from the orcs, the people of Shiqi conveyed their sincere contrition and earnest plea for clemency. Chen Zhi had intentionally summoned 4 of his demigod subordinates to partake in this solemn ceremony. Particularly, Han Hu, as a direct descendant of the Buddha of War, was positioned at the center of the ceremony to accept the homage on behalf of the deceased. Overcome with emotion, Han Hu trembled visibly, nearly losing his footing, and with the support of the shamans. He stood in the middle to receive the profound bows from Baoping and the others. Tears streamed down his face as all grievances seemed to dissipate in the deluge. Following this solemn and reverent burial ceremony, the atmosphere in Shiqi remained tranquil for several days. During this period, Chen Zhi refrained from returning home, choosing instead to remain in the library, engrossed in the study of the exquisite microsculpture he had retrieved from Genghis Khan's tomb. He vividly recalled the origins of this intricate piece. While in Genghis Khan's palace, they discovered a remarkably crafted sand table, purportedly created to reflect everything seen through the eyes of Yel Chukai, capturing every detail with impeccable precision. In Mongolian legend, Yel Chukai was endowed with divine vision, capable of perceiving all things in the world, above, below, and even in the depths of the ocean, encompassing both the visible and the invisible. Thus, the sand table he fashioned could serve as a genuine representation of reality, encompassing all that exists in the world with absolute accuracy. Chapter 119. Doubts. Chen Zhi still vividly remembered the lavish craftsmanship of that sand table, which flawlessly depicted the map of the Huaxiao region. The mountains were primarily constructed from jade and gemstones, while the deserts were paved with golden sand, and the vegetation was rendered in vibrant emerald hues. Rivers resemble the exquisite sheen of mutton fat jade, while the stars twinkle like iridescent cat's eye stones. The vast expanse of the azure ocean appears to be crafted from transparent resin, adorned with hues of blue gem dust. This remarkable masterpiece, even if attempted to be replicated by contemporary artisans employing advanced technology, would remain beyond their reach, truly deserving of the title rare treasure of the ages. What astonished all the more was when Peng Wei, amidst that cerulean sea, spotted a minuscule black, akin to a sesame seed. Seizing the opportunity while the Mongolian prince was distracted, he deftly extracted the dot with a knife. Chen Zhi, at that moment, scrutinized the dot through a magnifying glass, discovering within it an expansive scene. Intricately carved pavilions and towers depicted a remarkably opulent palace. To this day, Chen Zhi remembers the precise location of that black dot. Situated near the Bohai Bay in Dalian, the exquisite palace, hidden beneath the ocean, was reminiscent of a dragon palace. This minute sculpture, the size of a sesame seed, has since been housed within the Jiang family's library. Chen Zhi, consumed by busyness in the past, had not found the opportunity to study it closely. Now, with time on his hands, he utilized a multi-layered microscope to magnify the internal structure of this tiny marvel, unveiling not only pavilions and towers, but an entire universe within. To this day, Chen Zhi cannot help but admire the artisans of Mongolia from that era. It is said that Genghis Khan, enamored with luxury, summoned the world's finest craftsmen to create the most exquisite objects imaginable. The belt of his princess, adorned with thousands of gems and pearls, and fashioned with dozens of golden threads, measured less than an inch in width, yet was a breathtaking masterpiece. Upon magnifying the minute sculpture to the first layer, Chen Zhi beheld the intricate pavilions within, their internal structure remarkably lavish and detailed. As he magnified it to the second layer, he discovered countless towering palaces, their beauty and precision so vivid that they seemed almost alive, exhibiting an architectural style both ancient and peculiar, unlike anything visible in the contemporary world. The carvings within this sesame seed-sized artifact clearly depicted a realm submerged in the deep sea. The pavilions appeared to be drenched in seawater, surrounded by a deep blue hue, with bubbles visible nearby. Upon reaching the third layer of magnification, he discerned the presence of microorganisms, revealing the intricate secrets of this microcarving. It became evident that the magnificent palaces concealed a natural clearing behind them. This clearing was vast, with a perfectly circular ground at its center, featuring a small opening. From this opening emanated a stream of ethereal energy, descending like a silvery rod, yet lacking any physical form. At the very center of the opening floated an object resembling a cicada chrysalis, but its true nature remained obscured. The interior of the palace appeared to be exceedingly cold, with ice and snow blanketing every surface, floating ice blocks scattered throughout. In the center of the plaza, a few minuscule characters were inscribed. Chen Zhi carefully deciphered them, revealing the inscription, "Sea Stabilizing Artifact." The moment Chen Zhi silently recited the words Dinghai Qi, he was immediately reminded of the legendary Dinghai divine needle. The tales surrounding this artifact are so prevalent across the vast expanse of Huaxiao that they are known to all. Yet the myriad versions are often tangled with time and characters, inconsistently matched with historical dynasties. In mythology, the Dinghai divine needle, also known as the Rui Jingu Bang, is the weapon wielded by Sun Wukong. The origins of this divine iron are indeed significant, for it was originally a material infused with the essence of heaven and earth. It was later borrowed by Yu to control the floods and, upon his success, was placed in the sea to seal the watery eyes, preventing inundation and benefiting all living beings. Legend has it that the Dinghai divine needle is adorned with 2 golden hoops at either end, with a section of black iron in between, hence its alternate name, the Rui Jingu Bang. This divine metal weighs over 13,500 pounds and can freely alter its size. When shrunk, it can be concealed within one's ear, echoing the qualities of the divine iron Chen Zhi has come to understand. Subsequently, after the emergence of Sun Wukong, this divine iron fell into his possession, becoming the weapon he employed in his battles against the heavenly court. Setting aside the absurdity of such myths, one could infer from Chen Zhi's current understanding. Firstly, the silver hoop he discovered on Fire Mountain is indeed a piece of divine iron that can transform into various weapon forms, including the mythical staff. Secondly, though the staff may not resemble the legendary description, it undeniably serves as a common tool for the victorious fighting Buddha. Thirdly, if this silver hoop is the prototype of the Dinghai divine needle that once sealed the watery eye, then it was a gift from Xuanzang to the victorious fighting Buddha. Based on this timeline, it is quite possible that Xuanzang had already acquired this divine iron long ago. If the narrative follows the traditional path, Xuanzang would have extracted this divine iron during the era of King Wu's campaign against the tyrant Zhou, thereby replacing it with another object to seal the watery eye. Upon contemplating this, the connections began to crystallize in Chen Zhi's mind. However, the image of Xuanzang grew increasingly nebulous in Chen Zhi's thoughts. What truly motivated him to seal the watery eye? Was it, as the legends suggest, a reaction to some transgression by Shen Gongbao, or perhaps a breach of promise? Or was it, rather, a quest to obtain this divine iron? What manner of person could sacrifice a living disciple to seal a watery eye? Such actions raise profound uncertainties. At this moment, Chen Zhi found himself hesitant to continue harboring doubts. When questions linger about a person, the most effective course of action is to inquire directly. The Burning Sky Peacock stated, "Add more to the 9 Heavens Imperial Sword." Chapter 120, Alchemical Spell. Chen Zhi is adept at organizing information, skillfully integrating complex data into a cohesive whole, seeking more optimized forms. In essence, spells can be viewed as sequences of data traversing vertically, where the more precise and relevant the arrangement of data, the more potent the spell's effect. Moreover, when 2 similar spells are combined, unexpected new capabilities may arise. If one were to inquire what Chen Zhi gained most from the Black Whale incident, in the mind of the master of aviation, he envisioned a spell capable of merging human memories and essence into a translucent humanoid form. Subsequently, Chen Zhi employed this spell in various locations, deeming it remarkably practical. He conducted extensive research on this foreign incantation and discovered its vast inclusivity, along with numerous intricate details that could be intertwined with heart spells. When 2 incantations coalesced, the potential for numerous applications emerged, including the transient extraction of an individual's soul. For instance, a painter who has devoted considerable effort to create a masterpiece undoubtedly leaves a fragment of their soul within that artwork. Chen Zhi could, through this painting, extract the essence of the painter. Even if the artist had long since departed, the creation could yield a translucent humanoid. Chen Zhi could then engage in brief communication with this ethereal figure. He named this newly synthesized spell the Essence Refinement Technique. Theoretically, this incantation bears no probability of failure. Regardless of how many years have elapsed since the individual's demise, they would manifest in their original form. It could answer 1 or 2 questions, all of which would be genuine responses. However, these remain mere theoretical conjectures, as Chen Zhi has yet to conduct any practical experiments. The timeline following Xuanzang's appearance in Chinese history is confirmed to be during the Tang and late Song dynasties. In the Song dynasty, he was known as Qiu Chuji, whereas during the Tang dynasty, he lived as Yuan Tiangang, the celestial master of Emperor Taizong. Xiao Chuji in the Song dynasty has become almost mythological. Despite the many legends surrounding him, he left behind little concrete evidence in history. Conversely, Yuan Tiangang from the Tang dynasty has bequeathed a significant work to posterity. This renowned manuscript has garnered immense fame, being perused by emperors of every generation, and even today, historians delight in its contents. This is the illustrious prophecy book known as Tue Bei Tuesday. Tue Bei Tu is celebrated as the foremost prophetic text of China, reputedly commissioned by Emperor Taizong Li Shimin to forecast the fortunes of the Tang dynasty, which was authored by the national master Yuan Tiangang and his disciples. The book amalgamates elements of the I Ching, astronomy, poetry, riddles, and illustrations into a cohesive whole. It contains numerous prophecies that have profoundly influenced posterity. Each prophecy is presented in the form of small illustrations, forecasting significant events of the Tang dynasty and even alluding to occurrences a millennium later through subtle wording, rendering it remarkably enigmatic. It is said that upon the book's completion, Emperor Taizong was astounded and inquired closely about the meanings of the illustrations from Yuan Tiangang. He sought to ascertain who would ultimately overthrow the Tang dynasty. Yuan Tiangang refrained from responding directly, but his disciples, fearing Li Shimin, offered explanations, even revealing that the calamity of the Tang dynasty would arise from a woman of the Wu surname, who would commit patricide and filicide to usurp the throne. Just as Li Shimin was about to inquire further about the identity of this woman, Yuan Tiangang urged his disciple, saying, "Do not divulge too much of the celestial secrets." Thus, this book came to be known as Tue Bei Tuesday. The Tue Bei Tu has been passed down since the Tang dynasty, enduring the vicissitudes of dynastic changes and countless wars, resulting in numerous versions. The illustrations and texts within have long deviated from their original essence, and in some instances, have been entirely distorted. The reasons for this alteration vary. Many self-assured practitioners and sorcerers believed they had deciphered heavenly secrets, thus adding their own interpretations. As a result, after the late Tang period, the original text of Tue Bei Tu has become virtually impossible to find in the marketplace. Fortunately, it appears that the patriarchs of the Jiang clan throughout history have held a profound interest in this book, amassing many versions. Among these, a few rare copies are now considered priceless and unobtainable. Chen Zhi discovered a hand-drawn manuscript from the mid-Tang dynasty, originating from the residence of Wu Sanxi, who was gifted the book by Wu Zetian herself, complete with her handwritten inscription, likely making it the most authentic version. Subsequently, Chen Zhi cleared a space within the Jiang clan's library, drawing a circle in the center. In homage to ancient rituals, he inscribed a set of mystical patterns within it. This marked his inaugural use of foreign sorcery in the Jiang clan library, an act fraught with the risk of dishonoring his ancestors, prompting him to proceed with utmost caution. Chen Zhi meticulously completed the drawing of the totem on the ground, placed the original Tip Bei Tu at the center, and scattered grains around it. He had previously arranged for a skinned black cat, gruesomely positioned at the center like in times of old. He then began to chant incantations. Soon, the air began to ripple, flames flickered, and the spell commenced to manifest. As in previous rituals, the ground began to convulse, and from the spot where the black cat was embedded, a transparent humanoid emerged. This figure appeared to lack limbs, slowly crawling forth, ethereal and formless. Then, Chen Zhi began to recite a second set of incantations, reminiscent of the heart-entering spell, albeit with several modifications. At this juncture, it was the complete version of the refining essence spell. Before long, the translucent shadow began to undergo transformation. Chen Zhi observed colors emerging within the figure. Gradually, hues of fat and hair began to form, and after a while, the transparent entity became increasingly corporeal, ultimately resembling a true human. What instilled a sense of dread was that this figure turned its back to Chen Zhi, seemingly reluctant to confront him. The silhouette was all too familiar to him, a person clad in a white robe, with long, flowing white hair cascading to the ground, shoulders hunched, presenting a stark profile against him, akin to a spectral figure. When this figure appeared before Chen Zhi, he felt no doubt regarding its identity. This recognition did not stem from physical features or an aura, but rather an unmistakable intuition rooted in his very bloodline. He understood that standing before him was none other than his ancestor, the revered deity of West Qi, Jiangshang. Chen Zhi had encountered the figure of Jiangxia in numerous images before, yet the sensation was distinct, observed through a third-person perspective. Now, however, in this intimate proximity to the individual, Chen Zhi found himself engulfed by a tumultuous emotional state. He was intensely agitated, and within that fervor, there lay a hint of trepidation. Is it truly you? This was the first inquiry posed by Chen Zhi. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of foolishness wash over him. The essence distilled from texts was not the person himself, nor a mere projection of him, but rather a transient spirit. In essence, it was a fragment of the individual's memories, materialized into a tangible form. He was capable of addressing one or two questions, answers residing within his memories and analytical faculties. Theoretically, he would neither lie nor refuse to respond, as he possessed no capacity for resistance. He would not pose counter-questions nor express dissent, for such critical thought was absent from his mind. Ultimately, this was merely a shadow, a reflection of memories from a life once lived. Furthermore, the duration of this shadow was fleeting. Soon, this ethereal form would vanish, returning to the ether, never to be summoned again. For reasons unknown, upon the emergence of Xuanzang's image, the atmosphere within the library grew palpably tense, as if all present sensed the return of their rightful master, stirring in inexplicable restlessness. Chen Zhi endeavored to take deep breaths, striving to calm his racing thoughts. At length, he formally posed his question. You deceived the beasts of the western regions, did you not? You also intentionally misled the king of Guazhou, never intending to fulfill your vows, correct? After articulating his questions, Chen Zhi's anxious gaze fixed on the figure before him, awaiting a response. Yet, silence enveloped the surroundings. The shadow remained motionless, offering no reaction. After a brief pause, Chen Zhi inquired again. It is said that you imprisoned Shingongbao within the North Sea's eye. Is this true? If so, where exactly is this eye? And what of the divine iron that was placed there? Where has it gone? Is it the silver hoop you gifted to the Buddha of combat? Following these two carefully considered questions, the white figure remained as still as a statue, impervious to Chen Zhi's inquiries. The situation had turned rather peculiar. A soul must respond to questions. Even the most ordinary human spirit could answer Chen Zhi's queries. Even if it were unaware of the answers or had been dim-witted in life, it would still provide simple affirmations or negations, let alone the illustrious Xuanzang. Regaining his composure, Chen Zhi raised his voice, adopting an authoritative tone. Answer me, spirit. Do you hear my questions? He did hear. Yet, the chilling voice that emerged from the white shadow was both eerie and ancient. What, pray tell, do you wish to ask? The voice was profoundly unsettling, evoking an immediate sensation of descending into the depths of hell. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi's heart nearly leapt from his chest. He could not fathom the source of his overwhelming dread. The voice before him instilled a profound fear, as did the figure in white that stood ahead. For he was terrified of the face that might turn to meet him. Although he could not articulate the reason for his fear, it consumed him entirely. What do you mean? Chen Zhi strained to suppress the tremor in his voice. How can you pose questions to me? You are but a shadow. What exactly do you wish to inquire? The spectral figure before him spoke once more, this time employing an ancient tongue. The archaic language resonated within the confines of the Jiang family's library, its peculiar syntax weaving an aura of horror and mystery around him. Chen Zhi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that juncture, the white shadow clearly enunciated. What is it that you truly wish to ask from within your heart? Chen Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably, and after numerous attempts to compose himself, he finally managed to utter softly, I wish to inquire if the barrier you created, one that pertains to the realm of humanity, is a deception? The moment the words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Time appeared to freeze, and all around him fell into an uncanny stillness. At that instant, it felt as though Chen Zhi's heart had ceased to beat. Truth be told, despite posing the question, he was profoundly apprehensive of the answer. He feared that the true Xuanzang would reveal to him that everything was a lie, that he had deceived these ignorant humans for 5 millennia. And this foolish city of Shiqi had existed in its ignorance for 5,000 years, with those who recklessly sacrificed their lives squandering their existence in vain. If all were indeed true, as the sole descendant of Xuanzang, Chen Zhi could never atone for such a transgression, even with 1,000 deaths. Conversely, if everything was a fabrication, then perhaps the very essence of Chen Zhi's existence, and the entirety of his world, would dissipate into nothingness. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, an odd sound emanated from the figure's silhouette ahead. The noise was peculiar, and after a moment of realization, Chen Zhi discerned it to be the sound of grinding teeth. Subsequently, the white figure began to turn slowly, its head pivoting backward as if preparing to reveal its visage. At that moment, Chen Zhi was engulfed by an intense fear, terrified that the face which would confront him was one he could not bear to face. Like the inexplicable dread that had overwhelmed him earlier, he remained oblivious to the source of his terror. Creak, creak, creak. Yet, after a prolonged interval of such sounds, the face ultimately did not turn towards him. After pausing momentarily, it finally pivoted away. Farewell, the white figure uttered in the ancient language before its hue gradually faded, becoming translucent. Within mere seconds, it would likely dissolve into the air and vanish entirely. At that moment, an indignant courage surged within Chen Zhi's heart. A sudden fury welled up, an anger born of feeling toyed with, a rage against the cruel hand of fate that had played with him countless times. The fury bestowed upon him an indomitable courage. "Let me see what you truly are," Chen Zhi suddenly uttered, and with a swift motion, propelled himself forward. Harnessing the power of the adhesive air currents, landing before the shadowy figure. As he turned, he beheld the visage of Xuanzang. Yet, upon this revelation, a sight that filled him with dread unfolded before him. The burning sky peacock remarked, "For my demon brother, an additional chapter this weekend. Wishing everyone a delightful weekend." Chapter 122. An unexpected countenance. When Chen Zhi leaped before the white shadow, the scene that greeted him struck his worldview with immense force. He discerned that the face ahead was deeply concealed within a veil of hair, yet the visage was unmistakably scorched and marred. Skin blistered as if it had been roasted in an oven. Although devoid of heat, Chen Zhi felt as though he were being seared by fierce flames. He had encountered Xuanzang before, recalling her divinely perfect features, yet the countenance before him was utterly unrecognizable as that flawless face. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt an uncanny resemblance between that face marred by fire and his own, as if it were a reflection of himself. "What has transformed you into this?" he inquired as Xuanzang began to fade from view. "Is this the punishment decreed by the heavens? What transgression have you committed?" The darkened visage emitted a grinding sound, seemingly filled with loathing at the question. Ultimately, a burst of crimson smoke descended, akin to the sparks of iron in a foundry. The shadow dissipated, leaving no trace behind. All returned to a temporary tranquility. The Jiang family library fell silent. Chen Zhi stood there in solitude, as if awakening from a dream, ruminating over the haunting scene he had just witnessed. The face, charred and blistered, evoked a chilling thought within him. He began to genuinely doubt Xuanzang, questioning deeply what heinous crime could warrant such a terrifying punishment. Was that barrier truly a fabrication? He lingered in silence for an extended period, his mind echoing the words of Dan Xuan, uttered just before death. Perhaps the one locked in the seas I knows Jiang Shang Shenzun best. Chen Zhi resolved then to seek out the seas I in the North Sea. If Shen Gongbao was still imprisoned there, he would demand clarity from him. Even if he had perished, reduced to mere bones, he would invoke the heart-entrapping spell to extract the truth from his remains. Afterward, Chen Zhi departed from the organization and returned to the Fate Hall, with the ghost blade accompanying him. During this time, Ding Ning was sequestered in the retreat pavilion, receiving psychological treatment, and was unable to emerge. Fat Wei has been preoccupied with the subsequent affairs in Torpon, scarcely making an appearance throughout the day. This includes providing explanations to the Tiangong Temple, stating that Master Dan Xuan met an untimely demise during his travels, supported by a plethora of relevant evidence. He has also fulfilled Dan Xuan's last wishes by transporting a substantial amount of funds to the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves to enhance the conditions of the caves there. These endeavors have kept Fat Wei exceedingly busy during this period. Among those involved in this mission, the most fortunate has undoubtedly been the young tour guide, Xiaomi. It is said that after receiving a handsome reward from Chen Zhi and his companions, Xiaomi has transformed her fortunes, establishing herself in Guazhou, and generously sending an abundance of fruits to express her gratitude. She plans to construct a 3-story building locally next year, inviting Chen Zhi and his friends to visit. During this time, Chen Zhi has reached out to Professor Liao, articulating his request for her unwavering support. He hopes she will dispatch a highly skilled geological survey team to investigate the Bohai Bay area, searching for an ancient underwater passage. This passage may lead directly to the deep sea, perhaps even the Arctic Ocean, reminiscent of the legendary tales, guiding to an exceedingly frigid maritime expanse. If discovered, it would undoubtedly be the fabled CI. Since the incident involving Liao Tingting, Professor Liao's health has been rather fragile, delegating external matters to her senior disciple, Yang Wumao. Following a harrowing experience at the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves, Yang Wumao has been feigning illness, hanging on to an drip. Upon hearing of Chen Zhi's new undertaking, he was initially reluctant to accept, ultimately being compelled by Professor Liao to comply. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi and Guazhou languidly remained at home, awaiting news from Professor Liao. Guazhou, as usual, focused on physical training and seclusion, with little else transpiring. Conversely, Chen Zhi concentrated his efforts on the intricate task of reconstructing Qin Yang's body. This endeavor is far from simple. Although the incantation texts suggest ease with the use of spells and a series of complex rituals, success hinges upon the availability of an empty vessel, ideally one derived from the original entity. Qin Yang had previously left behind a finger here, sent by the son of Fengdu, Yamo, and preserved in the ice house. From the perspective of human cloning, the genetic material from this finger could facilitate the creation of a human body. However, this pertains solely to physical cloning. Devoid of the soul, reviving the past Qin Yang within this body, endowed with a spirit, presents an entirely different challenge. Chen Zhi, possessing a keen sensitivity to mathematical formulas, despite his meticulous calculations and repeated attempts, faced numerous setbacks. Ultimately, the tissues that constituted the body disintegrated into mere adipose factors and moisture. It was only with the collaborative effort of his father, Qun Yang, that they successfully cloned a foundational embryo, roughly the size of a walnut. Chen Zhi submerged this embryo in biological fluid, nurturing its growth as one would tend to an exceptionally fragile life. Humanity's scientific endeavors have reached their zenith. What lies beyond necessitates the invocation of sorcery for continuation. Fortunately, within a mere week, the Grand Sorcerer Naya transmitted a momentous piece of news. They had indeed discovered a flawless spirit atop the celestial Tianshan Mountains. It is said that when Naya first encountered it, the spirit was nestled on the summit, concealed among the clouds, resting upon a snow lotus flower. It emanated a gentle azure hue, reflecting the purity of the white lotus, exuding an aura of sanctity and beauty. The Grand Sorcerer Naya meticulously encased this spirit within a crystal dome and subsequently returned it to Chen Zhi. With this ethereal entity, the embryo was granted a chance at life. Chen Zhi carefully extracted the spirit from its crystalline prison, instantly bathing the entire room in a soft azure glow. Employing incantations, Chen Zhi gently ushered the spirit into the embryo, handling it as tenderly as one would a delicate heart. Once the exquisitely azure spirit was securely placed within the embryo, a remarkable transformation began to unfold. A heartbeat appeared within the translucent form, pulsing slowly to life. The embryo radiated a beautiful blue hue, resembling a precious gemstone, a sight to behold. Moments later, the embryo began to expand rapidly, soon taking on the shape of a small fetus, glowing with a serene azure light. Curled up within the nurturing waters of life, astonishingly, it commenced to stir. Chapter 123. The distant guest. As the small fetus began to move, Chen Zhi realized that the incantation had indeed succeeded. In the ensuing days, the fetus grew at an extraordinary pace, distinct from the typical gestation within a womb. This spirit-shaped form developed with remarkable swiftness. As described in ancient spellbooks, in the progeny of the enlightened, growth occurs at an astonishing rate. Initially translucent, after entering the soul, the hue manifests. Within 100 days, it shall embody human intent. Within mere days, the tiny fetus began to manifest limbs and facial features. Soon after, it could open its eyes and move. Eventually, this translucent being emerged from the amniotic fluid. Upon closer examination, Chen Zhi observed that this diminutive entity, measuring less than 5 inches, bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Yang, yet with an even more radiant innocence. It appeared akin to a child of 2 or 3 years, capable of running and jumping, albeit with a wobbly gait. Though it lacked the ability to speak, it listened intently to conversations, resembling an innocent little one. At this juncture, the body had been completely formed, resembling a transparent vessel, ready to receive a soul. Thus, Chen Zhi commenced the intricate ritual of soul division, a complex and precise series of incantations, weaving through the air like gossamer threads. He crafted the incantation into a needle, piercing the back of the small transparent being's head. Soon, he observed the area begin to take on color, as the soul gradually began to be drawn in. This signified that the spirit, distant beneath the Changbai mountain, was slowly being summoned into this corporeal form, thread by thread, essence by essence. This is a rather protracted process, as slow as the weaving of silk. Chen Zhi had never contemplated when this endeavor would come to a definitive conclusion. However, the arrival of a new member has brought sunshine to the Fate Hall, akin to infusing hope into Chen Zhi's heart. Initially, Ghostblade was quite wary of this unexpected guest, but with the passage of time, he discovered that this transparent little being was, in fact, gentle and harmless, even adorably cute. Much like Qin Yiyang's original personality, this little entity was timid, innocent, and kind, often hiding behind doors to observe Ghostblade. While Chen Zhi was perusing documents, she would curiously peek at the contents on his computer from her perch on the mouse pad. At times, she would seem on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated, a sight that was profoundly endearing. Chen Zhi often felt that this little being retained the essence of Qin Yiyang's prior understanding of the world, possessing some fundamental knowledge but devoid of the memories of subsequent suffering and betrayal. In other words, she represented the purest and most authentic version of Qin Yiyang, embodying her innermost essence. This incarnation of Qin Yiyang was indeed radiant and delightful. If she could continue to exist in this form, it would be a truly wonderful affair. After several days of busyness, Fat Wei returned home. Upon seeing the diminutive Qin Yiyang, he was initially taken aback, but soon filled with interest, engaging in playful activities with her. The little Qin Yiyang, in turn, was quite fond of Fat Wei. She bore no sense of wariness towards others and played with anyone who showed her kindness. Fat Wei remarked that this transparent child was far more endearing than the real Qin Yiyang, suggesting that with proper nurturing, she would surely surpass the original. However, Fat Wei returned this time with a mission. Ningbin had come again, but this time he was not alone. During his previous visit, Ningbin had, relying on their past camaraderie, requested a painting embedded with a spirit stone from Chen Zhi. Since then, the Tang family at the foot of Changbai Mountain had flourished, becoming the most affluent family in northeast China. Ningbin had been immensely grateful to Chen Zhi ever since. This time, he was accompanied by his wife, claiming they were on a trip to northeast China. Yet, he was also accompanied by the young master of the Zhen family and the hypnotist Jin Fei. Chen Zhi had previous dealings with the Zhen family, renowned as operators of a private banking enterprise. Although they were known as Hong Kongers, their ancestral roots lay in Beijing, where their forebears had established a reputable silver shop in Old Beijing. A well-known tale still circulates within the industry regarding their ancestors. During the Japanese invasion of Beijing, the Zhen family, in an effort to protect a treasured jade cauldron from foreign hands, had one of their ancestors submerge himself along with the cauldron in the depths of the Sha River, only to have his remains recovered after the founding of the nation. Presently, the Zhen family operates private banks across Southeast Asia, safeguarding the private treasures of Asia's affluent and charging exorbitant preservation fees, earning them considerable prestige. Chen Zhi had previously crossed paths with the Zhen family to reclaim the old leader's map. At the critical juncture, in a bid to shield secrets from being unveiled, he had erased the memories of the young master of the Zhen family and all related individuals, retaining only the recollections of Zhen Fei. It was following this event that Zhen Fei developed a unique affection for Chen Zhi. Meanwhile, the young master of the Zhen family remained completely oblivious to this occurrence. His memories solely comprised of the amicable relations with the Bao family and the excursions to Beijing with Chen Zhi and his companions. In his mind, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were merely friends from northeast China. This visit to the northeast was facilitated by Ning Bin, who acted as an intermediary. They sought to discuss potential collaborative investments in the film industry with Bao Ping, ultimately aiming to secure financing for a grand venture. This undertaking had been in the planning stages for quite some time, yet Bao Ping had consistently been unavailable for meetings, and Lao Jindo was preoccupied with his own affairs, causing the matter to be temporarily shelved. Now that the schedule had opened up somewhat, Ning Bin, unable to refuse the request of the young Master Zhen, used the guise of a family trip to the northeast to bring the siblings along. Due to Bao Ping's other commitments during this period, he could not personally attend to them, delegating Pang Wei and Lao Jindo to host the guests. He instructed Chen Zhi to represent him, allowing the guests to explore and experience the local hospitality. Chapter 124, Northeast Braised Bone Soup. The young Master Zhen epitomized the archetype of a businessman, his words dripping with sweetness as if coated in honey. Upon encountering Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, he called out from a distance, rushing over to embrace them warmly. His affectionate demeanor suggested that Chen Zhi was a long-lost brother and Peng Wei, his beloved sister-in-law from a past life. Ningbin's plump wife accompanied them, exuding enthusiasm as she remarked on the charm of the northeast winter, expressing her desire to enjoy their time there, indulging in the renowned hot pot and braised bone soup, and soaking in the famous snow-covered hot springs. Zhun Fei remained quietly in the background, a girl of considerable poise, exhibiting less enthusiasm than the others. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Chen Zhi, her serene face broke into a sweet smile, revealing her deep-seated yearning for him. Originally, Lao Jindo intended to accommodate them at the secluded retreat, but reconsidered due to Ding Ning's ongoing recovery there, coupled with the influx of visitors and practitioners which might inadvertently expose organizational secrets. Hence, he opted to settle them at the Bao family's private hotel instead. Dining at the hotel was somewhat inconvenient, prompting Chen Zhi to suggest hosting the guests at Lu Xiaohong's hot pot restaurant. Lu Xiaohong's establishment, flourishing due to its prime location, had garnered considerable profits over the years and had recently undergone lavish renovations. The large private room on the upper floor was exceedingly luxurious, perfectly suited to entertain the guests. Most importantly, the northeastern cuisine served there was authentically delectable, far superior to the pretentious offerings of five-star hotels. Although Lu Xiaohong was unaware of the underlying circumstances, she welcomed the esteemed guests with great enthusiasm. They were ushered into the largest private room on the upper floor, a space adorned with exquisite decor, featuring an electric gong for warmth. The interior was reminiscent of the charming characteristics of old northeast China, exuding a delightful ambience. The waitstaff presented the establishment's signature dishes, including a hot pot with succulent pork bones, complemented by an array of diverse delicacies that filled the table to the brim. During the meal, Master Zhun praised the braised pork bones effusively. This dish, a staple of Northeast cuisine, typically utilizes prime pig bones. In Lu Xiaohong's household, only the finest quality bones are used, simmered until tender and enjoyed with garlic sauce. The rich, unadulterated flavor of the meat, with the aromatic white marrow, combined with a touch of Northeast blood sausage and pickled vegetables, created an unparalleled taste experience. Everyone dined with great satisfaction, and in moments of leisure, Master Zhun, with a beaming smile, toasted each guest, weaving connections while subtly revealing his intentions. At that moment, Chen Zhi began to comprehend the true purpose of Master Zhun's visit. It became clear that the Zhun family was no longer content with minor financial ventures. Their sights were now set on the vast opportunities within the mainland. With China's immense population and deep waters that can nurture substantial enterprises, the entertainment industry stood out as particularly promising. The film and television sector had seen rapid growth in recent years, representing a significant opportunity in the capital market. However, recent times had also witnessed an increase in unsavory business practices within the industry, including tax evasion and inflated celebrity fees, prompting the government to implement stringent reforms, leading some established companies to temporarily withdraw from the fray. Recognizing the current climate as an opportune moment for investment, Master Zhun concluded that engaging in small enterprises was unfulfilling. If one were to embark on a venture, it should be grand in scope. He envisioned a collaboration with the Tang family of Jilin and the Bao family of Northeast China to orchestrate a significant strategy aimed at establishing a monopolistic large-scale film and television company. The plan included nurturing a select group of new talents to cultivate them into internationally recognized stars and producing a series of high-quality films, adhering strictly to legal guidelines, thereby avoiding any unethical practices. He anticipated substantial support from higher authorities. Moreover, he aimed to create a chain of entertainment complexes, integrating film and leisure, which would undoubtedly position them as industry leaders. Yet, he understood that the film industry was fraught with challenges. As an outsider, Master Zhun had struggled for over 6 months without notable progress. Although Ning Bin was willing to participate in the venture, Bao Ping had yet to express his interest. The various businesses in Northeast China refrained from offering assistance, waiting for Bao Ping's stance. Meanwhile, channels in the capital were not extending any favors, and Master Zhun faced numerous setbacks throughout the year, with the prospect of his theatrical ambitions dwindling. However, he had come to realize a crucial truth. In the mainland, business is fundamentally about relationships. To succeed, one must align with influential figures like Bao Ping. Thus, he had brought Jin Fei to Northeast China with a specific purpose, armed with a partnership contract for the three families to establish a film group, seeking Bao Ping's signature to signify his involvement, ensuring that outsiders recognized Bao Ping's stake in the enterprise. My dear brother Xiaozhi, it seems you have not been considerate enough. After your visit to Beijing, you seem to have forgotten about me. Young Master Zhen, amidst the gathering, displayed his polished demeanor as a businessman, and regarding Chen Zhi Pan, I must confess, these past few years have been quite challenging for me. Just last month, I have been plagued by persistent headaches, leaving me fearful of a sudden demise. The private banking venture is indeed our family's traditional forte, yet it is not a pursuit for the faint-hearted. Each day brings its own troubles, and the stakes are perilously high. The anxiety that accompanies this financial endeavor is immense. One misstep, and one might find themselves, like my ancestors, clutching clients' belongings while plunging into the sea. Ah, young Master Zhen, who would believe such words from you? Old Jindo jested. I am well aware of your annual earnings. Pray tell, why do you still yearn for more? You are already hoarding your own treasure trove. Yet you wish to wade into the murky waters of the film industry. I have spoken about your matters with Bao Yi, who remarked that, given the rapport between our families, it would not be a problem to provide you with some funds. However, any involvement in joint registration or equity stakes is out of the question. We do not engage in unfamiliar ventures. Besides, are you truly concerned about securing funds? If you find yourself in need, you can always turn to Ning Bin. That lad has been flourishing this past year. After old Jean Do's mischievous comment, he pointed at Ning Bin, who isn't aware that this fellow has struck it rich. The largest business in the Northeast is now firmly in his grasp. With all that wealth, who knows if he will even be able to find a wife? Oh dear, Uncle Jean, do not mock me, Ningbin exclaimed, clasping his fists in a gesture of supplication. My current fortune is not solely due to my own merits. It is thanks to brother Xiaozhi, or rather, my fleeting luck. A moment of fortune, a moment of misfortune. Please do not press me. In truth, brother Zhen's idea is quite sound. The film industry has become remarkably clean now. Unlike the chaotic past when everything was conducted in disarray, it operates now according to established protocols. Moreover, the domestic film market is vast. Look at the people nowadays. Once they are well-fed and warmly clothed, what do? They gather at home, watching television or scrolling through their phones. Brother Zhen's concept of self-producing and self-distributing is indeed prudent. Uncle Jean, you must lend a helping hand and speak favorably of us in front of Bao Yi. Ultimately, it is not merely a matter of finances. We seek to leverage your family's esteemed reputation to add a touch of prestige to our endeavors. With your esteemed backing, our grand film enterprise could truly rise. As these individuals engaged in business discussions at the table, Zhen Fei discreetly signaled to Chen Zhi and gestured towards the outside, indicating that he should step out for a private conversation. Chapter 125. Zhen Fei's concerns. Chen Zhi thus found an excuse to leave the table with Zhen Fei. This opulent private room was, in fact, a spacious suite. The main chamber housed a grand dining table for the banquet, while an adjoining alcove featured 2 rows of sofas and a tea table, serving as a resting area for guests to converse. Once the two closed the door and settled onto the sofa, Zhen Fei appeared somewhat uneasy. At this moment, Chen Zhi noticed that she seemed to have lost a bit of weight, with a slight furrow between her brows. She was originally a girl of sweet appearance, and when this visage harmonized with her serene disposition, it resembled a piece of smooth, warm jade, providing immense comfort to those around her. When Zhen Fei encountered Chen Zhi, although she was visibly delighted, a hint of shyness lingered. She lowered her head, feeling bashful for a moment, then spoke. Have you received the messages I sent you these days? I apologize for bothering you. I often find myself in the underground vault, with nothing to occupy my time. So I thought to send you a message, unaware of how busy you might be. I received them, Chen Zhi replied with a gentle smile. For a considerable period prior, Zhen Fei had been sending him WeChat messages, which included various motivational quotes from psychologists and messages urging him to take care of his health. However, Chen Zhi had seldom replied, partly due to his genuine busyness, and partly because he sensed Zhen Fei's feelings towards him and wished to maintain a distance to prevent her from becoming too emotionally invested. I've been quite busy, so I didn't respond. I apologize. Chen Zhi smiled as he responded. I understand you are busy with matters we can hardly fathom, and those are indeed significant affairs. Zhen Fei's voice was exceptionally gentle. However, there is something I have contemplated and feel compelled to discuss with you. Please go ahead, Chen Zhi nodded. Zhen Fei continued. Do you remember that after you all exited from our underground vault, in order to prevent any secrets from leaking, you encased my brother in a spell? Since that moment, he has lost that segment of memory. I certainly recall. Chen Zhi nodded. We indeed troubled you. To avert future complications, I erased his memories from that night and implanted some fabricated ones. What seems to be the problem? It might have been this year, Zhunfei softly replied. Initially, I didn't perceive anything unusual. However, since the beginning of this year, my brother has been experiencing persistent headaches. Last month, he even had a nosebleed. I took him to the hospital for a series of brain examinations, and they discovered some mild bruising on the outer side of his cranial cavity. Although it poses no immediate danger to life, it could be considered a sequela. A sequela? Chen Zhi immediately recalled the intricate workings of the spell. He had endeavored to execute the incantations with precision, yet spells are spells. When they traverse the human mind, some degradation is inevitable. This cerebral bruising could very well be the result of the damage inflicted at that time, an injury that the individual could never anticipate. Chen Zhi subsequently fell into silence. His hands clasped as he gazed at the ground, feeling a pang of discomfort within. Are there any other repercussions? Not particularly. Zhunfei observed Chen Zhi's demeanor and softened her tone. In truth, there is no need to overthink this. I consider myself somewhat of an expert in this area. Such occurrences of cerebral bruising are quite common. Many individuals are simply predisposed to this condition, experiencing headaches periodically. The brain surgery scheduled for the day after tomorrow carries with it the risk of contusions and bruising. However, it will not have any other repercussions, nor will it threaten his life. It is merely that my brother will endure some suffering in the future. I share this with you not for any ulterior motive, but simply to keep you informed and to see if you might possess any alternative remedies to alleviate these hematomas. I feel deeply remorseful towards him. Chen Zhi sighed heavily, then raised his gaze to Zhunfei. I will have the shaman prepare some medicinal concoctions and send them to Beijing. If you ensure that your brother takes them regularly, there should be some improvement. Nevertheless, medicine is merely medicine. It is impossible to entirely eradicate such organic damage. It is likely that he will bear this after effect for the rest of his life. Chen Zhi then recalled something. By the way, what is your brother's primary goal in establishing this film group? You must be privy to some details, right? Zhunfei shook her head with a hint of resignation. What purpose could he possibly have? It is simply the ambition that comes with being a man. You men are all alike, so fixated on your careers. Although our private bank is thriving, we must remain vigilant, even as we enjoy the fruits of our labor. My brother often laments that the Zhun family has maintained this ancestral legacy by managing others' wealth, yet we possess no tangible enterprise of our own, which is truly disheartening. My father always contemplated this matter during his lifetime, yearning to return to the mainland to establish a significant business that would allow the Zhun family to firmly establish itself for future generations. Now my brother is in his 30s. Fearing he may lose his courage in the future, he has taken a reckless gamble, wagering all our family assets. It's utterly insane. I have advised him against this. Such large-scale cross-sector enterprises are not easily managed. If he falters, he risks losing everything. Yet he refuses to listen, claiming that if this gamble succeeds, the Zhun family will undergo a transformation, standing alongside the illustrious Bao family of Northeast China as a prominent family with substantial industry. Therefore, he is determined to pursue this venture at all costs. I feel utterly powerless. Does he truly care so much about this? Chen Zhi inquired, looking at Zhunfei. And what about you? Do you care? Of course, I wish for the Zhun family's prosperity. Zhunfei responded, assuming Chen Zhi was merely asking out of casual interest. If this group becomes successful, our family will indeed be transformed, and all the financial resources at my disposal will come into play. I have many ideas and aspirations for the future. However, the film industry is notoriously difficult to navigate, and establishing so many physical production entities is exceedingly risky. Many friends have warned me that my brother is acting foolishly, charging into this endeavor with vet and substantial funds. If it goes awry, he could lose everything. Alas, I suppose it must be so. Chen Zhi rubbed his temples and then looked at Zhunfei with a gentle smile. I will assist your brother in realizing this dream. Chapter 126. Xintang Film and Television. Upon returning to the table, Chen Zhi and Zhunfei noticed that everyone had taken note of their discreet departure and, upon their reentry, were immediately met with laughter and jesting from the group. Immediately pursued the inquiry, asking what secret matters Chen Zhi and Zhunfei had just discussed, encouraging everyone to listen in. He then jested that young Master Zhan was overly cautious, keeping his sister confined in a basement to manage the finances while he indulged in a life of revelry, neglecting her future prospects, a clear display of irresponsibility. It was high time he considered his sister's future. Upon hearing this remark, young Master Zhan swiftly seized the opportunity to extol Zhan Fei's virtues in front of Chen Zhi, reciting her impressive accomplishments in the United States as if reciting a curriculum vitae. He specifically urged everyone to introduce suitable matches to Zhan Fei, noting that she often spoke highly of Chen Zhi. Ideally, he suggested, a suitor akin to Chen Zhi would be perfect for her. Should a union materialize, the Zhan family would generously provide a substantial dowry, even excluding 2 private banks for Zhan Fei's benefit. After these words were uttered, Zhan Fei felt an acute embarrassment and promptly sought an excuse to leave the table. At this juncture, Pang Wei remarked on young Master Zheng's stinginess, suggesting that if half of their family's estate were to be allocated as Zhan Fei's dowry, he could advocate for Chen Zhi to take the lead in the matter. Amidst the playful banter, Chen Zhi turned to Lao Jindo and quietly inquired about what Master Bao was currently engaged in and whether he was aware of the situation at hand. Noticing the gravity of the discussion, Lao Jindo ceased their frivolity and lowered his voice, confiding in Chen Zhi that he was already aware, but that Master Bao preferred not to wade into murky waters. They had been exceptionally busy lately, and the undertaking at hand was vast, involving numerous intricate relations that could not be easily navigated. With his own organizational duties overwhelming him, he lacked the bandwidth to entangle himself further. Master Bao had decided not to make an appearance, instead delegating Lao Jindo to entertain and extend hospitality during their travels, thus leaving the matter unresolved. Young Master Zhan, perceptive and quick-witted, had keenly observed the quiet exchange between Chen Zhi and Lao Jindo. Even without hearing the specifics, he could discern from Lao Jindo's demeanor that they were discussing something significant. He then seized the moment to interject. Brother Zhi, you must assist me with this endeavor. We absolutely must meet with Master Bao on this trip. I have previously reached out to him, and from that conversation, it seemed he was not well acquainted with the project and wished to avoid complications. Indeed, my ambitions may be somewhat grand, and I may have hastened the arrangement. However, I believe that as men, we cannot live in constant fear of wolves and tigers. If we are to proceed, let us do so decisively. I have even named our venture the Bao Tangjin Film Group, ensuring that all will recognize this as a joint enterprise of our 3 families, united as brothers. After expressing these sentiments, young Master Zhan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he surveyed those around him, then turned to Chen Zhi, continuing, just imagine, in our homeland, wherever you go, you will see the Bao Tangjin Film Entertainment Complex. Every film will bear the inscription, produced by Bao Tangjin Film Group. How exhilarating would that be? We could truly rival Hollywood. When our comrades are joyous, the entire film industry trembles at our feet. Henceforth, those international superstars will no longer dare to flaunt their airs before us, for they too owe their rise to our support. In the future, we shan't squander our resources on those lesser stars. We shall elevate our own female celebrities instead, as the adage goes. Why let the rich waters flow to outsiders? Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Fat Wei immediately burst into laughter. I remarked, young Master Zhan, your motives seem rather impure. I suspect your ultimate aim in the film industry is precisely this, isn't it? Alas, with a wolf like you around, those starlets may be in for a rough time. You always speak such blunt truths. Young Master Zhan chuckled and gave Fat Wei a playful shove, laughing along. Yet, turning serious, he addressed Chen Zhi. Brother Zhi, I am utterly earnest in my words. I have staked my entire fortune on this venture. You must find a way for me to meet Lord Bao. I wish to share my thoughts with him, as he will surely be intrigued. You must trust me. After years in business, I know the ins and outs. I am confident that I can bring this grand endeavor to fruition. Bao Tangjin Film Group, is it? Chen Zhi replied with a slight smile. That name is rather peculiar. May I suggest a change to Xintang Film? The phonetics resonate with Xintang, embodying the essence of unique Chinese cinema. The Bao family need not be named, but will invest as major shareholders, placing the Zhen family at the forefront, with profits evenly distributed among the 3 families. The Bao family's support from the Northeast is yours to command. The future operations will rely upon you. Please take great care. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, young Master Zhan was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen in place, unsure whether to smile or not. The others were equally perplexed. struggling to comprehend the implication of Chen Zhi's statement. Brother Zhi, young Master Zhen finally ventured after a long pause, tentatively asking, "Are you implying that this matter is indeed agreed upon?" "Yes," Chen Zhi replied lightly, resuming his meal. You have the authority to decide." Young Master Zhen gazed at Chen Zhi in disbelief. "Indeed, I do," Chen Zhi affirmed with a nod and a smile. "Not only can I agree to this matter, but I can also promise you another thing. This film group, if you manage it well, regardless of how grand it becomes, as long as you put in the effort, it will undoubtedly flourish, yielding wealth beyond measure and boundless prospects. In other words, success is assured." Young Master Zhen was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, bewildered as he turned to Ningbin for clarification. Ningbin gave him a nudge. "All right, that's all you need to hear from Brother Zhi. Young Master Zhen, let me tell you, you've struck it rich. Hurry and raise a toast to your Brother Zhi. This kind of fortune is unattainable even with mountains of gold or silver. From now on, you can sit back and watch the money roll in. You've certainly bitten into this juicy tidbit of the film industry." After the dinner concluded, the wishes of the esteemed young Master Zhen were swiftly fulfilled, to his own astonishment. As Ningbin had remarked, the Zhen family was destined for great fortune. A while later, Baoping personally called young Master Zhen to inform him that the contract had been signed, providing him with reassurance. In the future, the Bao family's resources in northeast China would be freely available to the Zhen family, ensuring that any issues would be resolved seamlessly. This represented a significant network of connections. However, this group was national in scope and would eventually evolve into a multinational entity, necessitating extensive foreign affairs. The Bao family would only provide funding and share profits, while the external matters would be overseen by young Master Zhen and Ningbin. Naturally, young Master Zhen was elated, promptly calling back to Beijing to have the lawyers handle the registration process. In the following days, he was like a man possessed, incessantly sharing his grand visions for the Zhentang film group, filled with ambitious and truly creative ideas that almost tempted the portly Wei to abandon his vices and venture into business. Subsequently, Chen Zhi arranged for the organization's shaman to disguise themselves as an ordinary person and conduct a thorough examination of young Master Zhen. As Zhen Fei had suggested, it was confirmed that young Master Zhen had some cerebral contusions, remnants of magical injuries. Periodically, he would experience headaches, and his lifespan would suffer some depletion. When Chen Zhi inquired about the extent of this life loss, the shaman estimated it to be around 5 years, which left Chen Zhi feeling a twinge of guilt. The harm caused by magic was always incalculable, and sacrifice was often inevitable. Yet, who could ascertain the significance of such sacrifices? Chen Zhi subsequently sought out young Master Zhen, gifting him a special string of beads. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary purple sandalwood beads, much like those worn by many men today. Upon presenting them, Chen Zhi explained that the string was meant to help him concentrate and maintain tranquility, urging him to keep it safe, as it embodied his heartfelt sentiments. Young Master Zhen, delighted, solemnly promised to wear them always, giving little thought to their true nature. However, this string of beads was invaluable, while most were mere wooden beads. 3 were hollowed out, containing mid-tier spiritual stones. One was a luck stone, the very one Chen Zhi had once lent to Ding Ning's mother, which could attract fortune and enhance one's aura, leading to unexpected blessings. Another was a pure golden wealth stone, capable of drawing in financial luck and expanding sources of capital, making it particularly suitable for business people. Bao Ping had once possessed a wealth stone the size of a small egg, sufficient to sustain his entire enterprise in northeast China. The final stone is the most crucial stabilizing gem. The side effects of spirit stones are considerable. Although these 3 are merely minor spirit stones, their effects inevitably come with repercussions. This particular stone possesses the ability to balance one's aura and dissipate negative energies, thereby mitigating the adverse effects associated with the spirit stones. Consequently, with prolonged wear, one is unlikely to encounter unfavorable conditions. Of course, the effectiveness of these 3 diminutive spirit stones hinges upon Master Zhen's own efforts to harness their potential. However, with these 3 spirit stones adorning his wrist, it is anticipated that his life will flow as effortlessly as a fish in water, with all endeavors proceeding smoothly. This may also serve to alleviate Chen Zhi's guilt over the harm he caused to his lifespan. After a delightful escapade in the northeast with Master Zhen and the Ning family, they had just seen them off when news arrived from Professor Liao. It reported that Chen Zhi's initial thoughts, although seemingly implausible, had unexpectedly been validated. Indeed, a remarkably eerie maritime passage had been detected beneath the Bohai Bay, leading directly into the depths of the ocean. Given humanity's current technological capabilities, traversing this passage for any significant distance is unfeasible. However, based on its temperature and trajectory, this maritime route astonishingly appears to lead to the Arctic Ocean. This implies that beneath the vast expanses of the Earth's oceans lies a navigable channel. The waters within this passage are exceedingly frigid, spanning across distant oceans to a cave on an island in Bohai Bay. Theoretically, it is estimated that beneath this cave, there should be a sea eye. The pressure within this sea eye is immensely great, and once breached, it would unleash a torrent of icy seawater with tremendous force. Hence, this sea eye is currently obstructed. However, these are merely theoretical conjectures. Since the establishment of the Geological Society of our nation, no one has ever discovered any unknown islands ahead, let alone the existence of a sea eye. Due to the complex topography, they are unable to dive into the deep sea to locate the island, resorting instead to creating survey maps. Thus, they cannot definitively ascertain the nature of the waters below, nor confirm the existence of the sea eye. Yet, Professor Liao informed Chen Zhi that they had hired several highly skilled divers abroad, who, having been generously compensated, are willing to explore the depths and provide updates to Chen Zhi and the others. In the meantime, Chen Zhi and his companions awaited news from Professor Liao in the Fate Hall. During this period, continuous updates about Master Zhen poured in. Upon returning to Beijing, even before the registration of Xuanzang Film and Television was completed, business opportunities began to present themselves. Numerous small enterprises, having heard the news, rushed to invest, marking an auspicious start and elevating the luck index to its zenith. Furthermore, Master Zhen's methodical approach ensured that the operational framework would be established swiftly. It is estimated that Xuanzang Film and Television Group will soon rise prominently across various locales. During this time, the transparent little Qin Yang also experienced significant growth. She could now babble along with the television, her voice strikingly similar to that of Qin Yang, albeit tinged with youthful innocence and naivete. Gradually, little Qin Yang became accustomed to her surroundings and no longer felt so frightened. Chen Zhi discovered that she could create delicate pink wisps of smoke with her hands. Initially, the little Qin Yang was terrified of these enchanting spells, frightened by her own smoky creations. However, as time passed, she learned to manipulate the smoke freely, shaping it into various forms, even concealing herself within it to play hide and seek with Chen Zhi, which was utterly endearing. Eventually, even Ghost Blade began to take a liking to her, and Chen Zhi mused that perhaps this was how Qin Yang was in her childhood. Just as they were accompanying this translucent little being in her gradual growth, a sorrowful message arrived. Professor Liao contacted them via video call. They stood by the seaside, waves crashing around them, soaking both her and Yang Wumao. Professor Liao informed them of an unfortunate incident involving a diving team from abroad. These divers were meant to be dispatched to locate a cave on an island, but communication was abruptly lost before they could reach their destination, leaving their fates uncertain. Subsequently, they dispatched ships to investigate, only to be met with thick fog that disoriented them, resulting in their total disappearance into the mist. As of now, dozens were missing, and the casualties had escalated to an unmanageable level, necessitating immediate reporting. They urged Chen Zhi and her companions to hurry and provide assistance. Chapter 128. An invitation to Ding Ning. After concluding the call with Professor Liao, Chen Zhi received a call from Yi Qing. Since the incident with Mu He, it had been quite some time since she had heard Yi Qing's voice. His tone was less grave than Mu He's. Yet the underlying currents of self-interest in his words diverged significantly from those of Mu He. Yi Qing informed Chen Zhi of the numerous disappearances in the Bohai Bay, acknowledging that in this age of advanced communication, such matters could hardly be concealed. Some young fishermen had already taken to the internet, labeling the incident as the Bohai Bay mysterious mermaid cannibalism event, claiming with certainty that man-eating mermaids had been discovered, with many foreign divers reportedly consumed, drawing considerable attention. Yi Qing had just quelled the online rumors and was preparing to send a team to investigate, aiming to resolve the matter. However, he made it clear that there are many enigmatic places in this world that do not require exhaustive scrutiny. Yet, given the significant number of missing individuals, including renowned foreign diving experts, he could not afford to remain indifferent. If the situation could be contained within a limited scope, it would be acceptable. However, If it escalated and involved diplomatic issues, he would have to report it. Furthermore, should any unknown islands or indescribable mysterious objects be discovered, he would also be obligated to report those findings, as it was his duty. Therefore, he hoped that Chen Zhi could resolve these matters before they arose, keeping the situation within an acceptable range for all involved. Otherwise, should the issue of the unknown island's ownership arise, Chen Zhi needed to be acutely aware of the complexities that would ensue. Chen Zhi assured him over the phone that she understood and would promptly lead a team to address the situation. Yi Qing mentioned that he would hasten his arrival, albeit not in an official capacity, but rather as part of a small exploratory team. Consequently, Chen Zhi promptly briefed Bao Ping on the unfolding events and requested that he dispatch a contingent of personnel to accompany them in addressing the situation. Given that this incident transpired within a maritime region inhabited by numerous fishermen, any matters involving human lives could become exceedingly complex. Thus, it was essential to send some discreet operatives to manage the situation without drawing excessive attention, thereby preventing panic among the local populace. The existence of the island in question, along with its characteristics, remained a mystery that could only be unraveled upon arrival. After 2 days of meticulous preparations, they would be ready to embark. For this operation, the organization would deploy 30 agents, led by Peng Wei, who, clad in civilian attire, would enter the Bohai Bay area via an alternate route. Their primary responsibilities would include assuaging the local community and managing subsequent affairs. In accordance with Chen Zhi's directives, this mission would be executed with minimal personnel. Aside from the enigmatic Gui Dao, only one red-belted warrior, Jiying, would accompany Chen Zhi. Once all arrangements were finalized, Peng Wei and his team of operatives set out first. Meanwhile, Xuanzang delayed his departure by a day, grappling with the decision of whether to include Ding Ning in the expedition. Ding Ning had a significant connection to Shingong Bao, yet he was entirely oblivious to these ties, having fully embraced the life of a modern individual. Recently, Chen Zhi had safeguarded Ding Ning within the retreat of the avoidance pavilion with a potent spell, allowing him to enjoy undisturbed slumber. Free from nightmares for the first time in ages, a psychologist had been providing daily consultations, attributing Ding Ning's previous nightmares to the common phenomenon of adolescence and excessive gaming, which had rendered his mind overly tense. Although Ding Ning was innocent, he remained skeptical of this explanation, harboring a lingering apprehension. If he were to accompany them to the island, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his psychological burden. Nonetheless, Chen Zhi felt an inexplicable pull of fate. If they were to seek Shingong Bao, it would be imperative to bring Ding Ning along, lest he harbor unspoken grievances deep within his soul. One morning, Chen Zhi ventured alone to the avoidance pavilion to meet Ding Ning. Upon their encounter, he noted that the recent turmoil had taken a toll on Ding Ning's appearance, causing him to lose considerable weight. Despite his excitement at seeing Chen Zhi, Ding Ning's voice retained a hint of timidity. "Xiao Zhigu, what was wrong with me recently? Why did I dream of such terrifying things? The doctor says it's just adolescence and too much gaming, but many of my classmates play games too, and none of them have such dreadful dreams. If they're just dreams, then they're merely illusions." Chen Zhi sat beside Ding Ning's bed, offering words of comfort. "However, I must now speak to you about matters that are tangible and real. While they may be frightening, they are undeniably true, real enough to be touched. You are growing up, you are becoming a man, and with that comes the necessity for responsibility and fortitude." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Ding Ning appeared mentally prepared, nodding as he listened intently for what Chen Zhi would impart next. This is a conversation between Chen Zhi and Ding Ning. Chen Zhi poses a profound question. If the individuals encountered in dreams are indeed real, and if one of them shares an indelible connection with you, a bond that your soul yearns to retain, would you accompany me to meet this entity? Ding Ning, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, widened his eyes in shock, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Zhi had never witnessed such fear in him before. "What do you mean?" Ding Ning stammered. "Is that thing I saw in my dream, that ghostly figure, real? Could such terrifying beings exist in the world? Is it truly a ghost?" "It is not a ghost," Chen Zhi replied softly. "It is merely a once-living being. A being that was once remarkably perfect, far more so than we are. You have encountered peculiar entities before while with us. You must have some understanding of our endeavors, though you have never delved deeply into them. What I can now reveal to you is that you were once known as Xuanzang, a young apprentice. The figure you dreamt of, from a distant relational perspective, is your master, someone you once held dear, your only kin. When I discovered you, your body was utterly shattered, unable to escape a particular realm. To liberate you from that torment, I provided you with a new body, a spell that erased all your previous memories. However, I must now seek your master, regardless of whether he is alive or deceased, for I have questions to pose to him. His name is Xuanzang. Will you accompany me? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Ding Ning instinctively touched his mouth, recalling the moment when it had been sealed. His face turned pale, and he trembled for an extended period before fervently shaking his head. I will not go, he declared, retreating beneath the covers, unwilling to engage further with Chen Zhi. Very well, Chen Zhi replied gently, rising to his feet. Should you change your mind, simply inform me. I shall depart tomorrow morning. Chapter 129. The transparent coward Ding Ning's face drained of color at the mention of Xuanzang, unable to accept such a fate. The legendary figure he had heard of was, astonishingly, his master. For someone with modern sensibilities, this revelation was difficult to comprehend, even more so to accept. Yet Chen Zhi did not afford him the luxury of time to process this information. Will you accompany me? He asked softly. Whatever your decision may be, I will understand. However, this is your choice, and you must bear the responsibility for it. Do not regret your decision afterward. This marked the first time Chen Zhi spoke to Ding Ning with such seriousness. Ding Ning, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, subconsciously touched his mouth again. Recalling the pain of having it sealed, his complexion turned ashen, and he trembled for what felt like an eternity before resolutely shaking his head and exclaiming, I will not go. He then burrowed beneath the covers, wishing to avoid any further conversation with Chen Zhi. Very well. After Chen Zhi stood up, he gently remarked, If you change your mind, do let me know. I shall set off tomorrow morning. He then departed from the secluded pavilion and, upon returning to the Destiny Hall, discovered that Ghost Blade was also absent. It dawned on him that Ghost Blade had mentioned he needed to return to the organization today to coordinate some matters with Aso, and that he would come with Ji Ying the following morning. The Destiny Hall was empty, the main door locked, and the side door ajar. Yet, as Chen Zhi stepped inside, he sensed no presence of Qin Yang. An immediate wave of anxiety washed over him. Although the aura of little Qin Yang was faint, it was unmistakable. At any moment, Chen Zhi could distinctly feel her presence. He hastily ascended to the second floor, where he finally caught a slight trace of her energy. However, it was alarmingly feeble, teetering on the brink of disappearance, as if she had encountered some peril and was on the verge of losing her essence. In a rush, he traced the fragile aura to the balcony. Pushing open the balcony door, he was met with the sight of a large wild cat that had somehow leaped in, cornering little Qin Yang behind a flower pot, mewing incessantly. Now no larger than the palm of his hand, her translucent form trembled in fright, nearly lifeless, evoking deep sympathy. Chen Zhi quickly shooed away the wild cat, moved the flower pot aside, and upon seeing him, little Qin Yang burst into tears, resembling a frightened child. With outstretched arms, she climbed onto Chen Zhi's arm, collapsing into his palm, shivering and gasping for breath. Her translucent form began to dissipate. Had Chen Zhi not arrived in time, she would have surely faded away. Why is she so timid? Chen Zhi pondered, shaking his head in confusion. Originally, he had intended to leave little Qin Yang at home, preparing some food for her and arranging for a trusted individual to check on her periodically. In her current translucent state, she typically only required a minimal amount of water and could survive without food. She would not starve. Yet, her timidity was disconcerting. Any minor disturbance would terrify her to the core. Moreover, her ethereal form was exceedingly fragile. The last time Ghost Blade had opened the door with a bit too much force, the door had slammed against the wall, causing her to lose her essence in fright, nearly obliterating her entirely. Chen Zhi gently placed little Qin Yang in her designated basket, her usual sleeping spot. Once nestled in a secure place, she appeared to regain some composure, promptly burrowing into her blanket to sleep. She had likely been too frightened to enter the house all day, deprived of rest. Observing this delicate creature, Chen Zhi deliberated for a moment before deciding to take her along, just in case danger loomed. As night fell, he began to prepare his equipment, downloading useful information and maps of the Bohai Bay area online. Just as the clock approached 11, he suddenly received a phone call from Ding Ning. On this occasion, Ding Ning displayed an unusual seriousness during his phone conversation, earnestly informing Chen Zhi of his intent to join him. The following morning, all participants destined for Dalian congregated in front of the Fate Hall. The first to arrive were Guazhou and Ji Ying, who had traveled by the organization's vehicle, each bearing their own weapons and equipment. Next came Lao Jindo, accompanied by Ding Ning in his car. Clearly, Ding Ning had endured a sleepless night, his eyes adorned with prominent dark circles. Upon seeing the others, he appeared somewhat reserved, uttering little, before hastily ascending the stairs. After a brief interval, he returned clad in a fresh tracksuit. This time, Ding Ning was genuinely prepared to embark on the adventure, slinging an Adidas sports bag across his shoulder. Donning the most comfortable pair of sneakers, and bringing along swimwear and goggles, as well as a baseball bat in hand, Lao Jindo suggested it was unnecessary, as there would be ample provision of work attire upon arrival. The island required diving, and the work clothes were designed for such purposes. The baseball bat seemed rather ludicrous as a weapon, lacking any real utility. However, Chen Zhi insisted that it was prudent to bring it along, as having a sense of defense was commendable. Thus, the group boarded the business vehicle prepared by Lao Jindo and set forth. The distance to Dalian's Bohai Bay was relatively short, approximately a 4 to 5 hour journey by car. Throughout the ride, silence enveloped the group, each individual resting their eyes as was customary, save for Ding Ning, whose voice resonated the most. The slung Adidas bag proved quite useful, as Chen Zhi entrusted him with the care of Xiaoqin Yuyang, instructing him to place her within the bag. Once inside, Xiaoqin Yuyang resembled a playful kitten, peeking out to observe the world. Perhaps it was a trait of youth, but as the vehicle progressed, Ding Ning felt a surge of excitement, liberating himself from the haunting visage of his nightmares and shedding his previous melancholy. Moreover, he appeared to develop a fondness for the little Xiaoqin Yuyang nestled in his bag. Initially startled by the sight of this translucent creature, Ding Ning soon found the diminutive doll to be utterly charming, engaging in playful banter and simple exchanges with her. Xiaoqin Yuyang reciprocated his affection, repeatedly conjuring pink smoke from her tiny hands for his amusement. Throughout the journey, the two engaged in an endearing dialogue, their voices intertwining harmoniously as the vehicle advanced swiftly towards Dalian. As they passed through the toll booth, the distinctive scent of the coastal breeze unique to Dalian wafted toward them, salty and brisk, welcoming them to the Northeast's largest port city. The name Dalian is derived from the phonetic transliteration of Dalian, a term rooted in Russian, meaning distant. The appellation was instituted following Dalian's designation as a Russian leased territory under the decree of Tsar Nicholas II, owing to its geographical significance as a free trade port. Dalian is an exceptionally unique city in northeast China, located at the southern tip of the Liaodong Peninsula in Liaoning Province. Nestled along the shores of the Yellow and Bohai Seas and facing the Shandong Peninsula across the water. In contrast to the frigid climate typical of northeast China, this city boasts a warm temperate, semi-humid continental monsoon climate, characterized by mild winters and cool summers, making it an ideal habitat for humans. Moreover, due to its status as the largest seaport in northeast China, it is blessed with abundant marine resources, leading to a thriving seafood trade, with countless varieties of seafood produced here annually. Since the reform and opening up policies, Dalian has received substantial support from the state, and coupled with its stunning scenery, many affluent individuals have chosen to settle here, further stimulating local economic development and enhancing urban construction. It is said that land here is incredibly precious, with property prices soaring to astonishing heights. As the vehicle journeyed into the heart of Dalian, it passed numerous skyscrapers, interconnected overpasses, and bustling commercial streets, embodying the vibrant essence of a modern metropolis. However, their destination this time was not the urban center of this coastal city, but rather a secluded fishing village known as Wujia Village, located in the Bohai Bay area of Dalian. After a protracted journey, the surroundings became increasingly desolate before they finally reached their destination. Here, the modern edifices had vanished, replaced by an expanse of azure sea. The elder Lao Jindo remarked that while this location may be remote, its maritime industry is renowned far and wide. Historically, it has been a celebrated fishing ground, yielding an abundance of fish and shrimp each year, with the local residents relying on fishing for generations. Following the nation's economic reforms, many individuals became more astute, and several fishing channels were contracted by affluent families. These families expanded their enterprises, establishing fish farms and marketplaces, thereby engaging in modern marine trade. Yet, the true laborers remained the seasoned fishermen residing along the coast, with Wujia Village being the oldest among them. The village's geographical layout is distinct from other coastal areas. Wujia village juts into the sea like a small island connected to the mainland. The village itself presents a semicircular shape, appearing remarkably uniform from an aerial view, as if it were neatly sliced in half. Historically, this village has never produced any dignitaries or wealthy individuals. Each household consists of hardworking fishermen who derive their livelihood from the sea. After Lao Jindo concluded his remarks, he began making phone calls. He had previously established contact with the area. Upon their arrival, the village chief, Xiao Wu, came to greet them. Xiao Wu, a young man under 30, wore a dark complexion and exhibited more lines on his face than his peers, indicating that he was a person of responsibility. Upon meeting them, Xiao Wu did not display much warmth, and there was a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. He politely nodded to Chen Zhi and the others before expressing his dissatisfaction to Lao Jindo, saying, "Uncle Jean, your research team has caused quite a stir in our village. Wasn't it supposed to be just a brief visit? How did it escalate into something so significant, resulting in the loss of so many foreigners? Especially that female professor of yours. She is truly unbearable. At her age, she still talks in riddles, claiming there are merfolk and sea monsters here. The young lads have all heard her, and nowadays, with their smartphones, they've spread it all over the internet, which is quite alarming. Just yesterday, officials from above visited our village, warning us to refrain from spreading rumors online. They insisted we find these foreigners. Otherwise, my position as village chief would be at risk. Honestly, you never warned us it would be this troublesome from the start. Now I'm left to bear the brunt. Being a young village chief has never been easy, and now it has only escalated into a mess." Young Wu speaks with a pronounced accent reminiscent of oysters. If one doesn't listen closely, it's hard to comprehend him. His intonation is quite amusing, truly a local from Dalian. Lao Jindo hurriedly reassured him in a low voice, "Don't fret. Haven't you noticed I've brought many capable people? We are here to handle these matters. Just rest assured, no raindrop the size of a soybean will touch you. Simply guide us into the village." Wu, still grumbling, boarded the vehicle, which then proceeded along the narrow village path towards the center. Upon disembarking, Chen Zhi was greeted by a strong scent of the sea, with everything in sight connected to it. There were no new constructions. Most buildings were dilapidated fishermen's homes, appearing damp, with fishing nets hanging at the entrances or rows of seaweed, and some households boasted large basins filled with precious seafood. The sea here is indeed beautiful. Even in winter, it remains unfrozen and unpolluted, with azure waters and blue skies, where traditional fishing boats can be seen. Fishermen frequently leap from these boats, hauling vast nets. They are predominantly young men, their skin sun-kissed and their physiques robust, clearly shaped by the rigors of the sea. This seaside area is markedly different from tourist zones. It possesses a rugged charm, with sharp gravel and dark reefs lining the coast. The waves crash against the black rocks, sending sprays of water into the air, while children run barefoot along the shore, unbothered by the cold and without concern for the waves. It is said that the children of true seamen possess the blood of the sea folk, able to swim from birth. It seems this rumor holds some truth. Wu welcomed them into his home, the most respectable dwelling in Wu family village, a 2-story building. Although it is 2 stories, the first floor has essentially been converted into a storage area, with the floor permeated by the scent of the sea, cluttered with unknown items, rendering it uninhabitable. The second floor is where the living quarters are located. Upon ascending, they found Professor Liao and young Wu Mao waiting for them. Professor Liao bore a troubled expression, and upon their arrival, he was visibly excited, while young Wu Mao, upon seeing Chen Zhi, immediately exclaimed, "You finally made it. Look at the trouble you've brought us. It's utterly overwhelming." The foreign diving experts are indeed renowned figures. If anything were to happen to them, we would certainly find ourselves in a significant predicament. My prospects for advancing to a senior title next year would likely be affected as well. Am I not entangled in your affairs? Enough of your words. Professor Liao sternly reprimanded him and turned back to Chen Zhi and Lao Jindo, stating, "I didn't explicitly mention this over the phone, but the situation here is exceedingly complex. The waters ahead are undoubtedly problematic. Surely, you have heard of the legends of the ancient Greek sirens? Those ships and sailors, upon entering certain regions, become entranced by the sirens' songs and are ultimately devoured." Chapter 131. The merfolk. Once the village head, Xiao Wu, heard Professor Liao's words, he could barely contain himself. "I must say, at your advanced age and as an intellectual, how can you still cling to such superstitions? What sirens? These are mere fabrications. Even we illiterate fishermen are aware that tales of merfolk are the fanciful concoctions of those who lacked scientific understanding in the past. In our elder days, there existed a legend of the merfolk. This island was once called Pearl Island. It was said that merfolk would come ashore, marry our people, and their tears would transform into pearls. However, those are merely ancient myths. What era are we in now? Who still believes in such nonsense? That's because you lack belief. Suddenly, a voice, both aged and obstinate, echoed from the corridor. Chen Zhi turned to look, and there appeared an elderly man with a head full of white hair, emerging from another room. The old man's face was lined with wrinkles, radiating stubbornness, and his muscular physique was tanned. Were it not for his white hair and creased skin, one might mistake him for being of the same age as the young men by the shore. He did not seem to possess a pleasant temperament. As he coldly huffed at Xiao Wu, "You little rascal, what do you know? There are indeed merfolk in the sea. I told you this when you were a child, yet you refused to believe. Perhaps I should have tossed you into the sea to be a meal for the merfolk." "Humph. Oh, grandfather," Xiao Wu protested with a face full of reluctance. "You are over 90 years old. Why do you still babble such nonsense? At this rate, your grandson's position as village head may be at risk, and you're here rambling, exhibiting none of the decorum expected of a village elder. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Please go outside and enjoy a drink with old Wang next door." Honestly, the elderly loved to meddle. "Humph. Nonsense, village head." The old man did not argue further. He muttered a few more words before descending the stairs, still grumbling. "There are indeed merfolk. I have seen them in my youth. And I am someone who escaped with my life. You all simply refuse to believe. Humph. You know nothing and should be tossed into the sea to feed the fish." Once the old man had descended, Xiao Wu turned back, his brows furrowed in frustration. "Do not heed his ramblings. My grandfather is nearly 100 years old. After experiencing a maritime disaster in his youth, he has been prone to such fanciful talk. At that time, there were still some who believed in him, and had even taken measures to prevent the mermen from coming ashore. However, in this day and age, who still trusts him? Very well. Let me have a private conversation with Professor Liao," Chen Zhi remarked, casting a knowing glance at Lao Jindo. Lao Jindo then found an excuse to usher Xiao Wu downstairs, leaving to chat elsewhere. Ding Ning, uninterested in these matters, seized the opportunity as Xiao Qingyang expressed her thirst, and he took her to find something to drink. Inside the room, only Chen Zhi and the two disciples of Professor Liao remained. Professor Liao held an unwavering trust in Yang Wumao and, showing no hesitation, spoke to Chen Zhi after the others had departed. "Xiao Chun, you know me well. I am not speaking recklessly. There are indeed extraordinary beings in the sea. It is merely that we cannot find or see them. Those divers are under my command, and they are currently teetering on the brink of life and death. Every second counts. You must go and rescue them immediately." At this moment, Yang Wumao could no longer contain his frustration. "Teacher, what has come over you? Since a few days ago, you have incessantly spoken of extraordinary beings lurking here, and I truly suspect you have been possessed or something of the sort. In this modern age, if there were indeed merfolk in these waters, would it not have been discovered long ago and enshrined in the World Rare Animal Museum? Those foreign diving experts must have encountered underwater reefs or currents, having been lost in the sea for 2 or 3 days. How could they possibly emerge alive? There are no islands in these waters. This is a bay area. With today's technological advancements, is it conceivable that there are still undiscovered islands? In my opinion, we should proceed with our follow-up work and let Mr. Chen settle our accounts. Please, do not stir up more trouble." After Yang Wumao finished, he turned to Chen Zhi with a look of grievance. "Mr. Chen, we had an agreement. Though there may be no discoveries this time, the accounts must be settled in full. We have all risked our lives to be here, especially me, cough, cough, having participated in this endeavor while ill. I feel that after this psychological stress, my condition may relapse, cough, cough." While they were speaking, Pang Wei suddenly rushed upstairs. He had taken the black-clad individuals along another route, settled them, and then ascended to join Chen Zhi. He had overheard Yang Wumao's complaints. "Oh my, it's been over a month since we last met, and you're still wrapped up in money, aren't you?" Pang Wei said, pulling Yang Wumao over and draping an arm around his shoulders. "Come, let us have a chat. It's been too long, and I've missed you. I need to talk to you about life." After saying this, Pang Wei dragged Yang Wumao aside for a discussion about life, while Gui Dao and Jing dispersed to survey their surroundings. This left only Professor Liao and Chen Zhi in the room. At this juncture, Chen Zhi finally spoke. "Professor Liao, you have always been a cautious individual, You should understand that even if we truly discover something, it is unwise to speak of it loudly here. Such remarks, once they escape, could lead to great trouble. Moreover, why are you so certain that extraordinary beings exist here? Have you truly seen something? I did not witness it, yet I am certain that Professor Liao trembled with anxiety, and I know that after tonight, those diving experts shall truly never return. As for the basis of my certainty, I shall confide a secret with you. This matter is classified at an international level, and I have never spoken of it to anyone. Shortly after earning my doctorate, due to my exceptional academic performance, I was seconded to the United States for 2 years, during which I participated in a top-secret project. This project entailed the analysis of a mermaid's corpse. Chapter 132, The Merfolk, Part 2, Professor Liao subsequently recounted her youthful experiences. At that time, she was not yet 30 and had the privilege of being seconded to the United States as a brilliant Chinese female doctoral researcher. The United States was engaged in several highly classified projects, which were coveted opportunities for young scientists, encompassing some extreme secrets unimaginable to modern minds. Professor Liao was fortunate enough to partake in a prestigious project concerning the analysis of a mermaid's body. A well-preserved mermaid corpse had been delivered to the secret research group, reportedly captured over a century ago along the coast of Greece. During a period of warfare, the populace lacked the bandwidth to concern themselves with the extraordinary. After capturing the mermaid, the locals sold it for a considerable sum, and it passed through several hands before being privately collected by a Greek nobleman for an extended duration. Eventually, the American Secret Research Group devised a means to acquire the corpse, dispatching scientists, including Professor Liao, to investigate the unique attributes of this anomalous being, with the hope of advancing the field of biology. Traditionally, mermaids have been depicted in Greek mythology as half-human, half-fish entities, with their forms varying across numerous legends. The ancient Greeks believed that mermaids were ancient sea monsters that fed on humans, yet their grotesque appearance often frightened people away from the shores. As a result, mermaids, realizing their lack of prey, began to evolve into beautiful women to lure humans to the coast. Many depictions of such mermaid transformations can be found in temples dedicated to sea gods or goddesses in Greece. Homer famously asserted that he had encountered these mermaids, describing them as residing on an island, enchanting passing sailors with their melodious songs, engaging in fleeting pleasures with them, only to devour them afterward. Consequently, their island was littered with human bones. Early texts of Greek mythology also contain some of the earliest records of mermaids, succinctly summarizing, in appearance, mermaids differ little from humans aside from their fish tails, yet their beauty is extraordinary, akin to that of a sea goddess. Thus, in the collective imagination, mermaids are predominantly envisioned as enchanting beings, capable of beguiling hearts with their voices and looks. However, the mermaid understudy by Professor Liao and her team was, in stark contrast, grotesque and devoid of any semblance of beauty. It was a pitch-black corpse, preserved with chemical agents to prevent decay, yet it resembled a rotting fish, eliciting disgust. The mermaid's overall height is not significantly different from that of a human. Her lower half is shaped like a fish tail, smooth and devoid of scales. Yet the muscles of her tail are exceptionally robust, suggesting immense strength when undulating through the water, enabling her to swim with remarkable swiftness. Contrary to the legends, her skin is not the smooth and pristine white often described, nor does she possess bright, enchanting eyes or soft, flowing hair. Instead, the skin of her upper body is notably coarse, with gill-like ears and elongated fangs protruding from her mouth. Her hair is excessively long, tangled, and thick, resembling a dense mass of aquatic vegetation, while her complexion is fierce and her eyes are disproportionately large, giving her a menacing appearance. This unremarkable mermaid has been preserved in a solution for an extended period. The task at hand was to study the peculiar characteristics and habits of this extraordinary creature through a bizarre corpse over a century old. The researchers conducted some general examinations, providing data on fat and bone structures that were not dissimilar to those of human folklore. The fish possesses a normal skeletal structure from head to tail. However, it lacks legs, with the spine resembling fish fins throughout. Its gill structures are retractable, indicating amphibious capabilities, while its hands feature webbing. The hair is rigid, adorned with hidden spines that are venomous. It is likely that this creature naturally perished on the ocean floor before drifting to the surface, with no signs of external wounds. Within the oral cavity of this fish, a peculiar mucus substance was discovered, chemically akin to contemporary hallucinogens, albeit with a high degree of control. The vocal cords located in the oral region are exceedingly complex, leading to a bold conjecture that this species can emit a unique sound wave capable of influencing the human brain, inducing uncontrollable hallucinations and divergent thinking, even leading to amnesia. During this exceptional study, the young Professor Liao made a remarkable discovery. Within the mermaid's body, she found several discarded ova, which exhibited a pink hue. The remnants of these ova, broken and discarded, left behind numerous glimmering pink shells reminiscent of modern fluorescent powders. The structure of these ova closely resembles that of humans, and they are categorized as having a biannual reproductive cycle, indicating 2 periods of ovulation each year, presumably occurring in summer and winter. This characteristic suggests a strong reproductive drive. At the time of ovulation, she seeks a mate with the urgency akin to that of animals in heat. It appears that the legends of mermaids mating with humans may indeed hold some truth. However, this dual ovum creature possesses a distinctly cruel trait. Akin to that of the praying mantis, after mating and confirming her pregnancy, the female consumes the male to derive nourishment for nurturing her offspring. Thus, in a certain sense, this being is both alluring and merciless. The color of those ova, Professor Liao exclaimed anxiously to Chen Zhi. Despite the passage of years, I would never mistake those uniquely lustrous pink eggs. On the night the diving experts vanished, scattered pink eggshells surfaced on the ocean, only to subsequently disappear without a trace. I conveyed this situation to the fishermen, inquiring if they had encountered anything similar. They affirmed that such occurrences have indeed transpired in these waters, particularly during the summer and winter seasons. Thus, I became convinced that there are indeed creatures akin to sea monsters lurking beneath the surface, currently in their spawning period, requiring human males for mating. The expert divers must have fallen prey to them. However, the mating period is fleeting. Once their objective is achieved, they will unhesitatingly consume the divers, leaving no time for rescue. Xiao Chun, human life is paramount, and these experts were invited by me. You must ensure their salvation. Chapter 133. Seeking the sea. After Professor Liao uttered these words, her emotions overwhelmed her, leading to a fit of incessant coughing. Chen Zhi, noticing her distress, hurried to comfort her, urging her to sit down, and fetched a glass of water for her to sip, allowing her to regain her composure. He then gently inquired, amphibious creatures require a fixed habitat for survival. If such beings truly exist, there should be an island not far from the waters ahead. Have you searched for any unusual islands or similar entities? I have, Professor Liao replied hoarsely. During my geological surveys in this area, I discovered signs of an underground sea route. From the direction of this route, there should be a prominent island to the southeast, which likely contains a cave leading directly to the underwater passage. That would be the sea you seek. I dispatched divers to investigate and even sent some vessels. But alas, all those individuals have vanished. When the divers went missing, I immediately implored the fishermen to search the waters for them. However, they insisted that they were well acquainted with this bay and had not encountered any uncharted islands. Otherwise, having lived here for so long, they would surely have known. When I pressed them further, they thought I had lost my mind, dismissing my claims as nonsense. Yet, I am certain that the island exists, concealed from plain sight. And there must be something upon it, though I cannot ascertain its exact nature. Xiao Chun, this is your area of expertise. Time is of the essence. You must expedite their rescue. Rest assured, Chen Zhi reassured her with a gentle pat on Professor Liao's shoulder. I will devise a plan immediately. There will be no delays. If something indeed lurks in those waters, it shall not escape my notice. Is that so? That is splendid news. Hearing Chen Zhi's assurance, Professor Liao felt a great weight lift from her shoulders. Subsequently, he encouraged her to rest, as her health was already precarious, compounded by over 60 hours without sleep. And her nerves were frayed. A proper sleep was essential. After calming Professor Liao, Chen Zhi proceeded to join Fat Wei and Guazhou. During this interval, Fat Wei had accomplished much. He had engaged in ideological education with young Wu Mao, persuading him to cease his reckless actions. He also conversed with several villagers to glean insights into local conditions. It turned out that this village indeed had a considerable number of young inhabitants with relatively progressive mindsets. Although some of the elderly remained steeped in superstition, Professor Liao's rhetoric incited a wave of panic among the elderly, who began recounting tales from their youth. Leading the charge was the village elder, Old Wu, who warned that the mermen from the sea were preparing to ascend the shore, intent on devouring the villagers. He urged everyone to brace themselves for battle. Although some of the younger generation were skeptical, seeking merely to satiate their curiosity and attract attention, they nonetheless disseminated these stories on social media, thus igniting a flurry of rumors. Guazhou and Jiying had just completed a stroll along the coastline and informed Chen Zhi that the waves were tumultuous and the seawater showed little pollution. However, a distinct scent of fresh blood lingered in the air. This odor was unmistakably human, not that of fish, suggesting that Professor Liao's fears had materialized into reality. Despite his urgency, Professor Liao knew he could not act recklessly during the day. The keen-eyed fisherman quickly noticed the presence of Chen Zhi and his companions, leading to hushed whispers among them, speculating whether a monster had truly emerged from the depths, luring outsiders to their shores. In the following hours, Peng Wei and his associates clad in black visited each household, soothing the villagers' anxieties. They reassured them that this was merely an unfortunate incident and advised them not to overthink it. They offered some financial compensation and presented credible evidence, which helped quell the fishermen's unrest. As the day waned, the sea breeze picked up, the temperature plummeted, and dusk swiftly enveloped the village. That night, they settled into their respective lodgings. The men in black primarily took residence in nearby inns or pitched tents. Chen Zhi and his companions stayed at the home of the village elder, Old Wu, who, being unmarried and living solely with his grandfather, offered ample space and convenience. In the evening, 2 fisherwomen from the village arrived to prepare dinner, boiling fish and greens in a large pot, filling the yard with an appetizing aroma. After a casual dinner, Chen Zhi retreated to his room, awaiting the villagers' slumber. The coastal inhabitants were accustomed to retiring early, and shortly after the cooking smoke dissipated, lights extinguished, plunging the fishing village into darkness. At that moment, Chen Zhi emerged from his room. Guazhou and Jiying, ever perceptive, leaped down from the window upon hearing his movement, quietly trailing behind him. Chen Zhi gestured for them to remain behind, signaling that it was unnecessary for them to follow. Obeying his command, Guazhou and Jiying stationed themselves at the door. Chen Zhi made his way to the beach, where a large black rock cliff loomed. It was said that the tides frequently ebbed and flowed there. During the day, the base of the cliff would be submerged, revealing only a small dark reef above the surface. However, at night, as the tide receded, a substantial stretch of sandy beach would be unveiled. Such perilous locales were deserted at the late hour. Upon reaching this spot, Chen Zhi turned off his flashlight and set it down on the ground. He then carved a totem into his arm, murmuring a summoning incantation as he pressed it into the earth. Bang! Bang! With a resounding boom, wisps of blue smoke emerged from the ground, and the 4 demigods under Chen Zhi materialized from the darkness. Their appearance was already distinct from that of humans, and now, standing at the dark seashore, they appeared even more eerie. It is likely that an ordinary person who beheld this sight would be utterly terrified. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, the demigods knelt before him, awaiting his command. The leader, Wu Jia, spoke. "Master, for what purpose have you summoned us? Please issue your command." "Behold the expanse of sea before us." Chen Zhi gestured towards the pitch-black waters. "There should be an island within, harboring something I have yet to witness. Presumably a creature of the ocean. However, this island eludes our sight upon the surface. Perhaps it has transcended into another realm. Which of you can venture into the sea and uncover this island for me?" Upon hearing Chen Zhi's directive, the 4 demigods hesitated. Wu Jia was the first to respond. "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. As you know, water and earth are 2 distinct elements. We, the descendants adept in earth manipulation, have always harbored a deep aversion to the ocean. There is no solid ground beneath those waters to give me courage. Not even my ancestor, the Lord of the Earth, would dare to test its depths. And what of you?" Chen Zhi's gaze swept towards Huna and Han Hu. Huna stood up, her voice deep and resonant. "If it pleases my master, I am willing to transform into an island, providing a path of stone forward. Yet, even with my considerable form, I would be but a drop in the vast ocean, insignificant in its presence." "My master," interjected Han Hu, "though I have never encountered the ocean, I am eager to plunge into its depths to seek the truth for you." No, Wu Jia interjected hastily, turning earnestly to Chen Zhi. "Master, you may not be aware, but the western territories are arid and the beast folk there dread water. This is not within Han Hu's expertise. Though he is willing to risk his life, should he venture forth, it is likely he would not return." Chapter 134, Seeking the Sea, Part 2. Upon hearing Wu Jia's words, Chen Zhi turned his attention to Xianyao, Jiandi. Ascend into the sky and observe. If the local fishermen do not perceive the existence of an island, it may be concealed within something else. Should there be a hidden realm beneath the sea, we might witness phenomena of air convection or currents. Look for any peculiarities and return to inform me. Understood, Xianyao responded, rising to her feet. She drew her arms close and leaped into the air, swiftly vanishing into the clouds amidst a gust of cold wind. Her form transformed into that of a great bird as she soared into the dark clouds, disappearing from sight. The winds by the seashore were fierce and biting, a testament to the perilous nature of this coastline. By the latter part of the night, the waves rose alarmingly high, crashing powerfully against the jagged black rocks with tremendous force. Even the seasoned local fishermen dare not venture out to sea at midnight, for the perilous storms can easily capsize small boats. In the words of these fishermen, the deep night is when the dragon king of the sea rages. One must never provoke its whiskers. Chen Zhi and his companions had been waiting for over 2 hours when the mysterious bird finally returned. At that moment, Jiandi appeared quite disheveled, her body drenched and her hair cascading over her shoulders as if she had just emerged from the depths of water. Reporting to my master. The mysterious bird knelt, brushing the water from her cheeks, and addressed Chen Zhi. I have thoroughly scoured the surrounding area. Indeed, there are numerous hidden reefs, but no islands to be found. I also lowered my form to skim the water's surface, meticulously observing every current. However, the waves were exceedingly treacherous, rendering the sea perilous. I have exerted my utmost effort to approach, yet I discern no unusual currents. Master, if my judgment is sound, there should be no alternate space here. Then, did you see the diver's body? Chen Zhi continued to inquire. No, Jiandi replied. The monstrous waves ahead are too dangerous. If a living person has been lost in this sea for more than 2 days, survival is utterly impossible. Their body has likely been swept into the abyss. No alternate space? How peculiar. Chen Zhi's mind began to swirl in confusion. He had never anticipated such a scenario. In such a vast bay, if there were no alternate space, how could a hidden island exist? Could it be that they had overthought this situation? Perhaps there were no merfolk, nor any caves leading to the sea's eye. Those diving experts had simply perished in a maritime disaster. Suddenly, a faint voice emanated from above the crevice in the rocks. Chen Zhi looked up to see the plump face of Pang Wei squeezed between the stones, calling out to him, "What is the verdict? Have you found anything? If not, come up and let us see if my idea works. You have a plan?" Chen Zhi was bewildered by Pang Wei's words, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 divine generals vanished in a puff of azure smoke. Climbing up the rocky outcrop, he leaped back to solid ground, only to discover that Pang Wei, Guazhou, and Jiying were all waiting for him. Pang Wei appeared particularly exhilarated, his face flushed as he grinned broadly. It was Jiying who insisted I come find you. She was worried about you being out here alone. I told her there was no need. You're a big enough person to not get lost here. The fishing girls around are too dark and unappealing to lure you away, so what is there to fear? But she insisted, saying your current status is too significant, and any mishap would be hard to explain. She insisted I wake up and come look for you. See how much she cares about you. As Pang Wei spoke so closely to Chen Zhi, he realized the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. The stench was nearly suffocating. Chen Zhi couldn't help but frown. Pang Wei, you truly have a heart of stone. At a time like this, you still find the inclination to drink. The experts are currently lost at sea, and if the island remains undiscovered, their fate may indeed be sealed. The gravity of the situation is immense, with so many lives at stake. It is a matter that cannot be concealed. Do you think I have nothing better to do than drink? Fat Wei, still reeking of alcohol, spoke with a sense of pride. Let me tell you, do not underestimate me, your fat lord. I have infiltrated the enemy's ranks for the sake of our revolutionary cause. You might wonder with whom I was drinking earlier. It was with Old Wu. Old Wu. Chen Zhi looked at Fat Wei with surprise. You don't know Old Wu? He is the grandfather of that little village chief, Wu. That old man is 98 years old, in remarkably good health, and enjoys his meals immensely. In his youth, he was the finest fish handler around here. His capacity for alcohol is formidable. When consuming the pure grain liquor he brews at home, he shows no restraint. I nearly found myself crawling under the table before we had even finished half a plate of peanuts. Men raised by the sea are truly different. Enough, enough. Chen Zhi interrupted, not wishing to hear more. You mentioned you have a plan. What is it? Surely, it cannot solely rely on him. You must understand that elderly individuals often succumb to superstition and tend to embellish tales of their youth, which are often mere fabrications unworthy of belief. No, he is not boasting, Fat Wei insisted earnestly. I intended to share this with you in the morning, but your late-night appearance compelled me to speak earlier. As you said, lives are at stake. This is no jest. From the moment I laid eyes on that old man, I sensed his significance. After sharing a drink, he divulged a secret to me. He recounted an encounter with a mermaid in his youth, from which he narrowly escaped with his life. He claims to have seen that mermaid every year since, with the last sighting occurring 2 decades ago. I have navigated through many crowds, and while I may lack other skills, I possess an uncanny ability to discern people. This old man is undeniably genuine. He is not one to fabricate tales. Every word he spoke carried weight. He assured me he knows the whereabouts of the mermaids and is aware of an island hidden within the sea. He can guide us there. Chapter 135, Seeking the Sea, Part 3. As Chen Zhi absorbed Fat Wei's words, the image of that wrinkled, stubborn old man returned to his mind. There are various types of elderly individuals. Some, upon reaching old age, adopt childlike tendencies, boasting and exaggerating their youthful exploits while engaging in childish behaviors. Yet, others remain steadfast. Their youthful character transitions seamlessly into their twilight years. If they were resilient in their youth, they retain wisdom and strength even in old age. Moreover, among these qualities, there exists an added measure of rationality and composure. From a psychological perspective, that obstinate old man does not appear to be one prone to boastfulness. Can we engage him in conversation? Chen Zhi inquired of Pang Wei, suggesting they request his assistance in finding the island. Of course, that is no problem at all. Pang Wei replied confidently, thumping his chest. Do you think my years in leadership have been in vain? As operatives in black, we traverse various locales to manage affairs, which ultimately boils down to interpersonal relationships. Over the past year, I have conversed with individuals ranging from an 80-year-old aunt to a 5-year-old girl. I had a drink last night, and now I'm on familiar terms with old Master Wu. Any request I make will undoubtedly be met with agreement. Let us not wait for tomorrow. We should seek him out tonight. Not so fast, Chen Zhi interjected, pulling him back. After all, he is nearly a century old. We wouldn't want to startle him at such a late hour. Given how far we've come, we can afford to wait until tomorrow morning. It's nothing. Pang Wei, still somewhat inebriated, rambled as they returned. Upon their arrival at the village, the entire building was enveloped in silence. The researchers had retired for the night, and no one noticed their absence. The old man, with his stubborn nature, slept alone in the ground-floor storeroom, snoring loudly amidst the pervasive scent of alcohol. It appeared that Pang Wei's assertions were indeed accurate. The old gentleman had indulged quite a bit. The following morning, as Chen Zhi intended to descend with Pang Wei to investigate, they were unexpectedly approached by Yiqiu, just as he had conveyed to Chen Zhi over the phone. It was imperative for them to grasp the situation thoroughly, necessitating a personal visit. This time, he was accompanied solely by a young female secretary, presenting himself in a casual manner, devoid of any military escort. Upon their meeting, Chen Zhi felt a pang of nostalgia. This was his first encounter with Yiqiu since Mu He's passing. Time had altered the landscape, and the mutual friend who had once facilitated their introduction was no longer present. The moment he laid eyes on Yiqiu, he noted a distinct shift in his demeanor. Chen Zhi understood that all responsibilities once held by Mu He had now been transferred to Yi, a significant weight of authority. Congratulations on your promotion. I suppose you should now be addressed as Minister Yi? Chen Zhi remarked with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. How amusing, Yiqiu responded, not one to feign modesty, and he reciprocated the handshake before glancing at his secretary. The young woman, perceptive and astute, discreetly stepped back, granting the two men their privacy. Chen Zhi found a bedroom on the second floor, a space originally reserved for his future marriage, which had remained unoccupied due to the small size of the Wu family. Once the door was closed, it created a secluded atmosphere, perfect for their discussion, and they settled into the room. It's been a while. How have you been? Yiqiu inquired, maintaining the same demeanor towards Chen Zhi as in their past interactions. He withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Chen Zhi while keeping one for himself. He then produced a lighter and graciously lit Chen Zhi's cigarette. This scene felt oddly familiar to Chen Zhi, who, after a moment's reflection, recalled that Mu He had similarly lit a cigarette for him during their first encounter. Not too bad, Chen Zhi murmured. I'm always preoccupied with chaotic matters, never knowing when they might reach a conclusion. We didn't attend Mu He's funeral, so I wonder how it went. He continued. Not much to say about it. For people like us, everything is conducted according to regulations, so nothing particularly stands out. Yiqiu replied softly, his speech slowing slightly at the mention of Mu He. He had no relatives, and the assistance he was entitled to went unused. After the funeral, he was cremated. Given the complications he had at the time, there wasn't much clarity, so attendance at the funeral was sparse. Chen Zhi inhaled deeply from a cigarette, falling into a contemplative silence before continuing. Once this tumult passes, accompany me to visit Mu He's grave. Whether we go or not is inconsequential, Yiqiu replied. His tone still languid, his voice as deep as water. Once a person is gone, they know nothing. Visiting him serves no purpose. Let him rest in peace. The path he chose was his own, and there's no room for resentment. Everyone has their desires and their own reasons for living. After finishing his thought, Yiqiu flicked ash from his cigarette to the ground and raised his gaze to Chen Zhi, his expression now markedly serious. Regarding the situation here, inquiries have already been made from above. Many of the divers involved are core members of an American diving club, and they are demanding a reasonable explanation from us. I initially presented it as a collaborative recreational project, asserting it had nothing to do with us, and that participants should bear responsibility for such hazardous activities, precluding any disputes. However, they remain relentless, insisting that in matters of life and death, evidence must be presented, or else it might suggest malicious intent to withhold their diving talents. As of now, we must provide an explanation, considering the number of individuals involved. If an accident has indeed occurred, it would be preferable to recover the bodies, even if they are in pieces. If you claim those divers were consumed by some extraordinary creature here, then you must clarify what kind of creature it is. According to previous marine reports, this coastal bay area is devoid of sharks. Furthermore, those diving experts possess exceptional skills, able to combat large fish underwater with considerable experience. If you assert they perished due to a shark attack, few would believe such a claim. From my perspective, I have no interest in the truth. As long as the situation remains within reasonable bounds, I am content. Therefore, if there is indeed something in these waters that should remain concealed from outsiders, it would be prudent for you to locate it swiftly and handle it yourself. Then hand over the bodies of those experts to me, and I shall be able to return and fulfill my duties. Chapter 136, Interrogation. After conversing with Chen Zhi, Yiqiu descended the stairs. Fat Wei soon followed, exchanging a knowing glance with Chen Zhi, suggesting that the elderly man downstairs was ready for discussion. One must admit that Fat Wei possessed an uncanny ability to befriend others. The old man, Mr. Wu, appeared to be quite obstinate. Since Chen Zhi's arrival, the old gentleman had not uttered a single word to him, even during mealtime. He would take his bowl and retreat outside to eat alone. However, within just a day, Fat Wei had managed to win the old man's favor and establish a decent rapport. In the following hours, Yiqiu and his petite secretary disguised themselves as a young couple and ventured to patrol the vicinity of the beach. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi accompanied Fat Wei to Mr. Wu's quarters. Upon entering the old man's bedroom, Chen Zhi was immediately struck by the pungent odor of fish emanating from the room. He wondered how the elderly gentleman managed to reside in such a place, which resembled a large warehouse filled to the brim with discarded fishing nets, broken equipment, and an assortment of long-forgotten dried fish. The disarray was overwhelming. Many items were covered in rotting seaweed, which was truly suffocating. Mr. Wu seemed indifferent to the chaos, having merely set up a dilapidated bed amidst the clutter, surrounded by a multitude of liquor bottles. Old man, why must you live in such harsh conditions? Fat Wei chuckled as he addressed Mr. Wu. Your grandson has become the village chief. Shouldn't you indulge in a few days of comfort? Look at you, living such a miserable life, as if it were the 8 years of the anti-Japanese war. Bah, what nonsense. As soon as that little Wu, the village chief, is mentioned, this old man's face twists with disdain. That little brat bears no resemblance to a child of fishermen. Who are we? The people of this village have survived by the sea since time immemorial. Our blood is that of the sea god, and we feast on the bounty granted by him. Yet, he prattles on and shows no love for the sea. In the past, he would have been tossed into the ocean to feed the great fish. This useless little brat deserves to remain single at his age. He insists on going to town to become some kind of leader, aspiring to marry a city woman. He has been blinded by power. I have no such worthless grandson. Bah, The old man, being of considerable age, launched into a tirade that seemed never-ending, his words flowing like a stream. Chen Zhi offered Mr. Wu a cigarette, responding amicably with a couple of remarks before taking a seat. Old man, at your age, your health remains remarkably robust. This is indeed rare. In your youth, you must have been a leader among the villagers, correct? Indeed. Mr. Wu's face lit up with pride as he reminisced about his youth. I have never boasted, but in my younger days, the entire fishing village would speak in accordance with my disposition. Back then, who did not know that the second son of the Wu family feared neither heaven nor earth? I was always at the forefront of any village matters. Speaking of the sea routes, we had an unwritten rule in our village. Do not venture out to sea at night. Because the sea god is fond of snoring at night, the waves crash violently. Should he be disturbed, he may never return. I was skeptical of this tale, so I stealthily traversed the sea routes several times at night, bringing back exquisite marine treasures that fetched handsome prices. It was during this time that I captured a merman with a long tail and drooping eyelids. Merman? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi immediately pressed for more details. Are mermen truly real? Elder, can we take your words at face value? Have you ever laid eyes on such a creature? Just as old Wu was about to elaborate, he suddenly hesitated and refrained from continuing. Having seen a fair bit of life, old Wu's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Chen Zhi as if he could perceive the aura surrounding him. You, an outsider, what brings you here? He mused. You possess a distinct essence. Unlike those who hold office or engage in trade, there is something peculiar about you. Goodness. Elder, do not keep your secrets hidden. Fat Wei interjected eagerly. Last night, you recounted how, in your youth, you captured a merman who gifted you a pearl to save his life. You nearly became his meal, escaping only by the skin of your teeth. That merman returned year after year, seeking to reclaim you. Such nonsense. Old Wu's demeanor shifted abruptly, and he vehemently denied it, shaking his hands in protest. I was merely intoxicated yesterday, and you kept questioning me, prompting me to spin tall tales. There is no truth to that. If I had a pearl, would I still be enduring this misery? I would have long since gone to the city to enjoy life. Enough. I thought you came to share a drink, yet you've taken my drunken ramblings seriously. Please, leave me be. I wish to rest. Elder. Chen Zhi suddenly stood upright, and in that instant, the curtains and windows closed automatically, as if under a spell, plunging the room into darkness. Old Wu was startled by the swift transformation, collapsing onto the bed, pointing at Chen Zhi, his voice trembling. What kind of creature are you? I sensed something was amiss with you. What are you truly? I am no creature of malice. Chen Zhi gazed earnestly at old Wu, colorful streams of energy igniting from his palms. If you must inquire, I shall speak the truth, but you too must be forthcoming with me. I am what you frequently refer to as a descendant of the divine. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to delay any longer. I possess the means to penetrate your mind and extract all your memories. However, at your age, such an ordeal could prove fatal. Therefore, old Wu, I implore you to assist me by recounting your youthful encounters in detail. Trust me, I will not harm you, and shall keep your secrets safe. At your age, what is left to conceal? Do you intend to carry these secrets to your grave?